After enduring the arduous college entrance examination, Luo Yuanyuan found herself unexpectedly plummeting off a cliff, only to awaken in a beastly realm. In this world, males were abundant while females were scarce. The men were strikingly handsome, whereas the women were rather ordinary. Luo Yuanyuan, however, stood out like a rare flower, radiating beauty that left others in her wake. Inciting a frenzy among powerful figures, the androgynous azure python proclaimed, "Yuanyuan, I have saved you. I am now your destined mate." The gentle white tiger added, "One is too few. I wish to join." The melodramatic golden eagle scoffed, "Isn't it just a rescue? Anyone could do that." The enchanting mermaid insisted, "Yuanyuan, you healed my wounds. You must have feelings for me, right?" The manipulative silver fox chimed in, speaking of affection. "Yuanyuan has adored me since 800 years ago, long before any of you knew where to reincarnate." The wild black dragon declared, "Let's rely on strength." "My fists are the mightiest." The ethereal high priestess retorted, "Strength? Apologies, but that is something I possess in abundance." And thus, the handsome suitors began to clash. Luo Yuanyuan facepalmed, exclaiming, "Take your brawls outside. This is my newly renovated castle." Chapter 1. Transcendence. Have I crossed realms? Step aside. I was the first to discover her. She belongs to me. I possess greater strength. I shall go first. Both of you move aside. I am the most handsome. The little female will undoubtedly prefer me, hence I am first in line. What are you even worth?
Bam.
Are you serious? You must be tired of living. Watch me annihilate you.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
What a ruckus. Luo Yuanyuan felt her head pounding, as she groggily opened her eyes. The scene before her rendered her utterly speechless. There were gigantic bears. Indeed, real bears. Less than 20 meters away, for massive brown bears, each towering 6 or 7 meters, were locked in a fierce struggle. They fought vigorously, their roars echoing through the air. With one blow, a bear's head was twisted askew. With another, blood sprayed a meter away, staining the ground with pools of crimson. Luo Yuanyuan gaped in disbelief. She had only ever seen bears from behind the bars of a zoo or in animated films. This was her first encounter at such close quarters, completely unshielded. Recalling tales of bears using their barbed tongues to lick human skin until it bled, she felt a chill run down her spine. She remembered climbing a mountain with friends after their exams, only for the railing at the summit to give way, sending her tumbling down the cliff. Had she survived? Had she fallen into a valley? And, to make matters worse, encountered bears? Oh no, it would have been better to have perished in the fall. Shivering, Luo Yuanyuan cautiously surveyed her surroundings. It appeared to be a forest, with colossal trees towering above, obscuring the sky, stretching endlessly, and the sunlight was not glaring. She found herself seated on the ground, leaning against a massive tree. Books had mentioned that brown bears could climb trees but not to great heights. She recalled playing in trees with friends at the orphanage during her childhood. Now, she had no choice but to take a gamble. Holding her breath, she slowly retracted her extended legs, using one hand to steady herself, intending to quietly rise and ascend into the tree. However, just as her feet pushed off the ground, an excruciating pain shot through her left foot. Caught off guard, Luo Yuanyuan couldn't suppress a pained gasp. Ugh. She quickly covered her mouth, but it was too late. The bears, engrossed in their struggle, had picked up on the faint sound. They abruptly halted, all 8 eyes fixating on Luo Yuanyuan. How terrifying! Her heart raced, nearly ceasing its rhythm. Overwhelming fear sent chills throughout her body, and cold sweat trickled down her back. Stiffly, she raised her gaze, witnessing the 4 towering brown bears charging towards her.
Ah!
Luo Yuanyuan let out a blood-curdling scream. In an instant, they were upon her. Then, in a flash, they transformed into 4 extraordinarily muscular, naked men. Their muscles bulged, their fists like hammers, and blood dripped from their bodies. Witch, fairy. The impact of the moment left Luo Yuanyuan speechless, her mouth no longer obeying her commands. She felt breathless, her hands weak and her feet numb, utterly at a loss. Little female, you are awake? By the heavens! She seems even more beautiful now that her eyes are open. I cannot contain my desire to mate with her. You all step aside.
Get lost.
I'm first. I'm about to explode with need. Enough noise. I have a brilliant idea. But she appears so fragile. Let's find out. Female, mating mate. These words were surely meant for a realm of beasts, weren't they? Luo Yuanyuan's muddled mind jolted awake. Had she truly crossed into another realm? Mating, wasn't that akin to violation? The 4 beastly figures gazed intently at Luo Yuanyuan. Such a delicate and lovely little female was a rarity they had never encountered. Her slender waist could be grasped in a single hand. They yearned to ravage and dominate her. The bear's eyes grew wild with lust, their lips curling into wicked grins as they reached out towards Luo Yuanyuan.
Ah!
No, Luo Yuanyuan screamed again, tears streaming down her face, blurring her vision. Be obedient, little female. Come now, relax. Don't be tense. Let me have a taste, just a kiss. Please. Stay away. I don't want this. Luo Yuanyuan desperately tried to evade them, but she was no match for the overwhelming weight of the bears, who pinned her to the ground, watching helplessly as one leaned into. Kiss her, I in despair. She shut her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. Suddenly, an invisible blade of wind swept through, causing the four bears to howl in pain, blood spurting from their backs. They momentarily released Luo Yuanyuan, turning in fury. A man in a long blue robe stood not far away, his long hair cascading down. Did you ruin our fun? Seeking death. The four bears transformed back into their beastly forms, roaring in rage as they lunged at the man in the blue robe. Do you think you are worthy? The man scoffed, his disdainful gaze flicking over the bears as he extended his hand, manifesting claws that sliced through the air with a whoosh. Had she been saved? Luo Yuanyuan struggled to sit up, adjusting her clothing as she observed the confrontation between the man and the four bears. She trembled from the fright she had just endured, tears flowing incessantly, obscuring her view of the battle. All she could discern was the ferocity of their fight, with roars and the sound of flesh colliding echoing around her. Minutes later, the cacophony ceased. The four bears lay bloodied on the ground. The man in the blue robe adjusted his attire and approached Luo Yuanyuan. As he drew nearer, his cold gaze locked onto the trembling little female on the ground. With her head bowed, hugging her knees, her long, slightly curled hair cascaded to her waist, her damp lashes clinging to her fair face. Perhaps due to fear, her lips were pale, rendering her exceptionally fragile. She appeared so diminutive, akin to a delicate flower adorned with dew, slender, tender, and translucent. One slight bend and she would break. The man's narrowed eyes glinted with interest. His cave was nearby, and he had been sleeping soundly until the raucous roars of the bears disrupted his pleasant dreams. Infuriated, Jingju had intended to teach the bears a lesson, only to accidentally rescue a little female. And a remarkably beautiful one at that. He stepped closer. Before Luo Yuanyuan stood a pair of bare feet. She wiped away her tears, lifted her gaze, and with a slight breathlessness, looked up at the man. The newcomer was exceptionally tall, towering over 2 meters, his slender frame draped in a flowing azure robe, the sleeves elegantly rolled up to reveal pale arms. His cold, white skin appeared almost translucent under the dappled sunlight, complemented by long, dark blue hair and strikingly red lips. His slightly squinted eyes, a smoky blue, exuded an air of chill and indifference, yet held a touch of ethereal mist, reminiscent of exquisite jade enveloped in fog. He was undeniably a stunningly handsome man. However, despite his formidable presence and extraordinary beauty, he emanated a profound coldness, his smoky blue eyes scrutinizing her with an icy detachment. Thank you for saving me. Luo Yuanyuan managed to muster a faint smile in the man's direction, inadvertently stifling a sob. Jingju's gaze remained fixed upon the small female before him, his eyes cast downwards. Her eyes were enchanting, akin to the finest black crystal immersed in spring water. The corners, reddened from her recent tears, blinked gently, allowing a delicate droplet to cascade down her porcelain-like face, evoking an instinctual urge to protect. Unable to resist, Jingju crouched down, extending a finger to brush away the tears from her eyes, his tones still frigid. Do not be afraid, they are all gone. Chapter 2. The handsome man actually has a tail. Are they all dead? Luo Yuanyuan trembled slightly. On one hand, the man before her spoke of murder with an unsettling ease. On the other, his fingers were frigid, far colder than her own face, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Jingju rose to his full height, gazing down at the petite female. This forest is teeming with beasts. Come with me. Without waiting for Luo Yuanyuan's response, he turned and strode forward. Hey, wait for me. Luo Yuanyuan gritted her teeth, rising unsteadily, clutching her backpack, and limping as she hurried to catch up with the man. Though he appeared fearsome, at least for now, he showed no intent to harm her or force her into anything. If this truly was a beastly world, danger lurked everywhere. The wisest course was to follow this formidable man for the time being. I am called Jingju, the man stated as he halted and turned to face her. Luo Yuanyuan, propelled by inertia, collided directly with Jingju's chest.
Ouch.
That hurt. Rubbing her sore nose, she quickly took a step back and offered an awkward smile. I'm sorry, I was in too much of a hurry and lost my balance, haha. To Qingju, the slight bump from the petite female elicited no pain whatsoever. He looked down at her little, reddened nose, pondering how fragile females truly were, particularly this one before him. I am called Qingju, he reiterated, and you? Luo Yuanyuan, she replied. Very well. Let us proceed. Qingju effortlessly took the large backpack from her arm and extended his other hand towards her. Luo Yuanyuan assumed he intended to assist her. She hastily waved her hands. No, it's fine. I can walk on my own. However, in the next moment, Qingju slightly bent down, his long arms sweeping beneath her legs, and he lifted her effortlessly into his embrace.
Ah!
Luo Yuanyuan gasped in surprise, unprepared for such an action. As her center of gravity shifted, she instinctively clutched the fabric on Qingju's shoulder. Yet, the momentum of her backward lean was too great. Pulling on his clothing caused it to part, and she continued to tip back. Alarmed, she stretched her arms out and wrapped them around Qingju's neck. Qingju chuckled softly, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. This little female was amusingly naive. She felt light and soft in his arms, her barely perceptible fragrance wafting into his nostrils, igniting a sudden warmth that surged through him. Closing his eyes momentarily, he realized that the season had stirred within him an instinctual desire for mating. Nevertheless, he was strong-willed. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his urges and carried the petite female towards his cave. Seated in the crook of Qingju's arm, Luo Yuanyuan turned her head to survey the surroundings. The forest was vast and lush, with thick grasses and towering trees, some so wide that a dozen people could not encircle them. The trunks reached into the sky, their foliage dense and verdant. The air was imbued with the fresh scent of foliage. Nearby, a small river, over 10 meters wide, wound its way through the thicket, flowing into the distance. Qingju's cave was not far off. They arrived swiftly. Rest inside. I will go hunting and return shortly. He set the petite female down, his voice as cold as ever. All right, Luo Yuanyuan nodded, hoisting her backpack and stepping into the cave. Despite her efforts to conceal it, the pain in her left ankle surged with each step, causing her to limp noticeably. As Qingju turned to leave for the hunt, he caught a glimpse of her discomfort from the corner of his eye. His brow furrowed slightly. After a brief pause, he entered the cave. Sit down, he instructed, his icy voice echoing as if born from the depths of winter, both melodious and unyielding. Luo Yuanyuan, confused, glanced at him before placing her backpack on the ground and sitting down, wide-eyed and innocently gazing up at the man before her. Qingju observed her expression, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. This little female often seemed adorably daft, yet her charm was undeniable. She appeared so soft and inviting that he felt an urge to hold her tightly. He crouched down, his pale hand lifting her left calf, deftly removing her shoe and rolling up the hem of her pants. A glaring red mark appeared on her delicate ankle, the wound deep and still stained with dried blood. Qingju's gaze darkened. Her skin was soft and tender, her petite feet exquisitely lovely, and he nearly succumbed to the impulse to touch her. He closed his eyes briefly, suppressing the urge and redirecting his focus to the wound. Judging by its depth and shape, it appeared to have been caused by a sharp branch. Such an injury was trivial for him, yet for a female, even a minor wound could prove fatal. Feeling uncomfortable as the handsome man grasped her leg for the first time, Luo Yuanyuan instinctively recoiled. It's nothing. It'll heal in a few days. Very well. I shall take my leave, Qingju replied, releasing her and striding toward the cave entrance, soon vanishing from her sight. Luo Yuanyuan glanced down at her tattered clothing, letting out a sigh as she opened her backpack and retrieved another outfit to change into. She certainly could not bear to discard the ruined clothing. After all, this was a beastly world, and she might not find other garments in the future. This set could be patched and would last her another 6 or 7 years. Lost in thought, she contemplated how to survive in this new environment when a mechanical voice echoed in her mind, startling her. Host, we have fabric available in the store, all for just a few thousand affection points. Do not be alarmed. I am your System 006. You may call me Xiaolu. It was I who brought you to the beastly world, where handsome men abound like stars in the sky, making it the ideal place for a female to thrive. You are bound to fall in love with this place. Well, I can't say I'm grateful. Luo Yuanyuan rolled her eyes in exasperation. She had been living quite well in the modern world, finally able to breathe after her college entrance exams. only to be dragged into this beastly realm by this ridiculous system, nearly meeting her end before she even opened her eyes. With such a dreadful environment and experience, how could she possibly come to love it? Honestly, I do not wish to stay here. Please return me to my previous world. I'll treat you to milk tea as much as you want. Returning is not an option, host. You must resign yourself to this fate. This beastly world is rich in males and scarce in females. You will have ample opportunity to find several strong beastly husbands and live the leisurely life you dream of, retiring in comfort. Several husbands? Retiring in leisure? Luo Yuanyuan gazed at the system in her mind, which had grown round as a ball, its expression exaggeratedly playful. She already sensed her future was fraught with challenges, and she nearly let a curse slip from her lips. With a heavy heart, she stood up and slowly made her way to the cave entrance, taking a deep breath. A figure clad in blue approached swiftly from a distance. It was Qingju returning, seemingly clutching a handful of grass, with a thick, blue tail coiled around a bundle of firewood, gliding towards the cave entrance. A tail? Realizing what she was witnessing, Luo Yuanyuan fainted, collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 3. Close to Qingju. Upon seeing the thick tail trailing behind Qingju, Luo Yuanyuan felt her entire body weaken, and she sank to the ground. Qingju was, in fact, a serpent beast. How terrifying! A chill ran down her spine, and she could not help but tremble. She had always harbored a fear of snakes and insects, especially those creatures that had no legs or far too many. As Qingju reached the cave entrance, his tail transformed into legs. He gazed at the petite female, who was visibly trembling with fear, and pressed his thin lips together. A touch of herbal ointment on the wound will hasten your recovery. With that, he knelt down, placing her left foot upon his thigh.
Gently.
He applied the juice extracted from the grass leaves to the injury on her ankle. At this moment, Luo Yuanyuan's mind was in a haze, still grappling with the explosive revelation that Qingju was, in fact, a serpent beast. Do not be afraid. You shall be my companion from now on, and I will not harm you. Qingju's voice softened unexpectedly as he regarded the trembling female before him, his cold, piercing eyes betraying a warmth beneath. For decades, his existence had revolved around hunting and augmenting his prowess, leading a life that was both tranquil and monotonous. He had never contemplated seeking a mate, for the females of the beast realm were typically languid, untidy, irritable, and domineering. Yet, this little female evoked a sensation within him that was profoundly different. He found himself desiring to share a long life with her. Qingju gently lowered her leg, leaning in to affectionately kiss her cheek. Soft and fragrant, he had an overwhelming urge to consume her whole. Luo Yuanyuan snapped back to reality, covering her face in astonishment. Had she truly been kissed by a serpent beast? You must be hungry. I shall prepare some roasted meat for you. Rising, Qingju made his way to the pile of firewood that had just been gathered. Luo Yuanyuan, still shielding her flushed face, observed the wood and realized he was about to start a fire. Her mind raced back to the wilderness survival techniques she had learned about creating fire by friction, recalling the need for 2 sticks to rub together. Before she could finish her thoughts, she watched in awe as Qingju produced 2 dark stones from seemingly nowhere, striking them together until sparks flew, landing on the dry grass below. A flickering flame sprang forth. Is that a flint? Luo Yuanyuan exclaimed in disbelief. Qingju then arranged some twigs atop the ignited grass, inserting 2 larger branches into the ground. From somewhere, he retrieved a freshly cleaned rabbit, remarkably large, akin to a small lamb. His pale hands transformed into claws, swiftly dismembering the rabbit into sizable portions. He skewered the pieces on a branch and placed them between the 2 tree forks to roast. As Luo Yuanyuan watched him deftly turn the meat, she noted that the serpent beast appeared somewhat apprehensive of the fire, his delicate fingertips reddening from the heat. A pang of sympathy welled within her. Perhaps this serpent was unlike the others? Yuanyuan, the roasted meat lacks salt. You'll have to make do for now. The day is waning, and I shall procure some salt tomorrow. Qingju cast an apologetic glance at the young female, not having anticipated discovering one he was so fond of. Previously, he had only consumed raw meat, never having carried salt with him. Luo Yuanyuan was about to assure him that the absence of salt was inconsequential, grateful for the roasted meat, when the system interjected. Host, our shop offers salt. It can be exchanged for 5,000 affection points. Affection points? Redeemable items? Luo Yuanyuan shut her eyes, envisioning the system's marketplace. The affection points were precisely 5,000. The system had mentioned them before, but she had paid little heed. There was no time to question now. She resolved to redeem a small packet. Concealed by her backpack, she produced a tiny bundle of salt wrapped in leaves, truly a meager amount, barely the size of her palm. What a stingy system. She smiled at Qingju, offering him the salt. I happen to have some in my backpack. Qingju observed the peculiar materials of her strange backpack and clothing, then glanced at the fine grains of salt resting in her delicate palm, responding with a soft hum. Luo Yuanyuan's stomach grumbled, and she took a bite of the salted roasted meat. The flavor is average, yet remarkably fresh. After eating for a while, she noticed Qingju had yet to touch his food, merely staring at her, which made her feel slightly embarrassed. You should eat too. I am not hungry, you eat. Qingju's typically cold gaze softened into a gentle arc. The little female possessed a remarkable capacity for concern. His Yuanyuan was both beautiful and kind, even in the way she ate. The glossy sheen of her pink lips, now smeared with grease, ignited a longing within him to lick it away. However, he noted with concern that she had consumed too little, having only nibbled a piece the size of her palm. He resolved to gather more tender meat and fruits in the future, ensuring she grew plump and strong, so she would have the energy for mating. Qingju finished off the remaining meat Luo Yuanyuan had left behind, simultaneously relocating the fire and dry grass into the cave. Females in the beast realm had poor vision and were nearly blind at night. He figured that with a fire to illuminate the surroundings, she might feel emboldened in the dark. Luo Yuanyuan, feeling a bit shy, fidgeted at the cave entrance, licking her lips and blinking her large eyes. Is there water nearby? I'm quite thirsty. I will take you there. Qingju led Luo Yuanyuan to a small river. It was now evening, and the clear waters sparkled with flecks of gold under the setting sun, swaying gently with the breeze. The surrounding trees rustled softly, and the occasional chirp of a passing bird echoed in the serene woodland. Luo Yuanyuan spotted a stone with a natural indentation and scooped up some water to drink. Qingju observed the stone she had chosen but remained silent. He then went to the riverbank, selecting 2 palm-sized round stones, manipulating the wind to deftly carve them into a bowl shape, polishing them smooth and clean, filling them with water, and storing them in his space. The entire process took no more than a minute. Luo Yuanyuan, witnessing this spectacle, widened her eyes in disbelief. This was simply extraordinary. Was this even human hands at work? Those were stones. She instinctively looked up at the sky, hoping to ease her astonished heart. Upon glancing up, her surprise escalated, nearly prompting her to cry out. 2 moons hung brightly in the sky, one round and yellow, the other crescent-shaped and red. Rubbing her eyes, she questioned whether she was hallucinating. During the day there was 1 sun, and at night, 2 moons? Daring not to inquire of Qingju, she summoned the system instead. The beast realm indeed has 2 moons, a yellow moon and a red moon. The yellow moon signifies the months, much like in the modern world, waxing from a crescent at the beginning of the month to a full circle in the middle, and then waning back to a crescent until it disappears. The red moon represents the seasons, similarly mirroring the modern world. In spring, a small crescent appears, known as the new moon season. In summer, it transitions from crescent to half moon, termed the half moon season or rainy season. In autumn, it shifts from half moon to full moon, called the full moon season, and in winter, it gradually vanishes, referred to as the hidden moon season or snow season. Upon hearing the explanation from Xiao Lu, Luo Yuanyuan let out a sigh of relief. Grateful that it was a natural phenomenon. It was imperative to understand that the forces of nature could be terrifying at times. Anomalies could herald hurricanes, torrential rains, and extreme temperatures. Qingju observed with a stoic demeanor as Luo Yuanyuan's expressions shifted while gazing at the moons, his conviction strengthening that she was unlike other females and seemed unfamiliar with the beast realm. Was it possible that she was not a female from the beast realm? Upon returning to the cave, Qingju retrieved the water bowl from his space and placed it beside Luo Yuanyuan, then situated himself across from her, closing his eyes. He sensed that the young female still harbored some trepidation towards him. Perhaps if he fell asleep, she would relax a little. Indeed. Upon seeing Qingju appear to doze off, Luo Yuanyuan immediately began to stretch and yawn, feeling a sense of relief. In the presence of the awake serpent beast, she always felt on edge. Now at ease, she sprawled on the hay and began conversing with the system. Xiao Lu, did you bring me to the beast realm for some grand purpose? Hee host, there's nothing much to discuss, just a little romantic dalliance, procreation, and by the way, saving the beast realm. Listening to the system's ambiguous tone, it was evident that matters were not so straightforward. How do I save the beast realm? I possess neither divine powers nor golden fingers. Am I to rely solely on my words? Let us set that aside for now. This cave is freezing. First, you ought to provide me with a bed and blankets. The cave had a wide opening, and the early spring breeze was quite chilly. Despite donning a thick coat, she was still shivering. Spending a night in such conditions would surely lead to a cold. She glanced at the tranquil Qingju, who was leaning against the stone wall with his eyes closed. His hand rested casually on a bent leg, exuding an air of comfort, seemingly unbothered by the cold. Beasts truly have an extraordinary resistance to low temperatures. There are blankets available in the shop, but they require love tokens for exchange. Host. Your current love token count is 20,000 points, which is insufficient. Can I just have them on credit? Is there no option for that? No, however, host. You can get closer to that snake beast to earn love tokens. The system's tone suddenly took on a suggestive note. Chapter 4. The terrifying wild boar approaches. Get closer to Qingju? Do you take me for a fool? The snake beast is icy to the touch. Do you wish for me to fall ill at a slower pace? That's not it, host. Being near the snake beast will earn you love tokens, allowing you to exchange for items. The system winked before continuing. The acquisition of love tokens can only occur within a radius of 1 meter. So you need to draw closer. Is that truly the case? Why would proximity to the snake beast yield love tokens? Could it be that he has developed feelings for me? That seems implausible. Luo Yuanyuan quickly shook her little head. The species were simply too different. She cast another glance at Qingju. His long lashes rested peacefully against his face, casting a small shadow, and he remained motionless, likely asleep. The enticing call of a warm blanket stirred her into action. Resolutely, Luo Yuanyuan quietly stood up and slowly inched closer to Qingju, cautiously sitting down beside him. Just a little closer, the system commanded. Reluctantly, Luo Yuanyuan leaned against Qingju's arm, internally chanting, "Don't wake up, don't wake up." The feigning sleep Qingju had long been aware of the small female pressing against him. Although he was puzzled as to why the little female, who trembled in his presence, would willingly draw near, he reveled in her reliance on him. With his eyes closed, all his senses seemed to focus on the warmth of the little female's skin against his own. Her body was warm and soft, and a pleasant fragrance wafted into his nostrils, warming his insides, causing his mind to heat up. He stifled the urge to make a sound, his breathing gradually becoming heavier. Luo Yuanyuan had held her breath for quite some time. Finally glancing at her love token count, she was delighted to see it had indeed increased to a substantial 30,000 points. Overjoyed, she quickly crouched low and tiptoed back to her pile of hay. After calming her racing heart and exhaling softly, she closed her eyes and hastily opened the shop page. There were blankets. Luo Yuanyuan felt tears of joy welling up. Upon closer inspection, it required 50,000 love tokens. Darn, what a troublesome predicament. Wait a moment. Is that cotton? It truly is. Cotton will do, if I also gather a roll of fabric. It will suffice for a blanket. Swiftly, Luo Yuanyuan located 2 meters of white cotton fabric. Adding the two together, splendid, her recently acquired 30,000 love tokens swiftly vanished. Luo Yuanyuan took the cotton and fabric, swiftly wrapping herself within them like a silkworm cocoon. How warm! She was so blissful that tears nearly flowed. She tucked her little head into the blanket. The tormented Qingju opened his reddened, smoky blue eyes to gaze at the little female all wrapped up. Was she cold? What had she hidden herself inside? He was curious about the material on the little female and wanted to see if he could find some for her tomorrow. Immersed in warmth, Luo Yuanyuan began to drift into sleep, drowsily sensing someone tugging at her little blanket. She raised her arm and waved it about randomly. Go away. Her flailing hand accidentally hit Qingju's face. Qingju caught her soft little hand and kissed it, then wrapped it around his neck. Lying down and cradling the cocooned blanket in his arms, channeling the beast energy within him to slightly elevate his body temperature above that of the little female, and closed his eyes. The campfire in the cave gradually dimmed. Luo Yuanyuan dreamed. In her dream, she was inexplicably transformed into a wandering soul, drifting above the city. She returned to the villa where she once resided. A luxurious Maybach was parked outside the intricately carved gates. The door swung open, revealing a tall man clad in a well-tailored suit, his face a mask of cold aloofness. The man entered the villa, heading straight to her room, picking up a picture frame from the table, trembling as he caressed her face. Yuanyuan, where have you gone? I've been driven nearly mad searching for you. His eyes reddened. They all said you were dead, but I refuse to believe it. You must still be alive. Yuanyuan, no matter where you are. I will certainly find you. Wait for me. With that, the man bowed his head, seemingly leaning closer to the picture frame. Luo Yuanyuan was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streaming down her face as she reached out to the man. Brother, I'm right here. Please pull me back. Qingju observed the little female in his arms. Tears streaming down her face, her frail little arms outstretched, murmuring something. His brows furrowed, and his indifferent gaze turned frosty. Who was the little female's brother? Where did she wish to return? Nevertheless, she was his chosen mate. Wherever she went, she would never be rid of him. Luo Yuanyuan slept soundly until dawn. She tapped her fingers against her head, recalling snippets of a dream from the previous night, yet the details eluded her. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a handsome face looming close, accompanied by a cool voice. Awake? Her temporarily stalled brain gradually regained clarity as Luo Yuanyuan drowsily wrapped herself in the blanket and sat up. Qingju offered her a steaming piece of roasted meat. The early morning service was unexpected, leaving Luo Yuanyuan somewhat flustered. She quickly got up, rinsed her mouth, and accepted the roasted meat. Taking a bite, she thought, oh dear. It's a bit greasy. Noticing the little female hesitating to take another bite, Qingju conjured up several fruits wrapped in leaves, glistening with droplets of water. Heart-shaped and vibrant red, with tiny specks resembling modern strawberries, only these were twice their size. Luo Yuanyuan joyfully accepted them, casting a grateful glance at Qingju. Taking a light bite, she found them pleasantly tangy and sweet. They tasted quite similar to strawberries, juicy and delightful. She quickly consumed several of the fruits, feeling refreshed. The greasy sensation from last night's meat had vanished. It seemed the fruit aided in digestion. These are wood berries, found on shrubs, Qingju explained. After finishing the last of the roasted meat, Qingju prepared to go hunting. He intended to craft a warm new beast skin for the little female, as she seemed to have been cold last night. The sunlight of the new moon season was quite warm, and Luo Yuanyuan moved her hay outside the cave entrance and closed her eyes. Checking her love token count, she was astonished to find it had increased by another 70,000 points. Luo Yuanyuan found herself somewhat perplexed. After all, she had done nothing particularly noteworthy that evening. Casting aside her thoughts, she decided to peruse the system's marketplace. The system shop was divided into two main sections. One displayed items that could be exchanged for affection points, while the other showcased goods available for prestige points. The selection was plentiful, yet the prices were astonishingly steep. A mere packet of toilet paper cost a staggering 50,000 affection points, and one could not purchase it in smaller quantities. It was only available in a bulk pack of 10 rolls. Despite the sting of expenditure, she resolved to buy it. She certainly did not wish to resort to using leaves for hygiene, for the thought of brittle foliage cracking under pressure was rather unappealing. She also exchanged for a few additional items: a comb for 5,000 points, a sewing kit for another 5,000, and a piece of floral cotton fabric for 10,000 points. Ultimately, her affection points totaled 105,000, with a corresponding expenditure of the same amount, leaving her balance at a disheartening 0. Alas, in a moment of carelessness, she had once again found herself destitute. Luo Yuanyuan picked up the newly acquired sewing kit and summoned the system for conversation. Xiao Lu, could you elucidate the nature of affection points and prestige points for me? Host, affection points represent the degree of admiration that male beasts hold for you, while prestige points reflect the gratitude and esteem from other beasts towards you. Affection points can be exchanged for everyday items such as salt, clothing, toilet paper, and seeds, whereas prestige points can be used for survival skills and techniques, including charms, lightness techniques, various books, and weapons. Is there a cap on these values? Luo Yuanyuan inquired. Indeed, there is. Within 5 years, both affection and prestige points must reach 10 million otherwise. The system paused momentarily. Do tell. Luo Yuanyuan urged. There will be a lightning penalty, the system replied hastily, its voice barely above a whisper. What? Luo Yuanyuan grasped the implication and nearly leaped from her seat. A thunderous roar filled her mind, and as her hand trembled, the sewing needle pierced her fingertip, a droplet of crimson blood instantly welling up. A lightning penalty. She was no celestial being destined for ascension or tribulation. As an ordinary mortal, what right did she have to face such divine retribution? With her fragile constitution, would she not be charred to a crisp? She would rather plummet off a cliff for a swifter demise. Tears welled in her eyes as she longed to return to the modern world, where she could at least expect to live for several more decades. What sins had she committed in her previous life to warrant punishment in this beastly realm? Luo Yuanyuan felt utterly despondent. At that moment, a wild boar, its body covered in coarse black bristles and sharp tusks bared, halted less than 10 meters from the cave entrance. Upon spotting the petite figure at the cave's mouth, the boar's beady eyes lit up, and with a deafening roar, it charged towards her. Luo Yuanyuan, her heart heavy with despair, remained oblivious to the imminent threat, her gaze cast down in a daze. 5 meters, 1 meter. The foul-smelling maw of the boar was poised to collide with her forehead. The noxious stench jolted her senses, and as she lifted her eyelids, she was met with the sight of the boar's drool dripping from its elongated jaw and the gaping abyss of its throat. Heavens! Luo Yuanyuan was on the verge of a heart attack. The lightning penalty was a concern for 5 years hence. She certainly did not wish to meet her end at the jaws of an ugly wild boar. Her legs felt like jelly, rendering her unable to flee. Playing dead appeared futile against the relentless beast. What to do?
Ah, ah, ah.
Was she truly destined to perish here? The boar's sharp tusks grazed her skin, and with a shutting of her eyes, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 5. The First Encounter with Bai Yi. Luo Yuanyuan awoke to the sound of a beastly roar. Straining to turn her neck, she glanced around and noticed a fierce struggle unfolding nearby between a fully formed azure serpent and a colossal white-furred tiger. The robust tail of the azure serpent was unmistakable. She recognized it as Qingju, while the white tiger was a stranger to her. However, it was evident that Qingju held the advantage. The white tiger bore wounds all over its body, blood streaming down its white fur and pooling onto the ground, a sight that was painful to behold. At that moment, the massive serpent constricted around the white tiger, tightening its grip with the intent of crushing its bones. Qingju? Luo Yuanyuan tentatively called out. Amid the fray, Qingju had been keeping a watchful eye on the small female. Upon noticing her awakening, he loosened his tail and glided towards her. Soon, he transformed into his human form, gently helping Luo Yuanyuan sit up while intently asking, Yuanyuan, are you unwell? I'm fine, Luo Yuanyuan replied, her pale face shaking slightly as her gaze fell upon the injured white tiger. Just then, the white tiger too transformed into a male beast man, casually draping a piece of animal hide around his waist before using another to wipe the blood from his body as he approached Luo Yuanyuan. As he drew closer, Luo Yuanyuan realized that this white tiger was extraordinarily handsome, towering at over 6 feet. His muscular physique was striking, his bare torso adorned with 8 perfect abdominal muscles. His long white hair cascaded effortlessly, and his straight nose resembled a chiseled sculpture. What captivated her most were his gentle, ethereal azure eyes, which gazed at her with a mesmerizing depth and a soft smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Hello, little female. I am Bai Yi. Luo Yuanyuan felt momentarily dazzled by his smile. Indeed, the men of the beast realm were remarkably handsome. Their eyes were simply exquisite. She hurriedly nodded at the charming face before her. Hello, I am Luo Yuanyuan. Beside her, Qingju's expression darkened instantaneously. He sensed an inexplicable surge of jealousy upon seeing the small female's attention directed towards another male beast man, particularly as her gaze lingered on the white tiger's abdominal muscles.
What was so special about abs?
He had them too. Perhaps he was wearing too many clothes. In a foul mood, Qingju's demeanor turned icy, and the temperature around him plummeted several degrees as he coldly issued an ultimatum to Bai Yi. Yuanyuan is awake. You may leave now. Bai Yi was well aware that the serpent beast before him was of a much higher rank and exuded hostility. However, he was unwilling to concede. Gathering his resolve, he spoke softly once more. May I call you Yuanyuan? Today's incident was entirely my fault. That wild boar must have frightened you. If I had arrived sooner, this situation would not have occurred. Bai Yi had been hunting nearby when he spotted the wild boar. He had intended to follow it discreetly to discover its lair. However, in his focus, he had overlooked the scent left behind by Qingju. When he realized he had trespassed into another beast's territory, he happened to catch sight of the petite female at the cave entrance. A small bundle had bowed, seated there. Bathed in the morning sunlight that cast a halo around her, she was truly beautiful. Then, he saw the wild boar charge at her. Startled, he swiftly conjured a beam of light and struck the boar's skull. Just as Luo Yuanyuan lost consciousness, the boar collapsed as well. He rushed over to support the small female, scanning her for visible injuries before letting out a sigh of relief. It was known that females were exceedingly precious in the beast realm, often delicate and vulnerable. Injuries could be perilous for them. Bai Yi scrutinized the small female with quiet astonishment. She was breathtakingly beautiful, unlike any female he had encountered in the beast realm. Having been born in the northern beast city, Bai Yi had seen his fair share of the world. While male beastmen were typically tall and handsome, female beastmen often fell short of such standards. Perhaps due to a lack of competition, their appearances tended to be rather lackluster. The most common traits included slanted eyes, flat noses, thick lips, unkempt hair resembling straw, and skin that was often a sallow shade. Their physiques were robust, as traditional beliefs held that strength was essential for fertility. Thus, it is generally observed that females tend to indulge in the comforts of home, feasting, and enjoying leisurely slumbers. Before him stood a young female, as enchanting as a dream. Her long, ebony hair was elegantly gathered into a floral bun at the nape of her neck, her petal-like rosy lips perfectly complemented by a delicate, pert nose, and her long eyelashes adorned her fair, dewy visage. With a petite frame and skin as soft and pale as porcelain, she exuded an irresistible allure, making one almost wish to take a bite. He remained transfixed, gazing at the young female until a distant roar of a beast jolted him back to reality. He swiftly cradled her in his arms and hastened away from the cave's entrance. The cave was permeated with the scent of serpentine beasts, known for their merciless and brutal nature as scavengers. They would seize females without cherishing them, merely to satiate their desires and propagate their lineage. Moreover, these serpentine beasts hibernated, and the females they abducted seldom survived through the winter. Females harbored an innate fear of being targeted by scavengers, a primary reason for their reluctance to venture outside. This exquisite young female was undoubtedly a captive, so fragile that she could scarcely endure life alongside scavengers. He resolved to return her to the tribe and tend to her with utmost care. Upon catching the scent of another beast man, Qingju's heart sank. He transformed into his beast form and raced back to the cave. The young female must not come to harm. It was entirely his fault for leaving her alone in the cave. Though his scent lingered in the vicinity, he could not discount the possibility of some foolhardy creature seeking its demise. Henceforth, he would ensure she accompanied him wherever he went, never again leaving her alone. Before reaching the cave, Qingju spotted a white-haired beast man hurriedly carrying Luo Yuanyuan away. Fury surged within him, his gaze darkening to a blood-red hue. He was determined to crush that insolent creature for daring to snatch his Yuanyuan as if he were already dead. Luo Yuanyuan, having grasped from Bai Ye's words that this white tiger beast man had rescued her, expressed her gratitude with a bright smile. "Thank you so much. I truly do not know how to repay you." Given her precarious situation, she had nothing to offer the white tiger. Could she possibly gift him a couple of rolls of toilet paper? The mere thought of that scenario made her want to burst into laughter. As she gazed at the young female's delicate countenance and sweet smile, Bai Ye's gaze intensified with fervor. This young female was not only beautiful, but also exceptionally polite. He knew he must become her partner. Observing the white tiger's unwavering attention on Luo Yuanyuan, Qingju's expression darkened further. Without waiting for the white tiger to respond, he swiftly lifted Luo Yuanyuan in his arms and made his way towards the cave, declaring, "In gratitude for saving my partner, I shall provide you with ample game. Now, return to your tribe." Nestled in Qingju's embrace, Luo Yuanyuan remained silent. After all, they had only spent a day together, and she dared not provoke this cold-blooded serpent beast. She merely extended her tender, pale hand to wave at Qingju's back. Bai Yi, noticing the small wave, couldn't help but chuckle and waved back, fully aware that the young female could not see him. Once the pair had distanced themselves, Bai Yi felt the sharp pain from his wounds intensify. A slight movement caused fresh blood to seep from his injuries. That serpent beast was truly ruthless. He resolved to visit the young female again. He would not give up. The thought of her exquisite face and soft form ignited a warmth within him. He had only just departed and was already preoccupied with thoughts of her. Meanwhile, Qingju, with a solemn expression, carried Luo Yuanyuan back to the cave. As soon as he set her down, he began to tug at her clothing. Chapter 6. His craftsmanship left Luo Yuanyuan embarrassed. Luo Yuanyuan was startled, gripping her clothes tightly with both hands as she trembled and asked, "What are you trying to do?" This serpent beast was always so hands-on, which terrified her. I am here to check for any injuries, Qingju replied, his expression devoid of emotion, his crimson eyes appearing even more menacing. As he continued his actions, they both engaged in an intense tug-of-war. Qingju was perplexed by the layers of clothing Luo Yuanyuan wore, finding it cumbersome to remove. Luo Yuanyuan, lacking the strength to compete with Qingju, soon found her undergarment exposed. Embarrassed, she scrambled to the side, crossing her arms tightly around herself, exclaiming, "I'm fine, really. I'm not injured. Please don't pull at my clothes. If you keep this up, I will get angry." She punctuated her words by shaking her small fist at him, displaying her indomitable spirit. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder how long this petite figure could withstand the might of a serpent beast. Qingju gazed at Luo Yuanyuan's furious eyes and her pouting lips, feeling a sense of confusion. "I am merely trying to check for injuries. Why is the young female upset?" He could not fathom it. However, as long as his Yuanyuan was unharmed, he felt a sense of relief. Thus, Qingju showed mercy and released her clothing. He then began to remove his own garments. Luo Yuanyuan's eyes widened in terror. "What are you doing now?" Qingju, puzzled, replied, "Did you not admire the abdominal muscles? I saw you staring at that white tiger's abs. I have them too. Feel free to look and touch." Luo Yuanyuan covered her face in disbelief. "Oh my goodness. Is this truly the words of a cold-blooded serpent beast? Besides, when I admired the white tiger's abs, was I that desperate? Could Qingju really see through her thoughts?" She quickly attempted to cover his exposed torso, stating, "Let us look another day. I'm tired today." Qingju felt a tinge of regret. But another day would suffice. Reflecting on the events of the day, Qingju spoke earnestly. "Yuanyuan, today was exceedingly perilous. I am grateful you are safe. From now on, I shall take you with me wherever I go." He was aware of his shortcomings in caring for females, and that the life of a scavenger was unsuitable for someone so delicate, yet he was unwilling to let go. Despite having spent merely a day and night with her, he was already deeply ensnared and could scarcely envision a future without her presence. He, who was not fond of conversation, had spoken more in this single day than he had in decades. He wished to keep her by his side indefinitely, allowing himself this moment of selfishness. Luo Yuanyuan watched as Qingju's once crimson, cold gaze gradually returned to a smoky blue, and she exhaled in relief. "All right." Qingju retrieved a large piece of tanned white beast skin from his face and wrapped it around the young female, saying, "This season's pelts are not the finest, but it will suffice for now." In the beast realm, males were unbothered by the cold, typically donning only a fur skirt or sometimes nothing at all, regardless of the season. Females, on the other hand, wore wraps and fur skirts in summer, while in winter, they simply draped themselves in layers of fur. A straightforward yet effective approach. The garments adorning Yuanyuan were peculiar in style and material, yet undeniably attractive. Qingju contemplated crafting a few outfits for Luo Yuanyuan from the beast skin. His own serpent shedding could only be fashioned into wraps and skirts, which were insufficient for the current chill. Luo Yuanyuan snugly wrapped herself in the skin, blinking her large eyes in surprise, pondering how attentive this serpent beast was. Qingju glanced around the cave, his peripheral vision catching sight of crumpled floral fabric at the cave's entrance. With a flick of his tail, he drew the fabric inside. Observing the crooked threads, he curiously inquired, "What is this you intend to make, Yuanyuan?" Feeling a bit abashed at the sight of the uneven threads, Luo Yuanyuan admitted, "My sewing skills seem to have faltered, but I never anticipated needing to sew a cover for a quilt one day." She gestured to Qingju, explaining, "I wish to create a cover for the quilt, so when it gets dirty, I can simply wash the cover and air out the quilt inside, avoiding the hassle of washing it altogether." How clever of the young female, Qingju mused, impressed by her practical solution. He rotated his wrist, pointing towards a pile of cotton nearby. "Shall we spread that out?" "Yes, yes." Luo Yuanyuan nodded eagerly, as she began to lay the cotton atop the delicate white fabric, folding it over to envelop the cotton completely. In this manner, by stitching together the cotton and the lining, it would remain tidy, and then the duvet cover could be slipped on. Luo Yuanyuan explained as she demonstrated. If only she could sew a mattress as well, but alas, her points in the marketplace were depleted. Sigh. The life of the impoverished is truly arduous. Qingju grasped the steps, reached for the needle and thread, and began to sew the duvet cover. "Yuanyuan, you rest, I shall take over." Subsequently, Luo Yuanyuan observed Qingju's slender fingers dancing gracefully, akin to flowing clouds and flowing water, and within mere minutes, he had completed the patchwork duvet cover. He then proceeded to replicate the process for the quilt, which proved to be slightly more challenging. Nevertheless, he accomplished it in half an hour. Gazing at the freshly crafted warm quilt, Luo Yuanyuan was utterly astonished. Such a diligent Qingju, with such speed and skill. Could this truly be his first endeavor at sewing? Just look at the evenly spaced and fine stitches and the consistent arrangement of the threads, which left her, a person of the modern era, feeling profoundly embarrassed. Once the quilt was finished, it was time for lunch. Qingju then produced a large, cleaned bird from seemingly nowhere, preparing to roast meat for his little female companion. This time, Luo Yuanyuan could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Where did you get that bird?" When male beasts advance to a higher level, they acquire a space, albeit a small one, capable of storing a couple of slightly larger prey, Qingju explained nonchalantly. Luo Yuanyuan felt a pang of envy. She found herself lamenting her existence. Having arrived in this beastly realm with nothing, how would she ever manage in the future? Host. We also possess a space, the system interjected, unable to remain silent. Where? I didn't see it, Luo Yuanyuan replied, feeling a wave of frustration upon seeing the system. By the way, why didn't you alert me when the wild boar appeared earlier? Don't we have any life-saving treasures? Sigh. This system is utterly useless apart from being stingy. Well, I had a meeting this morning. You wouldn't know. But our system also holds regular meetings and training sessions. It's not easy for us either. The system, just awakened, scrambled to find a somewhat plausible excuse to elicit sympathy, then quickly changed the subject. Host, our space can be exchanged for affection points. 10,000 affection points can be traded for 1 cubic meter of space. Luo Yuanyuan nearly spat blood upon hearing this. 10,000 points. Where was she to acquire such an amount? Did they think affection points were as plentiful as cabbages? No. In this beastly world, even a cabbage might be a rarity. While Luo Yuanyuan conversed with the system, Qingju took out a packet of salt, sprinkling some over the roasting meat. This salt had been exchanged using crystal stones with the nearby horned sheep tribe. The horned sheep, terrified of the high-level serpent beast, trembled as they reluctantly offered up the precious salt. Luo Yuanyuan devoured the roasted meat with gusto. Having consumed only a few wood berries in the morning, her stomach had begun to grumble. Observing the small female relishing the roasted meat, Qingju's icy, smoke-blue eyes shimmered with amusement. He picked up a nearby bowl of water and held it to her lips, indicating she should drink and not choke. In truth, he yearned to feed the little female himself. However, Luo Yuanyuan was reluctant, feeling as though she would appear incapable of self-care. And she didn't wish to owe Qingju too much, complicating matters further. After finishing their meal, Luo Yuanyuan snuggled under the new quilt and indulged in a delightful afternoon nap. Qingju, not feeling sleepy, sat beside the little female, examining clothing and shoes, intending to craft several sets for her. By the time Luo Yuanyuan awoke naturally, the sun had already begun its descent. Coughing, she felt quite embarrassed. She felt like a mere idle creature, eating and sleeping in a cycle. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to feel less intimidated by Qingju, even developing a slight dependency on him. This serpent beast had become her sole support in this beastly realm. Just as she was enjoying this pleasant moment, the system reappeared. Host, do not forget about the thunder penalty. You must quickly familiarize yourself with this world, gather materials, and prepare to earn reputation points. Luo Yuanyuan wore a look of dismay. Wasn't she supposed to be taking it easy? Chapter 7. The Awkward Little Pants. Enslaved by the system, Luo Yuanyuan and Qingju wandered through the nearby woods. Luo Yuanyuan had initially intended to walk on her own, but Qingju frightened her. The grass here is tall and dense. There are bound to be snakes and scorpions lurking within, and it's quite dangerous. Luo Yuanyuan pouted. Aren't you a snake yourself? Nevertheless, she obediently allowed Qingju to carry her, for the distance he referred to as actually several dozen miles from the cave. And relying on her own 2 feet would take an entire day. She longed for a bicycle. As they walked, Luo Yuanyuan suddenly recalled the fruits she had eaten in the morning and asked Qingju where he had picked them. Qingju pointed ahead. Not far now. Indeed. Shortly thereafter, Luo Yuanyuan beheld a thicket approximately 3 meters high, adorned with strawberry-like fruits dotted throughout, glimmering red and quite beautiful. Luo Yuanyuan swallowed hard. Once again resenting her height, she yearned to personally experience the joy of picking them. Seeing the little female's large, glistening eyes fixed on the woodberries. Filled with longing, and her delicate hands itching to reach out, Qingju's lips curled slightly. He flicked his tail, wrapping it around a bundle of bushes. And with a gentle tug, the sturdy branches bent down to present themselves before the little female. Oh, how considerate of Qingju. Luo Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she reached out to pluck the woodberries, not forgetting to pop a few into her mouth. Delicious. Once her hands were laden with strawberries, Luo Yuanyuan realized she had no bag to carry them, and thus could only hold so few. It seemed she would need to weave a basket for the return trip. Qingju extended his hand at an opportune moment. Give them to me. I'll store them in my space. You can eat them once we return. Gazing upon Qingju's handsome face, Luo Yuanyuan mused. If he weren't a serpent beast and were instead in the modern world, he would surely attract countless admirers, leaving no chance for her. Will food spoil in your space if it's kept for too long? Luo Yuanyuan suddenly posed a question. Of course it will spoil. Storing food in the space is akin to keeping it outside. It's just more convenient for access. Initially intending to clear the berry patch, Luo Yuanyuan, upon hearing this, decided to only pick 2 to 3 pounds of the larger, ripe berries. Any more would be excessive, and if they spoiled, it would be a waste. She would return in a few days. Host, our space is far superior to theirs. It can halt the passage of time, keeping everything fresh indefinitely. The system chimed in to bolster its presence. Luo Yuanyuan felt an irresistible thrill at this revelation. Even 1 cubic meter would suffice, allowing her to store a substantial amount of strawberries. Henceforth, she would strive for the sake of her space. Observing that only a vague sliver of the sun remained on the horizon, she decided it was time to head back. The evening forest was unsafe, especially since she could not see at night, which heightened her sense of insecurity. On the return journey, Qingju offered to carry her, and Luo Yuanyuan accepted without hesitation, nestling comfortably in his embrace. Being this close, she wondered if she might quickly accumulate the 10,000 points. She closed her eyes, glancing toward the marketplace. Her affection points had reached 2,000, slowly increasing, 2001, 2002. Upon seeing this, she felt a tinge of guilt toward Qingju, as if she were a deceitful woman, manipulating the pure-hearted beast's affections. The following morning, upon awakening, Luo Yuanyuan noticed Qingju was not present, and was surprised to find her affection points had soared to 20,000. She pondered how that had happened in the middle of the night. Regardless, she prioritized purchasing 1 cubic meter of space. After spending 10,000 affection points, a 3-dimensional space materialized before her in the void. Luo Yuanyuan eagerly attempted to store the quilt inside, and, to her delight, she succeeded. Gazing at the newly acquired space, Luo Yuanyuan chuckled gleefully for a moment. At this moment, she suddenly recalled something. There was only a single pair of disposable underwear in her backpack, which could hardly be washed multiple times. She would need to craft several more pairs for herself. Thus, she spent 10,000 points from the marketplace to exchange for a piece of pale pink cotton fabric and a pair of scissors, taking out the disposable underwear to use as a template. Luo Yuanyuan cut a piece of fabric twice the size of the original, threading the needle and beginning her measurements. Alas, the difficulty of this task seemed greater than making a duvet cover. With a moment's inattention, she pricked her fingertip, and a droplet of blood emerged. Before she could even feel the pain, a long, pale hand reached over, accompanied by a voice that was slightly cold yet anxious. "What are you doing?" Immediately, he grasped her finger and brought it to his mouth, sucking gently. His tongue, like a slender serpent's, coiled around her fingertip, cool and surprisingly pleasant, if one could overlook the fact that it resembled a snake's tongue. "I could have sewn it for you. Why are you hurting yourself?" Luo Yuanyuan retorted. "Do you think I want to hurt myself? I'm not a masochist, and not everyone possesses your extraordinary skills," rolling her eyes in secret. Qingju lifted the small underwear with a puzzled expression. "What is this?" Luo Yuanyuan snatched it back, her cheeks flushed. "It's a garment worn by females." Qingju scrutinized her from head to toe, finally narrowing his gaze to the appropriate area, concluding that it indeed fit there quite well. His gaze quickly turned heated. Without uttering a word, he sat beside her, forcefully pulled the template underwear from her grasp, and began to sew. Luo Yuanyuan bit her lip in embarrassment, pouting as she sat uncomfortably. The thought of a man crafting such intimate apparel left her at a loss on how to face Qingju. The serpent beast's skills remained impeccable, and in just half an hour, he had fashioned 2 pairs. "Here, put these on." Qingju handed the underwear to Luo Yuanyuan, his gaze smoldering. "Shall I assist you?" Luo Yuanyuan felt even more embarrassed. How could this serpent beast be so unabashed? She hurriedly shook her head, snatching it back and quickly stashing it away. Qingju felt a tinge of disappointment. He was genuinely curious to see if the small female would fit them. Let us go explore again today, Luo Yuanyuan suggested, steering the conversation. Eating barbecued meat every day is a bit too much. It would be nice to forage for some wild vegetables. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingju scooped her up and took her to another location. This patch of grassland was adorned with blooming flowers and dense greenery, a sight to behold, one she was sure the small female would adore. As they approached, Luo Yuanyuan realized it was a bamboo grove, towering like 2 stories high, lush and seemingly endless. She was overjoyed. Fresh bamboo shoots would be available for her culinary endeavors. A series of delectable dishes sprang to mind: stir-fried bamboo shoots with mushrooms and meat slices, bamboo shoot stew with ribs, and spring bamboo shoots stir-fried with preserved meat. She even thought of making pickled bamboo shoots. At this thought, her mouth involuntarily began to water.
She needed to dig.
Oh dear. My space is still too small. Luo Yuanyuan began to pace in circles. Qingju looked on in confusion and asked, Yuanyuan, are you looking for something? Yes. I need something sharp to unearth the spring bamboo shoots. She pointed to the tender shoots peeking out from beneath the large bamboo. These are delicious. And I want to dig them out, but I lack the right tools. If only I had a pickaxe. Qingju smirked, his right hand morphing into claws, squatting down and swiftly unearthing the spring bamboo shoots.
Wow.
Luo Yuanyuan couldn't help but exclaim. She squatted beside him, cradling her face in her hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at the serpent beast. Qingju, you're amazing. When we return, I'll cook stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat for you. The claws of the beast were incredibly useful. She wished she could possess such abilities. Chapter 8. I will follow your lead. Qingju affectionately ruffled Luo Yuanyuan's hair with his left hand, remaining silent as he continued his work. His little female was utterly adorable. Finding joy in something as simple as digging for bamboo shoots, he couldn't help but wonder what her expression would be during more intimate moments. He longed to see it. From an angle unseen by Luo Yuanyuan, Qingju's expression remained stoic, yet the tips of his ears were tinged with a faint blush. The cold-blooded serpent beast felt a warmth rising within him. Qingju worked quickly, and before long, Luo Yuanyuan's space was filled with spring bamboo shoots. Expanding her space had become imperative. Luo Yuanyuan was in high spirits, humming a tune as she wandered about, searching for wild vegetables. The sound emanating from her lips was melodious, a sweet incantation. Qingju mused silently. In the serpent beast's ancestral memories, shamans in the beast world were few, typically chanting spells only during significant rituals to beseech the beast gods for blessings upon their tribes and kin. In contrast, the joyful and melodious incantation from his little female was far more delightful. Qingju's gaze softened as he watched her retreating figure. If he were to gaze into a mirror at that moment, he would be astonished to find that his usually cold and indifferent eyes had transformed to a degree he scarcely recognized. But this was only when he faced the small female. At other times, he remained the same ruthless and brutal serpent beast. Found it! Came Luo Yuanyuan's excited voice from not far away. The ground was cluttered with wild grasses, and she had discovered a plant resembling shepherd's purse, alongside clusters of wild onions. Qingju picked one up, sniffed it, and found the aroma peculiar yet harmless. Did the small female enjoy such wild grasses? He found it perplexing, but nonetheless gathered some to place in his face. The grassland was also abundant with wildflowers, blooming vibrantly and exuberantly, with blossoms the size of bowls. Luo Yuanyuan decided to find something for Qingju's claws to do. She found an oval-shaped green stone and handed it to him. Following her instructions, Qingju transformed his claws, and with a swish and a few deft strokes, he fashioned a natural stone vase. Luo Yuanyuan was delighted. The rustic vase possessed an artistic charm. She stuffed flowers into it and showcased it to Qingju. With a little water, these can bloom beautifully for several days. Qingju marveled once more at how clever and knowledgeable his little female was. Upon returning to the cave, Luo Yuanyuan guided Qingju in crafting a stone table, placing the vase atop it. It looks lovely. This enhances the aesthetic of our cave immensely. Quietly observing Qingju, she noted that he showed no signs of impatience. So she boldly requested he create a large wooden bed. Sleeping on the ground always made her feel uneasy, as if insects were crawling over her. The bed was completed just as dusk approached. Luo Yuanyuan circled around behind the busy Qingju and playfully began to massage his shoulders. Qingju, this large bed is quite spacious. We can each sleep on one side, separated by a hide in the middle. After working so hard all day, it's only fair you don't have to sleep on the ground. Through their days together, Luo Yuanyuan had discovered that despite Qingju's seemingly cold and indifferent exterior, he had been exceedingly kind to her, obliging her every request and diligently caring for her, a sentiment she truly felt. Besides, he was exceptionally handsome. Since she could not return to her modern world, as long as Qingju refrained from domestic violence, she would make the best of her life with him. Feeling the affection of his little female, a sweet warmth enveloped Qingju's heart. He turned to her, grasped her soft hand, and kissed it gently. His eyes fixed on hers, his cold voice tinged with tenderness. I will follow your lead. Following Luo Yuanyuan's guidance, Qingju dug a stone pot, crafted a spatula, and fashioned 2 pairs of chopsticks from branches. With the pot set over the fire, Luo Yuanyuan sliced a piece of fatty meat, frying it in the pot without removing the oil residue, then added onions to stir-fry before tossing in the cut pork belly, flipping and stirring it all together. When the timing felt just right, she added the blanched bamboo shoots, continuing to stir and seasoning with a pinch of salt. Luo Yuanyuan exchanged a bottle of soy sauce at the market, adding a few drops into her dish, which immediately transformed into a radiant golden hue, rendering it even more alluring. An enticing aroma wafted through the air. Qingju had never encountered such a fragrant scent before. Though he was not particularly indulgent when it came to culinary pleasures, he felt an urge to taste it. Luo Yuanyuan then blanched some shepherd's purse, tossing it into a cold salad, its vibrant green color promising to quell any internal heat. Observing Luo Yuanyuan's meticulous actions, Qingju silently memorized the steps, vowing to replicate them next time. He hoped that the delicate little hands of the female would not become roughened by labor. Once the dishes were set upon the table, Luo Yuanyuan realized the absence of a staple food. How delightful it would have been to accompany the meal with a bowl of white rice. She picked up a piece of fatty pork and offered it to Qingju, asking, "Is it delicious?" The serpent beast opened his mouth and accepted the morsel. He gazed intently at her, chewing slowly, his atom as apple bobbing as he swallowed, then extending his tongue to lick his lips, his cold eyes betraying an intense fervor. Seeing Qingju's expression, Luo Yuanyuan felt her heart race. It was as if the meat in the serpent beast's mouth had transformed into herself, being savored and consumed entirely. She dared not look at Qingju any longer and buried her head in her food. The two of them consumed every last bit of the freshly cooked fatty pork with bamboo shoots and the cold shepherd's purse. Satisfied, Luo Yuanyuan patted her little belly and murmured, "If only we had rice or noodles, it would be perfect." Qingju remained silent. He had never heard of these two foods before, but he resolved to seek them out, planning to visit the horned sheep tribe the following day. While Luo Yuanyuan was still asleep in the morning, Qingju wrapped her from head to toe, cradling her in his arms as he made his way to the horned sheep tribe. The tribe's leader trembled upon hearing Qingju's intentions, glancing at the small female in his arms, hidden from view, and thought to himself that this fearsome wandering beast was quite gentle with the little female. However, this year's rice had yet to mature, and they could only spare last year's harvest, which was quite limited. The yield in the beast world was notoriously low. Despite their diligent labor, they often found their harvest insufficient for sustenance, resorting to gnawing on roots and tree bark during times of hunger. As for noodles, they had never even heard of such a thing. Noticing Qingju preparing to leave, the horned sheep leader kindly advised, "This rice is quite hard. The little female might have difficulty chewing it. You can soak it in water to soften it before giving it to her. But be cautious not to let her eat too much at once. It's not easy to digest." Qingju diligently noted the advice and, upon returning to the cave, grabbed a small handful to soak in a bowl of water, occasionally checking a grain to see if it had softened. When he next attempted, Luo Yuanyuan had just awakened. Seeing Qingju's actions, she curiously glanced at the stone bowl. Inside, a small portion of rice grains soaked. Though not as plump and translucent as the ones from her modern world, they were nonetheless of commendable quality, purely natural and untainted. Unable to resist, Luo Yuanyuan pinched a grain and popped it into her mouth. This is the flavor. Observing her eagerness to eat, Qingju felt a twinge of urgency and quickly took the bowl away. "Yuanyuan, this rice hasn't soaked long enough. It's still hard. Eating it now could make you ill. Wait until it softens." When Luo Yuanyuan finally understood Qingju's meaning, she nearly burst into laughter. The inhabitants of the beast world were truly endearing. Rice was not meant to be consumed in such a manner. It had to be cooked to release its delightful aroma. Noticing the sun climbing high, Luo Yuanyuan decided to prepare lunch earlier today. She directed Qingju to craft a smaller stone pot and a thinner lid, with a bamboo handle atop. After rinsing the rice, she added water in a 1:15 ratio, then kindled a fire to steam the rice. After about 10 minutes, the pot began to emit a bubbling sound, followed by the tantalizing aroma of the cooking rice. Half an hour later, the rice was perfectly steamed. Lifting the lid revealed a golden brown crust around the edge, with fragrant rice in the center, each grain plump and translucent. Luo Yuanyuan couldn't help but scoop a small portion into her mouth.
Wow.
This is delicious. The pure, natural aroma of rice. Seeing the delight on the little female's face, Qingju casually pulled out a handful of vibrant green leaves from his face. Look, what do you think this is? Chapter 9. Qingju can actually play the flute. Qingju knew the little female had been searching for wild vegetables that morning. At the horned sheep tribe, he had noticed the sheep munching on these long-leafed greens, so he took a handful back, planning to trade for more if the little female enjoyed them. Luo Yuanyuan took the leaves, inhaling their scent, which resembled that of oilseed lettuce, albeit with longer leaves, nearly a meter in length. Indeed, everything in the beast world was grand. She took a bite and found it slightly bitter. However, if the horned sheep could eat it, it was surely non-toxic. Luo Yuanyuan then cut a small piece of fatty meat, frying it to render some oil, before tossing in the chopped long leaves to stir-fry, adding a pinch of salt and a few drops of soy sauce. Once the color changed slightly, she removed it from the heat. Placing a leaf in her mouth, she exclaimed, delicious. The flavor is quite similar to oilseed lettuce. It pairs perfectly with the rice for lunch. I'll have to visit the horned sheep tribe again someday. Perhaps there are other vegetables to discover. Luo Yuanyuan felt quite content with her current life. Unable to suppress a smile at Qingju, revealing 8 small white teeth. It was the first time Qingju had seen the little female so joyous, causing him to narrow his eyes, his smoky blue gaze softening. No wonder the males of the beast world were so eager to please the females. When the little female smiled like this, one could hardly resist wanting to offer her their heart. His body began to heat uncontrollably once more. Yuanyuan, after we finish eating, let us mate. Qingju, unsure how to articulate his affection, instinctively wished to draw closer to his little female, ideally merging into one, never to part. There was still meat in his space, so they wouldn't go hungry in the days to come without hunting. Ahem, Luo Yuanyuan, finishing her last bite of rice, was taken aback by Qingju's calm declaration. How could he speak so earnestly about such an embarrassing matter? Males in the beast world are simply that straightforward and uninhibited. Host, you'll get used to it. The system, Xiao Lu, chimed in at the right moment. Shaking its head, Luo Yuanyuan's face flushed crimson, her speech becoming stuttered. That's a bit too early. In our world, we usually date for a year or so, developing mutual affection before engaging in that kind of activity. Qingju frowned at her words. Must it take so long? I cannot wait. I desperately wish to share joyful moments with my little female right now. The memories he inherited told him that such activities would bring pleasure to both parties, and his little female was so beautiful, so soft. He could only imagine how intoxicating the experience would be. Unable to resist, he transformed his serpent tail, wrapping it around the little female's waist, gently pulling her close to his chest, his arms encircling her tightly as he leaned down to seek her lips. Luo Yuanyuan was terrified. This eager serpent beast seemed far too impatient. She was not yet prepared, having heard that the first time could be painful, especially since serpent beasts appeared to possess dual attributes. She struggled desperately to escape, but Qingju held her firmly, his tail blocking her retreat. Overcome with distress, tears streamed down her face. Qingju felt the warmth of her tears on his thin lips and quickly halted, realizing the little female was crying. Her small mouth quivered, large tears dampening her long lashes, her delicate face pale, appearing frail and helpless. Qingju's heart ached at the sight. He extended his serpent tongue to lick away her tears. There, Yuanyuan, don't cry, we want to do it. He gently stroked her back. Terrified, she might choke on her sobs.
Oh.
The effect was immediate and effective. Luo Yuanyuan felt a rush of joy. Thankfully, the serpent beast was responsive to this approach. Then you mustn't bully me anymore, otherwise I will cry for you to see. She struggled to articulate those words. All right, I promise. Qingju soothed the little one in his embrace. After all, he cherished her. What else could he do but comfort her? To bring a smile to Luo Yuanyuan's face, Qingju carried her to the cave entrance, retrieving a stone instrument from his space, placing it near his lips, and attempting to blow. Such instruments were typically used by serpent beasts to endear themselves to females. As the sovereign of the serpentine beasts, he inherited a legacy of exceptional talent from his ancestors, and he was no exception, mastering the craft almost intuitively. Listening to the clear and distant notes emanating from a stone instrument, Luo Yuanyuan felt a flicker of surprise. Did the beast men possess an understanding of musical instruments? She took it into her hands for a closer inspection. The instrument was polished to a remarkable sheen, its material more lustrous and delicate than stone, resembling a type of jade. Clearly, it had been passed down through generations. Adorned with 6 holes and intricate carvings on both ends, its shape bore a resemblance to a flute. Although Luo Yuanyuan had studied painting and dance, her knowledge of music was rather limited. She handed the stone instrument to Qingju, signaling him to play a tune. Seated upon a large boulder, Qingju grasped the jade flute with his pale, slender fingers and began to play gently. The sound was ethereal and haunting, akin to celestial music. Luo Yuanyuan sat beside him, entranced, astonished by the beauty of the beastman's crafted instrument. The melody echoed the pure music of Kunlun Mountain from the games, interspersed with the soft sounds of flowing water, reminiscent of snow melting into streams. She gazed at Qingju's delicate and handsome profile, momentarily lost in thought. This scene evoked a sense of tranquility, as if time stood still. In the distance, a fleeting white shadow darted through the jungle. A pair of deep blue eyes fixated intently on the direction of the stone cave. Bai Yi felt a pang of frustration. This serpentine beast was formidable, possessing great strength, and could play an instrument. With him around, it would be challenging to approach the young female.
There was no choice but to bide his time.
At the cave's entrance, Qingju cast a glance towards Bai Yi's direction. This white tiger dared to return, truly courting death. Later that evening, once Luo Yuanyuan had fallen into a deep slumber, Qingju stealthily approached the large tree where Bai Yi was concealed. Without a word, he flicked his wrist, unleashing an invisible blade of wind imbued with immense pressure towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi intercepted the blow, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I am here to assist you regarding that young female. Assist me?
You?
Qingju shot a disdainful glance at Bai Yi. You have yet to reach the royal tier. In the entirety of North Beast City, few had achieved such a rank. Bai Yi clenched his fists. This serpentine beast's level was far too high, leaving him with little leverage. But I am on the verge of breaking through to the royal tier, Bai Yi continued. I understand your fondness for the young female, yet your kind must hibernate. What will happen to her in the coming months? The cold weather, the lack of food, and the dangers outside make survival exceedingly difficult for her. Moreover, she is so delicate, requiring more protection than the average female. You cannot possibly stay by her side at all times. Everyone has moments of inattention. Qingju's brow furrowed deeply. He recognized the truth in Bai Yi's words. He had been contemplating this matter for days. Setting aside the hibernation, he was soon to enter the molting period, which might coincide with a breakthrough to the royal tier. This process could take 1 or 2 months, and any misstep could lead to frenzy, leaving him unable to care for Yuanyuan. How would she survive then? Seeing Qingju lost in silence, Bai Yi knew he had struck a nerve. Though I may not possess your strength, I am still formidable compared to other beastmen. I can help you take care of Yuanyuan. I swear to the beast god that I will treat her well. Qingju did not doubt this. His Yuanyuan was so beautiful and adorable that any normal beast man would cherish her. Furthermore, life in the tribe would be more stable, making it a suitable environment for the young female. Bai Yi continued, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized the cold, serpentine beast before him. Bai Yi felt uncertain. If this beast were exceedingly possessive and selfish, he would not relinquish the young female. Qingju narrowed his elongated eyes, scrutinizing the white tiger with great intensity. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. In half a month's time, I will undergo my ascension. You will take good care of her. After my ascension, I will seek you out, and during this period, you must not forcibly bond with Yuanyuan. Otherwise, I shall ensure that every beast man in your tribe accompanies you to the grave. With that, he turned abruptly, his serpentine tail swaying as he swiftly vanished into the night. Though reluctant to share Yuanyuan with another beast man, he had no choice. In this exceptional period, he could not adequately care for her. He resolved to strive harder to achieve a breakthrough to the royal tier sooner. Beyond the royal tier lay the divine tier, the highest rank, akin to divinity, promising immortality. At that point, he would no longer need to ascend nor hibernate. He could be with his Yuanyuan every day. Upon hearing Qingju's words, Bai Ye's heart soared with joy. He had initially thought he would have to wait until winter, but now it seemed that in just half a month, he could be with the beloved young female. The happiness arrived so swiftly that his mind momentarily faltered. He needed to hurry back to the tribe to make arrangements. With keen eyesight, he had long noticed the new objects crafted in Qingju's cave, and he too needed to prepare upon his return. Bai Ye's emotions surged as he could not suppress his excitement, transforming into his beast form and roaring several times on the way back. His tiger's roar echoing through the forest. In her dreams, Luo Yuanyuan was disturbed by the noise, turning over in irritation. What animal was making such a racket in the dead of night? How annoying! Chapter 10. Oh no. I slipped. Host, wake up, quickly. It's time to get to work. Why do you sleep in every day? How will you ever complete your tasks this way? You've been too preoccupied with foraging for food and haven't even looked for medicinal herbs. Early in the morning, the system, Xiao Lu, was shouting loudly, causing her eardrums to ache. Luo Yuanyuan slapped her forehead. Stop making noise. Just then, Qingju entered with the grilled meat and witnessed the scene. He promptly approached and took hold of Luo Yuanyuan's hand. Why are you hurting yourself again, Yuanyuan? He gently rubbed her head where she had hit it. Such tenderness from a serpentine beast was indeed rare, and Luo Yuanyuan found it a bit overwhelming. She hurriedly said to him, let us go find some wild vegetables today. And some herbs as well. You know about herbs? Qingju asked in surprise. His young female seemed to possess an extraordinary wealth of knowledge. Where did she come from? What beast form was she? Ahem, I learned from others in the past. She was not lying. Her adoptive parents in the modern world were renowned local herbal merchants, and she had absorbed some knowledge from them. The two ventured into another part of the forest, where Luo Yuanyuan leaped down and began to identify the wild grasses on the ground one by one. This task was quite challenging, as true wild grasses were plentiful, growing tall and robust in dense clusters. She occasionally tugged at a few, inspecting, sniffing, and even contemplating tasting them. Qingju firmly prohibited this. What if something harmful entered her system? If she insisted on tasting, he would do it instead. Host, our shop offers a device for identifying herbs, and it only costs 100,000 points of affection. The system seized the opportunity to promote its services. 100,000 points? This was nothing short of blatant robbery. Our device can identify not only herbs but also vegetables and fruits, ensuring you will not regret it. The system hastily sweetened the deal upon noticing her hesitation. After a long moment of contemplation, Luo Yuanyuan gritted her teeth and made the purchase. She then glanced at her remaining affection points. Only 100 points left. After this, she wouldn't buy anything else, even if it killed her. She needed to expand her space. The larger the better. In the next instant, Qingju saw Luo Yuanyuan produce a peculiar object from seemingly nowhere, featuring a flat surface that emitted a beep when brought close to herbs, displaying incomprehensible characters. His Yuanyuan's origins were truly mysterious. Luo Yuanyuan wished to jot down notes, but hesitated at the thought of the cost. Currently, she couldn't afford it. Yet fortunately, the device was solar-powered and could be used indefinitely. If she forgot the effects, she could always refer back to the hints. She diligently began identifying the wild grasses, occasionally using the device to check them. Wandering intermittently, Luo Yuanyuan was soon captivated by a dense cluster of verdant leaves ahead, which bore a few sprigs of red flowers peeking out from the foliage, strangely reminiscent of something familiar. Eureka! Wild ginseng! She exclaimed internally. Its properties: replenishing vitality, aiding the spleen and lungs, generating fluids and nourishing blood, with a certain probability of reviving grievously wounded Orcish beings. Good heavens! It was indeed wild ginseng. Luo Yuanyuan was overjoyed, promptly turning to shake Qingju's arm, her lively eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at him. The serpentine beast, understanding her excitement, couldn't help but chuckle softly as he manifested his claws. Be gentle and go slowly, she whispered, eager to witness the wild ginseng in its entirety. Understood, Qingju replied, moderating his movements. He first excavated a circle around the ginseng, then gradually and delicately removed the soil close to it, revealing a pristine specimen before Luo Yuanyuan's eyes. It resembled a diminutive humanoid figure, plump and pale, with numerous tendrils extending from its limbs, and upon closer inspection, a sweet aroma wafted forth. Its length was astonishing, comparable to her arm. Surely, this would merit a place in a modern museum. She mused as she scooped the wild ginseng into her embrace, nuzzling it like a puppy. Inhaling deeply. This ginseng exuded abundant spiritual energy. The more she inhaled, the greater her chances of extending her lifespan. Qingju, nearby, felt a mixture of envy and amusement. Gesturing towards another area, "It seems there is another one over there. Shall we?" "Yes, yes, yes. I want them all." Luo Yuanyuan eagerly nodded her head. Such treasures could not be left to wander in the wilderness. They must be carefully harvested. Indeed, wild ginseng was rare. In total, they unearthed only 3. Nevertheless, given their size, they would suffice for a considerable duration. After a day of foraging, Luo Yuanyuan surveyed the cave, which was littered with an abundance of herbs and spices. Besides the delightful wild ginseng, there were hemostatic flying crane grass and yellow root, anti-inflammatory blue root and lotus petals. Spices included bay leaves, fennel fronds, and a type of small red spheres that could serve as a substitute for chili peppers. On his way back, Qingju had caught a few wild rabbits and kindled a fire outside the cave to roast meat for Luo Yuanyuan. She selected some bay leaves, squeezing out their juices to slather on the meat, allowing the essence to seep into it. Qingju sampled it and confirmed that it indeed tasted more delectable. However, the serpent beast found the meat coated with spicy juice a bit overwhelming for his palate, which he struggled to tolerate. After finishing their meal, Luo Yuanyuan, noticing the dust covering her body, suddenly recalled that since arriving in the beast realm, she had not had a proper bath for several days. With that thought, she felt a wave of itchiness wash over her. "I would like to take a bath," she shyly informed Qingju, who was preparing her bed nearby. "Very well," he replied, turning around and lifting her into his arms. "Where are we going?" "To the river for a bath."
Wait.
"It's still quite chilly. You can't mean to wash in cold water." The mere thought of the icy water made her teeth chatter. Seeing her reaction, Qingju suddenly realized she might be sensitive to the cold, a delicate female who likely could not bathe in the river as he did. How could he have overlooked such a simple matter? He quickly reassured her, "I will fetch water from the river and heat it for you first." Luo Yuanyuan instructed Qingju to find a tree thick enough for both of them to embrace, cutting 2 1-meter sections and hollowing them out to fashion bathtubs. Qingju then filled the 2 tubs with water from the river and stored them in his space. Half an hour later, Luo Yuanyuan was nestled in the warm wooden tub. "How delightful," she exclaimed, shaking her head contentedly while humming a tune. Outside the cave, Qingju listened to the sounds of her splashing in the tub, closing his eyes. The senses of an orc were highly attuned. Even without sight, he could discern what the little female was doing. He imagined the water flowing over every inch of her skin, the warmth enhancing her delicate complexion. A glance over his shoulder revealed her hair, styled in a bun, playfully bobbing as she resumed her melodic incantations, indicating her cheerful mood. "I wish to join her in the bath," he thought. The tub was far too small. That had been a miscalculation. Silently, Qingju swam to her side. Luo Yuanyuan looked up in surprise. "What are you doing? Did I not tell you to stay outside?" Her eyes widened in alarm as glistening droplets of water clung to her graceful neck, creating a mesmerizing scene amidst the mist, exuding an ethereal beauty reminiscent of dew-kissed crystals. In that moment, she appeared both fragile and alluring, igniting a fervent heat within Qingju, causing his blood to surge and his mind to whirl. He swallowed hard, his voice husky. "I've come to add some warm water." "Oh, I see it was a misunderstanding," Luo Yuanyuan said, feeling a blush creeping across her cheeks. Her face resembling a ripe peach, as if a mere touch would cause its sweet nectar to spill forth. Qingju's gaze remained fixated upon her, his nails digging into his palms. Maintaining a facade of calm, he added the warm water and then swam out of the cave. Luo Yuanyuan let out a sigh of relief and hastened her bathing. In her nervousness, she failed to notice the water from the tub spilling over onto the stone floor. After finishing her bath, she stepped out of the tub, intending to retrieve her nightgown from the edge of the bed. However, her foot slipped.
"Ah!"
she gasped, tumbling towards the ground. A robust, azure serpent tail suddenly coiled around her slender waist, and with a gentle tug, she found herself in Qingju's cool embrace, tightly held by his strong, pale arms. At that moment, Qingju's smoky azure eyes burned with intensity. His breath became noticeably heavier. The little female in his arms was damp and soft, her slender waist pressed against him, her head instinctively tilting back, exposing her elegant neck. Fresh from her bath, her skin glistened with a hint of moisture, appearing exceptionally tender. In an instant, Qingju's irises transformed into dangerous crimson slits, locking onto her form as a hunter would target its prey. This warm body was irresistibly exquisite, with alluring curves, soft to the touch, and a sweet fragrance that ignited a heat within him. I longed for her. The serpent beast's elongated fingers could not resist gently caressing the delicate female in his arms. Jolted back to reality, Luo Yuanyuan realized she was still cradled in Qingju's embrace, her face flushing crimson. She squirmed against him, her cheeks aflame. You must let me go. Be still. Don't move, Qingju murmured, his voice low and husky, just for a moment. He lowered his head to kiss the delicate, fragile collarbone of the little female, then closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Luo Yuanyuan froze, her body rigid with apprehension. After a lengthy pause, Qingju suppressed his rising desires, gliding to the bedside to retrieve the nightgown, personally assisting the little female into it. You will sleep with me tonight, he declared, firmly wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling the blanket over both of them. Luo Yuanyuan could only acquiesce to Qingju's assertive demeanor. Very well. We shall sleep together. Thankfully, nothing else transpired. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Yuanyuan had grown increasingly dependent on Qingju. This seemingly cold serpent beast treated her with unparalleled kindness, and she found comfort in their companionship. Yet, there was one thing she could not comprehend, prompting her to summon her system. Little Six, why did Qingju's affection value stop at 1 million? Did this mean he no longer loved her? That seemed unlikely. Affection values only increase by an additional 500,000 after coupling, the system chuckled. Each orc's maximum affection value is 1.5 million. What? Did you not say that one needs 10 million to be exempt from the lightning penalty? Luo Yuanyuan exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. Indeed, that is the case. Therefore, dear host, you must seek out several more beast husbands. Luo Yuanyuan calculated with her fingers, concluding that she would need at least 7. Was this welfare something she could endure? A tinge of despair washed over her as she unconsciously rubbed her slender waist. As the day of parting drew nearer, Qingju felt as though his heart were being torn asunder. Without the little female by his side, he questioned the very purpose of his existence. On the final morning, Qingju made a resolute decision. Yuanyuan, do you remember that white tiger? The one who killed the wild boar and saved me? Yes, I remember. Why do you ask? I am about to ascend, and I must shed my skin. I cannot take care of you. I will send you to the white tiger. As soon as I am well, I shall seek you out. But I am not familiar with him, and I do not wish to go. May I stay with you instead? I promise not to disturb you. I have fruits to eat. I shall not go hungry. Luo Yuanyuan gazed at Qingju with her enchanting large eyes, a pleading light shimmering within them, her rosy lips slightly parted. At the sight of the little female's beguiling demeanor, Qingju felt his resolve wavering. However, he could not acquiesce. What if he were to go berserk? Losing his reason and inadvertently harming the little female? That would be akin to killing her. Yet, confronted with her pleading gaze, he found it difficult to utter a refusal. He closed his eyes, enveloped the little female in his embrace, and pressed his lips against her tenderly parted ones. Luo Yuanyuan was momentarily stunned. She sensed that Qingju was emotionally unstable today, as if he were desperately suppressing something. In an effort to console him, she gently wrapped her arms around the powerful waist of the serpent beast and playfully licked his lips with her small tongue. Qingju, noticing the little female's reaction, felt a surge of joy within him and deepened the kiss. As heat coursed through his entire being, he yearned for more, yet he could not indulge. What if the little female became pregnant, and he was not there to protect her? Enduring the tumult of his body and mind, Qingju kissed Luo Yuanyuan fervently for what felt like an eternity, until she nearly gasped for air. Reluctantly, he pressed a soft kiss to her red lips and covered her eyes with his hand. He then trailed his lips to her delicate, rounded shoulder. Yuanyuan, I am sorry. Before Luo Yuanyuan could fully process his words, Qingju's lips parted to reveal his sharp fangs, and he bit down suddenly into the soft, pale flesh beneath her lip. Luo Yuanyuan felt a sharp pain in her left shoulder and fainted before she could even cry out. Qingju held the little female tightly in his arms, sitting in the cave for a long while. Finally, with gritted teeth, he rose, cradling Luo Yuanyuan as he made his way outside. The tiger tribe lay before him, a sprawling expanse of towering mountains, undulating and vast. To the left, an endless stretch of primordial forest teemed with bizarre creatures, and to the right, a wide river flowed, often used for washing and cleansing. In the more gently sloped areas of the mountains, there were cleared spaces where hunters would return to distribute their game and hold ceremonies. The orc homes were simply caves carved into the mountainside, positioned haphazardly, with no particular order, allowing for ample freedom of excavation as long as they did not disturb others. The sounds of orcish roars drew nearer. The male orcs were returning from their hunt. The most striking among them was a massive white-furred tiger, measuring around 7 to 8 meters in length and over 3 meters in height. As it ran, its muscles rippled powerfully, exuding an undeniable strength. The other tigers, though slightly smaller and of a yellow-black hue, numbered around 50 to 60, creating a breathtaking spectacle as they charged forward. As they approached the entrance of the tribe, Bai Yi suddenly halted, holding his breath as his gaze locked onto a petite figure, the little female he had longed for. She was quietly resting against a large stone, seemingly asleep. Transforming into human form, Bai Yi raised his right hand, silencing the raucous crowd of orcs, and without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward to gently scoop Luo Yuanyuan into his arms, disregarding the beastskin skirt he wore. The other orcs, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, transformed into their human forms and gathered around. My heavens, this little female is exquisite. I have never encountered such a beautiful little female. She is so petite and fragrant. I wish to be her mate. The nearby orc males could only catch glimpses of Luo Yuanyuan's delicate profile, unable to contain their admiration. Those further back craned their necks, eager for a glimpse. Bai Yi discreetly turned Luo Yuanyuan's head, ensuring that the orcs could only see the back of her head. Their dissatisfaction grew, and they clamored. Bai Yi, why are you hiding her? We haven't had a proper look. I want to see too. She is my friend. I shall take her back to the cave. She needs a rest, Bai Yi explained coolly before hastily carrying Luo Yuanyuan toward his cave. The orcs wished to follow but hesitated, fearing they might disturb the sleeping little female, reluctantly dispersing with unquenched curiosity. After all, the little female could not possibly have only one mate. They still had their chances. Perhaps it would be best to gather fruits that the females favored. From the shadows, a pair of smoke-blue eyes watched the white tiger retreat, lingering for a moment before silently slipping away. Chapter 12. Have they formed a bond? Bai Yi quickened his pace, cradling the little female until he reached the stone steps at the cave entrance. He lifted his long legs and stepped inside. The cave was spacious and tidy. In recent days, Bai Yi had deliberately deepened and widened it, adorning it with care. He had replicated the cave where the little female previously resided, crafting stone pots, bowls, tables, and wooden tubs. On the stone table sat a vase filled with ducus flowers, which Bai Yi changed daily for fresh blooms. The centerpiece was an enormous wooden bed, measuring 6 meters in length and 5 meters in width. Bai Yi sat at the edge of the bed, gazing down at the little female in his arms. Her soft, slightly curled hair cascaded down to her waist, and her fair, delicate face resembled dew on flower petals, translucent and radiant. Her rosy lips were slightly parted, inviting admiration. Bai Yi's heart raced uncontrollably. The little female was breathtaking, utterly unlike any female of the beast world. Suppressing his desire, Bai Yi pressed a gentle kiss to the little female's cheek. So tender, so fragrant. I cannot get enough of this. He carefully placed Luo Yuanyuan on the bed, gently removing her shoes to reveal her exquisitely delicate feet, small and soft, smaller than his palm, with rosy, glistening toenails, truly beautiful. Unable to resist, he playfully nibbled at the instep of her foot. After a moment of tender caresses, Bai Yi reluctantly covered her with a beast-skin blanket. However, he soon found himself interrupted by the arrival of other males eager to pay their respects. Once he had sent them away, he noticed the little female's fingers twitching. Was she waking? Bai Yi, having lived for over 20 years, suddenly felt his heart racing with excitement and anxiety. What would her reaction be upon seeing him? Did she still remember him? He held his breath. Luo Yuanyuan opened her eyes to find an exceptionally handsome face smiling at her. It seemed somewhat familiar. Bai Yi? Yuanyuan. You remember me. Bai Yi's smile radiated warmth, like a gentle spring breeze. It seemed the little female still held him in her heart, recognizing him even after such a long separation. You saved me. How could I forget? Luo Yuanyuan managed a weak smile. With the slightest movement, a tingling pain shot through Luo Yuanyuan's left shoulder, igniting a quiet fury within her. That damn Qingju. How dare he bite her? Such brutality. Truly. He was a cold-hearted serpent beast. Humph. Bai Yi observed the small female's expression and surmised her vexation was indeed linked to the serpent beast. He had noticed earlier that her left shoulder bore 2 small, pink puncture wounds that were rapidly healing, while a smoky blue anklet appeared around her left ankle. resembling a diminutive version of that serpent beast. This marked their bond as mates. He had heard in his youth that the mating rituals of stray beasts differed from those of ordinary beast men. In addition to mating, they could also leave a contract mark through bites on the female's body. The faint scent of the serpent beast clung to the small female, indicating their bond had been formed through the bite on her shoulder. Fortunately, the injuries on her body were not severe. It pained him to see her like this. Bai Yi gently took a water bowl, helped Luo Yuanyuan sit up, and brought the bowl to her lips. "Drink some water," he urged, as she sipped delicately. Luo Yuanyuan surveyed the cave, noting that this white tiger's home was quite clean, reminiscent of the cave she had previously inhabited. "Yuanyuan, I will always take good care of you. May I be your mate?" Bai Yi gazed at the small female with gentle anticipation, his deep azure eyes brimming with tenderness. It was clear that many males would covet Yuanyuan in the future, and he needed to establish their bond swiftly. Earlier, numerous males had come bearing fruits for her, and he had been acutely aware of their intentions, dismissing them with polite yet unyielding resolve. Luo Yuanyuan nearly sputtered her drink in astonishment. How could the men of this beastly world be so straightforward? To propose a bond after only their second meeting. Had her previous world's matchmaking ever been this swift? She could not fathom what Qingju and Bai Yi saw in her, wanting to bind her for a lifetime so soon. Of course, at this moment, Luo Yuanyuan had yet to encounter the females of the beast world and remained oblivious to the fact that her beauty was a trump card. Bai Yi, waiting for Luo Yuanyuan's response, was interrupted by a deep, authoritative voice from the cave entrance. "Bai Yi, I have heard you brought back a female." Luo Yuanyuan looked up to see a robust middle-aged beast man at the entrance, deep lines etched into his brow by the passage of time. Bai Yi sighed. He had not yet received an answer from Yuanyuan. Nevertheless, in the presence of the clan leader, who had also offered him refuge, he stood up and smiled reassuringly at Luo Yuanyuan before turning to introduce her. "Leader, this is Luo Yuanyuan, the female I wish to bond with. May she reside in our tribe? If she could not stay, he would take Yuanyuan away immediately." Luo Yuanyuan, having donned her shoes, approached Bai Ye's side and greeted the leader with a slight smile. "Greetings, leader. I am Luo Yuanyuan. I apologize for the intrusion." What a beautiful young female. The clan leader, Aimu, who considered himself well-versed in the ways of the world, nearly gasped upon seeing Luo Yuanyuan. Yet, it was evident that Bai Yi shared a deep connection with her. Moreover, the cave had been newly arranged. Aimu's eyes sparkled, and he broke into a wide smile. "Of course, she is welcome. Females are indeed precious, especially one as lovely as this. Now, our single beast men have something to look forward to." Bai Yi, furrowing his brows slightly, felt an uncomfortable sensation in his heart. "You may take the young female on a tour, help her familiarize herself with our tribe." Aimu turned to Luo Yuanyuan. "Luo Yuanyuan, if you feel up to it, you may also explore the tribe. Our beast men are quite amiable, and I believe everyone will be delighted to see you." After a brief greeting, Aimu excused himself with a smile and departed. Watching Aimu's retreating figure, Bai Yi felt a sense of unease. Females were scarce in the beast world. Typically, each female had 20 or more mates, with some possessing 50 or even 100. His Yuanyuan bore no resemblance to the typical beast world female. She was as exquisite as a goddess. He dreaded the thought of how many would vie for her attention. He needed to grow stronger quickly. If necessary, he would take Yuanyuan far away to hide in a place devoid of beastmen. Bai Yi snapped back to reality, noticing that the small female had moved to the entrance, gazing curiously into the distance. Upon realizing she was perched atop a mountain several dozen meters high, Luo Yuanyuan instinctively grasped the protruding rock at the entrance. Yet again she was on a mountain. Memories rushed back to her before arriving in the beast world. Just after completing her college entrance examination, she had climbed a mountain with her best friend, finally reaching the summit amidst the crowd. Before she could catch her breath, the railing at the top gave way, and as she leaned against it for a photo, she fell backward, unprepared. She heard the startled gasps of those around her and the rush of wind in her ears. Realizing she was plummeting off a cliff, her face drained of color, and she shut her eyes in terror, wishing to succumb to unconsciousness to escape her fear. And indeed, she had passed out, only to find herself unexpectedly in the beast world, where she encountered the terrifying bear beast. Thank goodness Qingju had saved her. She wondered if she were to fall off this mountain, would she be able to return? Chapter 13. Random quest host. Stop daydreaming. There's no going back. Falling will only result in a broken body or a disfigured visage. Xiao Lu's voice cut through her thoughts, dispelling any hope. Luo Yuanyuan silently gave Xiao Lu the middle finger. Bai Yi, why do you all live on the mountain? Luo Yuanyuan turned to the white tiger beside her. Her expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Qingju resided in a cave within the forest, surrounded by flat land. This tribe's mountainous terrain seemed rather inconvenient. For the male beastmen, it was no issue. They could easily leap up and down, and there were paths for descent. Bai Yi pointed to a visibly sparse trail in the distance. However, for females who possess weaker physiques, they are carried up and down by their mates or fathers. He continued explaining, living high is also to prevent flooding during the rainy season from inundating the caves. This mountain range is vast. Aside from hunting, we rarely descend. Hunting is done in shifts, and usually, it takes me a day and a half to finish. The rest of the time, I can accompany you. Bai Yi gazed at the beautiful young female with unprecedented tenderness. He would do anything for her. At this moment, Luo Yuanyuan felt a bit uncomfortable in her stomach. She needed to relieve herself, but was uncertain where to go. The area was too expansive. She was not well acquainted with Bai Yi and felt too shy to voice her needs, especially since he was merely looking after her on Qingju's behalf. Sensing the small female's predicament, Bai Yi smiled gently, lowering his gaze to her profile. Yuanyuan, whatever you wish to do, I can accompany you. I need to find a place to relieve myself, Luo Yuanyuan admitted, her cheeks flushing crimson as she averted her gaze from Bai Yi. In the next moment, without waiting for Bai Yi's response, she found herself lifted off the ground in his arms. Mere seconds later, though her mind was still at the cave entrance, her body had traveled several kilometers away at an astonishing speed. Bai Yi carried her to a secluded patch of grass. After she had finished, Luo Yuanyuan felt an urge to explore, and the two strolled through the expansive open space within the tribe. This area was vast, spanning the size of several basketball courts. As they walked slowly, Bai Yi's thoughts were entirely consumed by the small female beside him. The heightened senses of the beast men allowed Bai Yi to perceive the fragrant aroma emanating from her, stirring his heart with longing. It would be splendid if I could find a mate sooner, allowing him to embrace me openly and whenever his heart desires. Luo Yuanyuan was astounded. Indeed, the beast realm was vast beyond measure, with even the squares stretching endlessly before her eyes. When would she acquire a skill? Otherwise, merely walking would utterly exhaust her. Lost in contemplation, she perused the system shop, her gaze lingering on the skills available for purchase with reputation points, healing arts, lightness technique, alchemy, and talismans. If only she could master even one of them. Just as she was engrossed in her thoughts, she failed to notice a small stone beneath her feet. As she was about to meet the ground in a rather unceremonious manner, Bai Yi swiftly grasped her arm, exerting a gentle pull that sent Luo Yuanyuan spinning into the warm embrace of the white tiger. Her face flushed with embarrassment. How could she stumble while merely walking? She felt utterly useless. Just as she was about to struggle free, the system's voice chimed in. Host, a random mission is located 3,000 meters ahead. It may yield reputation points. Luo Yuanyuan glanced up and indeed spotted a cluster of individuals gathered in the distance. She lightly tapped Bai Yi's arm, indicating her desire to move forward. With his keen eyesight, Bai Yi had already noticed the other beastmen, though he had initially wished to enjoy a moment of solitude with Yuanyuan. However, seeing her interest, he acquiesced and led her closer. They soon reached the periphery of the crowd. Not wanting to push Bai Yi into the throng, Luo Yuanyuan inquired softly of the beastmen nearby, "Excuse me, what is happening inside?" Upon hearing her soft and melodious voice, several beastmen turned, their eyes widening in surprise. "Ah, you are the little female that Bai Yi brought back? Good heavens! How beautiful! She seems yet to have found a mate." The commotion outside drew the attention of those within, who turned to gaze upon her as well. "Wow! Such a lovely little female. With skin as white as snow and a petite figure, she gazes at us with her big, glistening eyes." They were utterly captivated, so enchanting and adorable that one could hardly resist the urge to cradle and cherish her. The beastmen instinctively rearranged themselves, encircling Luo Yuanyuan, placing her and Bai Yi at the very center of their attention. Only a few beastmen remained lost in sorrow, oblivious to the stir around them. This was Luo Yuanyuan's first close encounter with so many beastmen, and she observed that they were nearly all strikingly tall and handsome, towering over 1.90 meters, with sculpted abs and exuding a potent aura of masculinity. However, their attire was rather scant, with only a piece of animal hide wrapped around their waists, while several displayed their bare forms unabashedly. Upon noticing Luo Yuanyuan's gaze, they proudly lifted their chins and straightened their postures. My word! Was this truly suitable for a pure young girl to behold? Would she suffer from a case of the vapors? As Luo Yuanyuan shyly nestled into Bai Ye's embrace, the white tiger gently covered her eyes, addressing the more boisterous beastmen, "Fetch some leaves to cover yourselves." Though initially reluctant, as this was their most potent tool in courting females, the beastmen, seeing the shy little female unable to meet their gaze, begrudgingly set off to gather some foliage. Luo Yuanyuan found it curious that Qingju was fully clothed, albeit with an empty robe draped over her, while here, the beastmen donned only leather skirts or, in some cases, nothing at all. How peculiar. Once the beastmen donned their makeshift coverings, Bai Yi released his hold. A female pushed her way forward.
Wow.
"You are so beautiful. I like you very much. Can we be friends?" "I am Arno. What is your name?" Luo Yuanyuan turned to find a robust female gazing at her with wide, unblinking eyes. She even attempted to touch Luo Yuanyuan's face, but Bai Ye's hand halted her advance. Luo Yuanyuan was taken aback. This female appeared so ordinary, with wild, unkempt hair and a plump face adorned with freckles. Compared to the surrounding handsome beastmen, she seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. Nevertheless, Arno was quite tall, standing nearly 1.80 meters. As she surveyed the others, she noted several other females, each possessing their own unique unattractiveness. In contrast, Arno was relatively pleasing to the eye. What was happening here? Ignoring Bai Ye's frosty glare, Arno seized Luo Yuanyuan's delicate hand, exclaiming, "Goodness! Your hand is so soft and smooth. What do you eat to grow so lovely?" She marveled while incessantly squeezing Luo Yuanyuan's hand. Bai Yi clenched his fist, and the other beastmen stared intently, silently swallowing hard, all wishing to experience the softness of the little female's hand. Unable to endure the sight any longer, Bai Yi scooped Luo Yuanyuan into his arms and approached the group of beastmen seated on the ground. "Let us see what is happening over there." Chapter 14, The Ailing Little Female. Right. Arno exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "I almost forgot the important matter. My sister's little cub is gravely ill." Luo Yuanyuan placed a hand to her forehead, astonished at Arno's casual demeanor. As they approached, they discovered a young female beastman lying on the ground. Her cherubic face flushed, and her belly distended, her eyes weakly closed. A young female wept nearby, while several males offered her gentle comfort. For the sake of reputation points, Luo Yuanyuan, despite having no medical knowledge, steeled herself and softly asked, "What has happened?" The soft, melodious tone of her voice drew the attention of the young female, who looked up at this unfamiliar little female, her voice trembling as she replied, "My little May doesn't know what is wrong. She has been feverish for 2 days. I am so afraid," and began to sob anew. Luo Yuanyuan turned to Arno, inquiring, "Is there no healer in your tribe?" "What is a healer?" Realization dawned on Luo Yuanyuan. This was the beast realm. A healer was one who tended to the sick.
Ah.
The shaman has gone to Beast City and has yet to return. What terrible timing for little May to fall ill, she lamented. Luo Yuanyuan knelt beside the ailing female beast man, her abdomen feeling as hard as a stone and radiating heat. Arno mentioned that she hadn't had a bowel movement in several days. This condition resembled a fever induced by indigestion and food accumulation. It was likely a case of overconsumption. After all, the inhabitants of the beast realm primarily feasted on raw and roasted meat, consuming it at every meal, which led to poor digestion in young female beastmen. Ironically, the beastmen believed that eating more meat was their remedy for illness, creating a vicious cycle that resulted in food stagnation and fever. Luo Yuanyuan, having spent her childhood in an orphanage until the age of 10, recalled that though her regular meals were meager during festive occasions, philanthropists would distribute supplies or invite the children to dine at restaurants. During such times, it was easy to overindulge and experience indigestion. However, those who had known hunger instinctively tended to eat more during the next meal. Accumulating too much food without proper digestion led to bloating, and as inflammation set in, fever would develop. At this juncture, it was best to assist her in relieving herself. Once her bowels were clear, the fever would naturally subside. But what could aid in digestion? Suddenly, Luo Yuanyuan recalled the woodberries she had gathered with Qingju. The tart and sweet woodberries, along with hawthorn, could facilitate digestion. Previously, when she had experienced bloating after a meat meal, a few woodberries had brought her relief. Unfortunately, the season for woodberries had passed, and they would likely be impossible to find. However, she was fortunate to have dried some and stored them in her space. With this thought, Luo Yuanyuan reached into her pocket, pretending to retrieve a generous handful of dried woodberries, which she then offered to Arno. "These are dried woodberries. They will help little May digest the food in her belly." For the next few days, she should avoid eating roasted meat. Next, we should heat some water and soak a breathable animal hide in the hot water before wringing it out to a semi-dry state, allowing us to wipe her body, which would assist in alleviating the heat. Of course, I am no shaman, nor do I possess the confidence to guarantee a cure. But these dried mulberries are indeed fruits, and consuming them would not be detrimental to her health. If you trust my words, you may consider giving it a try. Who are you? Why should we believe you? A sharp voice, laced with hostility, rang out from behind. Luo Yuanyuan furrowed her brow and turned to face the source of the voice. A scrawny young female stood there, arms crossed, chin raised defiantly, squinting at her with beady eyes. You're just a newcomer, not a shaman. If you end up killing the little beast, will you take responsibility? The male orcs were intent on defending Luo Yuanyuan, but they refrained from intervening in the quarrel among the females.
Bay fronet in displeasure.
He could not bear to see the little female mistreated. Just as he was about to voice a rebuttal, Arno interjected. The shaman is not returning anytime soon. And the little beauty is clearly deteriorating. Why not try Yuanyuan's method? He continued, if you think you can do better, then by all means go ahead. Besides, this is my sister's child. It's south not your place to meddle. Go find somewhere cool to stay, and don't hinder our efforts. She had long harbored disdain for Xiangxiang, who often flaunted her close ties with the chieftain's daughter, Aisha, and mocked the other females. As Arno spoke, he shoved Xiangxiang out of the crowd. I'm merely speaking the truth. Arno, why are you siding with an outsider? Look at her sly demeanor. She's just here to ensnare the males. Xiangxiang's scathing voice echoed from a distance. Luo Yuanyuan bit her lip tightly. Bai Yi's gaze turned frigid. For the first time, he found these females utterly intolerable. He grasped Luo Yuanyuan's hand and leaned down, softly whispering in her ear. Don't pay her any mind.
Yuanyuan.
She is merely envious of your beauty. Bai Yi was too close, and the warmth of his breath tickled Luo Yuanyuan's ear, causing her to feel a wave of heat and a delightful itch. Her attention was successfully diverted. She felt her heart race, and the tips of her ears subtly flushed crimson. Xiangxiang was merely a fleeting annoyance. The others quickly shifted their focus back to Luo Yuanyuan. She remained a captivating sight. People are always forgiving of beauty, particularly the male orcs, who were inclined to believe the words of this little female. Yet, how do we heat the water? Arno, just returning, looked puzzled. In the beast world, both males and females typically drank cold water from the river year-round. Luo Yuanyuan surveyed her surroundings and noticed several large round stones. She instructed Bai Yi to split the stones in half and hollow them out.
See?
This is the simplest stone pot. Place water within, light a fire beneath, and once the water boils, it will be ready. This way, the water will be free of little bugs, making it less likely to cause illness, she explained. Moreover, the little beauty cannot be exposed to the cold wind. It would be best to return to the cave for the wet animal hides to warm them. The orcs found her reasoning quite sensible. Yet they were reluctant to stray too far from Luo Yuanyuan. Instead, they moved several large stones closer, stacking them around her, and placed branches atop to create a simple little stone shelter, then carefully transferred the little beauty inside. The rest of the orcs busied themselves gathering firewood, igniting the flames, fetching water, and carving stone pots and bowls, their commotion attracting even more orcs. Many, with nothing else to do, lingered beside Luo Yuanyuan, admiring her beauty. Luo Yuanyuan felt a twinge of nervousness, utterly unaware of the fervent gazes from the surrounding males. Bai Yi remained silent, his eyes steadfastly following the lively little female. His gentle gaze brimming with affection, his Yuanyuan was so clever and adorable. He longed to hold her close and shower her with kisses. At that moment, Arno's sister, occupied with feeding the little beast mulberries, became frantic as she struggled to get them into her mouth, bursting into tears. My little beauty, please open your mouth. An orc nearby suggested, why not pry her mouth open and try? Luo Yuanyuan, overhearing this, rushed forward to intervene. No, that would cause the little beast to choke. All eyes immediately turned to her. Bai Yi, could you assist me in crafting a spoon? Like this. Luo Yuanyuan gestured toward him as she spoke, then turned back to the little beast, adding less water to the pot to bring it to a boil before placing the mulberries inside and stirring with a spoon. Once the mulberries dissolved, she would feed the little beauty the mixture in hopes she could swallow it. The orcs suddenly understood and promptly complied, realizing that it could indeed be done this way. The beautiful little female was remarkably intelligent. It seemed she possessed an extraordinary charm that made it easy for others to believe her words. They all felt assured that the little beast would soon recover. Luo Yuanyuan thought to herself, I have not. Deep down, I feel quite insecure. Chapter 15, he felt like a perverted beast. Luo Yuanyuan felt guilty. With such a grand endeavor, what if the treatment failed, and she became the target of wrath? That would also implicate Bai Yi. Moreover, the little beast was so endearing. She sincerely wished for her swift recovery. Lost in thought, Luo Yuanyuan decided to close her eyes, placing her hands beneath her chin, and began to pray. Amit Ba. All the bodhisattvas and Buddhas, please bestow your blessings. May there be no mishaps, and may the little beast recover quickly. Thank you, and again, I bow in gratitude. This is the beast world. The beast god is akin to a benevolent parent, so I shall bow to the beast god as well. Bai, who observed the little female's tightly pressed lips and her slightly trembling body, instinctively moving closer, gently taking the small hand that hung by her side and wrapping his arm around her slender shoulder, softly murmuring, "Do not fear. I am here." Luo Yuanyuan felt the warmth radiating from his shoulder, a flow of heat coursing through her heart. Just as she was about to raise her head to speak, a loud voice from an orc called out, "Come quickly and see." Luo Yuanyuan jumped at the sudden shout, her heart racing, her legs growing weak and unable to move. Observing this, Bai Yi swiftly scooped her up and strode into the crowd. In the center, the little beast had shed her clothing, now clad only in a small animal hide skirt. Several males were using warm animal hides to wipe her down. The results were remarkable, the redness covering the little beast's body visibly diminished. The resilience of the beast world as inhabitants was truly impressive. Luo Yuanyuan thought with genuine admiration. As a bowl of strawberry juice was consumed, the little beast astonishingly began to slowly open her eyes, albeit still appearing quite listless. However, regaining consciousness signified that her condition was gradually improving. The little beast's mother was overwhelmed with emotion, grabbing Luo Yuanyuan's hand tightly. "Little female, you have saved my child. You are a benefactor to our entire family, and we will surely repay your kindness." Luo Yuanyuan's anxious heart finally settled, and she smiled, saying, "It is the beast god's blessing. I cannot take much credit. I will come to check on you all this evening, for now." The little beauty should refrain from eating. She planned to return and prepare some rice porridge for the little beast, easy on the stomach and a good filling option. The little beast's mother nodded vigorously in agreement. The robust Arno also seized Luo Yuanyuan's hand, childishly shaking it back and forth. "Yuanyuan, you're so amazing. What should I do? I like you even more now." Bai Yi's lips twitched slightly as he swept the little female into his arms, maneuvering through the crowd. "Yuanyuan, let us head back. You must be hungry. I will cook for you." Indeed, after a day of labor, combined with the earlier tension, she felt fatigued. But now that she could finally relax, fatigue washed over her, and she felt a bit hungry. Nestled in Bai Yi's embrace, Luo Yuanyuan began to drift into a light slumber. As they departed, the sounds of the orc's chatter echoed behind them. This little female is so gentle. Does she know how to heal? Is she a shaman? How can there be such a perfect little female? I want to mate with her. Don't anyone try to stop me. Hearing this, Bai Yi quickened his pace, soon vanishing from the orc's view. The chieftain, Ai Mu, who had been an observer of the entire scene, stroked his chin thoughtfully, gazing at the retreating figures of the two with a distant look. Bai Yi swiftly returned to the cave, and upon lowering his gaze, he discovered that the little female had already drifted into slumber. Perhaps fatigued, her delicate face appeared somewhat pale. Her ample chest rose and fell gently with her subtle breaths. Unable to resist, the white tiger tenderly kissed her small face, removing his shoes and placing her on a pillow made of animal hides. The little female was clad in a garment fashioned from white fur. The pants flared slightly at the bottom, accentuating her slender, straight legs, while the fitted top revealed a circle of soft, fair skin around her tiny waist. Barely graspable by hand, the sight was utterly enticing. Bai Yi could not help but lean down to bestow a gentle kiss upon that tender skin.
So soft, so delicate.
So fragrant. The white tiger squinted his eyes, momentarily perplexed. Ever since encountering the little female, he felt as if he had transformed into a peculiar beast, constantly yearning to kiss and embrace her. He had never been such a beast man before. He had always maintained a courteous distance from females, never contemplating the notion of forming a partnership, believing that caring for a female was rather troublesome. Yet everything had changed now. Bai Yi cast another glance at the little female's attire, which he surmised must have been crafted by that serpent beast. He recalled the first time he held her. Her clothing was made of an unusual fabric, unlike anything from the beast world. Moving forward, he too would learn to create beautiful garments for Yuanyuan. After observing the little female for a while in silence, Bai Yi covered her with an animal hide and rose to prepare a meal outside the cave. He knew the little female had a fondness for rice and had long sought a way to procure a leather bag filled with it. He had secretly watched Luo Yuanyuan cook and practiced in private multiple times, his skills now reaching a rudimentary yet commendable level. After steaming the rice, he sautéed some diced lean meat and blanched some greens. The delicious aroma wafted through the air, causing several beast men from nearby caves to poke their heads out, sniffing the air in search of the source of the enticing scent. Luo Yuanyuan was also roused by the delightful fragrance. Having nibbled on a few fruits in the morning and toiling for the better part of the morning, her stomach had begun to grumble. She opened her drowsy eyes and groggily swung her legs off the bed. Her snow-white little feet touched the clean stone floor. Bai Yi turned around just in time to witness this scene. Promptly striding over to lift Luo Yuanyuan into his arms and placing her onto a stone bench covered with animal hides. He arranged the meal and placed chopsticks in the little female's hands. His warm hands enveloped her delicate little feet, gently kneading them. Yuanyuan, the ground is cold. Your feet must be frozen. He resolved to tan more animal hides to lay down on the ground, allowing Yuanyuan to play barefoot. Luo Yuanyuan shyly pulled her feet away, realizing that this gesture felt overly intimate. The white tiger instinctively released her. He sat beside the little female, serving her vegetables. In truth, he yearned to personally feed Luo Yuanyuan, yet he knew he must not rush things. He needed to proceed gradually to avoid frightening her. After more than a month of observation, Bai Yi discerned that the little female was unlike other females of the beast world. She was easily shy, exceptionally kind, and quite easy to please. However, her timid nature resembled that of a little rabbit, easily startled, thus necessitating a gentle approach to prevent scaring her away. As Luo Yuanyuan took a few bites of the food, she was pleasantly surprised by its exquisite taste. This white tiger was indeed a domestic man. You should eat too, she urged. When she looked up, she realized Bai Yi had been serving her while neglecting his own meal. This was made for you. I've already eaten, he replied. The quantity of food was insufficient for him, and he noted that the little female was eating far too little. Then you should eat a bit less to keep me company. It feels wrong for the host to just watch.
All right.
Bai Yi picked up his chopsticks and slowly chewed a bite of food. Observing the little female beside him, her cheeks round and full from the food, her lips glistening and tender, she appeared utterly adorable. Dining alongside the little female felt splendid. In the past, he would merely devour his prey in the wild, but now, with Yuanyuan by his side, he savored the delightful sensations of the food as it unfolded in his mouth, a warm sensation coursing through his limbs, a blissful comfort enveloping him. Everything felt so wonderful. This was happiness. Ever since his father's death, he hadn't felt such a sensation again. After finishing the meal, Bai Yi cleaned the dishes, not yet having the chance to converse with the little female when two unexpected guests arrived at the cave entrance. Chapter 16. Luo Yuanyuan. Have you reached adulthood? The visitors were Arno and her partner, Shijin. As soon as Arno arrived at the cave entrance, she called out in a loud voice. Yuanyuan, I've come to play with you. You must be so bored at home, all by yourself. Bai Yi interjected, am I not human? Luo Yuanyuan hurriedly slipped on her shoes to greet her. Arno, you're here. She genuinely appreciated Arno's straightforward and boisterous personality, finding it refreshing and easy to interact with. Being somewhat of a homebody with mild social anxiety, she had never had many friends in her previous world. And even when hiking, it was her friends who had dragged her along. As Arno stepped into the cave, she began her animated chatter. Goodness. How come your cave is filled with so many things? What are they all for? Yuanyuan, how do you know so much? The tall Arno immediately transformed into a curious child, touching the wooden bed, patting the table, and plopping down on a stone bench to bounce a couple of times before her gaze landed on a vase. Females always had a fondness for flowers. This strange object holds fresh flowers, allowing you to admire them without stepping outside. How marvelous. Arno naturally overlooked Bai Yi's contributions, attributing all the creativity within the cave to Luo Yuanyuan, for she had never encountered such intriguing items in her tribe before. Luo Yuanyuan was slightly puzzled, as she had believed that such things were standard in the beast world. Bai Yi chimed in, Yuanyuan and I have known each other for a while. This is arranged according to the customs of her former tribe. Arno had merely asked out of curiosity, but her attention swiftly shifted. She noticed the red kite flower hairpin adorning Luo Yuanyuan's hair and exclaimed with envy, Yuanyuan, you look beautiful. What race are you? I bet you're from the rabbit clan. You're so adorable. Luo Yuanyuan, following Arno's gaze, touched her hairpin. She wished to gift one to Arno. Yet she had only brought two from her previous world, and it was her favorite hairpin. Resolutely, she ignored Arno's longing. As for her race, she had not contemplated that question. Qingju and Bai Yi had never inquired about it. Since Arno believed so, she decided to go along with it. Well, I'm from the rabbit clan. My tribe is quite far away, and I'm not sure how I ended up here. It must have been a wandering beast that captured you, but you're so cute. How could they abandon you? I guess it must have been because they encountered danger and left you behind. Wandering beasts are the most brutal and merciless. Luo Yuanyuan nodded. Finding Arno to be quite remarkable, her imagination exceptional. She had provided answers to all her questions. Oh, Yuanyuan, your clothes are so unique. How are they made? And those shoes you're wearing, I want those too. Arno tugged at Luo Yuanyuan's pants and crouched down to examine her shoes. Then she glanced at her own large animal hide wrapped around her and her dust-covered bare feet. Ours are different. Yours seem warmer and much prettier. Will you teach me? Luo Yuanyuan. It appeared that she had yet to learn. The warm-hearted Bai Yi timely interjected, I made these for Yuanyuan. I'll teach Shurjin another day. What a man who truly captured my heart, Luo Yuanyuan thought gratefully, smiling at the white tiger. The entire afternoon was primarily filled with Arno's incessant chatter, with Luo Yuanyuan occasionally chiming in, while Bai Yi and Shurjin quietly served as background figures. As the sun began to set, Luo Yuanyuan remembered she needed to prepare porridge for the little beast man and hurriedly stood up to rinse the rice. Bai Yi had never encountered a young female making porridge, yet this did not hinder his rapid learning. Upon hearing Luo Yuanyuan explain the procedure, he immediately grasped it. He fashioned a long-handled spoon and occasionally stirred the pot of rice porridge to prevent it from sticking. After more than half an hour, the fragrant aroma of rice wafted through the air. Arno could not resist approaching the pot, licking his lips. Yuanyuan, it smells delightful. I want to taste it too. Luo Yuanyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Arno was quite endearing. She took a stone bowl, scooped out 2 spoonfuls, and handed it to Arno, saying, Here, be careful. It's hot. Drink it slowly. After blowing on it, Arno opened his mouth and took a sip. It's delicious. How come I never knew this white rice could be so tasty? We never ate this before, claiming it was too hard and would hurt our teeth. It turns out it just needs to be boiled with water. Luo Yuanyuan then ladled another bowl for the young beast man. She then called for Bai Yi and Shurjin to join them in drinking the porridge. The 2 beast men found it quite agreeable, although they still preferred meat. After finishing the porridge, Bai Yi picked up Luo Yuanyuan and, along with Arno, they made their way to the young beastman's cave. The young beastman's mother, Audare, warmly welcomed Luo Yuanyuan and the others into the cave. Indeed, the cave was quite spacious, containing little more than some straw spread on the ground and a few animal skins. The young beastman lay on a grass mat, while several male beastmen fanned her to cool her down. Bai Yi retrieved a bowl of steaming porridge from his space and handed it to one of the males. Let her have some rice porridge. It's easier to digest than meat, Luo Yuanyuan suggested to Audare. She then crouched down to feel the young beastman's forehead, back, and the palms of her hands and feet. Not too hot anymore, and her stomach feels much softer. After inquiring about the young beastman's condition that afternoon and learning she had already relieved herself, Luo Yuanyuan felt completely reassured. Little Mei is still young. It's best for her to drink boiled water and eat roasted meat to avoid getting sick, she reminded. Indeed. However, to eat roasted meat, we need to replenish our salt supply and we are running low at home. Fortunately, our tribe's members sent to fetch salt should return soon, Audare replied. Where are they going to get the salt? Luo Yuanyuan asked, curious. The beast world likely lacked the technology to refine salt. After purchasing refined salt with her love points from the marketplace once, subsequent purchases required crystal stones, which she had never encountered. Thus, the salt she had consumed afterward was rough and impure, gathered by Qingju and the others. They went to the seaside to collect salt. The nearby salt mountains are impure. I've heard that the seaside has fine salt, pure and white, but it's quite dangerous to go there, Arno interjected eagerly. Speaking of the sea, the beast men began to chatter excitedly. The sea is far from here. It would take over 2 months for a round trip. I've heard there are mermaids there that consume human souls, which is why it's called the soul-eating sea. If it's that dangerous, why go at all? Luo Yuanyuan asked, perplexed. The quality of salt by the sea is excellent, and the quantity is substantial. Bringing it back to Beast City could earn a considerable amount of crystal stones. And there are rumors of blue crystal stones found by the sea, so if luck permits, one might even find some. The males responded enthusiastically to the beautiful young female's inquiry. Unfortunately, they already had partners. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be captivated and pursue her relentlessly. Bai Yi scanned the males in the cave. Well, fortunately, they all have mates. Moreover, there's a possibility of bringing back a few females. This expedition involves over 50 beast men, including warriors from the nearby Golden Lion and Song Wolf tribes, in addition to our fierce tiger tribe. Some smaller tribes lack the strength to sustain females, so we could exchange salt or prey to bring them back. With more females, our tribe will grow stronger. So, how many beastmen are in our tribe? Luo Yuanyuan continued to inquire. There are 876 beastmen, and we previously only had 35 females. With you here, that makes 36. Our tribe actually has a relatively high number of females, Bai remarked, gazing at Luo Yuanyuan. He felt compelled to speak more, as her attention was being drawn elsewhere. Ugh, that's a terrifying ratio. On average, each female could have 25 partners. Luo Yuanyuan couldn't help but support her lower back. Thus, the tribe mandates that once a female reaches maturity, she must take on at least one partner each year, ultimately requiring each female to find a minimum of 20 males. Thankfully, this tribal rule enables our tribe to keep growing, Arno's partner, Shurjin, interjected. After saying this, he turned to the newly arrived beautiful female, Luo Yuanyuan. Have you reached maturity yet? Chapter 17. Is she a slut? Bai Ye's typically gentle expression vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. He must take Yuanyuan away from here within a year, at the latest. Shurjin was merely inquiring casually. The young female Luo Yuanyuan appeared quite petite, her skin softer than that of a cub, undoubtedly still immature. Not yet, Luo Yuanyuan stammered, startled. Recently having turned 18, she couldn't resist telling a little lie. 20 partners? What a terrifying beast world. When would Qingju come to find her? She had to leave within a year. She certainly did not wish to mate with someone she did not care for. Moreover, this feeling of compulsion was quite unpleasant. Luo Yuanyuan felt a bit dejected and did not want to continue discussing this topic. She turned to Bai Yi and said, "It's getting dark. I'm a bit tired. Let us head back." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi promptly bid farewell to the beast men in the cave, cradling Luo Yuanyuan in his arms as they departed. In the beast world, females are delicate, unable to shift into beast form, and lacking any other mode of transportation. Thus, females typically travel either cradled by males or riding on their beast forms. Therefore, the beastmen took it for granted that Bai Hu was carrying Luo Yuanyuan, while she often felt a bit embarrassed by it. Upon returning to the cave, Bai Yi noticed the distressed expression on the young female's face and gently caressed her back, soothingly murmuring, "Yuanyuan, do not fear. If the tribe leader tries to force you to take other partners, I will take you away from here. I will always care for you." Really? Luo Yuanyuan lifted her face, her eyes sparkling. With Qingju absent, Bai Yi was her only support. While she scolded herself for her slutty behavior, she also comforted herself, reasoning that it was because she was weak and unable to fend for herself in this beast world. She couldn't even navigate these mountains. She was entirely reliant on others for her basic needs. Surviving was so difficult. Observing the fragile expression on the young female's exquisite face, Bai Yi felt compelled to step forward, extending his powerful arm to envelop her tightly in his embrace. Such a delicate and beautiful Yuanyuan. I long to cherish her deeply. Luo Yuanyuan, feeling timid, did not resist, allowing Bai Yi to hold her. She did not dislike him. In fact, at times, when Bai Yi's enchanting azure eyes gazed at her with profound affection, she would inexplicably blush. She indeed possessed the potential to be a flirt. Never mind. I shall leave it to fate. If it comes to it, I will accept both Qingju and Bai Yi. As this thought crossed her mind, Luo Yuanyuan felt a twinge of guilt. She had always been a staunch advocate of a singular, lifelong partnership. As dusk fell, the outlines of objects in the cave gradually faded into obscurity. Bai Yi, aware of the female's poor night vision, cradled Luo Yuanyuan in one arm while conjuring beast energy with the other, causing a hazy, golden light orb to materialize in his palm. Luo Yuanyuan was pleasantly surprised to witness Bai Yi using his abilities for the first time. "Bai Yi, you're amazing. What is this?" Although the light orb was not particularly bright, it at least illuminated the cave, dispelling the darkness. "This is beast energy. Male beast men awaken different beast powers upon reaching a high level. Mine is light, while others can harness metal, wood, water, earth, and wind. on the distant Xianglong continent. There are even dragon tribes that control thunder and lightning. Luo Yuanyuan thought of Qingju, sometimes. It seemed he could effortlessly sever a nearby tree with a mere wave of his hand. Could it be wind power? Why is there no fire? Orcs harbor a profound fear of fire, rendering fire-related abilities exceedingly rare. It is said that the Lord of Southern Beast City possesses a remarkable command over fire, though none have witnessed it firsthand. By the way, I noticed Qingju donned a robe of azure hue, while other orcs typically wear skirts of animal hide, mused Luo Yuanyuan. Upon reaching the king rank, an orc's fur transforms into garments, typically mirroring the colors of their hair and eyes. I shall soon ascend to the king rank myself. Females, lacking a beast rank, predominantly wear animal skins. Luo Yuanyuan gazed at Bai Ye's silvery locks and his deep azure eyes. It seems his attire will likely reflect these two colors. Quite appealing indeed. How many beast ranks are there in total? 6. The initial rank, intermediate rank, advanced rank, king rank, emperor rank, and divine rank, each subdivided into 10 star levels. Bai Yi spoke gently, patiently elucidating the matter. He had long recognized that the young female was virtually oblivious to the intricacies of the beast world. However, she approached him without any reservations, freely asking questions, which delighted him secretly. It seemed that Yuanyuan held a fondness for him, distinct from her demeanor towards other orcs. Bai Yi turned his back to Luo Yuanyuan, lifting his long hair. Yuanyuan, observe, he continued, when one first attains a beast rank, they possess a singular star. Upon entering the initial rank, it transforms into a sun. I am on the threshold of the king rank, represented by 3 suns and 9 stars. The divine rank is the highest. All suns eventually coalesce into a singular beast form, akin to a state of divinity, immortal and ageless. Of course, this is merely a legend. To date, the beast continent has yet to witness the divine rank. It is said that in the northwestern region of the Xianglong continent, there exists a towering snow-capped mountain, where the high priest of the temple has attained the highest beast rank, nearing divinity. Moreover, this beast rank can be concealed at will. Luo Yuanyuan looked up to see Bai Ye's back, where 3 suns were centered between his shoulder blades, with 9 stars elegantly encircling them, reminiscent of modern tattoos. In a striking blue hue, unable to resist, she reached out to touch it. Oh, how smooth it felt, devoid of any unevenness. Bai Ye's body tensed instantly, every nerve converging at the spot where her small hand made contact. She was touching him. The warmth and softness of her delicate hand brought him immense comfort, and an overwhelming desire to embrace her surged within him. Shall we retire for the night? Bai Yi turned to face Luo Yuanyuan once more, his voice deep and slightly husky. Having been in the beast world for over a month, Luo Yuanyuan had grown accustomed to an early bedtime. With no phones or computers in this realm, there was little to occupy the night, compelling her to retire early. Not wishing to let her master sleep upon the cold ground, she was relieved that the bed was sufficiently spacious. Luo Yuanyuan retrieved her small quilt, curling up snugly within it. Yet, unbeknownst to her, females in the beast world, lacking a beast rank, were devoid of spatial abilities. Bai Yi hesitated, but gently reminded her. Yuanyuan, in the presence of others, refrain from retrieving items from your spatial storage. Luo Yuanyuan suddenly comprehended that Bai Yi was aware of her uniqueness. After acknowledging his words, she turned away from him and closed her eyes. In the dead of night, Bai Yi listened to the steady rhythm of the young female's breathing, stealthily inching closer, blanket in tow, and enveloping Luo Yuanyuan in his embrace. The following morning, it was Bai Ye's group's turn to hunt. Bai Hu prepared rice porridge and sautéed vegetables for Luo Yuanyuan. After ensuring she had finished her meal, he meticulously cleaned the cave and, with a lingering reluctance, departed. Glancing back multiple times, Luo Yuanyuan could not help but chuckle. The males of this beast world were quite clingy. Feeling a tad bored, she closed her eyes to peruse the marketplace, discovering her reputation points had indeed increased, perhaps due to her rescue of the young beast. With 20,000 points, she pondered what to purchase. It seemed she could select a beginner's spell, healing spell or lightness spell, both practical. Which to choose? Luo Yuanyuan summoned the system. What use is the lightness spell? Recently enamored with gaming, Xiao Lu had not slept for 2 days. Yawning as it struggled to maintain consciousness while responding, it makes your body lighter and increases running speed. Oh, isn't that akin to lightness skill? She speculated that mastering it would take time, and even with such skills, she could not match the speed of the orcs. Healing spell it is, then. It could cure ailments and also grant reputation points, a twofold benefit. Spending 20,000 reputation points, a paper resembling a talisman floated forth, merging with her being. Luo Yuanyuan shifted, sensing little change. Host, focus, and gather your strength into your hands. Following the instructions, she experimented repeatedly until a faint green substance, akin to mist, materialized in her palm. Flowing gently. Success. Luo Yuanyuan exhaled deeply, questioning her own intelligence for taking an entire morning to discover the correct method. How effective would this hard-earned healing spell be? Where could she test it? Perhaps she should create a small cut? Ouch! That stings. She hesitated. As she contemplated how to experiment with her newfound spell, a commotion erupted outside the cave. Chapter 18. Allow me to perform a magic trick. Luo Yuanyuan peered outside the cave. There, in the clearing before the cave, a throng of several hundred males had gathered, unloading their assorted game onto the ground, quickly forming a small mountain of spoils. The hunting party had returned. This morning had flown by. She widened her eyes, eagerly searching for Bai Yi among the crowd. Alas, her vision was insufficient. From afar, all she could discern were tiny black dots, rendering it impossible to make anything out. Just as disappointment set in, a white figure leapt into the cave, swiftly transforming into human form. Upon recognizing Bai Yi, Luo Yuanyuan hurried forward, grasping his hand and lifting her face with a smile. You're back so soon. Are you hurt? Bai Hu beamed with an even broader smile at the young female's first initiative to hold his hand. I'm unscathed. We'll distribute the game shortly. I must venture out again. Having missed the young female during their brief separation, he yearned for a moment to return to the cave and ensure her well-being. Luo Yuanyuan wrinkled her nose, catching a strong scent of blood. Circling Bai Yi, she noted several bloodstains on his body and a shallow gash on his thigh. That injury is inconsequential. It will heal in 2 days. The blood is from the prey. Bai Yi explained, realizing he should wash up by the river, as the scent might disturb Yuanyuan. An idea struck Luo Yuanyuan as she pulled Bai Yi into the cave. Bai Yi, sit down. I'm going to perform a magic trick for you. Given that Bai Hu was already aware of her uniqueness, she decided to reveal the spell. What unfolded next was a spectacle of wonder. Luo Yuanyuan placed her palm above his wound, gathering the faint green mist, which gradually flowed into the injury.
Before their eyes,
the wound visibly healed, leaving only a delicate pink scab. Luo Yuanyuan felt a swell of satisfaction. Bai Yi, however, was astounded. He had indeed stumbled upon a divine being. Immediately, Bai Yi rushed to the cave entrance, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Finding no other orcs nearby, he returned to the cave, pulling Luo Yuanyuan onto his lap and murmuring, "This magic trick must remain hidden from others, understood?" The young female was already breathtakingly beautiful, possessing an irresistible allure to males. If other orcs were to learn of her mysterious ability to heal wounds instantaneously, chaos would surely ensue. Yes, I understand. I will be discreet when I use it. Luo Yuanyuan replied obediently. She is not foolish. She understands the wisdom of concealing one's wealth. Such a remarkable magic. Could it possibly harm your body? Bai Yi inquired, concern lacing his voice as he observed the typically porcelain complexion of the little female turn somewhat pale. Luo Yuanyuan shifted slightly, closing her eyes to gauge her condition. Thankfully, it was merely a bit of fatigue. Bai Yi tightened his embrace around her, advising, "You should refrain from using it too frequently. If your wounds run deep, it will consume more of your energy. Your body is frail. It could wear you out." "I understand," she replied. "I'm fine now. You should go and divide the prey. If you delay, there may be none left." Bai Hu smiled, discreetly inhaling the delicate fragrance of the little female's hair before gently placing her on the bed and stepping out of the cave. An hour later, Bai Yi returned, carrying a freshly cleaned young wild boar. Today, he had divided 2 boars, one large and one small. He set the larger one aside, as the smaller one had more tender meat, which he intended to roast for Yuanyuan. Since arriving in this beastly world, Luo Yuanyuan had never tasted spicy food, and at that moment, she suddenly craved a spicy hot pot. Looking through her spatial storage, she discovered an abundance of scallions, spicy balls, bamboo shoots, and oilseed vegetables. Her affection points in the system store had accumulated significantly, likely thanks to Bai Yi. She exchanged for a bag of spicy, hot pot ingredients. It would be even better if there were various meatballs, cauliflower, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. The store did have seeds. Perhaps she could redeem some to plan another day. Luo Yuanyuan directed Bai Yi to start a fire and steam some rice. In another pot, She heated some fatty meat to extract the oil, adding scallions, spicy balls, and the hot pot seasoning. She sliced the wild boar meat into thin pieces and tossed them into the stone pot to stir-fry. Once nearly cooked, she added the sliced bamboo shoots, seasoning them with a splash of soy sauce and salt, stirring until they were just right, before tossing in the oilseed vegetables for a few final stirs. Although she could certainly manage these tasks herself, Bai Yi indulged her, unwilling to let her lift a finger. Such delicate little hands should not be burdened with work. Their strength was best utilized on him. Bai Yi possessed a remarkable talent for cooking. With merely a hint of her guidance, he produced dishes of masterful caliber. A man focused on cooking is undeniably handsome. Luo Yuanyuan perched on a stool, cupping her cheeks in her hands, inhaling the tantalizing aroma of the dishes, her gaze fixated on Bai Hu's striking profile. "What do you cook at home? It smells divine." Hearing that familiar booming voice, she knew it was Arno who had arrived. "Delicious. You arrived just in time. Come sit and eat with us," Luo Yuanyuan warmly invited. Arno unceremoniously plopped down and directed his partner, Shurjin, "Give those 2 go-go beasts to Bai Yi. That meat is quite tasty." He then turned to Luo Yuanyuan, saying, "These go-go beasts were sent by my sister to thank you for saving a May. She also mentioned that the animal skins are not great this season. Once winter arrives and the fur becomes thicker, she'll send you several fine skins." The beastmen are truly sincere. Luo Yuanyuan accepted without demur. Unlike the modern world, where dining out leads to a chaotic scramble for the bill, in the beast realm, rejecting a gift would imply disinterest. The 4 of them gathered around the table to enjoy their meal. Observing the spread, Luo Yuanyuan thought it likely that Arno and Shurjin would team master chopsticks immediately, so she had Bai Yi prepare 2 larger spoons. Arno clumsily wielded his spoon, exclaiming in awe, "This dish is so peculiar. It's exhilarating in my mouth, yet I crave more. It's a bit addictive. Is this bamboo shoot? I've never had it before. It's delicious when stir-fried. And this green leafy vegetable tastes wonderful too, Shurjin. You must make this for me when we get home." With his mouth full, he mumbled, still instructing his male partner, unable to contain his delight over the dish. The flavors, enhanced by the chili and numbing pepper, were indeed stimulating. "But we can't eat this every day. It might cause heat. We should also consume some fruits. I still have some seasonings from the previous tribe. It should last you a few meals." Luo Yuanyuan handed over the remaining seasonings to Arno. She resolved to seek out more seasonings in the future, as purchasing them from the store was far too costly. Arno, clutching the seasonings, enveloped Luo Yuanyuan in a bear hug, nearly kissing her cheek in excitement. "Yuanyuan, you're simply wonderful. By the way, I heard the salt gathering team is returning tomorrow. Everyone is thrilled. I wonder how many females they bring back and if there will be any crystal stones. I've yet to see those blue crystal stones. They say they are exquisite." Shurjin felt a bit embarrassed about continually mooching meals from Bai Yi, quickly sharing the news he had just learned. Bai Yi was indifferent. Their return made no difference to him. His mind was occupied with the more pressing matter. Chapter 19. The royal tier the beast tide had yet to arrive this year, which was not a good sign. Bai Yi pondered. Typically, the beast tide occurs at the onset of the new moon season, lasting about half a month. This period coincides with the mating season of wild beasts, during which they lose their rationality, rampaging and causing destruction. However, the flesh of these colossal beasts is more energy-rich than ordinary prey, enabling quicker strength enhancement, albeit at the risk of confronting them in swarms. The later the beast tide arrives, the more perilous it becomes, indicating a larger gathering of beasts and heightened danger. Wherever they traverse, not a blade of grass survives. Thousands of colossal beasts can effortlessly obliterate a mountain. Luo Yuanyuan listened in horror. Is the beast tide truly that terrifying? Can it destroy mountains? Wouldn't that leave us with no escape? However, if the beast tide is too fierce, the northern beast city would dispatch flying beasts to assist in safeguarding the females while the males hunt down the colossal beasts. "You needn't worry, Yuanyuan," Bai Yi reassured, patting her hand soothingly. After lunch, once Arno and the others departed, Bai Hu set off to the riverbank to tan the animal skins. Luo Yuanyuan indulged in a refreshing nap to recover the energy expended from her healing spells. When she awoke, the ground was adorned with several types of animal skins, carpeting the entire cave. Bai Hu's efficiency was astonishing, and Luo Yuanyuan silently commended Bai Yi. Her soft, fair feet touched the makeshift carpet, warm and comforting. Elated, Luo Yuanyuan couldn't help but bounce on her new flooring. Busy preparing dinner, Bai Yi peeked out, his handsome face breaking into a broader smile. Yuan Yuan. It's time to eat. Joyfully, Luo Yuanyuan dashed barefoot to the cave entrance, assisting Bai Yi by bringing the stir-fried vegetables to the stone table. Bai Yi followed closely behind, carrying the stir-fried meat and rice porridge. After dinner, feeling well-fed and content, Luo Yuanyuan found no inclination to sleep. Together with Bai Hu, she gathered the animal skins from the outer edge of the cave and hung them outside the wooden bed as curtains. This way, changing clothes would be much more convenient. With the excess skins, she draped them at the cave entrance, providing a shield against the wind as well as privacy from prying eyes. When the weather improved, she could simply roll them up. There was no need to cover the entire floor. A beast man might soil it, and washing it repeatedly would be too tedious. Once they had a dedicated bedroom, she would adorn it entirely with carpets. After tidying up the cave, Luo Yuanyuan felt a desire to venture outside. Bai Hu readily agreed, carrying the little female out. They arrived at a tranquil grove, where Bai Hu laid out a beast skin on the ground. Settling down and pulling the little female onto his lap, Luo Yuanyuan made no resistance, leaning against him and gazing up at the night sky in serene admiration. The sky in the beast realm was a tapestry of stars, twinkling like scattered pearls, while the yellow moon hung full and round, with the red moon now plumper than the crescent she had first encountered. The untainted air was imbued with the sense of trees and grass, cool and refreshing. Luo Yuanyuan inhaled deeply, feeling as though every pore in her body had been cleansed, a refreshing sensation washing over her from the inside out. Bai Yi, however, had little interest in the night sky. His attention was wholly devoted to the little female in his embrace. In her embrace, Yuanyuan's small, soft body exuded a delightful fragrance, a petite bundle that she found utterly endearing. Unable to resist, the white tiger leaned down, intending to steal a kiss upon Luo Yuanyuan's smooth forehead. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the nearby thicket. "Oh dear, Chief Aimu, do not be in such a hurry." The sharp voice was somewhat familiar. "Xiang, you haven't come by for several days. I've missed you terribly. Let me have a kiss." Aimu embraced Xiang and tumbled to the ground. Soon, the area was filled with the innocent laughter of both male and female voices, leaving Luo Yuanyuan blushing crimson, as she had not expected to witness the chief's romantic escapades while merely gazing at the night sky. Bai Yi, holding the petite female, rose gracefully, tiptoeing away from the chaotic scene. Once back in the cave, Luo Yuanyuan eagerly unloaded a barrage of questions. Does the chief not have a female partner? How did he end up entangled with Xiang? Bai Ye's worldview was slightly shaken. He had not anticipated that the usually solemn chief was clandestinely involved with Xiang. However, why were they so secretive? It was quite common for couples to form bonds based on mutual attraction. There was no necessity for concealment. In the beastly realm, once a male and female bonded, they would bear a partnership mark, the female typically on her ankle and the male on his chest. Once a male bonded with a female, he could not consort with another, otherwise, he would suffer the consequences of the bond. The female, however, would remain unaffected. Bai Yi casually glanced at Luo Yuanyuan's ankle and continued, "Yet, the bonding method for wandering beasts is rather unique. They can establish a bond without mating." The chief's female had passed away long ago, and his partnership mark had long since faded. He could be with other females, but no new bond marks would appear. Thus, it was revealed that upon the female's death, the male was free to indulge. Luo Yuanyuan suddenly pondered, gently tracing the mark on her ankle. Could it be that Qingjue bid her to establish a partnership? It seemed that after that incident, a smoky blue ring had appeared on her ankle. But now that the weather was still cool, she wore long pants daily, concealing it from others. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, in a secluded water body, Qingjue arrived in agony, his crimson eyes wide open. He had just shed his skin, and the scales on his body were still soft and fragile, leaving him in a state of exhaustion. Coincidentally, he was undergoing a progression. Ascending to the royal tier was immensely challenging, and a moment's inattention could lead him astray. The massive green python felt an intense heat coursing through its body, its flesh tearing apart as every vein twisted and reshaped. Qingjue's mind conjured the image of Luo Yuanyuan's delicate face, barely managing to retain his sanity amidst the chaos. Yet, the process of ascension was excruciating. The python raised its head, letting out a roar that turned the water crimson, as it felt its consciousness beginning to fade. Suddenly, Qingjue's serpentine body quivered as he sensed gentle hands caressing him, soft and soothing, strangely calming the raging beastly energy within. Struggling to rein in his power, a new solar mark gradually formed on his back. He longed to return to the side of his beloved female. However, He was battered and needed time to recuperate. Yuanyuan. Wait for me, he murmured, softly calling the name of his cherished female as he sank slowly to the water's depths. The following day, Bai Yi enjoyed a rare respite from hunting, while Luo Yuanyuan slept soundly until well past dawn. The white tiger prepared the meal before returning to bed, wrapping his arms around the small female. Even in silence, their closeness brought him immense joy. Of course, engaging in more intimate activities would have been even better. Ahem. There is plenty of time ahead, he thought, suppressing his restlessness and kissing the silky strands of her hair. Suddenly, Luo Yuanyuan turned over. And just as Bai Yi leaned in to steal a kiss from her soft lips, a roar echoed from outside. The sound was different from the usual hunting returns. It carried a tinge of sorrow. Bai Yi sprang up, intending to investigate, only to find that Luo Yuanyuan had also been roused. Eager to uncover the commotion, she quickly dressed, neglecting breakfast, as the white tiger lifted her and exited the cave. Chapter 20. A small trial of strength. The clearing was abuzz with voices. Nearly all the beast men of the tribe had gathered, forming a large circle, whispering and exchanging glances towards the core of the gathering. Upon spotting Luo Yuanyuan, Arno and Shurjin hurried over. Yuanyuan, the salt team has returned. They obtained the salt, but several beastmen are gravely injured and on the brink of death. Healer Lena has yet to arrive. The shamans from the Golden Lion and Song Wolf tribes are here, but they seem uncertain as well. Arno shook his head, sighing deeply. Host, random task triggered. Heal the severely injured beastmen to gain reputation points, the system chimed in. Luo Yuanyuan pressed her forehead with her hand. Lamenting that she could not simply remain a passive observer, fate seemed determined to thrust her into the spotlight. It was not that she was cold-hearted and unwilling to help. Rather, she feared the repercussions of failure and the potential scorn from others. Her emotional fortitude was fragile, and she could not withstand the turmoil. What are you afraid of? Host, our healing skills, even if they do not restore life to its fullest, can mend most injuries. Be bold, and if all else fails, you can always flee. However, without even basic lightness techniques, where could she escape to? Luo Yuanyuan pouted. This little assistant was utterly unreliable. Nevertheless, she grasped Bai Ye's hand and squeezed into the throng of beasts. On the ground lay a dozen male beastmen, all bearing numerous wounds as if torn by some creature. The injuries varied in severity, many untreated for too long, resulting in festering, rotten wounds that exposed white bones and emitted a foul odor, a sight that was psychologically distressing. Two elderly male beastmen crouched, their expressions grave as they examined the injuries. Chief Aimu was present but remained silent, his furrowed brow deepening as he focused intently on the actions of the elder males. Nearby, the beastmen whispered among themselves, "He won't make it. His bones are nearly rotting. And he's been feverish and unconscious. It's such a shame. These are among our tribe's finest warriors. Look, even the shamans from those two tribes are shaking their heads. They surely see no hope. That merfolk is truly terrifying. I wouldn't dare venture into the soul-eating sea." It's a miracle these warriors managed to return to the tribe. 3 of them perished along the way to meet the beast god. Besides our tribe's Mashi, there are Song Wolf's Fengji and Golden Lion's Yunheng. This is a significant loss. Why haven't the leaders of the Song Wolf and Golden Lion tribes shown up? I heard they went deep into the forest to hunt and won't return until tomorrow. Luo Yuanyuan was engrossed in the murmurs when a sharp, familiar voice cut through the air. Why is this newcomer always around? Surely you aren't attempting to save lives for some favor, thinking that if the little beastmen recover, it will be credited to you. It has nothing to do with you. Bai Yi, do not be bewitched by this vixen. She will eventually bring you to ruin. Bai Yi tightened his grip around Luo Yuanyuan's arm. His voice cold as he retorted, "Whom I choose to like is my business. It is none of your concern. Please keep your distance from us. Did you hear that? My Bai Yi indeed has an affection for me. Some females only speak ill of what they cannot have." Luo Yuanyuan deliberately leaned against Bai Ye's arm, defiantly raising her eyebrows at Xiangxiang, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Humph. This Xiangxiang is always looking for trouble. She is truly insufferable. Though she was not adept at arguing, Bai Ye's affection for her gave her a sense of security. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's lips curled into a gentle smile as he affectionately stroked the little female's hair. His gaze soft as water. Xiang, witnessing the tender demeanor of the white tiger, felt a surge of anger. After all, she had been the one to harbor feelings for Bai Yi first, and this newcomer had brazenly intruded upon her affections. What infuriated her further was that this diminutive female spoke words she could not comprehend, rendering her unable to retort. Grapes? What are grapes? What even is that? Where did this wild female emerge from? From some impoverished tribe. She can't even speak proper human language. Bai Yi, do not be deceived by her. As Xiang Xiang tried to advance, she was firmly blocked by Arno. Why are you always targeting Yuanyuan? Bai Yi does not fancy you, and your jealousy is futile. Quiet down. Do not cause trouble for the shaman. Chief Ai Mu, hearing the commotion, cast a stern gaze their way. Xiang Xiang's eyes narrowed, and she cast an unwilling glare at Luo Yuanyuan, choosing to fall silent. At that moment, two elderly shamans stood up. Their expressions grave as they spoke. The injuries are too severe. He remains unconscious, and we are powerless. Everyone must brace themselves for the worst. Bai Yi furrowed his brows, his heart heavy with sorrow. Among the injured, 5 or 6 were from the fierce tiger tribe, one of whom, Mo Shi, was his closest brother and the second-ranked warrior of the tribe. I wish to attempt to save them, Luo Yuanyuan murmured softly. Bai Yi remained silent, tightly grasping the little female's hand. His Yuanyuan was too kind-hearted. He could not bring himself to stop her. He could only prepare for the aftermath, such as making a hasty retreat if the situation turned dire. Luo Yuanyuan retrieved a bone knife and some medicinal herbs from her space, the flying crane grass and 8-petal lotus. She placed the bone knife into Bai Hu's hands, shaking Bai Ye's hand gently. You must assist me. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. Seeing the white tiger's acquiescence, Luo Yuanyuan took a deep breath, summoning her courage, and turned to the elderly shaman. Honorable shaman, I have some herbs. May I attempt to save them? The two dignified shaman were taken aback by her audacious proclamation, ready to reprimand her, but upon closer inspection, they realized she was merely a little female. Oh, and an exceptionally beautiful one at that, fair and delicate, truly endearing. The two shaman immediately relaxed their furrowed brows, their expressions softening as they smiled in unison. This little female is quite brave. Do come and give it a try. The gathered beast men were taken aback by the rapid change in demeanor. Luo Yuanyuan stepped forward, lifting her small face to address the surrounding beast men. I learned this from others. I cannot guarantee success, but as long as you do not blame me in the end, I shall proceed. The beast men, captivated by the beautiful female's gaze, felt their hearts race as if struck by something, their pulses racing uncontrollably. They unanimously raised their fists in agreement. Little female, do not worry about healing us. After all, doing nothing means waiting for death. Even saving one would be a blessing. Last time, you healed a little beast man and we trust you. Do not fear. Treat us boldly. Buoyed by their encouragement, Luo Yuanyuan approached the gravely injured Mo Shi, crouching down to examine him closely. Mo Shi bore numerous wounds. Some were healing, while others were deep. The most critical was a gaping claw mark across his chest, festering and blackened, with his organs faintly visible within. His body burned with fever, and his breath was faint, giving the impression that he was on the brink of death. Luo Yuanyuan had never wielded a scalpel before, yet she strove to maintain her composure, instructing Bai Yi to first remove the necrotic flesh from the beastman's chest. Bai Ye's technique was swift and precise. Luo Yuanyuan watched in awe, realizing that he would have excelled as a surgeon even in modern times. His capacity to learn was truly remarkable. The two elderly shamans stared wide-eyed, clutching their beards tightly. They had never witnessed such treatment methods before, especially the removal of flesh. How wondrous! Yet they were uncertain whether it would yield a cure. The onlooking beast men held their breath, fearful that even a heavy exhalation might disrupt the little female's efforts. As the healthy red flesh was revealed, Luo Yuanyuan squeezed fresh herbal juice over the beastman's wounds, gently placing her hand atop it. It appeared as though she was merely pressing the herbs to staunch the bleeding, but in truth, she was secretly employing her healing magic to hasten the wound's recovery. The wounds beneath the herbs began to scab over, and the bleeding ceased. Next, Luo Yuanyuan wrapped Mo Shi's upper body in clean, thin, breathable animal hide sourced by the beastmen. All done. Be cautious not to let the wounds get wet. For the next few days, allow them to rest quietly, she instructed the nearby beast men who were responsible for caring for him. Chapter 21. The Bonfire Festival. Luo Yuanyuan repeated the process, enduring her fatigue, and managed to treat all the beast men on the ground. Of course, she was acutely aware of her limitations, only utilizing a small portion of her healing magic on each beast man, otherwise she would exhaust herself before finishing them all. One must be mindful of their own strength when saving others. Moreover, healing too quickly might arouse the suspicions of the beast men. Bai Yi gazed at the increasingly pale face of the female, his eyes filled with concern. Yet, he felt powerless, compelled to hasten his actions. The sooner they finished, the sooner he could carry Yuanyuan back to rest. 2 hours later, having treated the last beast man, Luo Yuanyuan felt dizzy, her vision blurring. Just as she swayed unsteadily to her feet, she collapsed into Bai Ye's embrace, losing consciousness. The beast men erupted in a chorus of exclamations. Heavens! What has happened to the little female? She must be utterly exhausted. Quickly, take her back to rest. This little female is not only beautiful but also incredibly kind. I wish to care for her. I see that Bai Yi is quite protective of the little female. Perhaps you should defeat him first. Defeat what? The little female is bound to seek out 20 males anyway. If Bai Hu is the alpha, I can be the beta. The following evening, as Luo Yuanyuan opened her eyes, she found Bai Yi gazing at her with a look of deep concern. Upon noticing her awakening, he visibly relaxed, a smile gracing his handsome features. Yuanyuan, how do you feel? Is there anywhere that aches? Are you hungry? I am fine. Do not worry, Luo Yuanyuan replied, closing her eyes momentarily to assess her strength, which seemed to have returned. You have slept for an entire day and night. It frightened me terribly. Bai Yi helped her sit up slowly, resting against him, one arm securely encircling her slender waist, while he brought a bowl of water to her lips. He had been deeply anxious that the little female might not awaken. He had no idea how he had managed to endure that period. Yuanyuan, please refrain from using that magic in the future. It is too taxing on your body. What if neither of us can survive? Do not fret. I am aware of my limits. Luo Yuanyuan grasped Bai Hu's wrist, taking a sip of water to soothe her throat. What became of the beast men? They have all awakened. Aside from Mo Shi, who is still lying down due to his severe injuries, the others are able to move, albeit feeling somewhat weak. Bai Hu kissed the little female's soft forehead, suppressing his earlier unease as he spoke gently. The chieftains of the Golden Lion tribe and the Azure Wolf tribe have arrived, wishing to express their gratitude to you in person. Tonight, there will be a bonfire festival held in your honor. In truth, he did not wish for the little female to be frequently in the spotlight. So many males were eyeing Yuanyuan with predatory intent, and he felt that his strength alone was insufficient to protect her. However, now was not the time to leave. After all, the tribe was relatively safe, and the upcoming beast tide and rainy season would pose significant challenges to the survival of the beast men. Luo Yuanyuan was not keen on being the center of attention, yet she felt a spark of curiosity regarding the bonfire festival in this beastly realm. Just as she hesitated, Arno's boisterous voice echoed from outside the cave. Yuanyuan, are you awake? Let us go to the bonfire festival. I heard there will be plenty of delicious food tonight. With that, Arno flung aside the animal hide curtain and strode in with Shijin. Let me tell you, Yuanyuan, that Aisha has returned. She is determined to become your white tiger's mate. You must seize this opportunity at the festival to dissuade her. She had previously relied on her status as the chief's daughter, constantly looking down upon us and believing herself to be the most beautiful female in the tribe. Today, we shall show her what true beauty looks like and let her realize that she pales in comparison to even the roughness of your skin. Luo Yuanyuan felt a sudden itch on her skin from this metaphor. Could it be that she truly had rough patches? It was indeed time for a bath. She had been in the White Tiger tribe for several days without washing. The most she had done was change her undergarments when White Tiger was absent. Yet this Aisha had the audacity to fancy Bai Yi, just like the previous fragrant one. It seemed that Bai Yi was quite the charmer.
Thinking of this,
Luo Yuanyuan pouted and cast a sideways glance at White Tiger. Bai Yi instantly understood the little female's thoughts and hastily clarified, Yuanyuan, do not misunderstand. I swear to the beast god, my affections are solely for you. Shijin added with a smile. Indeed, although many females admire Bai Yi, only you, Luo Yuanyuan, have the privilege of residing in his cave. He usually does not converse with females.
Humph.
Under the gaze of others, Luo Yuanyuan felt her cheeks flush slightly. She playfully glared at Bai Yi and extended her tiny hands. Let us go. White Tiger chuckled softly, bending down to scoop up the little female and walked out of the cave with Arno and the others. In the clearing before the cave, several hundred bonfires blazed brightly, casting a mysterious beauty against the tranquil night sky. Large pieces of meat sizzled over the flames, while bowls filled with assorted fruits sat nearby. The central bonfire blazed the fiercest, reserved for the chiefs. The other bonfires were more casual. Everyone could sit wherever they pleased. Energetic males wrestled with one another, their roars echoing through the air, while others busied themselves pleasing their females, carefully tending to the roasted meats. Little beast men nibbled on food, playing and darting about. For a moment, The entire tribe was alive with joyous sounds, embodying a scene of peace and prosperity. The appearance of Luo Yuanyuan and her companions immediately attracted the attention of the orcs. Chief Aimu whispered a few words to the two individuals beside him, and the three simultaneously stood up and approached Luo Yuanyuan. Luo Yuanyuan, we are all aware of your efforts in healing our kin, and they wish to express their gratitude in person. This is Fong Sun, the chief of the Tsonglong tribe, Aimu said, pointing to a rugged and hardy middle-aged orc on his left. He then gestured to the right, and this is Yun Yi, the chief of the Jinshi tribe. The chief of the Jinshi tribe was a young and handsome orc, with long golden hair and deep-set eyes, appearing only a few years older than Bai Yi. Fong Sun of the Tsonglong tribe let out a hearty laugh. To think that such a delicate and beautiful little female saved my tribe's members, it is truly astonishing. To express my gratitude, I bring 100 large game as a gift for the White Tiger tribe, along with 2 pelts from the Arctic beast for this lovely little female. I acquired these exquisite white furs during my travels to the frigid lands. They are exceptionally warm and perfect for her. Before Luo Yuanyuan could respond, Yun Yi of the Jinshi tribe smiled and added, our Jinshi tribe also brings an equal number of game, and in addition, a bag of red crystals for the beautiful Yuanyuan. These red crystals are sourced from the southern lands and can be used for trade or fashioned into jewelry. I am certain Yuanyu will adore them. Initially, Bai Yi had little reaction, but upon hearing Yun Yi refer to Luo Yuanyuan in such a manner, he narrowed his eyes, his gentle gaze turning cold as it pierced towards the Jinshi chief. Yun Yi, feeling the intensity of the gaze upon him, met it without flinching, raising an eyebrow in challenge. Bai Yi's expression turned even frostier. Thank you, I shall accept these gifts without reservation. Luo Yuanyuan, entirely oblivious to the tension, accepted the gifts, her thoughts racing with the prospect of using the red crystals to purchase items from the system's marketplace, and she couldn't help but feel delighted. Aimu invited Luo Yuanyuan and her companions to the central bonfire, but she politely declined. What a ridiculous notion. She had no desire to sit in the middle and become a target. Moreover, sitting with such important figures would be rather uncomfortable. Luo Yuanyuan took White Tiger's hand and found a discreet spot to sit, while Arno and the others had long since wandered off to play. Bai Yi sat down and offered a bright red fruit from a large bowl to the little female. Luo Yuanyuan opened her mouth to accept it, taking a small bite. It was deliciously sweet. The juice from the red fruit glistened on her lips, sparkling under the firelight, making them appear even more luscious and tender than flower petals. White Tiger gazed intently, swallowing hard before he could no longer resist. He leaned down, cradling the little female's face in his hands, and kissed her. The fruit juice made her lips soft and fragrant, and Bai Yi gently sucked on them, the taste of Yuanyu proving irresistible. He longed to embrace her completely. Luo Yuanyuan felt herself growing weak under the kiss, wanting to push Bai Yi away, but her arms lacked the strength to resist, leaving her to passively endure. Seeing that the little female did not reject his advances only fueled Bai Yi's desire, and just as he was about to deepen the kiss, a sudden exclamation shattered the sweet moment. What are you two doing? Chapter 22. Am I truly so captivating? Bai Yi, filled with frustration at being interrupted just when he had finally kissed the little female, felt the warmth in his gentle eyes fade as he turned coldly toward the source of the voice. A woman adorned with jewelry and sporting a slight overbite was glaring at them, her brows knitted in anger. It was none other than Aisha, the chief's daughter. Aisha and Lena had just returned from the northern beast city that afternoon. Upon hearing about Luo Yuanyuan, both had scoffed in disbelief. Aisha could not fathom how any female could surpass her beauty. Surely, those people must be blind. Lena, on the other hand, doubted anyone could match her medical skills. Those people were undoubtedly being duped. Aisha had meticulously styled her hair, tying it back with a grass rope, and adorned herself with a fishbone necklace, bracelets, and earrings brought back from her sister, Ava. She felt stunning and was determined to captivate Bai Yi's heart tonight. Eagerly, she had dragged Lena to find Bai Yi, only to arrive at the clearing and witness the intimate scene before her, leaving her in disbelief. In just a few days, Bai Yi had seemingly been seduced away. After a gasp, Aisha felt an overwhelming urge to storm over and tear Luo Yuanyuan apart for tempting Bai Yi. However, at that critical moment, she managed to rein in her rage. After all, she had been playing the role of a gentle female in front of White Tiger. Aisha, Bai Yi drawled, his brow furrowed as he feigned a tone of reason, extending a finger towards Luo Yuanyuan. Who is she? Why are you sitting with her? You are the tribe's foremost warrior and a future chieftain. How can you associate with an unknown female? Come with me to see my father. Her father had long promised her that once Bai Yi became her partner, the position of chief would belong to him. She was certain that Bai Yi would be thrilled to hear such news. Given Bai Yi's cleverness, she was convinced he would grasp the implications of her words. Soon enough, White Tiger would cast aside that scrawny female and come to curry favor with her. With that thought, she shot a smug glance at Luo Yuanyuan, thinking, what could she possibly contend with against Aisha? Very soon, that vixen would learn who the most captivating female truly was here. Luo Yuanyuan regarded the overbite female before her, whose expressions shifted rapidly, and wondered if this was indeed the Aisha who had a crush on Bai Yi. She appeared rather ordinary, and, in fact, did not surpass her in beauty. Feeling reassured, Luo Yuanyuan offered Aisha a faint smile, remaining silent as she leaned closer to White Tiger. She wanted to see how Bai Yi would respond. The White Tiger lowered his head and offered a gentle smile to Luo Yuanyuan, his deep blue eyes clearly reflecting her image. He grasped her small hand, caressing it tenderly. Then, turning his head, he faced the adorned female, and the smile on his handsome face abruptly turned cold. Aisha, it is Luo Yuanyuan whom I have chosen as my soulmate. The White Tiger's tone carried an unmistakable chill, and I harbor no interest in becoming the clan leader. In her heart, Luo Yuanyuan silently added a few points to Bai Yi. This gentle White Tiger was quite decisive when it came to rejecting other females, showing no hesitation at all. She found herself nuzzling closer into Bai Yi's embrace, her small hands playfully pinching his waist as a form of encouragement. At that moment, the encouraged White Tiger felt as if struck by lightning, his whole being freezing in place as he struggled to ignore the little female's teasing hands. If this continued, he would soon lose control. He had not anticipated that the shy Yuanyuan could possess such an alluring side. Indeed, he found himself utterly enamored. Ignored, Aisha's face flushed crimson. What did Bai Yi mean by this? A direct rejection. Anger surged within her, her mouth agape as she felt a slew of unrefined words threatening to spill forth. At that moment, Lena subtly tugged at her arm, signaling her to turn away. Upon doing so, Aisha beheld a throng of orcs approaching. A shift in her thoughts ignited a spark of pride within her. The beast god always favored beautiful females. Surely, this was her chance. She was renowned as a stunning female, and wherever she went, a horde of suitors followed. These males must be here to curry her favor, providing a perfect opportunity to show the ungrateful Bai Yi how others sought her out. Given by whose strength and looks, she could forgive him this once. With a smug glance at Bai Yi and Luo Yuanyuan, she composed herself, lifted her chin, and struck a pose she deemed irresistibly charming. Raising her right arm toward the orcs, you all must be here for me, right? I have a penchant for the strong. So, let us see who can prove themselves first. Before Luo Yuanyuan could interject, she was rudely interrupted by the lead male orc. I am Fengji, an orc of the Songlong tribe. You saved the lives of our kin, and we are immensely grateful. These 2 blue crystals were an unexpected find during our perilous journey to the soul-devouring sea. They are for you. The orc speaking was remarkably tall, his deep gray hair standing defiantly, adding a wild allure to his handsome visage. He bypassed Aisha entirely, his black eyes locking onto Luo Yuanyuan, the exquisite little female he had heard so much about. Fengji's gaze was filled with unabashed fervor as he knelt beside Luo Yuanyuan, extending his right hand, revealing 2 brilliant blue crystals, pure and translucent. They had faced great danger on this trip to the seaside, nearly losing their lives. And yet they had only managed to procure these 2 rare gems. Luo Yuanyuan understood the value of these blue crystals and hesitated to accept them. As she parted her lips to decline, another voice chimed in. Wow! This little female is so beautiful. May I be your mate? I am Yunheng from the Golden Lion tribe, and this is a coral bracelet for you. Thank you for rescuing us orcs. Luo Yuanyuan looked up to see an adorable young boy with slightly curly short golden hair and a cherubic face that inspired immediate affection. He squeezed his way to her side, beaming brightly. Can I call you Yuanyuan? You are truly lovely. Let us become mates. I am now a high-level orc and can protect you. Without waiting for a response, Yunheng thrust the coral bracelet into Luo Yuanyuan's hands and gazed at her with rapt attention, murmuring to himself, this is so beautiful. I can't wait to take you back to my cave. Luo Yuanyuan, where did this silly child come from? Bai Yi, another one? I wish I could just hide Yuanyuan away.
Feng Yi, so childish.
But if it works, perhaps I should give it a try too. The crowd of orcs erupted in laughter. Thank you, Luo Yuanyuan. We will never forget your kindness. I never dreamed I'd live to see my parents again. Luo Yuanyuan. Here are fruits we picked and meat we roasted. They're delicious. Please try. Typically shy, Yun Heng became bold in the presence of the beautiful female. Yun Heng. You just came of age this year, right? You're still quite young. The position of mate should be reserved for us older singles. Little clan leader. Look at Yun Heng. You should be bolder too. Luo Yuanyuan felt her cheeks flush as the straightforwardness of the beastly males left her flustered. Chapter 23. Have these people gone mad? Aisha, pushed aside, was dumbfounded, her mouth agape in disbelief. Had this pack of beasts lost their senses? Just look at that scrawny little female, clearly not fit for breeding. Feng Ji and Yun Heng were actually competing to shower her with attention. They had no idea that their status was comparable to hers. Feng Ji was the son of the Songlong tribe leader, and Yun Heng was the younger brother of the Golden Lion tribe leader. Had they been enchanted by a siren to be so infatuated with that wretched female? And what are the other orcs nearby? They had just returned from the seaside, surely bewitched by the sirens as well, for they could only see that wretched female. All smiles as they sought her favor. This daughter of a clan leader, accustomed to adoration, felt utterly overlooked. She was seething with anger. After all, she was a captivating female. Even in the northern bee city, her beauty ranked among the finest. This time back at the tribe, she had brought with her a magnificent beast from the city, and she was never lacking in suitors. The current situation had completely unraveled Aisha's typically haughty demeanor. Accustomed to being worshipped, Aisha felt a buzzing in her head, her blood rushing to her face. Overwhelmed by fury, she could no longer contain herself. Letting out a high-pitched scream, her face contorted in rage. You blind fools. I despise you all. There will come a day when you will beg me. Humph. Aisha clenched her fists, her fiery gaze sweeping over the orcs before her, disregarding Lena as she stormed off in frustration. The orcs murmured. Indeed, females are so willful, prone to throwing tantrums. Lena observed Aisha's retreat with a hint of disdain. Still too young. She can't handle such trivial matters and has fallen behind. Yet, being the daughter of Aimu, she couldn't just stand by and watch her suffer, so she felt compelled to offer comfort. Just as Lena was about to pursue her, she noticed two elderly orcs approaching. Instantly, she steadied herself, casting a cold glance at Luo Yuanyuan. The two shamans were undoubtedly here to cause trouble. She would remain here to witness Luo Yuanyuan's embarrassment. She also harbored resentment toward this new female for stealing her spotlight. Relying on Aisha was futile now. She could certainly use these two elderly orcs to her advantage. Imagining the shaman's stern demeanor and booming voices, she could already picture Luo Yuanyuan in tears from their scolding.
It would be most satisfying.
Suppressing her inner excitement, Lena pretended to call out to Luo Yuanyuan. Luo Yuanyuan, you should hide. Those two tribe shamans are here to trouble you. Their tempers are notoriously volatile. She then approached the two elder orcs, plastering on a fake smile. Oh, what brings you both here in person? Young Luo Yuanyuan is still naive and a bit headstrong. It's understandable. However, one must not indulge in the reckless treatment of ailments. What if the orc were to perish under such care? It is imperative to offer her a stern admonition. The two shamans exchanged perplexed glances, furrowing their brows in silence. Before bypassing her and making their way to the campfire, little female, how is your health faring now? We old codgers have been quite concerned for you. The white-bearded orc displayed a benevolent smile, tinged with an air of flattery. In all our years, we have never encountered such a brave, intelligent, and kind little female as yourself. With a chuckle, he continued, thus, we have conceived a rather audacious idea. Would you be willing to accept it?
Huh?
The boisterous orcs quieted down, turning their gazes towards the two shamans. Pray tell, what is this bold idea of yours? Surely, you do not wish to become her maid as well? This is intolerable, they exclaimed in disbelief. You ought to take a look in the river. Do you not realize your own appearance? Your beards are all wrinkled. They lamented that such an unseemly duo could never match the beauty of the little female. The truth is, we old men wish to learn the art of healing from you, little female. Would you consent to this? The elder shaman, who had lived a considerable portion of his life, now appeared somewhat anxious, his gaze hopeful as it rested upon Luo Yuanyuan. Lena could hardly believe her eyes. Widening in astonishment, have these two old men lost their minds? Have these people been possessed? How could things have changed so drastically in the few days I was away in the bee city? Is this still my fierce tiger tribe? After a moment of shock, Lena quickly regained her composure. Unlike Aisha, she was not foolish enough to confront others directly. She needed to devise a cunning plan to discreetly make this female self-life miserable and drive her out of the tribe. Once her mind was made up, Lena stealthily departed. At this moment, the reclusive Luo Yuanyuan felt somewhat dazed. How could it be that in the brief time it took to eat a fruit, orcs were suddenly wanting to form bonds and learn medicine? She struggled with social interactions, and the intense stares of the surrounding males made her cheeks flush as her small hands clutched the arm of the white tiger. Bai Yi, perceiving the little female's unease, lifted her into his arms. Yuanyuan is tired and needs rest. I shall take her home. We can discuss matters another day. With that, he tightened his embrace and swiftly departed the gathering, his long legs carrying him away from the throng. The onlooking orcs murmured, "It's just because you have long legs." Meanwhile, Feng Ji and Yunheng protested. "We haven't even stood up yet." The two shamans queried, did the little female agree or not? Do enlighten us. In the ensuing days, thanks to the provisions delivered by the Golden Lion tribe and the Tsongwolf tribe, Bai Yi no longer needed to hunt. Instead, he devoted his time to accompanying Luo Yuanyuan at home. She was busily handling the wheat and potato seeds she had exchanged from the marketplace. The system had informed her that the seeds from the market were fast maturing, ripening in approximately 2 months. Bai Yi, have you ever tasted dumplings or fries? They are absolutely delightful. Look, these are the seeds. In 2 months, we will harvest wheat and potatoes, which can be transformed into many delicious dishes. Luo Yuanyuan gazed earnestly at Bai Yi, passionately explaining the benefits of these seeds. Going out to farm alone would not suffice. Bai Yi sat beside the little female and kissed her forehead, saying, "Whatever you wish to do, I shall accompany you." Luo Yuanyuan had grown somewhat accustomed to the white tiger's affection over the past few days and did not react too strongly. She stood up, tugging at Bai Yi. "Let's hasten to find a place to plant them." "Very well." Bai Yi chuckled softly, lifting Luo Yuanyuan into his arms. His little female was rather impatient. In truth, he had little understanding of planting wheat or potatoes. He merely considered it a whimsical pastime of Yuanyuan's. Regardless, he resolved to accompany her in whatever endeavor she chose and lend his strength. As they stepped outside the cave, they encountered Arno and Shurjin, who had come to visit. "Yuanyuan, where are you off to?" Arno's boisterous voice echoed from afar. Luo Yuanyuan patted Bai Yi's arm, signaling him to set her down. "We are going to farm. Would you like to join us?" She smiled brightly at the approaching Arno. Good friends ought to share. And such a joyful activity as farming should certainly involve more hands to lighten the load. After all, with Arno's character, even if he did not farm, he would surely come by for a meal once he learned of the delicious food. It was better to allow her to be self-sufficient. Yes, yes, yes. But what does farming entail? Arno's chubby face displayed a puzzled expression. It involves planting seeds in the ground, and after a while, you will reap a bounty of delectable food. You'll understand once you join us. Arno's face lit up with realization and delight. Is there such a wonderful thing? Can we invite more orcs to join? Luo Yuanyuan nodded enthusiastically. Of course. Arno, brimming with excitement, leaped onto Shurjin's back and urged, "Quickly, let us go summon more people." "Yuanyuan, wait for me." Shurjin transformed into a large yellow and black-striped tiger, swiftly carrying Arno away. Just as Luo Yuanyuan intended to pull Bai Yi aside to find a place to sit, she heard a stranger's voice. Bai Yi, Luo Yuanyuan female. Chapter 24. Save the Mermaid. Luo Yuanyuan turned to see a tall orc with a radiant smile and short brown hair striding toward them. She recognized him as Moshi. The animal hide bandages wrapped around his body were indeed her handiwork, making it impossible to feign ignorance. Bai Yi stepped forward. "Moshi, are you feeling better?" "Indeed. Thanks to Luo Yuanyuan female, I am fortunate enough to see today a son." Moshi acknowledged, knowing full well the severity of his injuries. He had come perilously close to meeting the beast god himself. From his face, he produced a leather pouch, opened it, and presented it to Luo Yuanyuan. "Luo Yuanyuan female. I found these luminous stones by the sea. They may not hold great value, but they are quite beautiful. I offer them to you." Luo Yuanyuan examined the stones in the pouch. They were indeed stunning, nearly transparent, refracting a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. Thank goodness they were not night pearls, otherwise she would have felt too embarrassed to accept them. She smiled. "Then I shall not be polite." Moshi nodded vigorously, delighted that the little female accepted his gift. He had heard that the rare items presented by Feng Ji and Yunheng during the bonfire gathering had gone unacknowledged by her. So he thought to offer something inexpensive yet appealing. To his surprise, the little female truly accepted it. Moshi's gaze toward Luo Yuanyuan was equally fervent. This little female was simply enchanting. Who could resist such charm? Suddenly, he sensed two icy stares directed at him. Turning his head, he saw Bai Yi smirking, his narrowed eyes casting a frosty warning. After a moment of confusion, Moshi realized that Bai Yi was signaling him not to harbor any intentions toward the little female. A shiver ran down his spine. He knew Bai Yi's temperament all too well. To others, Bai Yi appeared gentle, but that was merely a facade, one that concealed the wrath of his true nature. He recalled when Bai Yi had recently joined the tiger tribe. They often played together as youngsters, devoid of rank and without space. Bai Yi wore a necklace that Moshi had mocked, tearing it from his neck and preparing to crush it beneath his foot. That was when the normally mild-mannered Bai Yi erupted in fury, his eyes turning blood red as he lunged at Moshi, viciously biting down on his leg and refusing to let go, no matter how others tried to pull him away. Moshi had cried out in pain, promising never to touch Bai Yi's necklace again, at which point Bai Yi finally relented, huffing in indignation. Later, he learned that the necklace had been a cherished keepsake from Bai Yi's father. Moshi has long believed that had he truly stepped down at that moment, the flesh and bones of his leg would have been obliterated, perhaps even costing him his life. In that fleeting instant, he felt an authentic sense of terror. However, he secretly mused that if the little female fancied him, he would willingly confront Bai Yi even at the cost of his own annihilation. With this thought in mind, he beamed at Bai Yi and said, "I've heard you plan to cultivate the land. Count me in. I possess considerable strength." Luo Yuanyuan harbored a fondness for this jovial beast man and nodded in agreement. Sure, the more, the merrier. Working together is far more enjoyable. Noticing that Arno and the others had yet to return, Bai Yi and Moshi engaged in conversation about the soul-devouring sea. "How did you sustain such severe injuries this time?" Bai Hu inquired first. Let us not even mention it," Moshi replied, his expression one of dejection. "We were rather unfortunate, caught in the crossfire of several groups of merfolk battling. It was chaos. Upon our arrival, a great war was already underway, with fighting both in the water and along the shore. It was the first time I encountered a mermaid, and indeed, her song was divine. Alas, during the conflict, the mermaid's song became a weapon. Its penetrating quality was overwhelming, almost causing our heads to explode. We had intended to seize some salt amidst the disorder, but those merfolk seemed to lose their senses, attacking indiscriminately. We were injured and could only hastily gather some salt before retreating. Little did we expect that the wounds inflicted by the merfolk would be so difficult to heal. We initially thought recovery would take just a few days. Yet the injuries only worsened, accompanied by a fever. We nearly perished on the way back. Thankfully, there was Luo Yuanyuan. As Moshi spoke, he cast a quick glance at Luo Yuanyuan. She couldn't help but smile at the sight of the beast man, who appeared eager yet timid in his gaze towards her. At that moment, Moshi continued, however, this trip was not entirely fruitless. Luo Yuanyuan perked up at this. "We brought back a mermaid," Moshi added. "What? A mermaid?" Luo Yuanyuan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She was eager to see what the fabled mermaid looked like. "Why didn't I see the mermaid last night?" "Where is it?" she interjected. Moshi glanced at the little female again. "We've hidden him in the Golden Lion tribe. It's said that mermaids can be quite enchanting to females, and we didn't want you to see him. If you didn't want me to see him, then why bring him back?" Luo Yuanyuan questioned. "We will keep him hidden for now, and once the coast settles down, we will bring him back to help us gather salt." "Aren't you afraid he might escape?" Luo Yuanyuan asked, puzzled. How could a mermaid possibly stay willingly in a cave? She smiled awkwardly. "No worries, he won't escape." Just as Luo Yuanyuan was about to inquire further, Arno's booming voice echoed from afar. "Yuanyuan, look at how many people I've brought. Let us move." Luo Yuanyuan turned to see a large group of beastmen rushing toward them like a whirlwind, startling her at first. Upon studying her nerves, she recognized that, aside from Arno's sister Adu and her family, there were also more than 10 females from their tribe accompanied by their partners. It appeared that Arno was quite popular, leaving Luo Yuanyuan feeling slightly envious. However, she was taken aback to see the brothers Yun Yi and Yun Heng from the Golden Lion tribe, as well as the father-son duo Feng Sun and Feng Ji from the Tsong Wolf tribe, not to mention the leader of the fierce tiger tribe, Ai Mu. Was Arno truly so charismatic? Bai Yi smiled gently, cradling Luo Yuanyuan in his arms, and said to Moshi, "Let us go." The group of beast men quickly made their way to the foot of the mountain. Luo Yuanyuan looked around and noticed a small river not far away. She suggested they cultivate the land not far downstream from the river, proposing that digging a water channel would facilitate irrigation. And with 3 or 4 months until the rainy season, there was little concern about flooding the fields. The beast men, upon receiving her instructions, transformed into their beast forms and spread out, each claiming a plot of land and displaying their claws as they eagerly began to till the earth. The beast men from the Golden Lion tribe and Songwolf tribe also sought out a piece of land to work on. After all, this was at the mountain's foot, not belonging to the fierce tiger tribe, so everyone was welcome to use it. Arno's little female, Amei, had also arrived. She tugged at Luo Yuanyuan's clothing and said, "Sister, I heard it was you who saved me that day."
Thank you.
What a polite little female. Luo Yuanyuan gently patted her chubby cheek and pulled a handful of dried woodberries from her pocket, offering them to her. "Here, enjoy." Amei beamed with joy, clutching the dried fruit and bouncing away to find her mother. As the males toiled in the fields, Arno and her group of females felt intrigued and ventured to observe the farming process. Bai Yi found a patch of shade, laid down a piece of beast hide, and settled Luo Yuanyuan comfortably. He gently stroked her hair, saying, "Be good and wait for me here. I'll be back shortly." With that, he transformed into a white tiger and ran off with Mo Shi to work in the fields. Sitting on the beast hide, Luo Yuanyuan rested her little head on her knees, squinting her eyes as if taking a break. In reality, she was conversing with the system. Host. There's a temporary mission. Rescue the injured mermaid. Little Six came online again. "I would indeed like to see the legendary mermaid," Luo Yuanyuan mused. "But you always assign temporary tasks. What rewards do I receive?" "Completing a task will delay the thunder punishment by 1 month." What a paltry reward. Luo Yuanyuan was utterly speechless. "By the way, do I now have prestige points? Let me see what I can exchange this time." She closed her eyes and focused on the marketplace. This time, she had accumulated quite a few prestige points, enough to exchange for a skill and a weapon. Luo Yuanyuan instantly perked up. She decided to exchange for the lightweight technique she had long coveted. As for the weapon, there were knives, guns, swords, nunchucks, and hammers. But none seemed suitable for her or befitting of the beast world. Wait, was that a soft whip? And it seemed to be a flowering plant? Luo Yuanyuan's heart raced with excitement. Just as she was about to examine it closely, a shadow fell over her. Chapter 25. The Invitation from the Golden Lion Tribe Leader. Yuanyuan. A strange male voice echoed from above. Luo Yuanyuan looked up to see a young and handsome figure with long golden hair, the leader of the Golden Lion Tribe, Yun Yi. "Greetings, Leader Yun Yi." Luo Yuanyuan stood up and courteously greeted him. She wondered why he had come to find her instead of joining the others in tilling the land. With Bai Yi absent, Luo Yuanyuan felt a sense of insecurity and was reluctant to engage in lengthy conversation with Yun Yi. Yun Yi gazed intently at the little female before him. In the sunlight, she appeared even more beautiful. Her fair skin seemed delicate, her full, rosy lips looked quite inviting, and her long eyelashes fluttered, seemingly captivating his heart. He was determined to have her. Yun Yi suppressed the madness brewing in his eyes. "Just call me Yun Yi." "Yuanyuan, I would like to invite you to visit the Golden Lion Tribe. The rescued beastmen are very grateful to you, and their families would like to meet you as well." Although Luo Yuanyuan was not particularly keen on going, she recognized it as a valuable opportunity to gain prestige points. She hesitated, bowing her head in silence. "Yuanyuan, let me share a secret with you." Noticing her silence, Yun Yi decided to sweeten the deal. He stepped closer and leaned down to whisper in her ear. Yun Heng and the others brought back a mermaid from the sea. It is said that the mermaid's song is the most enchanting, beloved by females. Don't you want to hear it? This time, Luo Yuanyuan felt her heart stir. Indeed, the system's task involved rescuing a mermaid, and the mermaid was in the Golden Lion Tribe. This was an excellent opportunity. She was on the verge of acquiescence when she raised her gaze, only to discover that Yun Yi was alarmingly close, nearly brushing against her hair. This proximity left her feeling rather disconcerted, causing her to instinctively lean back. The abrupt shift in her center of gravity led to her stumbling backward. Yet Yun Yi, with an almost imperceptible smile, leisurely extended his arm, poised to perform a gallant rescue. Before Luo Yuan could utter a sound of alarm, a pair of large hands firmly grasped her shoulders. The unfamiliar masculine aura enveloped her, prompting her to turn around. To her surprise, it was Fengji from the Songlong tribe. He had been nearby, tilling the earth alongside his father, and had been attentively observing the happenings in this vicinity. Initially, his focus was on Yunheng, as the latter's performance that night had been particularly striking, leading him to regard Yunheng as a formidable rival. However, He was taken aback to find Yunheng diligently engaged in tilling, perspiring profusely, while the tribe leader, Yuni, had stealthily approached Luo Yuan. With little time to ponder, Fengji quickly greeted his father before hastening over. As he drew near, he overheard Yuni enticing the young female with promises of mermaids to the Golden Lion tribe, his presence almost melding into hers. Naturally, he rushed forward to steady her as she began to topple. Yuni, slightly vexed, retracted his hand, thinking to himself that this Songlong cub was truly meddlesome. Humph. He would certainly seize an opportunity to rid himself of him. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile, gazing at Luo Yuan. I await your response. With that, he turned elegantly and departed. Luo Yuan smiled at Fengji. Thank you. Fengji gradually withdrew his hand to his side, fiddling with his fingers. His sharp gaze softened with warmth as he regarded the young female, his rugged features flushing slightly. This minor act pales in comparison to your life-saving grace. By the way, we have a vast grove of red fruit trees in our Songlong tribe, which are quite delectable. You should visit our tribe sometime. As he spoke, Fengji produced a handful of fruit wrapped in leaves from his space. These fruits are best when freshly picked. They've lost some of their freshness over time. He had hurriedly returned to the Songlong tribe last night to gather the red fruit, intending to present them to the young female in the morning, only to find everyone engaged in farming. Luo Yuan gazed at the fruit. They were red, smaller than blackberries, and somewhat resembled oversized cherries, bobbing enticingly. Thank you. She smiled, her eyes sparkling, accepted the fruit, and could not resist plucking one to taste. The flavor indeed resembled cherries, but sweeter. It appeared the young female relished it, prompting Fengji to unconsciously curl his lips in delight as he envisioned her plucking fruit alongside him, his wild visage flushing even more. Yuan Yuan. A gentle voice called from a distance. It was Bai Yi. Having just completed his task, he turned to see a beast man trying to encroach upon his territory, while Yuan Yuan had put something in her mouth. This simply won't do. He immediately sprinted back. Upon seeing Bai Yi, Luo Yuan rushed to him, beaming sweetly. Bai Yi, look at this red fruit. It's sweet and delicious. She then offered one to his lips. Bai Yi watched the young female intently, opened his mouth, and consumed it. So sweet, he remarked, bending down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead, subsequently casting a seemingly casual glance at Fengji. Luo Yuan covered her forehead, her cheeks slightly flushed. Oh dear, this Bai Yi, how could he kiss her in front of others in broad daylight? The land is prepared. What shall we do next? I shall carry you over. With that, Bai Yi scooped Luo Yuan into his arms and turned to leave. Fengji frowned. This white tiger was truly possessive of the young female. The kiss had been quite irksome to witness. He silently followed them. The beast men moved swiftly, having completed the tilling. They looked eagerly at Luo Yuan, awaiting her next instruction. Luo Yuan gestured for Bai Yi to retrieve the wheat and potato seeds from his space and guided the beast men on how to plant them. To ensure the seeds sprout rapidly, we must water them regularly and remove any weeds. Clearing her throat, Luo Yuan raised her voice slightly. Let us dig a trench to channel the river's water into each family's field. Once the fields are sufficiently watered, we can seal the opening. And when it's time to irrigate again, we simply reopen it. This method saves time and effort. Additionally, any weeds that sprout must be removed so that the seeds aren't competing for nutrients, allowing them to grow swiftly. The male beasts quickly use their claws to excavate the trench, the water from the elevated river gushing into the fields. At that moment, the beast men were profoundly astonished. They had never witnessed such a farming method. Even the most skilled herbivorous beast men merely dug a hole to plant seeds and left the rest to fate. This beautiful young female was not only knowledgeable about channeling river water for irrigation but also about weeding and increasing yield. She was truly clever. The beastman's thoughts varied. Ai Mu's eyes sparkled. This young female is quite intelligent, but alas, she is a rival to Aisha. Feng Sun stroked his chin. If only this beautiful young female could become my cub's mate. Yuni's eyes burned with passion. She will eventually be mine. She cast a glance at the white tiger. Alas, I cannot compete with Bai Yi. Fengji pondered. I wonder when she will visit the Songlong tribe. I eagerly await it. Yunheng dashed forward to embrace the young female, exclaiming, Yuan Yuan, you are so clever. I like you even more. When shall we become mates? Bai Yi unceremoniously extended a foot. Get lost. Luo Yuan cough. Well, the fields are planted. Everyone remember to water and weed. These 2 crops will take about 2 months to mature. I will teach everyone how to prepare delicious dishes using them. If there's nothing else, we shall head home now. As she spoke, she tugged at Bai Yi's hand. Bai Yi understood. one-handedly lifting the young female as he nodded to the beast men and strode away. The beautiful young female had departed once more. The beast men sighed in disappointment, returning home. Behind a nearby large tree, several female figures emerged, peering towards the direction Luo Yuan had left. Unlike the others, their gazes were filled with jealousy and malice. Chapter 26. The Wisteria Wind Chime. Once the beast men had dispersed, the group of females stepped out from behind the tree. It was Aisha, Xiang, and the shaman Lina. They looked down upon Luo Yuan's agricultural ambitions with disdain, yet could not suppress their curiosity, prompting them to hide and spy. This wild female must not remain in the tribe. Shaman Lina squinted, speaking up. Indeed, we must devise a plan to drive her away as soon as possible, Xiang chimed in. But she hasn't done anything wrong, and Bai Yi is so protective of her. Bai Yi is the tribe's foremost warrior. Ordinary beastmen wouldn't dare provoke him. How can we make her leave? Aisha fretted, biting her thick lips. Lina cast a sidelong glance at Aisha, thinking, how foolish this Aisha is. Must she be taught step by step? In the beast world, harming a female is the gravest of crimes. All we need to do is devise a way for her to commit such an offense. And driving her away will be a simple task. Afterward, if we have Xiang cooperate, it will undoubtedly be foolproof, Lina said, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Aisha. She had no desire to participate directly. She merely wished to observe the unfolding drama from the sidelines. Aisha furrowed her brows, deep in thought. Finally, she smirked, revealing a smile that suggested a nefarious scheme was about to unfold.
Luo Yuan.
Just you wait. Aisha will ensure you cry as you are expelled from the tiger tribe. Bai Yi accompanied Luo Yuan as they finished their lunch, preparing to tidy up the cave. Luo Yuanyuan reclined against a pillow made of animal hide. Her eyes gently closed as she directed her gaze toward the system's marketplace. Earlier that morning, she had caught sight of an object resembling a supple whip. But before she could examine it closely, she was interrupted by Uni. Host, this is the vining bellflower. It possesses a remarkable spirit. It can extend or retract, can be used for combat, and even assist in your escape. It is the most suitable weapon for you, explained Xiaolu. Was she merely destined to flee? Luo Yuanyuan sighed in exasperation. Truth can be harsh, Xiaolu retorted confidently. Nevertheless, the vine-like plant was quite aesthetically pleasing, both lightweight and delicate, perfectly befitting her. In a moment of impulse, she exchanged her points for the lightness technique and the vining bellflower. Strangely enough, the two items complemented each other well, both suited for evasion. A flash of golden light enveloped her as a talisman infused itself into her being. Instantly, she felt her body become lighter. An urge to dash outside for a few laps overtook her. Containing her joy, she turned her attention to the vine in her hand. Approximately a foot long. The slender stem, as thick as her pinky, was adorned with vibrant green pointed leaves and several delicate bell-like blossoms, creamy white with hints of jade, elegant yet unpretentious. Luo Yuanyuan was smitten at first sight, unable to resist planting a kiss on her new weapon. The vining bellflower seemed to respond with delight, trembling slightly, causing a new bud to bloom. Oh dear, such an adorable flower. She couldn't bear to take it into battle. From now on, you shall be called Little Bell. She caressed the vine and murmured, I wonder if you require sustenance. Of course, it needs nourishment, Xiaolu interjected promptly. Such a spirited weapon undoubtedly requires spiritual energy for sustenance, which we conveniently sell in the marketplace. Indeed, a shrewd merchant, adept at exploiting every opportunity. Luo Yuanyuan once again grumbled about the system. Accessing the marketplace to exchange her affection points for a spiritual energy pack to nourish the vining bellflower. Future purchases would require crystal stones. It was akin to raising a child. What an expense. She would need to work tirelessly in the beast realm. Who claimed one could simply rest on their laurels? Humph. Luo Yuanyuan pouted. Yet, the thought of her newly acquired treasures filled her with excitement, prompting her to express to Bai Yi her desire to take a stroll outside. Bai Hu glanced at the plant entwined around the young female's arm and chuckled. Very well. The two ventured to a deserted, desolate mountain. Luo Yuanyuan leaped to the ground. Beaming at Bai Yi, I shall perform another magic trick. Without waiting for his response, she suddenly extended her arm, sending the vine soaring towards a tree several yards away. That was precisely the effect she desired, unexpected and sure to astonish Bai Yi. As her thoughts ignited, the vine surged with the wind, swiftly entangling the branches of the tree. She tugged at it. Yes, it was sturdy. Then, she lightly tapped her toes, using the vine to propel herself towards the target tree. She was quite proud of her agility. Tree, here I come. Wait. Something felt amiss. Why did her feet seem to dangle in the air? Where was her tree? Bai Yi watched in alarm as the young female dangled beneath the tree, swaying precariously, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He rushed beneath the tree, extending his arms to catch her. This magic was truly heart-racing. Bai Hu held his breath, not daring to blink, fixated on Luo Yuanyuan as she swung. In truth, at this height, he could easily catch the young female. But with the vine in her grasp still wrapped around the tree, he was uncertain of the situation and feared making matters worse, so he waited beneath the tree. Luo Yuanyuan felt a twinge of fear. If she miscalibrated her force, she could crash into the tree trunk, potentially breaking her nose. This lightness technique required diligent practice. One could not afford to be lazy. She attempted to gradually extend the vine, bringing herself closer to the ground. Bai Yi caught the falling young female, his voice trembling. Yuanyuan, are you alright? This magic seems a bit difficult to control. Let's take a break. No rush. We can take our time. Luo Yuanyuan nodded, feeling somewhat weak all over. She leaned against Bai Yi, closing her eyes to recuperate. After a quarter of an hour, she stood up, shaking her arms.
Tree.
I'm coming again. For the entire afternoon, Bai Yi's heart remained in a state of suspense. He closely followed the young female, fearing she might fall. Fortunately, their efforts were not in vain. Before sunset, Luo Yuanyuan's lightness technique began to take shape, albeit with some cost. At that moment, Bai Yi cradled Luo Yuanyuan's small hand, her fair palm already swollen and red. He tenderly kissed it repeatedly, blowing gently, wishing the swelling would vanish instantly. Luo Yuanyuan couldn't help but laugh at Bai Hu's worried demeanor. It's fine, I'm not that fragile. I possess healing magic, my body recovers quickly. And I'll be right as rain by morning. She had often worked hard in the orphanage before, but it seemed she had grown somewhat lazy in the beast realm, with Qing Ju and Bai Yi pampering her, not allowing her to lift a finger, treating her like royalty. Bai Yi knew the young female spoke the truth. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. Females in the beast realm were typically quite delicate. It was rare for a female to willingly endure such trials. But what could he do when Yuanyuan enjoyed it? After resting a while longer, Bai Yi carried Luo Yuanyuan back home. Along the way, they encountered Yuni and Yunheng. Upon seeing Luo Yuanyuan, Yunheng rushed forward. Yuanyuan, where have you been? We've been searching for you all afternoon. He sniffed the air, captivated by the delightful fragrance of the young female. She seemed to have engaged in some form of exercise, beads of sweat adorning her petite nose, her cheeks flushed. Yuni restrained Yunheng, smiling at Luo Yuanyuan. Have you made up your mind? We plan to return to the tribe early tomorrow morning. Come with us. Bai Yi was somewhat puzzled, unsure of Yuni's intentions, but said nothing. Luo Yuanyuan recalled the mermaid quest, glancing at Bai Yi before turning to Yuni, offering a subtle smile. Then, I shall not disturb the leader of the Golden Lion tribe. Yunheng, who had been eagerly watching the young female, suddenly broke into a grin. Wonderful. Yuanyuan, you finally agreed. I'll come to call for you tomorrow morning. Yuni also appeared pleased. Bai Yi felt an inexplicable discontent as he observed them. Yuanyuan is tired from the afternoon, so we shall return home now. With that, he strode away, cradling Luo Yuanyuan. Yuni watched their departing figures, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Bai Hu, let us see how long you can revel in your triumph. Chapter 27. There truly are mermaids. The following morning, Yunheng arrived bright and early. Bai Yi transformed into his beast form, lying on the ground to allow the young female to climb aboard. Last night, Yuanyuan had expressed her desire to visit the Golden Lion tribe to see the mermaids. As long as Yuanyuan wished to go, he didn't say much. He simply packed a few essentials, filling his space with animal hides and daily necessities that Luo Yuanyuan frequently used. Yuni and Yunheng transformed into their beast forms. Leading the way, Bai Yi deliberately slowed down his pace, as it was the young female's first time riding him in beast form. He wanted to ensure she was comfortable. Luo Yuanyuan climbed onto Bai Yi's back, feeling a sense of novelty. The soft, thick fur beneath her small hands was both long and velvety. Unable to resist, she playfully stroked it a few times. Bai Hu shivered slightly, his breathing becoming a bit heavier. Once Bai Yi started running, Luo Yuanyuan realized the incredible speed of the beast men. Her lightness technique seemed trivial in comparison. The wind whooshed past her ears, and she felt as though her hair might be swept away, prompting her to lean fully against Bai Hu's back, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck. Even though the white tiger deliberately slowed his pace, the sensation it imparted to Luo Yuanyuan was akin to that of a train. The trees flanking them swiftly receded into the background, leaving behind only fleeting shadows. The Golden Lion tribe was not far from the fierce tiger tribe. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the foot of the Golden Lion tribe's mountain. This range was slightly lower than that of the fierce tiger tribe, adorned with a lush canopy of trees. The white tiger transformed into human form and lifted Luo Yuanyuan into his arms. Yunheng, brimming with excitement, chatted incessantly, introducing the Golden Lion tribe. Luo Yuanyuan listened quietly for a moment before turning to Yun Yi with a polite smile. Chief of the Golden Lion tribe. May I go and see the mermaid? Whatever you wish, Yun Yi replied, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as he gazed intently at Luo Yuanyuan. However, mermaids are quite cunning. Do not be deceived by their seemingly fragile appearance, for they can be quite ruthless. Luo Yuanyuan softly acknowledged, her curiosity piqued as she inquired. I have heard others say that mermaids are extraordinarily beautiful. Is that true? Yunheng stared at Luo Yuanyuan, grinning foolishly as he replied, they are passable. But no beauty can compare to yours. Yun Yi scoffed lightly. They hardly resemble magnificent beasts. There is nothing to admire. Luo Yuanyuan teased. Are you perhaps envious of their beauty? Moreover, Yun Yi continued with a note of caution. Do not venture too close to the mermaids. Some have been known to wield ice blades, which is perilous. Additionally, it is best not to listen to their songs, for their melodies can seduce the heart and manipulate the actions of beastmen. Luo Yuanyuan exclaimed, who said that the mermaid's song was enchanting and invited me to listen. As they conversed, they wound their way to the vicinity of a cave. Yunheng casually pointed to the east. Yuanyuan, beneath that cliff lies a chasm. Should you accidentally fall, you might never be found. It is best to steer clear of that area. Even the beast men of our tribe avoid it. Luo Yuanyuan glanced over, noticing only a denser thicket of trees, unaware that it concealed a profound abyss. Yunheng then pointed towards the cave before them. The mermaid resides within. Yun Yi was the first to step inside. Luo Yuanyuan leaped from the white tiger's embrace and, upon entering the cave, was immediately struck by a heavy scent of blood. She gently covered her nose and scanned her surroundings. This cave was somewhat smaller than the white tiger's, its floor littered and evidently untended. Closing her eyes briefly to adapt to the dim light, when she peered further into the cave, Luo Yuanyuan was taken aback. There, embedded in the stone wall, was a mermaid. He possessed long, slightly curled blue hair that hung listlessly. His upper body was human, while his lower half was a massive ice blue fishtail, shimmering with a soft glow under the golden light emanating from the white tiger's palm, exuding an exquisite beauty. Regrettably, Luo Yuanyuan had no time to admire the stunning tail. Her gaze was drawn to the mermaid's wrists and shoulders, which were pierced by sharp stone implements, cruelly affixed to the wall. His immense fishtail was also contorted and pinned to the ground. Blood trickled from the wounds, staining the tips of the blue tail a dark crimson. Luo Yuanyuan had never witnessed such a brutal form of torture. A pang of anguish struck her heart. How could you treat him this way? Luo Yuanyuan turned away. Unable to look any longer, her brow furrowed as she unintentionally questioned, did he harm you? No. Yunheng interjected hastily, noticing the small female's apparent anger, and quickly added, when we found him by the seaside, he was already unconscious. Had we not intervened, he might have perished. We were merely concerned he would escape and lose his life. Rest assured, we have provided him with food. Soon, we shall return him to the sea. Yun Yi also offered an explanation. However, privately, his true aim was to obtain the mermaid's precious tear. It was rumored that consuming a tear would allow one to traverse the ocean with ease. And he could hardly resist such temptation. Of course, he would keep this motive from the small female for the time being. Luo Yuanyuan opened her mouth, wishing to speak. But the white tiger gently tugged at her. Yuanyuan, you do not seem to enjoy the scent here. Let us step outside. Bai Yi lifted Luo Yuanyuan and made his way toward the cave entrance, followed closely by Yun Yi and Yunheng. The mermaid on the stone wall stirred slightly, yet did not raise his head. Once outside the cave, bathed in sunlight, Luo Yuanyuan felt a modicum of relief. The earlier scene weighed heavily upon her heart, rendering her breathless. Bai Yi gently caressed her back and turned to Yun Yi, stating, Yuanyuan seems a bit fatigued. Let us find a clean cave for her to rest. Yun Yi readily agreed and soon located a spacious cave near his own dwelling, smiling at the small female. Yuanyuan, you may rest here. I shall bring you roasted meat at noon, and in the afternoon, I will show you around our tribe. Luo Yuanyuan nodded perfunctorily. Having witnessed the cruel mistreatment of the mermaid, her impression of Yun Yi had soured, and she was reluctant to engage with him. After Yun Yi and the others departed, Bai Yi gently ruffled the small female's hair. Yuanyuan, are you feeling unwell? Yes, that mermaid is not a bad person, yet they treat him so cruelly.
Bai Yi,
I wish to help the mermaid. How do you intend to assist him? Bai Yi inquired gently. I wish to set him free. Luo Yuanyuan replied softly after a moment's contemplation. Freeing the mermaid would not be an easy task. Very well, Bai Yi agreed without hesitation. If it would bring joy to the small female, freeing a mermaid was a trivial matter. Moreover, seeing her interest in the mermaid, it would be preferable to let him go, ideally far away, so that they would never meet again. Luo Yuanyuan felt deeply touched. Bai Yi's kindness was beyond words. Yet, she was aware that the beast men possessed keen senses, and should they discover that she was responsible for the mermaid's release, conflict could arise. Fear not, host. Our shop offers a spray to mask scents, and it is quite affordable, Xiao Lu chimed in supportively. Luo Yuanyuan felt elated. It was rare for the system to be so reliable. She quickly accessed the shop, exchanged for a colorless spray, and handed it to Bai Yi. After discussing a few more details, they resolved to act that very night. At noon, Yun Yi and Yun Heng indeed returned, bringing a generous supply of roasted meat and fruits. In the afternoon, they accompanied Luo Yuanyuan and Bai Yi as they explored the surroundings. Luo Yuanyuan felt she had somewhat lost composure in the morning. To dispel Yun Yi's suspicions, she endeavored to appear cheerful in the afternoon, deliberately omitting any mention of the mermaid, as though she had forgotten the matter entirely. She even donned a veil. Since encountering the females here, she had reassessed her appearance and decided to conceal it somewhat when venturing out, to avoid attracting unwanted attention. After enduring until midnight, when all the beast men were sound asleep, Bai Yi carefully carried Luo Yuanyuan to the entrance of the mermaid's cave. Chapter 28. The Mermaid Lan Ming. Bai Yi scanned the surroundings, noting the profound silence. It was now the beginning of the lunar month, the yellow moon revealing only a narrow silver edge, while the red moon's light was too dim to be of any consequence. The night was dark and the winds fierce, truly a blessing from the beast god. The two stealthily entered the cave, and fearing the mermaid might make a sound, Luo Yuanyuan was quick to whisper, "We are here to rescue you." The mermaid, affixed to the stone wall, seemed to be unconscious, offering no response or utterance. Bai Yi shielded Luo Yuanyuan as they cautiously approached. Luo Yuanyuan, with utmost care, drew near to the mermaid, and upon lifting her gaze, she beheld a visage of breathtaking beauty. The mermaid before her was as stunning as a painted masterpiece. His long, thick eyelashes were distinctly defined, gently resting against his pale, sculpted face, with an elegantly high nose. His sensuous lips appeared somewhat dry and pale at that moment, lending him an air of fragile beauty. A small red beauty mark graced the corner of his right eye, adding a vivid splash of color to his otherwise pale cheek. Luo Yuanyuan was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Bai Yi gently nudged her. First, remove the nail from his wrist, and I shall staunch the bleeding. Luo Yuanyuan regained her composure and whispered. Removing the nail hastily could provoke significant hemorrhaging. However, with her proficiency in healing magic, this posed no formidable challenge. Bai Yi nodded and swiftly acted, extracting the stone nail from the mermaid's left wrist with lightning speed. Luo Yuanyuan promptly placed her hand over the wound. The mermaid, unconscious until now, was jolted awake by the sudden pain, and upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a delicate, pale hand upon his wrist. As he tilted his head slightly, he was met with the sight of a petite female figure mere inches away. The wound, initially pulsating with sharp pain, soon transformed as he sensed a warm current weaving through his skin, rapidly mending the damaged flesh and sinew, while his once cold body began to embrace warmth. Bai Yi remained vigilant, noting the mermaid's awakening, and quickly raised his left hand to shield his view. This enchantment was a secret of the petite female. Luo Yuanyuan did not look up, concentrating intently on her incantation. "We are here to save you. Please close your eyes." The mermaid complied, his eyes fluttering shut. The soft, mellifluous voice of the petite female was even more enchanting than his own song. Yet, why was she saving him? Did she seek to acquire the precious pearl for herself? Indeed, she was a greedy land-dweller. Should she exhibit even a hint of desire for his pearl, he would not hesitate to end her life. A disdainful frown marred his features. However, the persistent warmth enveloping him was comforting, making him reluctant to harm the petite female just yet. For the moment, he would allow her to linger a little longer. Yet, this petite female remained unaware that the pearls of merfolk were only bestowed upon their chosen mates, and only with full consent. For anyone else, even if seized by force, the pearl would merely be an exquisite trinket, devoid of its protective properties against water. The mermaid's thoughts spiraled, while Luo Yuanyuan remained blissfully unaware that she was the prey upon the butcher's block. She knelt upon the ground, exerting the last vestiges of her strength to mend the mermaid's resplendent tail. Luo Yuanyuan understood that returning the mermaid to the sea was an impossibility. And given his current frailty, she could only strive to restore his strength, praying he would possess the vigor to swim back to the ocean. Thus, her task would be deemed complete. After expending a full quarter of an hour, she finally managed a satisfactory restoration. Luo Yuanyuan exhaled deeply, her pale face betraying her fatigue as she leaned against Bai Ye's embrace and succumbed to slumber. Bai Ye's heart ached for her. He quickly enveloped her in his arms, removed his hand from the mermaid's eyes, casting him a sharp glance before gently lifting the petite female. "Can your tail even walk?" Bai Hu's tone was laced with disdain. He had no desire to carry him. The mermaid remained silent, flicking his tail, which transformed into two powerful, well-proportioned legs. "We will escort you to the riverbank." Bai Hu glanced at the mermaid's transformed physique, tightening his hold on the petite female and playfully nudged her head, pressing her soft face against his smooth, muscular chest. Earlier that afternoon, while wandering the tribe, he had noticed a small river not far down the mountain, its surface broad enough to potentially lead to the sea. However, whether it did or not was of no consequence to him. His primary objective was to rid himself of the bothersome mermaid as soon as possible. Bai Yi produced a spray and misted the cave and its entrance. He then proceeded along a path he had scouted earlier. Bai Hu's steps were light yet swift. The trail was sparsely populated with beast men, flanked by branches and thickets. He shielded the petite female securely, sustaining numerous minor scratches himself. Just as they neared the mountain's descent, Bai Hu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, before he could fully relax, a rustling sound emerged from not far ahead, followed by an unpleasant odor wafting through the air. Bai Yi frowned. Which fool is wandering about at this hour, relieving themselves so far from home? And right in our path. He pondered briefly, passing the petite female to the mermaid, whispering, "Stay here and wait. Hold her securely so she doesn't fall. I will return shortly." The mermaid, currently in a weakened state and lacking any advantage on land, was unlikely to carry Luo Yuanyuan away. Even if he attempted, with that extravagant tail, he could never outpace Bai Yi. Bai Yi turned and departed. The mermaid, Lan Ming, squinted as he watched Bai Hu vanish into the distance, then glanced down at the petite female in his arms.
Just a glance.
He found himself holding his breath involuntarily. During the healing process, the petite female had not lifted her gaze, and he had been too preoccupied with his eyes closed to see her clearly.
Now,
with her within arm's reach, he observed her features distinctly. Cascading curls framed half of her fair cheek, and her curled lashes concealed her eyes, while her small, pert nose peeked out from her dark tresses. Her rosy lips parted slightly, revealing two adorable white teeth that glimmered just out of sight. Her entire visage was exquisitely delicate, 1,000 times more beautiful than any mermaid offspring he had encountered. Lan Ming reached out, brushing aside her long hair to reveal her dainty earlobes, which were translucent and radiant, akin to the finest crystal. He couldn't help but imagine how splendid they would look adorned with jewelry. Under the spell of his thoughts, he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss. So fragrant, so soft. He yearned to savor her sweetness. The once unyielding heart of the mermaid now felt as though it were immersed in a warm spring, softening with every passing moment. What if he made her his mate? Then he could remain by her side forever. His heart brimmed with delight at the thought. This notion startled him. He had always been the one to enchant others. Yet now he found himself ensnared. He had never imagined encountering such a petite female. In just one meeting, he found himself willingly ensnared. She had saved him. Becoming her mate would be a fitting way to repay her kindness. Lan Ming began to rationalize his absurd desire to bond. Moreover, as the most favored heir of the elder king of Merfolk, he was nearing royal status at a young age. His strength should be sufficient to protect her. Thus, he resolved to carry her back to the Sea of Souls. The petite female bore no scent of a mate yet. He wished to be her one and only. With that thought, Lan Ming joyfully lifted Luo Yuanyuan and stood. After just a couple of steps, a sharp pain shot through his insides. Oh no! Afraid of dropping the petite female, he hurriedly sank back to the ground. The recent sudden death of the elder king of Merfolk had incited turmoil among the underwater Merfolk, with different factions vying for territory and power. With his nearly royal prowess, he could have unified the Merfolk. Alas, he had been caught in the upheaval during his ascension. The chaos had nearly severed his meridians, and his internal organs were severely damaged. He had barely managed to swim to the shore before losing consciousness. Upon waking, he found himself in the grasp of land-dwelling beastmen. In truth, with his strength, even while pinned down, he could have recovered within a fortnight. However, It was the petite female who had expedited his healing, sparing him further suffering. He attempted to channel the beast energy within him, realizing that his meridians and organs had nearly restored themselves. Soon, ascending to royal status would be within reach. Yet, he could not take the petite female with him. One reason was his need to ascend. He could not care for her properly. The other was the impending battles beneath the waves. It seemed he would have to wait until he had unified the merfolk before returning for her. It is with great reluctance that I part with you. The mermaid flicked her ears, as faint yet swift footsteps echoed from a distance. The white tiger had returned. Lanming retracted his thoughts, tightening his arms, his gaze shifting to the delicate pink petals of Luo Yuanyuan's lips. Chapter 29. Is there a stray beast? Lanming's sensual lips pressed against Luo Yuanyuan's, transferring the precious pearl within him to her mouth. Thus, she would become his partner. A wave of joy surged within Lanming, for now, his heart bore a connection. Bai Yi had led away the frenzied beast-man who had been restless through the night and hurried back. His concern for the mermaid lingered. Fortunately, the mermaid displayed enough sense not to flee with Yuanyuan. Bai Yi took the small female from the mermaid's embrace and briskly headed towards the stream, with Lanming instinctively following suit. Soon they arrived at the riverbank. Before Bai Yi could utter a word, Lanming transformed, leaping into the water with his fishtail. Having been out of the water for too long, his scales had begun to dry and wrinkle. He would need to diligently care for his magnificent tail, after all. Mermaids relied on their beauty and tails to attract females. As the white tiger turned to depart, the mermaid called out urgently, I am Lanming. What is the name of the small female? Bai Yi paused momentarily, then continued walking forward, casting back a dismissive remark. You need not know. Return to your ocean. Lanming, arms crossed atop the water surface, gazed longingly at Bai Yi as he carried the small female away. His heart ached further. He exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured, It matters not that you do not tell me now. I shall learn in due time. He blinked his ice-blue eyes and decided, For now, I shall call you my little treasure. The small female would henceforth be his sole treasure. He then touched his lips gently, flicked his gorgeous fishtail, and vanished into the river's depths beneath the cloak of night. Due to the exhaustion from healing, Luo Yuanyuan slept until nearly noon the following day. Bai Yi tenderly wiped her face and presented a red berry to her lips. Drowsily, she took a couple of bites from the fruit offered by the white tiger, still chewing when a youthful, clear voice called from outside the cave, Yuanyuan, have you awakened? Something significant has occurred. Bai Yi stepped out to usher someone in. Yunheng rushed in first and, upon seeing Luo Yuanyuan's still pale complexion, surged forward, eyes wide, exclaiming in an exaggerated tone, Yuanyuan, what happened? Why do you look so unwell? It pains my heart to see you like this. Following closely behind, Yuni also regarded the small female. Her normally rosy cheeks bore a sickly pallor, rendering her even more endearing. Yuanyuan felt unwell last night. She must have caught a chill. Bai Yi spoke on her behalf.
Caught a chill.
Let me see. Yunheng rummaged through his spatial pouch, producing 4 or 5 pelts, which he stuffed into the small female's arms. He then settled himself beside her. Bai Yi and Yun exchanged glances of disapproval. It seemed Yunheng did not regard them as outsiders. What is this significant matter? Luo Yuanyuan inquired, her thoughts racing. It isn't about the mermaid escaping, is it? The mermaid is missing. This morning, I gathered some fruits to bring to you. Seeing you still asleep, I took a few to feed the mermaid instead. Yunheng replied incredulously. However, upon entering the cave, I discovered she had vanished. We searched the vicinity for an entire morning but uncovered no clues. It was as though she had disappeared into thin air. Luo Yuanyuan's eyes widened in feigned shock and confusion. Really? How could she have vanished? Was there anyone suspicious? Yuni interjected. Who? At this moment, Luo Yuanyuan unconsciously tightened her grip on her clothing, a hint of anxiety creeping in. Despite the use of scent-masking spray, it was impossible to ascertain whether any unnoticed traces remained. We detected no other beastman's scent in the mermaid's cave or its surroundings. Therefore, I suspect it might have been a stray beastman. Yuni paused before adding, particularly those stray beastmen from Devil City. They are generally quite powerful and may possess methods to eliminate traces. What is this Devil City? And what does it mean to be a stray beastman? Aren't they different from you? Luo Yuanyuan pondered, recalling that the system had previously mentioned Qingju was a stray snake beast. She resolved to inquire privately with Bai Yi later. Yet, one thing puzzled her. Why would a stray beast abduct a mermaid? Yun-yi cast a questioning glance at Bai Yi. Bai Yi avoided his gaze, speaking slowly. I have heard that consuming the pearl within a mermaid allows one to traverse the ocean freely. They may be after treasure. Yuan nodded in agreement. That is indeed a possibility. He then turned his attention back to Luo Yuanyuan, stating, reports from the beast city and nearby tribes indicate that recent stray beast men have been abducting females, several of whom have gone missing. Each year, incidents of stray beast men snatching females occurred, making his statement far from surprising. Bai Yi finally regarded Yuan. Is the information accurate? If so, Yuanyuan and I must return to the tiger tribe immediately. As he spoke, the white tiger rose, bending down to scoop up the small female. Today's news. Yuan interjected, rising to block their path and fixing his gaze intently on Luo Yuanyuan. You should remain here a while longer. It is too dangerous to return right now. It is said that those females were abducted just outside the tribe. The two tribes are not far apart. We should leave now, Bai Yi insisted, lifting Luo Yuanyuan into his arms. Yunheng appeared anxious. Yuanyuan, you've only just arrived. I do not wish for you to leave. How about this? I still have some matters to attend to today. You may stay an additional day, and tomorrow morning, Yunheng and I will escort you back. The more of us there are, the safer the journey. Yuan implored, looking earnestly at Luo Yuanyuan and Bai Yi. Luo Yuanyuan found it difficult to refuse. She reasoned that staying an extra day would pose no issue and nodded her agreement. Very well, I shall attend to my tasks now. Yunheng, ensure you take good care of them. After giving his instructions, Yuan turned to leave, a peculiar smile curving his lips, just as Bai Yi's gaze swept over him. As night fell, Bai Yi hung a curtain at the cave entrance and lay down on his pelt. Luo Yuanyuan nestled not far from him on a thicker, warmer pelt. Recalling the events of the day, Bai Yi, what is Devil City? And who are the stray beast men? Are they different from you? Devil City is a settlement within the western desert, predominantly inhabited by stray beasts, Bai Yi explained. Stray beasts typically refer to cold-blooded beast men, such as snake, scorpion, spider, lizard, and insect beasts. Their forms do not attract females, making it challenging for them to find suitable partners. The various tribes do not welcome them either. It is said that a particularly powerful insect beast emerged, leading other stray beasts to establish a city in the desert. They frequently raid nearby tribes to abduct females, and those taken to the desert rarely survive long. Thus, the beast men harbor immense resentment towards that city, referring to it as Devil City. I see, Luo Yuanyuan reflected. Qingju is a snake beast. Why did he not go to the desert? Perhaps the heat of the desert was unsuitable for him. Moreover, there were quicksand, sandstorms, and scarcity of water. With drastic temperature fluctuations between day and night, it was generally uninhabitable for most beings. As she pondered, exhaustion overtook her, and she drifted into slumber. Bai Yi, hearing the gentle, rhythmic sound of her breathing, shifted closer, wrapping his arms around her from behind, closing his eyes as he too succumbed to a deep sleep. Today had indeed been particularly tiring. In the dead of night, a corner of the animal skin curtain at the entrance was gently lifted. After confirming that the two individuals inside were sound asleep, a shadow quietly slipped in. Chapter 30. The little female has disappeared. The figure stealthily approached the slumbering pair. With a look of disdain at Bai Yi, the shadow crouched down and produced a damp piece of animal skin to cover Bai Yi's mouth and nose. After a brief pause, the figure withdrew the skin, kicked aside the white tiger, and lifted Luo Yuanyuan. The figure moved to the mouth of the cave, casually tore down the curtain, and tossed it into the void. Then, clutching the little female, it swiftly departed. The following morning, a fine rain began to fall from the sky. Yunheng returned to seek out Luo Yuanyuan. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he noticed that the familiar animal skin curtain was missing. Without hesitation, he ventured inside. Yuanyuan, it's raining outside. This is the first rain of the new moon season this year. However, upon entering the cave, he was taken aback. Where is Yuanyuan? Why is the white tiger alone? Even more astonishing was the sight of the white tiger still asleep. This was uncharacteristic of him. Usually, this white tiger was the most diligent, taking meticulous care of Yuanyuan, and by this hour, he would have already risen. What on earth was happening? Yunheng approached and shook Bai Yi awake. Bai Yi, feeling dizzy and disoriented, instinctively groped beside him.
Huh.
Where is everyone? Bai Yi shot up in alarm. Yunheng, somewhat displeased, raised his voice involuntarily. Bai Yi, where's Yuanyuan? How could you sleep in so late? Why didn't you accompany her when she went out? Bai Yi touched the animal skin where Luo Yuanyuan had slept. It was icy cold. He sniffed the air, but there was no trace of Yuanyuan's sweet scent. The curtain at the cave entrance was also gone. The fine rain drifted into the cave, carrying a faint earthy aroma. Bai Ye's mind went blank. Yuanyuan had been taken. He dashed out of the cave. The sky was overcast, and the fine rain mingled with a gentle breeze against his face, chilling him to the bone. He had never known that the rain of the new moon season could be so frigid. Blood surged to his eyes. Yuanyuan had been abducted, and he had no clues to pursue. Without a mate, he lacked the bond of companionship. Now, even the slightest scent had been washed away by the rain. Bai Ye's temples throbbed, and he felt on the brink of madness. He shook his head, forcing himself to remain calm. He turned and grasped Yunheng's shoulders. Yuanyuan is missing. She has been taken. What? Yunheng was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the situation. Quickly, notify your brother Yun Yi and all the beast men in the tribe to see if any other females have gone missing. Bai Yi shouted urgently. As Yunheng observed Bai Ye's nearly shattered demeanor, he finally grasped the gravity of Luo Yuanyuan's potential disappearance. Panic gripped him as he transformed into his beast form and let out a frantic roar. Before long, the cave entrance was crowded with beastmen. Of course, Yun Yi arrived as well, still trying to piece together the situation, when several latecomers surrounded him anxiously. Leader, it's terrible. Our mates went missing last night. Without waiting for Yun Yi to speak, Bai Yi immediately pressed forward. Don't you have the mate bond? Can you sense where the females are? The anxious males shook their heads. We can't sense anything right now. Our mates have likely lost consciousness. In the beast realm, once beast men bonded, males could sense the general location of their females as long as they were within a certain distance. However, if the females lost consciousness, the males could no longer sense them. Where were you when your mates went missing? Bai Yi continued to inquire. The males lowered their heads in shame. We were all asleep in the cave with our mates. Strangely, we slept very soundly and had no idea when they disappeared. Males in the beast realm were known to be vigilant, even while sleeping. The notion of a female being stolen while they slumbered was unheard of. Bai Yi recalled a type of powder being developed by the shaman in North Beast City, said to induce prolonged unconsciousness. Could it be that someone had secretly scattered sleeping powder while they were away from the cave during the day? Yun Yi proceeded to ask the males several more questions, combining their responses with Bai Ye's situation. Finally, his expression grew serious, and he said, Yuanyuan has undoubtedly been taken by a rogue beast. This rogue is likely the same one who abducted the mermaid. Bai Yi remained silent, listening as Yun Yi continued. Unfortunately, the rain is still falling, washing away the scents. However, we cannot afford to lose hope. I suspect that the rogue beast fled down the mountain immediately after taking the female, heading toward the desert. Here is the plan. The beast men from the Golden Lion tribe who have already bonded will remain on the mountain to protect the females, while all the single ones will head down to search, especially in the direction of the western desert. Search thoroughly and report any leads immediately. Regardless of whether we find anything, we will gather at the foot of Mist Mountain in 6 days. Mist Mountain is a mountain that this tribe must pass on the way to the desert, approximately 2 days' journey from here. He then turned to Bai Yi, offering reassurance. Do not despair. Finding Yuanyuan is our priority.
Come with us down the mountain.
Bai Yi nodded in agreement with Yun Yi, promptly transforming into his beast form and racing down the mountain with Yunheng. The other beast men also shifted into their beast forms, following closely behind. Over 200 lions thundered down the mountain, shaking the earth with their impressive might. Yun Yi glanced back at the remaining males. Go home. Protect your mates. The males nodded in understanding and departed. Yun Yi stood firmly at the cave entrance, watching as the herd vanished from sight, a cold smile creeping across his lips. He did not descend the mountain but instead turned toward the cliff. Luo Yuanyuan groggily awoke, feeling a sense of dizziness. Habitually she called out, Bai Yi. No response came. As she regained some clarity, she slowly propped herself up, pondering why the cave seemed different. She looked around.
Indeed.
It was not the cave from the previous night. A female beast man appeared to be sleeping soundly in the corner. She approached and nudged the female's arm. Hey, wake up. Wake up. The female remained utterly unresponsive. Luo Yuanyuan grew anxious and reached to check for breath beneath the female's nose. Thankfully, there was a faint sign of life. She rose and stepped outside the cave, but as she lifted her foot, she suddenly froze. Oh my goodness. Below was an unfathomable abyss. She nearly plunged into it. Thank goodness, she had been walking slowly. Luo Yuanyuan quickly grasped the protruding rocks at the cave entrance, calming her startled heart. She was puzzled as to how she ended up here. Observing her surroundings, she noticed it was raining. This was, in fact, the first rain since her arrival in the beast realm. The fine droplets felt cool against her skin. She stood at the edge of a cliff, with the abyss below appearing endless. The cave was positioned about 30 stories high above the edge. The location of the cave was cleverly chosen, perched on a jutting rock, resembling an expansive, wide step. Luo Yuanyuan leaned down, gripping the rocky edge with her hands, peering down. My heavens! The black abyss gaped like a monstrous maw, with sunlight failing to penetrate its depths. If she were to fall, she shivered at the thought. Little six. Luo Yuanyuan called out to the system. There was a long pause with no reply. Just when she had praised it, it had revealed its true nature once again. Luo Yuanyuan was feeling quite disheartened as she pondered, how am I supposed to ascend? She rose to her feet, casting a vine to ensnare a stone situated 5 meters above. After giving it a tug, she determined it was reasonably secure. Turning her gaze back down towards the yawning abyss beneath her, she felt a trickle of cold sweat in her palms, her body trembling uncontrollably. With her feeble strength, if she failed to maintain her grip, a careless misstep would lead to her demise. Hesitatingly, she clutched the vine. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from above. Swish.
Swish.
Chapter 31. Is it you? Before Luo Yuanyuan could raise her head, a large hand unexpectedly reached out from the side, firmly grasping her arm. You're awake? A somewhat familiar masculine voice resonated from above. She lifted her delicate face, her gaze meeting a cascade of damp golden hair. It was Uni. Why are you here? Luo Yuanyuan furrowed her brow and inquired. Why could it not be me? Uni, no longer concealing himself, exhibited a fervent obsession in his gaze. He did not release her, instead pulling Luo Yuanyuan into the cave. Below lies the abyss. Henceforth, do not venture out of this cave alone. It is perilous. He had witnessed the petite female swinging a rope at the cliff's edge earlier, evidently attempting to climb up. Given her fragile physique, such overconfidence was ill-advised. She would likely plummet into the abyss after only a few attempts. It seemed that next time he ventured out, he would need to block the cave entrance with a large stone to prevent her from engaging in such hazardous endeavors. You're hurting me, Luo Yuanyuan protested, struggling. As Uni exhibited an almost maniacal strength, she was utterly perplexed by his intentions for dragging her to the cave. She had no desire for solitude with him. My apologies. Uni immediately relaxed his grip, yet he did not entirely release her. His hand slid down her arm to clasp her small hand. The softness and fragrance of her body overwhelmed him, igniting an uncontrollable urge to draw nearer, to embrace her tightly, to overpower her. Luo Yuanyuan was incensed. What is wrong with you? Did you bring me here? What do you want? Of course, I wish to bond with you as a mate, Uni replied. His face flushed with excitement as he placed her delicate hand against his chest. Yuanyuan, I am very fond of you. Please, become my mate. Trust me. I will treat you well. But I do not wish to bond with you, nor do I want to remain in this cave. I want to leave. Yuanyuan. I cannot let you go just yet.
Why?
Are you going to imprison me? What are you saying? Yuanyuan, how could I ever bear to confine you? Rest assured, we are merely residing here temporarily. Once you give birth to our offspring, I will take you up. Is that agreeable? You may go wherever you desire. Just do not abandon me. Uni's gaze bore into Luo Yuanyuan with an intensity filled with obsession. She was taken aback. This lion was truly deranged. What? Do you intend to force me into this bond? This was utterly insane. Release me first before discussing anything further. Luo Yuanyuan feigned composure. Reluctantly, Uni let go of her small hand. She rubbed her sore hand and asked, Where is Bai Yi? What made you decide to come to this cave? Hearing the mention of the white tiger, Uni could not suppress his anger. Bai Yi.
Bai Yi.
Is that white tiger all you see? Why can't you see me? My strength is not inferior to his. Since the moment I laid eyes upon you, I have been enamored. But what of you? You have never regarded me. He continued, his voice tinged with grievance. You arrived at my tribe, stayed for merely a day, and now you wish to leave again. What else could I do but bring you here? Uni shouted, his voice lowering. Every night, I think of you, and cannot sleep. I long to hold you while sleeping. Yet you are always in that white tiger-s embrace. Do you know how maddeningly jealous I am? Uni's gaze remained fixed upon Luo Yuanyuan, his light brown eyes gradually filling with a frenzied glint, slitted pupils radiating danger and predation. But those days are behind us, now we shall become mates. I will be your only male from this moment forward. But I do not like you, nor do I wish to bond with you. You cannot force me. Luo Yuanyuan summoned her courage to declare. She recalled Bai Yi stating that if a female forcibly severed a mating bond, the male would endure excruciating pain. This lion undoubtedly understood that fact. To her surprise, Yuni merely laughed. He grasped Luo Yuanyuan's hand once more, gazing intently into her eyes. I intend to bond with you. Even if you later attempt to sever the bond, I will endure. As long as I can keep you by my side, I care not for anything else. With that, Yuni suddenly yanked Luo Yuanyuan into his embrace, holding her tightly and leaned down to kiss her lips. What a perverse lion. Luo Yuanyuan struggled with all her might, but it was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. As Yuni's lips neared, tears welled in her eyes from desperation, and she hastily exclaimed, "Wait a moment." Yuni halted, his gaze locked on her, breath quickening. "I'm hungry." Luo Yuanyuan widened her eyes, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Unbeknownst to her, this display only inflamed Yuni's fervor. He yearned to continue, yet he understood that females were inherently delicate. Bonding on an empty stomach could overwhelm her. He desired a long-lasting connection with her, not a fleeting moment of pleasure like a stray beast. Yuni steadied his overly excited heart, his voice hoarse. "I will ascend to prepare roasted meat for you. Stay here quietly." With that, he reluctantly released the petite female and turned towards the cave entrance. Luo Yuanyuan watched Yuni's retreating figure, contemplating her escape, with a vine once he departed. She could not remain in this cave for another moment. Yet, in the next instant, the cave entrance was shrouded in darkness. Goodness! That lion had blocked the entrance with a large stone. Rushing over, Luo Yuanyuan pushed against it with all her might. The boulder remained immovable. She sought a gap to squeeze through but could only manage to extend one hand outside. Sighing in defeat, she sat down despondently. Time passed, and eventually, the entrance was unblocked. Yuni shook off the raindrops as he entered the cave. Spotting the petite female seated on the ground at the entrance, he reached out a hand to pull her up. "Come, sit on the animal skin. Be careful not to catch a chill." Fearing Yuni's advances, Luo Yuanyuan hastily scrambled to sit on the animal skin. Yuni smiled with satisfaction. His little female was truly obedient. He retrieved roasted meat, fruits, and water from his space. "Here, eat well. Only after you've eaten will you have the strength to mate." Luo Yuanyuan's expression was one of disbelief. She picked up a piece of fruit and, under the intense gaze of the golden lion, brought it to her lips. She had never anticipated that eating would prove so arduous. Luo Yuanyuan absent-mindedly took a few bites of the fruit and sipped some water, contemplating how to delay him. Suddenly, she clutched her stomach and groaned. "Oh, what's the matter?" Yuni inquired anxiously. "My stomach hurts terribly," Luo Yuanyuan grimaced, curling into a ball, speaking weakly. "What should we do?" Yuni fretted, pacing back and forth. "Should I fetch the shaman? It might be the raw water. I usually drink boiled water," Luo Yuanyuan replied intermittently. "I'll go boil some water right away." Yuan, please endure for a moment," Yuni declared before hurriedly exiting the cave, not forgetting to block the entrance with a large stone. Luo Yuanyuan sighed. At last, she had managed to send the lion away. Luo Yuanyuan let out a sigh of relief for the time being. She cradled her face in her hands, troubled, knowing that she couldn't feign illness indefinitely. What was she to do? Where was Bai Yi? How she longed for him. This lion was currently intent on mischief, and she pondered how she might thwart his plans. Soon, the cave entrance was opened once more. After drinking the warm water brought back by Luo Yuanyuan felt a surge of anxiety. She still had not devised a plan. Crouched in the corner, each passing second felt like an eternity. Yun-yi was staring at her with an unsettling gaze, making her fear that he might suddenly pounce. "Are you feeling any better?" Yun-yi spoke in a hoarse voice. "It still hurts," Luo Yuanyuan feigned weakness in her reply. Yun-yi suddenly stood up and moved closer to her. Startled, Luo Yuanyuan's voice regained its strength. "What are you doing?" "I want to hold you. It might warm you up and alleviate your pain," he replied. "No need." Yun-yi's expression darkened, anger flashing in his eyes. "Why do you always reject me? Are you still thinking about that white tiger? If you keep being disobedient, I'll make sure we bond tonight, whether you like it or not." Luo Yuanyuan fell silent, unable to respond. Yun-yi advanced, enveloping her in his embrace. Inhaling deeply at the crown of her head, his expression shifted from stormy to sunny in an instant. "You smell so delightful, Yuanyuan. You have no idea how much I adore you." Chapter 32. Is this Yun-yi out of his mind? A shiver ran through Luo Yuanyuan. Perhaps it was best to think of it as being held by a lion. She feared that this lion might suddenly succumb to his primal instincts, so she resolved to reason with him, hoping to restore his sanity. "Yun-yi, have you considered that your feelings for me might be nothing but an illusion? We have only met a handful of times and exchanged so few words. You hardly know me. Choosing a partner is a significant decision in life, one that necessitates a thorough understanding of each other. I am, in truth, quite selfish and possess a rather peculiar temperament. You would undoubtedly regret choosing me. Yunyi's brow furrowed deeper, interrupting her with displeasure. Yuanyuan, do not speak such disparaging words about yourself. I am fully aware of my intentions. If I cannot have you, I will regret it for a lifetime. After all that you've said, does your body not feel any better? Shall we not begin now? Yuni reached to support the back of Luo Yuanyuan's head, his lips poised to descend. Wait, who is that female? Luo Yuanyuan hastily raised her hand to block his approaching mouth, desperately searching for a topic to distract him. A female from the tribe, merely an accessory. She is of no consequence. Yuni nuzzled her palm, unwilling for her attention to wander elsewhere. Aren't females supposed to be precious? Why is she still unconscious? Let us give her some water. I don't want her to die of thirst. Luo Yuanyuan continued her efforts to persuade him. Reluctantly, Yun-yi released her and stood to feed the other female some water. There was no helping it. The Yuanyuan he cherished was simply that kind-hearted. His intent in bringing this female along was twofold: to confuse the other beasts and, if necessary, to use her to coerce Luo Yuanyuan into submission. Once Yun-yi finished feeding the female and turned back, he found a bone knife poised against Luo Yuanyuan's neck. You! Yun-yi's anger flared, and he moved to disarm her. Don't come any closer. Luo Yuanyuan pressed the knife slightly harder against her skin, a bead of blood trickling down.
Yunyi halted,
His hazel eyes narrowing dangerously. Do you truly despise me this much? Luo Yuanyuan remained silent, her gaze fixed on the golden lion's every move. She had no desire to die. This was her only option. If she could buy some time, that would suffice. Yun-yi, suppressing his rage, settled down at the cave's edge, continuing to observe her. He was curious to see how long this little female could endure. He had all the patience in the world. As time ticked by, the light rain continued to fall, and the sky grew darker. It was likely evening. Bai Yi would come to rescue her soon, wouldn't he? Luo Yuanyuan strained to maintain eye contact with Yunyi. Holding the knife was exhausting. Her arms and fingers were growing numb, nearing the point of losing sensation. She contemplated switching hands with the knife. However, in that fleeting moment, Yunyi leapt forward, swiftly snatching the knife from her grasp. With a flick of his wrist, the bone knife sailed through the air, disappearing into the abyss, soundless. Yunyi's eyes turned red as he shook Luo Yuanyuan's shoulders. His voice hoarse. How can you be so heartless? What must I do to earn your favor? Tell me, and I shall fulfill it. His voice dropped to a whisper. You were so kind to that mermaid you met for the first time. Why are you so cruel to me? What kindness toward the mermaid? Luo Yuanyuan asked in bewilderment. Yun-yi smiled bitterly. You must have released the mermaid, right? Luo Yuanyuan's eyes widened in shock. How did you know? It seemed her suspicions about the tribe's so-called rogue beasts were correct. On your first night here, the mermaid disappeared. What a coincidence that is. But Yuanyuan, you must abandon hope. That white tiger will not come. 2 females have gone missing from the tribe, and I told the beast men that they were likely taken by rogue beasts. They have all ventured into the desert to search. No one would think to look for you here. Yuanyuan, have pity on me, and give yourself to me. Without you, my existence holds no meaning. After saying this, Yun-yi adopted an expression that brooked no refusal, declaring, I shall grant you 1 night to contemplate. Come morning, whether alive or dead, we shall bond. He caressed Luo Yuanyuan's cheek, his tone softening. In life or in death, I shall remain by your side. With that, he strode out of the cave. This lion has truly lost his mind. Luo Yuanyuan was baffled. With his strength and striking appearance, why was he so insistent on bonding with her? Yet, she had no desire to bond. She felt nothing for this lion. The cave was growing darker. Luo Yuanyuan, at her wit's end, found herself utterly clueless as to what to do. Her thoughts became overwhelming, and she dozed off in a haze. Once again, the massive stone at the cave's entrance was pushed aside. Luo Yuanyuan jolted awake. The rain was still falling outside, but judging by the light, it must be the following morning. Yunyi entered, his expression tender as he offered her a package of food. Yuanyuan, are you hungry? Here.
with a sigh.
Luo Yuanyuan noted the lion's mercurial temperament. After only 2 bites of fruit the previous day, she was famished and promptly took a piece of roasted meat, chewing slowly. Yun-yi sat quietly beside her, gazing at her with rapturous admiration, his tone affectionate. Yuanyuan, you have no idea how beautiful you are. Every time I see you, Luo Yuanyuan quickly interrupted the amorous atmosphere he was creating. I'm eating. Please hold your words for now. Yuni fell silent, continuing to watch her, his throat working as his gaze grew increasingly dangerous. The soft rain muted the sounds of the outside world, rendering the cave exceptionally tranquil. Luo Yuanyuan could hear her own heartbeat racing, as well as Yunyi's increasingly heavy breaths. She ate slowly, but inevitably, she finished her portion. After gnawing on a sizable piece of meat, she could eat no more. Yunyi helped her wipe her hands clean and asked in a low voice, Are you full? Luo Yuanyuan replied, forcing herself to respond. No sooner had the words left her lips than Yunyi cradled her head in one hand and her slender waist in the other, abruptly toppling her over.
Ah!
Luo Yuanyuan was taken aback, letting out a terrified scream. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, swiftly dampening her long eyelashes. She struggled desperately, let go. But Yunyi, as immovable as a colossal boulder, firmly pinned her down, rendering her completely still. Gazing at Luo Yuanyuan beneath him, he found her exquisite. Enchanted. He pressed a gentle kiss upon her delicate eyelashes. Though she cried and protested vehemently, surely after bonding, she would come to cherish him. He lowered his lips to kiss the tip of her nose. In the next instant, a sharp pain jolted through his back. Suddenly, he was lifted and smashed against the stone wall. Who dares to approach him so stealthily? Yunyi scrambled to his feet, just in time to see Bai Yi cautiously lifting Luo Yuanyuan and placing her in a corner, draping a pelt over her. How did you find your way here? Yunyi felt incredulous. Hadn't this white tiger descended the mountain? Bai Yi turned to face Yunyi, his usually gentle gaze now marred by bloodshot fury. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. After descending the mountain yesterday morning, he had pursued the direction of the desert with Yunheng for most of the day, finding not a single trace along the way. Spotting that Yunyi had not followed, Bai Yi recalled Yunyi's peculiar smile, sensing something was amiss. Thus, he quietly returned to the Golden Lion tribe, concealing his scent with a spray as the rain fell from the sky, ensuring no beastmen detected him. He lay in wait not far from Yunyi's cave. In the morning, he witnessed that lion roasting meat, a pot of boiling water simmering nearby. This was highly unusual. Typically, solitary males in the beast world did not eat in the morning, let alone go through the trouble of roasting meat. Bai Yi grew increasingly cautious, remaining stealthy as he continued to observe. When the golden lion finished preparing the food and stored it away, he watched as the lion strode confidently towards the cliff of the tribe. He was aware of this cliff. On his first day in the Golden Lion tribe, Yunheng had mentioned that the abyss lay beneath, a place where beastmen dared not venture. Why would this lion go there? Bai Yi dared not approach too closely, trailing from a distance. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, he saw the golden lion leap down without hesitation. After a moment, Bai Yi approached the cliff's edge and peered down. The golden lion had already vanished from sight. Indeed, it was a dark abyss, but there was a protruding rock at the base of the stone wall.
Could it be? Baiye karefulli descendet.
Chapter 33. Even in death, we must be together. Bai Yi quickly reached the rock and discovered a cave within. Before he could enter, he heard the familiar scream of a little female. It was Yuanyuan's voice. Instantly, he felt a jolt of adrenaline, holding his breath as he peered inside. There, the lion was pressing down on Luo Yuanyuan, who was struggling desperately. Fury surged within Bai Yi. He intended to kill this lion. Inside the cave, Bai Yi coldly regarded Yunyi across from him. Is it strange? Contemplate your fate in the abyss. Without further ado, he conjured a beam of light, striking directly at the golden lion's head. Though Yunyi was slightly stronger than Bai Yi, the latter had been cautious due to the little female's presence, and his strike had lacked full force. The golden lion rolled swiftly, evading the attack, and then used his beast energy to hurl fragments of stone towards Bai Yi. The cave was narrow, and Bai Yi refrained from using his beast energy. Instead, he lunged toward the golden lion, raising his fist to strike. The golden lion caught his blow, and thus began an exchange of fierce blows, the sound of their combat echoing continuously. Bai Yi's thoughts were consumed with worry for Luo Yuanyuan, fearing he might accidentally harm her, leaving a portion of his focus on her. Meanwhile, Yunyi, enraged at the interruption of his desires, had completely lost his sanity. He aimed lethal strikes, wishing to pummel the obstructive white tiger into pulp. Soon, both were injured, while Luo Yuanyuan watched in terror. This was the closest she had ever witnessed to a life-and-death battle. Clutching the pelt around her tightly, she bit her lip in silence, afraid to distract Bai Yi. Suddenly, she saw the golden lion's fist aimed at Bai Yi's chest, while the other hand, shielded by his shoulder, thrust towards Bai Yi's abdomen. Unable to contain herself, She shouted, "Be careful." Bai Yi leaped, toppling the golden lion to the ground, then raised his foot, kicking him out of the cave. Luo Yuanyuan exhaled in relief. It was finally coming to an end. Just as the golden lion was about to slip out of the cave, an unforeseen event occurred. Yuni suddenly extended his arm, grasping Luo Yuanyuan's left ankle. She fell back, sliding out alongside Yuni. The turn of events transpired too swiftly. Bai Yi barely had time to pounce, reaching for Luo Yuanyuan's right arm. Bai Yi too slipped out of the stone cave. Yuni held onto Luo Yuanyuan's left ankle. Suspended in midair, his face twisted in madness. "Ha! I told you, whether in life or death, you must be with me. White Tiger, will you not let go? Do you wish to accompany us both? Even to the abyss, you can only harbor jealousy. Give up."
Ha ha ha.
In the blink of an eye, Luo Yuanyuan found herself dangling in the air. Bai Yi gripped the little female's wrist tightly, his legs spread wide, his feet pressing down with all their might. As he slid out of the cave, his toes digging into the stone wall for traction. "Hold on, Yuanyuan, I will pull you up." Bai Yi's muscles strained as he gripped the rock beneath him with one hand, while he tugged on Luo Yuanyuan's wrist with the other, inching her upwards. Tears blurred Luo Yuanyuan's vision. She dared not look down into the abyss, opting instead to close her eyes. Her limbs felt cold, her breath grew shallow, and her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. Seeing the white tiger's persistence, Yuni pressed down with his beast energy, forcing his weight down. Instantly, Luo Yuanyuan felt as though her left ankle was bound by 1,000-pound weight, threatening to snap. Bai Yi's brow furrowed tightly. This golden lion was truly insane. Yuni's grip on Luo Yuanyuan's hand tightened further. Bai Yi released his hold on the rock, conjuring a beam of light aimed at the lion's arm. Simultaneously, Yuni unleashed his beast energy towards Bai Yi, intending to sever his grip on Luo Yuanyuan's arm. Both men narrowly avoided each other's attacks. Yuni's arm was injured, while Bai Yi barely avoided harm, but the rock beneath them was affected. As the stone slab at the cave's entrance creaked ominously, a large crack began to form. The protruding stone steps wobbled precariously. Yuni grew more reckless. "Haha, White Tiger, it seems you can save no one. You can only watch as I and Yuanyuan revel in our love from the abyss." Bai Yi remained silent, swiftly regathering his beast energy, preparing to strike the lion once more. Before he could act, Yuni suddenly felt a chilling pain in his hand, as if something were slicing through it with 1,000 cuts. The pain intensified, and he couldn't help but release his grip. Yuni plummeted into the abyss. His figure shrank into a tiny black before vanishing completely in mere seconds. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest's waters, a massive green python flicked its tail. Wondering who had been touching it, only the little female was permitted to do so. Anyone else would be courting death. Without hesitation, it flung that hand away. The green python stirred again, assessing its body, finding no significant harm. In a few days, it could return to find the little female. A trace of warmth flickered across its cold visage. How it longed for her. After Yuni fell, Bai Yi felt a sudden lightness in his hand and hurriedly pulled Luo Yuanyuan back into the cave, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Just a moment away from losing her forever, Bai Yi's heart remained tumultuous as he held the precious little female in his arms. Luo Yuanyuan nestled against Bai Yi, listening to the rapid thumping of his heart, unable to utter a word for quite some time. After a while, Bai Yi, regaining his composure, kissed the crown of Luo Yuanyuan's head and murmured, "Yuanyuan, I am sorry. It was my failure to take care of you." Luo Yuanyuan found it difficult to speak, so she simply lifted her head and gently kissed the corner of Bai Yi's mouth as a gesture of comfort. Just as Bai Yi was about to smile, he noticed a faint pink scab on her neck, and his brow furrowed again. Did that lion do this? Does it still hurt? Luo Yuanyuan touched the now-healed wound and replied, "I accidentally scratched myself. It's nothing. See, it's all better." Bai Yi felt a pang of pain in his heart but said nothing, only kissing the little female's forehead. Once she appeared to be in better spirits, he dressed her and carried her out of the cave. "Wait a moment," Luo Yuanyuan said hastily. Bai Yi looked at her in confusion. "Aren't we going up? If the tribe asks what happened, we can say a stray beast took us. As for Yun Yi, we'll just say we've never seen him." Yun Yi was deceased, yet Yun Heng still resided within the tribe. If the beast men were to discover the true nature of Yun Yi, they might develop prejudices against Yun Heng. The thought of that adorable, sunny, boyish face made Luo Yuanyuan unwilling to see him suffer because of this.
Alright, Bai Yi consented.
Carrying Luo Yuanyuan as he climbed the cliff and found the nearest beastman cave, informing them to go to the cliff below to retrieve the female who had been unconscious. By this time, The rain had ceased, and the sky was gradually clearing. Bai Yi transformed into his beast form and carried Luo Yuanyuan back to the tiger tribe. Upon returning to the familiar cave, Luo Yuanyuan felt an immediate sense of relaxation. Bai Yi helped her remove her shoes and laid her gently on the bed. Then, he leaned over her. The panic of almost losing the little female erupted within him. Bai Yi held her tightly, gently kissing her smooth forehead. Noticing her lack of resistance, he continued his descent, kissing her pert nose before arriving at her moist lips. Soft and fragrant, Bai Yi could not resist licking them before he succumbed to the urge to envelop her lips and suckle them. The scent of male hormones filled Luo Yuanyuan's nostrils, leaving her dazed and her body becoming softer. Having just endured a life-and-death experience, she felt a lingering fear, making this moment one of solace. With her eyes closed, Luo Yuanyuan could not help but respond. She parted her lips, and her tongue lightly brushed against Bai Yi's. Bai Yi shuddered with encouragement, his agile tongue slipping into the little female's mouth, intertwining with hers. Luo Yuanyuan felt herself becoming dizzy. She was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Lost in the kiss, she unexpectedly drifted into slumber. Bai Yi watched the sweetly sleeping little female and smiled helplessly, kissing her once more before tucking her under the covers. Then joining her in a deep sleep. The two remained asleep until the break of dawn the next day. Arno's resonant voice called from outside the curtain, Yuanyuan, Yuanyuan, are you coming back today? Luo Yuanyuan smiled, thinking that Arno wouldn't he come to find her every day. Upon receiving a response, Arno and Shurjin strode in. Yuanyuan, you've finally returned. I have news of great importance. Chapter 34. A new idea emerges. One of the crops we planted has sprouted. Arno exclaimed cheerfully. Wheat and potatoes. He continued. Yes, it's wheat and potatoes. Ugh, I can never remember. And what else? Luo Yuanyuan inquired, sensing there must be more news. Before Arno could respond, a voice called from outside the cave. Is Bai Yi back? Bai Yi stepped outside and saw Mo Shi, who was unexpectedly followed by Feng Ji. Once they all entered, Bai Yi casually lifted the curtain, allowing more light to stream in. Mo Shi and Feng Ji immediately turned their attention to the little female on the bed. It's been days. We've missed you dearly, Mo Shi said. Luo Yuanyuan greeted them with a smile before turning back to Arno. What other important news do you have? Arno's expression suddenly grew serious. Recently, some female beastmen have gone missing. The terrifying stray beasts have returned. Luo Yuanyuan and Bai Yi exchanged glances, wondering if this was the false news transmitted from the Golden Lion tribe. Noticing Luo Yuanyuan's doubtful expression, Arno quickly reassured her. It's true, truly. This is accurate information from the northern beast city. 5 females have already been reported missing. Mo Shi and Feng Ji nodded in agreement. Feng Ji added, I just heard about it and rushed to inform you. Please be extremely cautious during these days. Luo Yuanyuan felt confused. Hadn't he claimed that the reports of missing females were mere fabrications? How could it be that females were genuinely disappearing now? Was it merely a coincidence? Regardless, it was better to be safe. Bai Yi pondered for a moment before stating, the tribe should be relatively safe. From now on, when I go hunting, I'll trouble Arno and Shurjin to help look after Yuanyuan. Shurjin, when you hunt, I and Yuanyuan will also take care of your mate. Shurjin nodded vigorously in agreement. Seeing this, Mo Shi and Feng Ji quickly volunteered. While you hunt, we can help look after Yuanyuan as well. Bai Yi glanced at them. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have unhesitatingly declined. However, given the current situation and with Arno present, it seemed acceptable. Moreover, ensuring Yuanyuan's safety was paramount. Thus, he remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Luo Yuanyuan felt somewhat embarrassed to trouble others. Isn't it too many people? The tribe should be quite safe. Before Feng Ji or Mo Shi could respond, Arno waved her hands repeatedly. Yuanyuan, you don't understand. The stray beasts that come to snatch females are typically quite powerful. Isn't it better to have more people looking after us? We can just have Shurjin and Bai Yi provide more game for them later. Alright, Luo Yuanyuan conceded. After concluding their discussion, the group descended the mountain to check on the sprouting crops. Following the recent rain, the seedlings had grown rapidly, lush and vibrant, a delightful sight. Luo Yuanyuan began to fantasize joyfully about the delectable foods she could create with flour and potatoes, buns, dumplings, pastries, fried sauce noodles, and potato stew with chicken.
Oh.
I should raise a few chickens soon. Those 2 quacking beasts Arno sent last time seemed to be wild chickens, and they tasted exquisite. After their inspection, everyone returned to their respective homes. The next day, it was Bai Yi's turn to hunt. Arno, Shurjin, Emoshi, and Fengji arrived early, even managing to snag a breakfast. Bai Yi reluctantly departed after giving them repeated instructions. Arno, ever restless, took Luo Yuanyuan's hand. Let us go out and play. Luo Yuanyuan thought it would be too dull to just sit in the cave, staring at each other. A stroll outside would be refreshing. The group arrived at a moderately elevated hill in the tribe, where the grass was sparse, wildflowers were abundant, and small fruits occasionally sprouted. Typically, the females enjoyed coming here to chat and share stories, feeling safe with the males usually nearby. When Luo Yuanyuan and the others arrived, several females were already present. The lively beast cubs darted about, while the more demure female cubs basked in the sun against their mothers. Arno's sister, a duo, was also there. The little female cub, Ame, spotted Luo Yuanyuan and joyfully rushed over. Luo Yuanyuan felt a surge of happiness watching the lively scene. The flowers, having bloomed brilliantly after the recent rain, were especially vibrant. Luo Yuanyuan, in a spirited mood, intricately braided her long, lustrous black hair into 2 loose fishtail braids, adorned with delicate flowers. She gathered a multitude of wildflowers, weaving them into a stunning floral crown that she proudly placed atop her head. With a playful flutter of her large, expressive eyes, she turned to Ame and asked, "Am I beautiful, sister?" Ame, overwhelmed with excitement, nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "So beautiful. You are like a fairy, sister." Eagerly, Ame added, "I want a flower crown too. I want to look lovely." Anua chimed in, "Yuanyuan, I want one as well." A duo of voices echoed, "Actually, I want one too." "Hee, I want one as well." Who doesn't appreciate beauty? The females, somewhat bashful, expressed their genuine desires. Luo Yuanyuan flashed a radiant smile, revealing her pearly whites. "No need to rush. There will be enough for everyone, and you can learn from me too. The crowns can be large or small, suitable for wearing on your head, wrist, or ankle." Laughter and joy filled the mountaintop as they began crafting floral crowns to adorn themselves. The air was alive with merriment, creating a spirited atmosphere. Without Bai Ye's presence, Emoshi and Fengji gazed at Luo Yuanyuan with intense, burning admiration, wishing to capture her beauty within their very gaze. The enchanting little female, with her lively smile and cheerful voice, painted a vibrant scene that would forever be etched in their memories. The revelry atop the mountain soon reached Aisha's ears, prompting her to seek out Xiang. "Our opportunity has arrived. That wild female is right atop the mountain," Aisha whispered with envy, leaning close to Xiang. The latter nodded eagerly, her bulbous eyes gleaming with delight. Shortly after, the duo sought out the white-headed eagle beast who had accompanied them from the northern beast city. Once their plans were solidified, Aisha grasped Xiang's hand and ascended the mountain. Upon witnessing everyone adorned with beautiful flower crowns, Aisha and Xiang's eyes burned with jealousy. What are those things on their heads and bodies? How did they manage to look so infuriatingly lovely? Aisha's thoughts raced with the desire to rip the crowns from their heads and trample them into oblivion.
Moreover, Montag 11, Fengji.
And the other single beast seemed utterly transfixed by the wild female. Aisha and Xiang felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound thrashing to these oblivious single beasts and toss them into the river to awaken their senses. However, recalling their plan, the two maintained forced smiles as they approached Luo Yuanyuan and Anua. Luo Yuanyuan, initially disinterested in engaging with them, reflected on the fact that Aisha was the chieftain's daughter and that she and Bai Yi would need to remain in the tribe. Thus, she reluctantly offered half-hearted responses to Aisha and Xiang. After completing her floral crown, Luo Yuanyuan glanced up and spotted a cluster of mushroom-like plants nearby. Avoiding Aisha and Xiang, she discreetly retrieved her identification device and, upon a swift scan, she discovered not poisonous. Splendid! This adds another dish to our hot pot, and I can make chicken stew with mushrooms as well. She gathered the mushrooms, cradling them in her arms, and continued her search. Noting that there were more in the distance, Aisha and her companion hurried to catch up, feigning admiration as they inquired, "Yuanyuan, what are you collecting?" Luo Yuanyuan replied succinctly, "Mushrooms, which can be cooked alongside meat." Aisha and Xiang exchanged glances, thinking, how simple. We can gather those too. They are merely plants with caps.
Montag 11.
Fengji and Anua observed Luo Yuanyuan as she ventured further away and quickly followed suit. Mushrooms thrived along the mountainside, clustered together. Aisha, glancing between the mountainside and Luo Yuanyuan, suddenly altered her plans. Chapter 35, Miscalculation. Originally, Aisha intended to confront Luo Yuanyuan, feigning an accidental push that would result in Luo Yuanyuan being blamed for harming another female, thus justifying her expulsion from the tribe. However, Aisha had already arranged for the white-headed eagle beast to catch her below, ensuring her safety in the event of a fall.
Now.
She discarded her pretense of being a victim and aimed to pull Luo Yuanyuan down with her. Although the mountain was not steep, the wild female's frail form would likely sustain severe injuries from the fall, ideally ruining her alluring face that so shamelessly enticed male beasts. Aisha discarded the mushrooms in her hand and approached Luo Yuanyuan, tugging on her sleeve as she exclaimed, "Yuanyuan, how many mushrooms have you picked?" In a feigned slip, she grasped Luo Yuanyuan's arm, pretending to lose her footing as she pulled them both toward the edge of the mountain, simultaneously screaming, "Ah, help!" Luo Yuanyuan was bewildered. "What sort of madness is this? Don't take me down with you." Mo Shi and Feng Ji, witnessing the scene, were struck with cold sweat, their hearts racing. "Yuanyuan!" they cried, rushing toward the edge of the mountain. Anua, equally stunned, exclaimed, "How could she fall in just a few minutes of inattention?" Aisha released her grip on Luo Yuanyuan at the precipice, knowing the beast below would catch her, leaving the wild female to her fate. She relished the thought of hearing Luo Yuanyuan's screams echoing in her ears. As both females plummeted, Aisha quickly felt the cold, hard ground beneath her back. Where was the white-headed eagle? Wasn't she supposed to land safely on its back? Aisha's eyes widened in shock as pain surged through her back and legs. Ignoring her own agony, she struggled to turn and gaze at Luo Yuanyuan. What was happening? Aisha could hardly believe her eyes. The wild female had not fallen. Instead, she had adeptly grasped a long vine and was skillfully climbing back up. Pain surged through Aisha once more, and she could no longer suppress a cry of anguish. Her vision blurring as she fainted. Mo Shi and Feng Ji rushed to the mountain's edge, their eyes widening in disbelief. The little female was climbing back up. Nearing the summit, they quickly reached out, one on each side, pulling Luo Yuanyuan to safety. By the time Shurjin and Anua arrived, Luo Yuanyuan was already standing firmly on the ground. Anua enveloped Luo Yuanyuan in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face. "You scared me to death." Mo Shi and Feng Ji exchanged glances, silently expressing their shared relief, wishing to embrace her as well. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, still on the hunt, remarked, "Surely you can't be serious." Luo Yuanyuan gently wiped Anua's tears and smiled. "You've turned into a weeping mess. Don't worry. I learned to climb mountains as a child. This height is nothing to me." Xiang, her eyes wide with astonishment, hurried to peer over the edge of the mountain. The white-headed eagle was lifting Aisha, rushing toward the healer Lina's cave. Xiang pointed at Luo Yuanyuan, stammering Yu. Anua pressed her hand down, insisting, "What do you mean you? Our Yuanyuan is fortunate. Being pulled down by Aisha caused her no harm. You should hurry and check on your dear companion." "Never mind. We'll accompany you." The group made their way to Lina's cave, a throng of individuals following in tow. Chief Aimu stood there, his brow furrowed in concern. What transpired? Luo Yuanyuan recounted, "I was picking mushrooms when Aisha wanted to see, and she grabbed my sleeve. Then, her foot slipped, and she pulled me down with her. Fortunately, I managed to grab a vine and climbed back up." Aimu cast a stern gaze over the others present, and those who had witnessed the event nodded in agreement, affirming, "Yes, that is indeed what occurred." To my astonishment, the beautiful young female is capable of climbing mountains. How remarkable. Indeed, if Aisha could also scale heights, she would not have fallen so catastrophically. With such a fall, it remains uncertain whether she will ever bear offspring again. The cacophony of voices buzzed in Aimu's ears, tightening the furrows on his brow. What he truly wished to hear was not this. Was it not the malicious act of Luo Yuan pushing his female cub down the mountain? Previously, Aisha had confided her plans to him. Although Aimu understood that having more females in the tribe was advantageous if it threatened the status of his female cub, there would be no alternative but to expel them. Watching Bei, such an exceptional beast man, prepare to abandon Aisha, Aimu felt an urgent pang of anxiety. Thus, he chose to turn a blind eye to Aisha's actions. Perhaps it was for the best that Luo Yuan was banished. It would prevent further unrest within the tribe. But what was the situation now? Aimu rubbed his temples in exasperation and addressed the crowd. "Since the matter is clear, it is fortunate that Luo Yuan is unharmed. You may all return." The others quickly departed, leaving only Aimu, Xiang, the white-headed eagle, the shaman Lina, and the unconscious Aisha within the cave. What on earth transpired? Aimu's gaze fell on Xiang. Initially, Aisha had intended for the white-headed eagle to catch her after her fall, but an unfortunate incident had occurred. Where were you? Aimu turned his stern gaze towards the white-headed eagle.
I
momentarily lost my way. I have not been in the tribe for long, the white-headed eagle stammered, his pale face flushing crimson at the unexpected severity of Aisha's fall. You useless creature. What good are you? Aimu scolded with irritation. The white-headed eagle's face reddened further. Nevertheless, it was too late for apologies now. Aimu understood that the immediate priority was to heal Aisha. He turned to Lena and asked, "How long do you think it will take for Aisha to recover?" Lena's brow furrowed tightly as she thought to herself, how would she know? Surviving a fall from the mountain was already a miracle. To hope for recovery was folly. Aisha was truly foolish. She failed in her task and endangered herself in the process. Regardless of her inner thoughts, Lena replied, "It depends on the will of the beast god. I believe Aisha will recover swiftly. I shall fetch some herbs to apply." Aimu had no other recourse. His pent-up fury could only be unleashed upon the white-headed eagle. "Why are you not hastening to catch prey for Aisha's roast?" The white-headed eagle, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly dashed out of the cave. Pursuing a female is so challenging. When he had chased Aisha from the northern beast city, his mother had been opposed, insisting that a female from a small tribe was of little worth. Yet, he found Aisha's temperament agreeable. She never shouted at him. Moreover, Aisha was fairer than most females, which he found appealing. Who would have thought that the first task she entrusted him with would end in disaster? Alas, he felt utterly useless. The white-headed eagle sighed despondently, flapping his wings twice in despair as he set out to hunt. Emerging from the shaman's cave, Luo Yuan and the others returned to the mountaintop they had just vacated. As they walked, Arno inquired, "Luo Yuan, why are we returning?" "I am already famished." The sight of Luo Yuan's earlier tumble had terrified Arno, causing her legs to feel weak at the mere thought of the mountain. "We're going to gather food," Luo Yuan cheerfully declared, pointing ahead. "Look, over there." Chapter 36. An endless delight of hot pot. There lay mushrooms. Let us gather a substantial amount for our hot pot at noon. The mushrooms we collected earlier have fallen, and we must retrieve them. Upon hearing of delicious food, Arno's spirit lifted, and her legs regained strength. However, her curiosity persisted. "Oh, wonderful. But what is this hot pot? Is it not a stone pot? And how can one eat from such a hard vessel?" Moxifeng and Jishijin perked up their ears at the mention of food. "Haha." Luo Yuan could not suppress her laughter. "It is not the pot we eat, but rather what is inside it." "Oh, I see." The beastmen exhaled in relief. It was a relief that they were not expected to gnaw on the vessel itself. Moments earlier, they had quietly sharpened their teeth, worried about embarrassing themselves before the young females. Luo Yuan selected several non-toxic mushrooms and showed them to Arno and her companions. "We shall gather these safe mushrooms. Let us refrain from touching the others for now." The group nodded in agreement and dispersed to collect mushrooms. The tall beastmen swiftly cleaned out the area atop the mountain. After all, more would grow in due time. Arno gazed at the mound of mushrooms before her, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Luo Yuan, with so many mushrooms, we could eat for several days." "How could we eat mushrooms every day? We would tire of them." "Fear not, we can dry them, allowing for long-term storage." Luo Yuan smiled brightly. "Let us wash the mushrooms and return home to prepare hot pot." While gathering mushrooms, she had also picked a good deal of wild vegetables. Moxifeng and Jishijin stored their recent haul in their space and went to the small river to clean the vegetables they intended to eat. Then returned to Luo Yuan and Bei's cave. Presumably, Bei would soon return as well. Luo Yuan ventured to the innermost part of the cave, seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted to retrieve bamboo shoots and commonly used seasonings from her space. She arranged bowls and chopsticks on the table. This was the first time for Fengji and Moxifeng to see such items, and they found it quite novel. The efficiency of the beast men was impressive. They quickly fashioned several pairs of chopsticks. With everything prepared, they awaited Bei's catch. As Arno tested the feel of the new chopsticks, she turned to Luo Yuan and asked, "Luo Yuan, I kept forgetting to ask, was Aisha truly an accidental slip?" Upon hearing this, the gazes of Fengji and Moxifeng sharpened, focusing intently on Luo Yuan's face. "To be honest, I am uncertain. However, it is peculiar that both Aisha and Xiang have been following me closely today," Luo Yuan confessed, feeling a hint of confusion. Arno set down her chopsticks, cradling her round face with both hands. "Indeed, they have been envious of your beauty. It stands to reason that they would harbor resentment. Could it be that they initially intended to push you down the mountain, but Aisha's misfortune led to her own fall?" Luo Yuan found this entirely plausible. She was not naive. The two females had behaved unusually today. Was there some conspiracy afoot? Although she had once adored sweet romance novels, she had occasionally dabbled in tales of political intrigue. Yet, this was the beast world. Should not beast men be forthright and straightforward? However, considering she would be living in the tribe for some time, Luo Yuan decided it best to avoid conflict. After all, Aisha had learned a valuable lesson. She smiled and said, "Let's not dwell on that. I am well and unharmed. I suppose fate has favored me." Fengji and Moxifeng exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the sight of the young female. It seemed they had wronged her. However, they could not act against a female, especially with Aisha currently incapacitated. Perhaps they should teach that white-headed eagle a lesson instead. Yes, that would suffice. The two nodded in agreement, satisfied with their plan. By the way, do not mention today's events to Bei, Luo Yuan instructed her companions. If he learns of it, he will only sulk and be unable to confront Aisha. There is no need for that. It is best to keep it from him. What should we not tell him? Came Bei's voice from outside the cave. Luo Yuanyuan hastily rose to her feet, approached the cave entrance, and encircled Bai Ye's arm with her hands, playfully declaring, "I won't tell you what we're having for lunch. You'll have to guess." Bai Yi chuckled, his demeanor tender as he affectionately ruffled Luo Yuanyuan's hair and leaned down to steal a quick kiss on her brow. He then took her hand and led her into the cave. In truth, he had already discovered the answer on his way back. That Aisha was undoubtedly targeting Yuanyuan with intent, yet Aisha was still lying down, oblivious to whether she would awaken, so he decided to let her off the hook, for now. Nevertheless, the simmering indignation within him demanded an outlet. Over the next few days, he would practice his skills on that white-headed eagle hovering nearby. Today, Bai Yi had successfully hunted a large wild boar, which he had already cleaned by the riverbank. The others had set up a stone pot outside the cave, while several males sliced the boar into thin pieces. Luo Yuanyuan tossed in aromatic leaves, red chili pods, scallions, salt, and a medley of other spices, added the meat, mushrooms, bamboo shoots, and a handful of wild vegetables. As the ingredients boiled and bubbled, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Arno, with chopsticks between his teeth, gazed at the pot's contents and exclaimed, "Wow, Yuanyuan, this hot pot seems so simple to prepare, yet it smells divine." The males nodded in agreement. While it appeared more cumbersome than consuming raw meat, the fragrance was indeed irresistible. Luo Yuanyuan too found the scent delightful. Despite the simplicity of the seasonings, the natural ingredients were pure and flavorful. "It's ready. Let us dig in," she announced, leading the way as she picked up a piece of wild vegetable to place in her bowl. "Oh, if only we could have some soul-satisfying dipping sauce, like sesame paste. It would be perfect." After a playful struggle with their wooden sticks, Mo Shi and Feng Ji finally relished the delectable hot pot. The stone pot brimmed with red chili pods, burned scallions, and wild vegetables, an enticing sight. The meat was tender, the bamboo shoots crisp, the mushroom savory, and the wild greens refreshing. Everyone was drenched in sweat from the heat of the meal, utterly satisfied, their chopsticks never pausing. After swallowing a piece of mushroom, Luo Yuanyuan addressed the group. "In just over a month, when the wheat and potatoes mature, we can make noodles and potato flour to add to the hot pot. It will taste even better. We could even throw in meatballs and fish balls." Arno, clearly salivating at the thought, laughed heartily. "You're so beautiful, and can cook so well. If I were a male beast, I would definitely pursue you immediately." Bai Yi and the others chimed in. "Thank goodness you're not." They all enjoyed their lively meal. Meanwhile, the orcs surrounding the cave were also stirred by the aroma, drawn to the festivities. Bai Yi, known for his generosity and amiable nature, stood up to fill several extra stone bowls with meat and vegetables to share with the orcs. Life among the beasts was quite simple. Aside from pairing and procreating, their primary focus was on feasting. Being well-fed brought them immense satisfaction, and a sumptuous meal made them even happier. The orcs unanimously agreed that the hot pot was delicious, especially the females and young orcs, who deemed it the finest delicacy in their world. The males rushed to the river to clean their catch, slicing it into thin pieces to add to the pot. Luo Yuanyuan and her friends had already eaten their fill and decided to make space for the other orcs. The crowd around the hot pot shifted repeatedly, as the meal lasted from the bright sun until the stars twinkled in the night sky. Luo Yuanyuan contributed all her mushrooms, though she refrained from taking too many bamboo shoots. The cave was limited in space. She could not continuously draw from it like a bottomless pit, as that would attract too much attention. Outside the cave, the sounds of beasts echoed, bustling as if celebrating a festival. Chapter 37. Poisoned. Luo Yuanyuan inadvertently glanced at the marketplace. To her surprise, her reputation points were gradually increasing. Eating a hot pot could actually boost reputation points? What a delightful surprise. Luo Yuanyuan felt elated. Of course. As long as the actions you take are recognized by the orcs and contribute to the prosperity of their world, your reputation points will grow. The system, Xiao Lu, appeared once more. Luo Yuanyuan silently awarded Xiao Lu the title of most unreliable system. She was too lazy to inquire about its whereabouts over the past few days. It had likely been sleeping, gaming, or attending meetings and traveling, merely a decorative presence. The following days passed in tranquil routine, with the white-headed eagle, predictably, receiving several enthusiastic welcomes from Bai Yi and his companions. Emerging with bruises so severe that his original appearance was nearly unrecognizable, the white-headed eagle felt confused and aggrieved, questioning why they all seemed to bully him. However, upon reflecting on the mating customs of the beast world, he soon understood. After all, he was currently the only male by Aisha's side. Bai Yi, Mo Shi, and Feng Ji must have been vying for Aisha's affection, challenging him in their pursuit of companionship. This realization made him feel rather proud. Clearly, Aisha was quite the catch. Having come to this conclusion, the white-headed eagle felt a burden lift, and his recent frustrations dissipated, leaving him invigorated. In the meantime, Aisha had awakened, yet to her dismay, she discovered that her right leg was now lame. She felt an intense rage. When she glanced at the white-headed eagle, whose head had swollen to the size of a wild boar, her fury only intensified. Irritated, she ordered the white-headed eagle to leave. Aisha, don't be upset. My current state is all because of you, the white-headed eagle patiently explained. Do you know who attacked me? It was Bai Yi, Mo Shi, and Feng Ji. They challenged me because they like you. Really? Aisha's anger transformed into delight. Of course. Why else would they attack me? I haven't provoked them. The white-headed eagle asserted confidently. Aisha pondered this and realized it made sense, her spirits lifting. She thought to herself that Bai Yi and his companions could not possibly genuinely fancy that wild female. They must have been momentarily bewitched. Now that the white-headed eagle was pursuing her, Bai Yi must have realized this and rushed to confront the white-headed eagle. Even if her leg was lame, so what? After all, females in their world were typically carried by males, sparing them from having to walk themselves. In the beast world, what mattered most for a female was her reproductive capability and her beauty. Aisha possessed both traits. Regaining her confidence, she resolved to claim all three beasts as her partners. Upon learning that Bai Yi and his companions enjoyed that wild mushroom hot pot, Aisha decided to prepare one herself to showcase her own domestic prowess. She instructed the white-headed eagle to gather mushrooms, describing them as plants with a round cap on top, easily recognizable. The white-headed eagle, eager for an opportunity to shine, diligently returned with an assortment of mushrooms in various colors and sizes. That day, Aisha had her father, Ai Mu, invite Bai Yi, Mo Shi, and Feng Ji. After grooming herself and preparing the hot pot, she patiently awaited their arrival. Soon, the water in the pot began to boil. Aisha added the meat, followed by mushrooms in shades of red, green, and yellow, beautifully arranged together. Ah, how splendid! She marveled at her aesthetic. Look at this vibrant display. It's so appetizing. Unable to resist, she picked up a spoon and sampled the most colorful mushroom. After a few bites, she found it lacking in flavor. Undeterred, she tried another. Why does my mouth feel a bit numb? Is this what Bai Yi and the others enjoy? Surely, it must be. At this moment, the clan leader, Aimu, was leading Bai Yi and the other two towards the cave. I've heard that female members from nearby tribes have begun to go missing as well. I sought you out to discuss this matter. First it was Beast City, and now it's the neighboring tribes. They're getting closer to us. Bai Yi felt a twinge of concern for Luo Yuanyuan. Were it not for Aimu mentioning a matter of great importance, he wouldn't have wanted to leave the little female side for even a moment. I plan to establish a patrol team, Aimu said, guiding Bai Yi and the others into his cave. Upon entering, they immediately noticed Aisha standing beside a large pot, winking at them. Bai Yi frowned and turned to leave. Sensing this, Aisha hurriedly limped after him, exclaiming, Bai Yi, don't go. I promise to gather, at most 20 beast men. I'll reserve the position of the first beast man for you, Bai Yi. I will also cook that mushroom hot pot made by Luo Yuanyuan. Come in and taste it. Aimu felt that his daughter was being overly enthusiastic and was about to interject on Aisha's behalf when he caught sight of her and gasped. Aisha, what happened to you? Aisha, equally alarmed, retorted, what do you mean? Just look at yourself. You're all black and purple. Aisha had reached the cave entrance, where sunlight illuminated her exposed hand, revealing it to be darkened with a purplish hue, as if poisoned. She quickly lifted her fur cloak, revealing more of her skin, which was similarly black and purple. With a terrified scream, she covered her face. Father, hurry, take me to the river. Aimu, disregarding Bai Yi and the others, swiftly scooped Aisha up and rushed towards the riverbank. Upon seeing her reflection in the water, Aisha completely broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Her face was just as black and purple. Aimu quickly carried her to the shaman, Lena's cave. Observing Aisha's discolored condition, Lena confidently declared, she must have been bitten by a venomous insect. I'll apply some herbs and see if it helps. Aimu anxiously urged, please, you must do your best. Aisha treasures her face above all. Lena rolled her eyes. Your Aisha is the most high maintenance. I am not a beast god. How can I cure every ailment? Suddenly, Aisha, who had been crying, appeared to snap back to reality, gripping Aimu's hand tightly. Father, I know who did this. It was that wild female. Aimu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I only ate 2 mushrooms, and then I suddenly turned like this. It's all her doing. She made the beast men eat the mushrooms. She's trying to harm our tribe. Father, you must drive her away. Aisha's words were somewhat incoherent, but Aimu understood. She was referring to Luo Yuanyuan. However, he hadn't heard of any beast men being poisoned, their skin turning black. To be cautious, Aimu collected the ingredients from Aisha's hot pot and headed straight for Bai Yi's cave. At that moment, Bai Yi was seated on his bed, sewing a pair of deer leather boots for Luo Yuanyuan, who rested her little head beside him, watching intently. Oh, a man who works diligently is truly handsome, especially one with perfect 8-pack abs. Luo Yuanyuan gazed dreamily at his well-defined muscles, wondering how they would feel to the touch. Though Bai Yi held her every day, she had only ever wrapped her arms around his neck. Noticing her gaze, Bai Yi gently teased, Yuanyuan, do you want a touch? Luo Yuanyuan, caught off guard, nodded shyly. Bai Yi chuckled, taking her hand and guiding it to his abdomen.
Wow.
What an exquisite sensation. Bai Yi's breathing grew heavier. Suddenly, Luo Yuanyuan snapped back to reality. Oh, dear. What have I just done? She quickly withdrew her hand and scooted away. But Bai Yi was not about to let her escape. He tossed aside the boots, pulled her onto his lap, and cradled the back of her head, leaning down to seek her rosy, soft lips. Chapter 38. Devoured into the Abyss. Luo Yuanyuan felt her entire body turn to mush in Bai Yi's embrace, responding passively to his advances. Bai Yi, struggling to maintain control, was just about to deepen the kiss when Aimu's voice rang out from outside the curtain. Bai Yi? Luo Yuanyuan, I have something important to discuss with you. Bai Yi felt an overwhelming urge to punch Aimu for constantly interrupting their moments of intimacy. He quickly helped the little female fasten her clothing and cover herself with a blanket, taking a moment to steady his racing heart before stepping outside the cave. Seeing Bai Yi emerge, Aimu's expression was grave. Bai Yi, is Luo Yuanyuan with you? You need to take a look at these mushrooms. Is this what the tribe members have been consuming? Bai Yi examined the brightly colored mushrooms in Aimu's leather pouch, shaking his head. No, the beast men were eating edible ones. These mushrooms are poisonous. Aimu's gaze flickered. Could it be that only Aisha had picked the poisonous mushrooms? He continued to inquire. How does Luo Yuanyuan know which mushrooms are safe? I heard she was the one who gathered them for the beast men. Yuanyuan is from the White Rabbit tribe, and their kin primarily consumes plants, so they can naturally distinguish between them, Bai Yi explained. Regardless of her tribe, they could simply say she belonged to the White Rabbit tribe for now. In the beast era, male cubs typically began to shift into human form around the age of 4 or 5, but females were born in human form and could never transform into their beast forms throughout their lives. Hence, no one could tell which tribe Yuanyuan hailed from. Aimu found Bai Yi's reasoning sound and decided not to press further. He could only feel pity for his daughter, Aisha, who had suffered from the consequences of consuming the poisonous mushrooms, uncertain if her skin would ever return to normal. That Luo Yuanyuan was indeed a source of trouble. Aimu mentally noted another grievance against Luo Yuanyuan. Having clarified matters, he did not linger but returned to his own cave. Once Aimu had departed, Luo Yuanyuan lifted the blanket and sat up. Bai Yi, what did clan leader Aimu show you? Bai Yi recalled the mushrooms and Aisha's blackened face, a smirk gracing his lips. It seems Aisha wanted to imitate you and gather mushrooms. Unfortunately, she ended up with the poisonous ones. And now she has turned black and purple. It appears she has been poisoned. In this way, Bai Yi was spared the effort of dealing with Aisha. He wondered how she would bully Yuanyuan in the future. Luo Yuanyuan found it hard to believe. Did that Aisha offend the beast god? She truly has terrible luck. Bai Yi smiled slightly, returning to his sewing. At that moment, Luo Yuanyuan remembered something else.
Bai Yi.
That golden lion who stole me that night. Something felt off. We shouldn't have been able to sleep so soundly. Setting aside the fact that beast men have sharp senses, she considered herself, unless she was utterly intoxicated, how could someone have carried her away without her noticing? Could it be that she had been drugged? Did such things exist in the beast era? Bai Yi paused in his sewing at the mention of that night. It was indeed a peculiar occurrence. He had intended to investigate it himself, but since the little female had brought it up, he pondered before replying, I suspect that lion used a sleeping drug. I once heard in North Beast City that the shaman was developing a potion that could put beast men to sleep upon inhalation. This potion is a mixture of several rare herbs. Could it be that the old shaman has gathered all the herbs and concocted the sleeping drug? Luo Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. It seemed highly plausible. It appeared that this shaman was quite the researcher, akin to a modern scientist. However, the notion of such a drug being in someone else's hands left her feeling insecure. What if she were to be stolen away again one day? The Cloudwing merely seeks a companion, but what if she were to encounter a more formidable foe? Would she not then become a victim, unbeknownst to anyone? Luo Yuanyuan shook her little head, exclaiming, Oh dear, how terrifying. She closed her eyes and gazed at the marketplace, searching for what felt like an eternity, yet could find no trace of the antidote. However, in the section for reputation points, she spotted a tome on alchemy. Regrettably, the contents remained obscured from her view within the marketplace. Thus, Luo Yuanyuan decided to purchase it, intending to study it gradually in the future. A golden light enveloped her, merging with her being. It seemed as though she had acquired a fragment of knowledge, and she murmured to herself, It appears I must expedite my research on the antidote. Bai Yi was well aware that the young female possessed knowledge of herbs and had a mysterious background, hence he wholeheartedly believed in her words. Before retiring for the night, Luo Yuanyuan, taking advantage of Bai Yi's distraction, stealthily shed her outer garment and donned a soft camisole dress, hastily cocooning herself in the blanket. Sleeping in her outerwear was neither warm nor comfortable. A night dress was far more agreeable. She sighed contentedly. Bai Yi extinguished the campfire, conjured a luminous sphere in his palm, and approached the bed. He lay down, encircling Luo Yuanyuan in his embrace with one arm. This was the first time he openly held her before she fell asleep. Luo Yuanyuan pondered, What has gotten into Bai Yi today? Be good, recently many females have gone missing, and I truly fear that while you slumber, you might also be taken. The beasts of the desert are most savage, Bai Yi explained earnestly. He then placed a gentle kiss upon Luo Yuanyuan's forehead and extinguished the light. The cave was engulfed in darkness. Luo Yuanyuan felt as if she could perceive numerous beastly silhouettes peering from the shadows, causing her timid nature to shrink further into Bai Yi's embrace. Noticing the young female's lack of resistance, Bai Yi grew bolder. He tugged a corner of the blanket from her, draping it over himself. One hand encircled her delicate shoulder beneath her neck, while the other grasped her slender waist. A mere layer of the nightdress separated them. Bai Yi's large hand radiated warmth, and his broad chest offered a comforting heat. Luo Yuanyuan felt an overwhelming sense of security, though the proximity felt slightly unnatural, prompting her to shift her position. The vision of the beast men was unaffected by the night. Bai Yi could distinctly see the young female's exquisite cheeks flush softly, her tender lips nearly brushing against his chest, while the skin beneath his palm felt warm and velvety. The fragrance of her body wafted into his nostrils, compelling him to draw her closer, their bodies almost perfectly aligned. In the stillness of the night, Bai Yi's breath quickened. He lowered his head and captured Luo Yuanyuan's lips in a kiss. Initially soft and tentative, when he felt no resistance from her, he began to savor her petal-like lips, kissing and gently coaxing her. So soft and tender. Bai Yi felt his mind whirl in a haze, all his senses converging upon those two delicate petals. Mere kissing was no longer sufficient. He yearned to consume her entirely. His actions shifted from gentle to increasingly fervent. The arms that embraced the young female tightened gradually. Luo Yuanyuan felt completely enraptured, and she clumsily lifted her head to respond. Of course, that evening, their encounter remained but a gentle exploration. Bai Yi did not push further. Given Luo Yuanyuan's disposition, such progress was already quite rapid. Bai Yi felt deeply satisfied, the affection in his eyes so profound it seemed it might overflow. This young female was the most precious treasure of his life. The following morning, Luo Yuanyuan awoke languidly. Upon lifting her gaze, she met Bai Ye's smiling azure eyes. Recalling the events of the previous night, her face flushed anew, and she felt a twinge of shyness in Bai Ye's presence. Yuanyuan, it's time to rise and have breakfast, he called. Ignoring him, she burrowed deeper into her blanket. Bai Yi chuckled, reaching to extricate her from the covers and assist her in dressing. Feeling a chill, Luo Yuanyuan looked down and exclaimed, "Where has my nightgown gone?" Observing Bai Ye's expression darken, she quickly snatched the clothing from his grasp, declaring, "I'll manage it myself, you turn around." Bai Yi smiled, suppressing his desires, and went to prepare breakfast. Today, it was his turn to hunt, and he was reluctant to leave the young female behind. He wished he could tie her to his waist and take her wherever he went. When Shurjin and the others arrive, you can stroll around the tribe, but do not wander far. Avoid the higher mountains. It's too perilous. If Aisha and the others are around, keep your distance from them. If anything should occur, endure for a moment, and I shall make it right for you. Bai Yi fussed, imparting his concerns. I understand, Luo Yuanyuan replied cheerfully, sipping her porridge. Often, Bai Yi made her feel like the caring older brother from a novel, gentle, courteous, and attentive, creating a relaxed and comfortable atmosphere that she thoroughly enjoyed. Once Arno, Shurjin, and Emoshi arrived, Bai Yi reluctantly took his leave. Feng Ji did not come today, as it was rumored that a female from their tribe had gone missing, and they were preoccupied with seeking clues. Luo Yuanyuan engaged in light conversation with Arno and the others, then visited the fields to inspect the flourishing wheat and potato sprouts before circling around Arno's home. As the sun reached its zenith, Arno and Shurjin returned home, with Emoshi accompanying Luo Yuanyuan back. At that moment, Emoshi was exhilarated, cherishing the rare opportunity to spend time alone with the young female. What could he possibly discuss with her? Being alone together felt somewhat nerve-wracking. A thin layer of sweat beaded on his clenched palms, and his thoughts began to spiral. Stealing a glance at Luo Yuanyuan's lovely profile, his mouth opened and closed in hesitation. Just as she was about to enter the cave, he finally mustered the courage to speak. Yuanyuan, what kind of male do you like? Immediately regretting his question, Emoshi wished to give himself a reprimanding punch. What if the young female expressed her preference for someone like Bai Yi, gentle and refined? How would he respond to that? Wouldn't he be sealing his own fate?
Huh.
Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Luo Yuanyuan paused, turning to look at the tall beast man beside her with a puzzled expression. Meeting her beautiful, large eyes, Emoshi's face flushed crimson. He turned away, his heart pounding, and, gritting his teeth, resolved to confess. Well, Yuanyuan, actually before he could finish. A cacophony of roars erupted in the distance. The courage he had summoned dissipated like a deflated balloon. Feeling somewhat awkward, he scratched his head and said, It seems someone is injured. Yuanyuan, you should return to the cave and rest. I will check on it and be back shortly. With that, he transformed into his beast form and dashed away. Luo Yuanyuan felt a surge of anxiety. Bai Yi had gone hunting today. She hoped nothing unfortunate would happen. She paced at the cave entrance, constantly glancing in the direction of the roars. Before long, Emoshi returned, followed by several beastmen, one of whom was carrying a male. Upon seeing them, Luo Yuanyuan's heart sank.
Where was Bai Yi?
A foreboding sensation began to rise within her. Yuanyuan, Bai Yi, he has been injured. Emoshi spoke, his gaze fixed on Luo Yuanyuan's small face, struggling to convey the news. Luo Yuanyuan remained silent, sprinting towards the group of beastmen, her eyes fixed on the one being carried. Indeed, it was Bai Yi. Yet his gentle eyes were now tightly shut, his hair disheveled. His body bore numerous wounds, blood oozing relentlessly from his injuries. 2 wounds marred his neck and chest, deep enough to expose bone, nearly fatal. Even worse, the wounds exhibited signs of darkening, indicating the presence of venom. Tears streamed down Luo Yuanyuan's face. Such a gentle Bai Yi had smiled at her just that morning. Please, lay him on the bed.
Thank you.
The orcs, well aware of Luo Yuanyuan's medical expertise, promptly complied and retreated outside the cave to stand guard. Luo Yuanyuan hastily wiped away her tears and extended her hands, a faint green glow emanating from her palms. She placed her hands over the wounds, witnessing the flesh slowly mend before her eyes. However, the darkness remained, signifying the venom's persistence. Panic seized her. She glanced towards the marketplace, searching frantically, but finding no antidote. Overwhelmed, she broke down in tears, feeling cold sweat trickle down her limbs, as if a vice gripped her chest, rendering her breathless. Emoshi, stationed just outside the cave, could not bear to hear the little female's gasping sobs any longer. He stepped inside, kneeling beside Luo Yuanyuan, softly reassuring her, Yuanyuan, Bai Yi will be fine. He just needs time to recover. Please, don't cry like this. It's not good for your health. No matter what happens, I will always be here for you. Hoping to care for you. Though his heart raced with anxiety, he finally voiced his feelings. He turned to the little female, only to find her staring blankly, clearly oblivious to his words. What was wrong with her? Had the blow been too great, leaving her in a daze? He reached out, intending to embrace her for comfort. At that moment, Luo Yuanyuan blinked, then looked at him. Mo Shi? When did you come in? I need to continue treating Bai Yi. You should go home. Mo Shi retracted his hand, standing silently as he exited the cave. Luo Yuanyuan immediately placed her hands back on Bai Yi's wounds. Just as she had become lost in her tears, Xiao Lu had emerged, calmly informing her, Host, do not fear. Your healing technique can also purify the poison. It merely takes a little longer. The mechanical voice, usually devoid of emotion, sounded like celestial music to Luo Yuanyuan's ears, prompting her to wish to kiss the system. Outside, Mo Shi quietly inquired about Bai Yi's injuries. We encountered many insectoids during today's hunt. Bai Yi is the strongest in our tribe, so he faced off against the most formidable among them. We had fought insectoids before, but today's beasts were particularly tenacious. They hadn't transformed, which should mean they were of the lowest rank, yet they seemed invincible, persistently attacking us. It was only when Bai Yi unleashed his light energy, reducing them to dust, that we managed to flee. However, a few of those insectoids seemed capable of spraying venom. Bai Yi must have been poisoned. In this world of beasts, some possessed intelligence, capable of taking human form after several years, referred to as orcs. The others, lacking intelligence and unable to transform, remained as wild beasts, prey for the orcs. Naturally, the females among the orcs were born in human form. The insectoids that could not transform were wild beasts. Logically, orcs should find it easy to defeat them. Thus, the tiger tribe orcs found the situation perplexing. Luo Yuanyuan understood the gist within the cave. She stepped outside, instructing them to return and rest. Mo Shi refused to leave, peeking at the white tiger lying on the bed. Yuanyuan, you must be exhausted caring for Bai Yi. Let me roast some meat for you. You need to eat well to have the strength to watch over him. Luo Yuanyuan, not wanting to trouble anyone, replied, Thank you, Mo Shi. There is food at home. You should return. I assure you, I am fine. Mo Shi's gaze dimmed further. Very well, I shall take my leave. Please remember to rest. Upon receiving a nod from Luo Yuanyuan, he quietly departed the cave, though not too far. Should the little female require assistance, he wished to be nearby, especially at night when she might feel afraid. Even if he could never become her maid in this lifetime, he would be content merely to see her often. As night fell, Luo Yuanyuan lowered the animal hide curtain at the cave entrance and added some wood to the fire. She climbed onto the bed, resting against Bai Yi's chest, her small hand encircling his waist. The cave was enveloped in silence, save for her and the unconscious Bai Yi. She dared not sleep, forcing her eyes to remain open as she recalled every experience from her life to pass the time. As dawn approached, she once again cast her healing technique upon Bai Yi. Ultimately, exhaustion overcame her, and her eyelids began to droop. Nearby, Bai Yi's fingers twitched. Luo Yuanyuan slept fitfully, dreaming that the poison had seeped deep into Bai Yi's bones, rendering him entirely blackened. No matter how fervently she applied her healing technique, it proved futile. Watching Bai Yi's breaths grow fainter, she cried out in desperation, collapsing onto him, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Bai Yi, please don't die. What will I do if you're gone? Didn't he want to mate with me? I promise, as long as you are well, I will agree to anything. She sobbed, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. Chapter 40. A bowl of water cannot be balanced. Yuanyuan, do you truly mean it? Have you agreed to be my mate? A pair of large hands gently brushed away her tear-streaked face. Luo Yuanyuan awoke with a start. The dream had felt so real, the heart-wrenching pain leaving her breathless. Through her tear-blurred vision, she saw Bai Yi gazing at her with tenderness, his eyes seemingly filled with joy. She sat up abruptly, blinking in surprise, reaching out to touch the face of the man before her. It felt warm.
Bai Yi?
She softly called. Could this be another dream? Silly Yuanyuan, I'm fine now. Bai Yi wiped away her tears gently, speaking soothingly. Are you made of water? You cry so much. Her long, fluttering eyelashes were now soaked, clinging to the corners of her eyes. Her little nose was flushed, her eyes red and puffy, and she occasionally hiccuped as if she had been thoroughly bullied, appearing both pitiful and adorable. Bai Ye's heart melted. He embraced the little female, his warm hand gently patting her back to soothe her. Yuan, be good. Stop crying. I'm alive because you helped me cleanse the poison. Luo Yuanyuan nestled in Bai Ye's embrace for a moment, regaining her composure. She then playfully slapped his arm.
Ouch.
My hand hurts. Bai Yi chuckled, a mix of helplessness and affection in his smile, cradling her reddened hand and blowing on it. No need to doubt. You are not dreaming. I have truly awakened. Luo Yuanyuan glanced at the bright sky outside and then at her flushed hand, convinced that this was no dream. Tears that had just ceased flowing burst forth again as she flung herself into Bai Ye's arms, wrapping around his firm waist. Woo-woo, I thought I had lost you. I was so scared.
Bai Ye preset soft kisses onto her dumb cheeks.
Yuanyuan, I assure you, I am truly fine. Look, I've even advanced to the royal tier. With that, Bai Yi released her and turned around, revealing 4 small blue suns glowing on his back. Luo Yuanyuan halted her tears, blinking in astonishment. You advanced after being poisoned. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Now that you're at the royal tier, can you conjure clothing? Show me. Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. Yuanyuan's thoughts were quite whimsical. He stood up, and his animal skin skirt fell away. Luo Yuanyuan desperately wanted to cover her eyes. But curiosity overcame her modesty. She fought through her embarrassment, keeping her eyes wide open to watch Bai Yi. A faint golden light shimmered around him, and a long robe with a white base and blue trim slowly materialized on his form. Draped in his flowing robe, Bai Yi emanated an even more refined aura, reminiscent of a jade-faced gentleman emerging from antiquity. Alas, the sight of his well-defined abs was obscured. Can this robe be removed? She inquired. Of course, Bai Yi replied, as he shed the garment and draped it over Luo Yuanyuan's shoulders. Luo Yuanyuan, unable to meet Bai Ye's gaze, focused intently on the robe enveloping her. The fabric felt exquisite, fine and smooth. Though it appeared deceptively thin, it provided warmth akin to that of a mink. Will it be hot during the rainy season? She asked. This attire is woven from the fur of our kind. During the rainy season, it becomes lighter and more breathable, thus it won't be warm. Do you like it, Yuanyuan? It's a gift for you. No. Luo Yuanyuan shook her head vigorously. I have plenty of clothes already. You look splendid in it. I want to see you wear it. Since this garment is made from the fur of beasts, if I remove it, won't I become a bare mass of flesh? She reasoned, handing the robe back to Bai Yi. Hurry and put it on. Your wounds have nearly healed, and it would be troublesome if other beastmen saw you. Bai Yi obediently donned the robe and drew the petite female back into his embrace, his gaze deepening. Yuanyuan, you just promised to bond with me. When shall we mate? What? When did I say that? Luo Yuanyuan stammered, astonished. Could it be that she had spoken in her sleep? You mentioned it just after waking, saying that as long as I was alive, we would bond. You mustn't back out now. Bai Yi gently tapped the tip of her nose, his voice soft. His cerulean eyes fixed upon her, brimming with allure. As Luo Yuanyuan succumbed to his affectionate gaze, she faltered. Well, perhaps a year? That's far too long. I cannot wait. Bai Yi pressed a gentle kiss against her soft cheek. How about a month? 1 month, if you please? I shall be very gentle. Luo Yuanyuan fell silent, her cheeks flushed as she nestled deeper into Bai Ye's embrace. She resolved to accept him, yet thoughts of Qing Ju lingered. After all, Qing Ju was the first man she had encountered in this beastly realm. Without him, she might have been consumed by wild beasts. If she chose Bai Yi first, Qing Ju would undoubtedly be infuriated, and she would feel guilty. However, if Qing Ju did not arrive, she could not bear to keep Bai Yi waiting indefinitely. Oh, what a conundrum. Being a fickle woman is no easy feat. Balancing the scales is an impossible task. As Luo Yuanyuan hid in Bai Ye's embrace, her thoughts spiraled. Suddenly, a distant roar of beasts echoed, followed by Emoshi's urgent voice. Yuanyuan, are you awake? How is Bai Yi? I heard a formidable rogue beast has intruded into the tribe. A rogue beast? Bai Yi lifted Luo Yuanyuan and stepped outside the cave. Bai Yi? You're awake? That's wonderful. Emoshi exclaimed, astonished to see Bai Yi standing before her, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. You truly are fortunate. You frightened Yuanyuan terribly yesterday. Bai Yi smiled. Thank you for looking after my Yuanyuan. By the way, what rogue beast are you referring to? It's a blue serpent beast. Its rank is indeterminate, but its strength is undeniable. It has already defeated many warriors from our tribe. We can't confirm if it's the same beast that has been abducting females. Yuanyuan, you should stay hidden and not venture out. A blue serpent beast? Could it be Qing Ju? Luo Yuanyuan's heart raced, and she glanced up at Bai Yi, whose expression was equally complex. The powerful serpent beast had indeed come seeking her. While her safety was assured, it also meant there was another vying for her attention. Bai Yi felt a tumult of emotions within him. Bai Yi, let us go take a look, shall we? Luo Yuanyuan implored, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and trepidation. She missed Qingju dearly, yet if he truly had arrived, she was at a loss as to how to navigate relationships with two men simultaneously. Very well. Bai Yi nodded, cradling the petite female as they approached the entrance to the tribe. Wait, Bai Yi, what are you doing? Why venture into danger? What if he snatches Yuanyuan away? Mo, she questioned, perplexed by Bai Yi's actions as she hurried to keep pace. Soon, the trio arrived at the scene of chaos, where dozens of yellow and black striped tigers surrounded a colossal blue python. The atmosphere was tumultuous. Qingju, showing restraint, merely flung the attacking tigers aside, coolly declaring, I'm only here to find my mate, you all need to step aside. The tiger males, incensed, retorted, this serpent beast is unbearably arrogant, daring to swagger in broad daylight to claim a female, issuing such brazen commands. Step aside? Absolutely not. Chapter 41. The abduction. The tigers charged forward. Roaring as they launched themselves at Qingju, the sounds of battle and beastly cries reverberating through the air. From afar, Luo Yuanyuan recognized Qingju amidst the throng, her heart racing with anxiety for his safety, urging Bai Yi to intervene. Fearing for the petite female's well-being, Bai Yi called out from a distance. However, the din of combat drowned out his voice, rendering his pleas ineffective. Resigned, Bai Yi gently set Luo Yuanyuan down. Yuanyuan, remain here and wait for me. I will clarify the situation. Luo Yuanyuan nodded vigorously. Bai Yi and Mo, she transformed into their beast forms and charged into the fray. Roar! Bai Yi bellowed as he leapt into the center of the battlefield. This time, his voice had an impact. All combatants halted, turning their attention to the white-furred tiger. Bai Yi reverted to his human form. Everyone, there has been a misunderstanding. This serpent beast is a friend of my Yuanyuan. He has come seeking her and poses no threat to other females.
What?
This rogue beast is here for that beautiful little female? Murmured the crowd in disbelief. How can a female associate with a rogue beast? Surely he means her no harm. At that moment, Qingju transformed his upper body into human form, his gaze softening as he spotted Luo Yuanyuan in the distance. Yuanyuan, come here, he beckoned, arms wide open. Upon seeing Qingju, Luo Yuanyuan felt a rush of warmth, her lips curving into a smile as she dashed toward him. As she approached, each observer's thoughts diverged. At last, my Yuanyuan is back in my arms. Qingju rejoiced. Look at how excited she is. Could it be that she favors that serpent beast? What should I do now? Surely Yuanyuan wouldn't leave with him? Bai Yi pondered anxiously. What? Yuanyuan is infatuated with a serpent beast? Does that mean I can be more daring and proactive?
Montag 11 Muset.
The crowd of beastmen gasped. Is this truly happening? It cannot be. This rogue beast must have employed some underhanded tactics to ensnare the affections of such a delicate female. Surely, she has been bewitched. We cannot stand idly by. As Luo Yuanyuan drew closer, surrounded by gazes filled with suspicion, fervor, and infatuation, a sudden commotion erupted. Several tigers charged toward them, shouting, trouble. A female from the tribe has been abducted by a rogue beast. The crowd gasped, isn't this rogue beast right here? How could he have taken a female? Perplexed, Luo Yuanyuan slowed her steps. Just then, an unexpected event transpired. Before everyone's eyes, a hole approximately 1 meter in diameter opened up beneath Luo Yuanyuan, who, caught off guard, stepped into the abyss. The beast men stood in shock. What just happened? Qingju and Bai Yi were the first to react, leaping toward the gaping hole. However, it was already too late. The entrance was swiftly filled in. Apart from the slightly loosened soil, there was no evidence that a hole had recently existed. Qingju's azure eyes instantly turned a shade of crimson. How dare they snatch away the female right under his nose? He vowed to turn them all into a mushy pulp. Bai Yi clenched his fists tightly as he gazed at the approaching male beasts. You just mentioned that a stray beast took away a female. What transpired? We witnessed it from a distance. Just as before, a hole appeared in the ground and the female vanished. We suspect it was undoubtedly the work of a stray beast. It appeared that a creature adept at digging had made off with the female. The most proficient digger was the long-toothed rat. Yet, weren't they typically quite timid? How could they dare to abduct a female in broad daylight? Moreover, their digging skills had evidently improved several-fold. The assembled beastmen were left in shock. If this digging technique was so precise, retaining their females would prove exceedingly difficult in the future. It was truly terrifying. Bai Yi ceased his musings and extended his claws towards the previous hole. But before long, they discovered several areas beneath the entrance, showing signs of loosened soil. Which direction should they dig? Qingju closed his eyes to sense the contract mark. It felt very faint, indicating that Yuanyuan was likely unconscious. He produced a jade flute and placed it to his lips, letting forth a melody that was both distant and urgent. Before long, the beast men heard countless rustling sounds. Almost immediately, various small snakes of all sizes and colors emerged nearby. Before they could exclaim in surprise, the snakes slithered into the soft earth. The crowd stood agape. The tiger beasts could not help but regard this snake creature with increased trepidation. The strength of the stray beasts was indeed formidable. After a while, Qingju rose and began to swim in a certain direction. Bai Yi hurriedly followed. After all, this snake creature was bonded with Yuanyuan. He should be able to sense the location of the female. Mo Shi, seeing this, also pursued. The remaining beastmen were not entirely convinced of Qingju's credibility. A dozen or so followed, while others sought out the clan leader, Ai Mu, or returned home to guard their own females. At that moment, clan leader Ai Mu was at his wit's end. His female offspring, Sha Sha, had also suddenly fallen into a hole and disappeared. Ai Mu had dug for a while, only to find it was futile. The traces of the hole branched out in all directions, leaving him uncertain of which way to dig. Furthermore, he could not continue digging indefinitely. He could not fit himself into the hole. What was he to do? The odds were that his Sha Sha would not return. Thus, when he heard the beastmen say that Luo Yuanyuan had also fallen into the hole and that a powerful snake beast was searching for her, Ai Mu suddenly felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps Sha Sha could still come back? Luo Yuanyuan, upon falling into the hole, felt disoriented. Her head struck the wall of the pit, leaving her dazed. All she could sense was that she was moving swiftly, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. After an indeterminate time, she felt a violent shaking. Wake up! Wake up! The master is coming. Everyone wake up. Luo Yuanyuan forced her eyes open, but before she could comprehend her surroundings, she was choked by the earthy scent on her body and began to cough. This time, she truly emerged from the earth pit. She blinked vigorously and surveyed her surroundings. It was a relatively large cave, where approximately 20 females sat on the bare ground, most disheveled and with expressions of terror. Some were softly weeping, and others bore visible gashes on their left ankles. Among this group of females, Luo Yuanyuan spotted two familiar figures from her tribe, Aisha and Xiang Xiang. What a coincidence! She mused, lifting her gaze to the beast man who had woken her. This beast man stood about 1.5 meters tall, with a petite and delicate appearance, most notably characterized by a pair of long, sharp fangs. Besides him, 3 other long-toothed beastmen were stationed at the cave entrance. Could these few have abducted her? However, before she could ponder further, a towering figure appeared at the cave's entrance. Master, look, we have captured 5 more females today, combined with the ones from previous days. We now have a total of 25 females, the long-toothed beast man reported respectfully. Well done. This is a reward for the 4 of you, the tall beast man said, casually pulling out several round, ball-like objects and tossing them to the long-toothed beast man. He quickly caught them with both hands, his expression one of excitement, before swallowing them whole. The tall beast man sauntered lazily into the cave. It was at this moment that Luo Yuanyuan could finally see his appearance clearly. Clad in a dark red robe, with matching long hair and slightly narrowed brown eyes, he was undeniably handsome, though his smile was exceedingly frivolous. Following behind him were a dozen or so male beastmen. Let me see if there are any beauties worthy of my attention, said the beastman in the dark red robe. One arm crossed over his chest while the other gently cradled his chin, his tone oozing with nonchalance. Upon hearing this, the females in the cave recoiled in fear, desperately trying to diminish their presence. Luo Yuanyuan observed this and thought to herself, could they be a pack of stray beasts? The fear evident in the female's demeanor suggested as much. The male beasts behind the robed figure erupted into laughter, filling the cave with a cacophony of noise. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yuanyuan inquired of a nearby female, are they stray beasts? Are they very terrifying? The female trembled, responding in a hushed voice, yes. It is said that after mating with the females, they often consume them one by one. May the beast god protect me. I hope I don't catch their eye. My goodness! How terrifying! Luo Yuanyuan shivered at this news, curling up and lowering her head as she edged towards the shadows of the corner. The beast man towered above, scanning the area. His gaze landed on a particular spot, and he carelessly commanded, "You, come here." The females dared not lift their heads. Thus they were unaware of whom he was addressing. The long-toothed beast man, noticing the female's lack of response, stepped forward and dragged her over. The other females secretly sighed in relief. The robed beast man regarded the trembling female before him with disdain. "Why are you so filthy and dark? Did you deliberately smear something on yourself? Are you trying to deceive me?" As he spoke, he extended his index finger, and several strands of silk appeared at its tip, racing towards the black female's neck, entwining around it. "In that case, I shall not spare you." The tone of the robed beast man was casual, yet his gaze was filled with cruelty. Aisha was nearly frightened to death. She felt the silk cut through her skin in an instant and, disregarding everything, shouted, "Wait. I know who the most beautiful female in the cave is." "Oh? Is that so? Then do tell." The beast man replied, "If I am displeased, you shall still meet your demise." She, Aisha, struggled to turn her neck, her finger accurately pointing towards Luo Yuanyuan in the corner. "That female over there. Her name is Luo Yuanyuan. She is the most beautiful. And all the males in the tribe adore her." At this moment, Luo Yuanyuan thought, "What?" The robed beast man released Aisha and strode directly towards Luo Yuanyuan. As he approached, the faint fragrance that had lingered since she entered the cave became increasingly distinct. "So it's you. This scent is quite pleasant. I find it very appealing." The beast man chuckled softly, casting a web of silk to bind Luo Yuanyuan and draw her closer. Upon getting a better look, he frowned in disgust. "Why are you so dirty? Covered in dirt. Never mind. Today I am in a good mood, so I shall personally escort you to the river to cleanse yourself." Luo Yuanyuan still wished to struggle. "No, no. You must be mistaken. I am inherently so filthy, I could never meet your standards." The little female's voice was truly melodious, and Suachi's lips curled into a slight smile. With a swift motion, he tossed the spider silk binding Luo Yuanyuan over his shoulder and strode confidently towards the cave entrance, nonchalantly adding, "Feed them something, don't let them starve. I still need to bring them back to the Devil City." Bound and swaying on Suachi's back, Luo Yuanyuan urgently called out to the system, "Shao Yozi, help me. Come out quickly." After 3 days and nights of relentless gaming, the system was currently drooling and sleeping soundly, utterly unresponsive. Tears streamed silently down Luo Yuanyuan's cheeks as she discreetly retrieved a bone knife, desperately hacking at the webbing. Why was this thread so incredibly sturdy? Despite her efforts, she had yet to sever a single strand. The river was not far, and Suachi arrived swiftly. Holding the spider silk, he submerged Luo Yuanyuan in the river like one would rinse leafy vegetables, lifting her up, then lowering her again, repeating the process numerous times. He thought to himself, surely she must be clean by now. Luo Yuanyuan could hardly suppress her urge to curse. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, she swallowed a mouthful of water and had no choice but to keep it shut. Yet, she recalled that she used to be terrified of water and now, submerged. It wasn't as unbearable as she had expected. Was it some sort of illusion? Nevertheless, the river was still too cold for her comfort, and she couldn't help but shiver. Suachi retracted the spider silk, grasping Luo Yuanyuan's arm and pulling her close. Was this truly the same filthy female from just moments ago? Before him stood a petite figure. Her wet black hair clung to her delicate, pale face, droplets of water cascading down her forehead, tracing a path over her pert nose, past her soft, rosy lips, and along her slender neck, ultimately flowing into the deep cleft of her collarbone. Suachi found himself unable to resist lifting her delicate chin. Their eyes meeting. His heart momentarily halted before resuming a frantic rhythm. The grip of the man was painfully tight. Luo Yuanyuan furrowed her brow, struggling against his hold. Suachi. The spider beast, awakened to the sight of the shivering, water-drenched female before him, and an unfamiliar surge of compassion welled within him. This emotion was entirely foreign to him. Unconsciously, his tone softened, carrying a hint of tenderness. "Your name is Luo Yuanyuan, isn't it? Let me take you back." Without waiting for a response, he swept her up in his arms and strode back to the cave, addressing one of the short-haired male beasts. "Dolly, come to my cave and start a fire." Dolly, having been summoned, quickly followed Suachi to a secluded cave. Suachi entered his dwelling, laid down a beast hide on the ground, and gently placed Luo Yuanyuan upon it. She was soaked and cold, but her immediate concern was the rugged beast before her. Surely, he wouldn't truly devour her? Dolly busied himself gathering firewood, while Suachi squatted beside Luo Yuanyuan, his gaze fixated on her, a playful smile returning to his face. Truly a beauty. I never anticipated finding such a treasure on this journey. Leaning closer to inhale her scent, he mused, how delightful, and yet, you remain unclaimed? Suddenly, he sees her left ankle, swiftly removing her shoe and rolling up the hem of her pants. A smoky blue ankle bracelet appeared prominently against her fair skin. TSK, TSK. So she is a serpent beast. Yet, he managed to restrain himself, allowing her to bond in this manner. If it were me, I would have acted without hesitation. I would have already claimed her, ha. Suachi spoke flippantly, but his eyes were glued to her dainty foot. How exquisite! He could not resist reaching out to caress it.
Wretch!
Luo Yuanyuan seethed inwardly, yanking her left foot back to hide it behind her. Suachi withdrew his eager hand, observing the pouting female with a chuckle. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Suachi, a spider beast from the Devil's City in the desert. I declare, from this moment forth, you shall be my mate. I shall swiftly return you to the desert. With that, he produced a dark, round pill, grasped Luo Yuanyuan's chin with one hand, and with the other, swiftly shoved the pill into her mouth. Chapter 43. You cannot escape. Cough, cough. Luo Yuanyuan erupted into a fierce coughing fit. What had this spider beast fed her? Surely it was poison. Indeed, he was a vile vagabond. Observing the little female's eyes reddening from the coughing, Suachi gently patted her back, explaining, this is a temporary drug to shield the mate bond from detection. It will not harm your body. This particular drug was a limited edition, and he possessed only a few. Typically, severing the bond would require breaking her ankle bracelet. Yet he was reluctant to take such measures. After all, the drug's effects would last a month, and once they returned to the desert, the serpent beast would no longer be able to sense her. Dolly returned, arms laden with wood, and his eyes inadvertently fell upon the little female. What a stunning creature! Dolly was momentarily awestruck, his mouth forming an shape as the firewood slipped from his grasp. Suachi stood and kicked him. Start the fire. With others present, Luo Yuanyuan found it inconvenient to retrieve clothing from her space. Instead, she moved closer to the fire, gradually drying her garments. Worry nodded her. Having blocked the bond, when would Qingjue and the others be able to locate her? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Qingjue sensed a general direction but quickly lost the connection again. His expression darkened. Yuanyuan, please do not come to harm. Suachi stepped outside the cave, whispering to Dolly, prepare everyone, we shall return to the desert in 2 days. Dolly, puzzled, inquired, are we not to capture more females? Did you not venture out for a breath of fresh air? Why the swift return? Indeed, he longed for fresh air. Suachi had recently noticed the Beast King of the Devil's City regarding him with an unsettling gaze, often summoning him for close companionship. Initially, he had brushed it off. But one day, the Beast King's arm had encircled his waist. Suachi had jolted in shock. He was a straight male beast and could not be swayed. He pondered that if he presented the Beast King with an exquisite female, perhaps the king would spare him. Thus, for the first time, he had voluntarily ventured to the North Beast City to seek a beautiful female to divert the Beast King's attention. Dolly, being Suachi's most capable subordinate, was well aware of his intentions. Are you planning to present that little female in the cave to the Beast King? What are you thinking? Suachi delivered a slap to Dolly's head, squinting as a dazed look of infatuation crossed his face. That little female is undoubtedly mine. I intend to bond with her. Once I have a mate, can the Beast King still force me? Dolly's eyes widened, and he broke into a silly grin. Hee, what a splendid plan. I never imagined you would seek a mate. Tomorrow, I shall mate with her, Suachi declared, his mind involuntarily conjuring an image of the act. A faint blush creeping onto his face, as he felt a slight shortness of breath. It must be the unsuitable weather here. Returning to the desert was in order. Of course, he would bring his beloved along. As evening fell, the male beasts returned with their catch and tossed it to the females. Aisha and her companions dared not refuse the offering. In the tribe, they were cherished females, but in the face of the ruthless vagabond beasts, they could no longer afford to be willful. Merely surviving was a blessing, and they dared not be picky. Sochi personally captured a plump wild rabbit, cleaned it meticulously, and returned to the cave to slice it into small pieces, presenting them to Luo Yuanyuan. Here. I cannot consume raw meat, Luo Yuanyuan mustered her courage to say. Despite the fearsome nature of the feral beasts, she simply could not stomach uncooked flesh. The bloody and pungent meat was too close to her nose, making her feel nauseous. Oh. Then what do you usually eat? Sochi inquired. A hint of perplexity in his tone, as he was not well versed in the preferences of females. Dolly, noticing the awkwardness, quickly stepped forward. My lord, the females of the tribe prefer roasted meat. I've seen it before. I can roast it. Sochi observed as Dolly skewered the meat with a stick and turned it over the flames, watching as it gradually transformed to a golden brown. Roasting meat doesn't seem too difficult, he mused, imitating Dolly's actions. Patiently waiting for the meat to reach the desired hue before offering it to Luo Yuanyuan. Is this acceptable for consumption? Thank you. Luo Yuanyuan dared not say more, accepting the offering and nibbling cautiously. Sochi's brown eyes were fixed intently on the petite female, and the thought that she would soon be his mate ignited a warmth within him, causing his voice to deepen. Yuanyuan, let us bond as mates tomorrow. What? Luo Yuanyuan's hand trembled, causing the meat to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. Oh, dear. Was she to be consumed tomorrow? She recalled the words of the female in the cave, who had mentioned that after mating, one would be devoured piece by piece. Her face instantly drained of color. Seeing her reaction, Sochi mistakenly assumed she was afraid of pain. He attempted to comfort her. Do not fear. I shall be gentle. It won't hurt much. Try being eaten. It won't hurt much? Luo Yuanyuan thought incredulously. Regret washed over her for not having devised a sedative in time. Her means of survival were woefully inadequate. And panic seized her heart. After their meal, Dolly departed for another cave, leaving Sochi to close his eyes. He sensed the petite female's gaze stealing glances at him from time to time. Was she perhaps captivated by his striking appearance? A smile curled at the corners of Sochi's lips as he adjusted his posture, presenting himself in what he believed to be a more handsome manner. Surely, the little female must be even more entranced now. The spider beast mused happily, feeling a warmth in his typically cold blood. Luo Yuanyuan waited patiently until midnight, observing Sochi sleeping soundly before she stealthily slipped out of the cave. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow across the land, an ideal cover for her escape, given her poor eyesight. She cast out her vine bell, ensnaring a large tree 10 meters away, and gracefully leaped upwards, grateful for her light-footedness. Before fleeing, she sprayed some scent-eliminating mist. If she could manage to escape far enough and then conceal herself, those beast men would likely lose her trail. Sochi, noticing the petite female quietly exiting the cave, initially thought she had gone to relieve herself. However, after waiting for a while without her return, he grew restless and stepped outside. Taking a deep breath, he detected a faint trace of her scent lingering in the air. Though subtle, his keen sense of smell allowed him to pinpoint it accurately. Did this little female attempt to escape? How amusing. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he extended his fingers, shooting out silk to ensnare a tree 100 meters away, leaping in pursuit of Luo Yuanyuan. Luo Yuanyuan sprinted for over an hour, finally collapsing from exhaustion. Her stamina was still inadequate. Nevertheless, she could not afford to stop. The farther she ran, the safer she would be. Struggling to her feet, she stumbled forward, only to find herself still lost in the vast mountains after running for so long. After another half-hour of forced movement, she could go no further. Her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground, her palm landing on a small stone.
Ouch.
She gasped, panting heavily. What? Can't run anymore? A teasing male voice suddenly echoed from behind her, nearly causing Luo Yuanyuan to faint from fright. Sochi approached her, towering above her as he looked down at her startled, pale face, a corner of his mouth lifting in a smirk. You cannot escape. Resign yourself to it.
Come.
Obediently return with me. I do not wish to accompany you. Sochi bent down, disregarding her struggles, and forcibly lifted her into his arms, hastening back to his cave. Upon returning, he placed Luo Yuanyuan onto the animal hide and began to remove his clothing. What are you doing? She had initially intended to bond with him the following day. But seeing your energy is quite remarkable and the night is enchanting. Why not commence now? Sochi wore a roguish grin. Tonight will certainly be unforgettable. Chapter 44. It was just a rumor. As he leaned closer to Luo Yuanyuan, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, a warm rush surging forth. Ah, it hurts. Sochi caught a whiff of an unusually sweet scent, further disorienting him. He turned toward the source of the fragrance, noticing the fabric of the petite female's clothing becoming increasingly soaked with blood. Are you in heat? Sochi asked incredulously, puzzled as females typically entered heat during the snow season, birthing during the new moon. Why was Yuanyuan in heat at this moment?
Yet.
It might work to his advantage. If they mated after this phase, she would likely conceive. With a child, perhaps the little female would grow fonder of him? Sochi could not contain his excitement. He suppressed his usual flippant demeanor, replacing it with tenderness. Yuanyuan, once you have passed these days, shall we bond as mates? At that moment, Luo Yuanyuan could hardly focus on him. She was racked with pain, feeling cold and clammy, her consciousness fading. Her menstrual cycle had always been irregular, compounded by her history of uterine coldness, causing excruciating pain at the onset. However, once she endured that phase, she would return to her vibrant self. This was her first menstrual cycle in the beast world, and it seemed particularly heavy. The pain was unbearable. Seeing the petite female on the brink of collapse, Sochi's heart ached for her. He wrapped her in animal hides and held her close, raising her body temperature, softly murmuring, "Sleep for a while. You will feel better upon waking." Lacking a shaman by his side, and having never witnessed another female in heat, he silently prayed to the beast gods, hoping for her swift recovery. Luo Yuanyuan was too fatigued to respond to Sochi and drifted into a hazy sleep. The spider beast gazed down at the delicate female in his arms, feeling an unfamiliar softness in his heart. He was a cold-blooded feral beast, never having imagined he would develop feelings for a female. Previously, he had heard tales of feral beasts consuming their mates after bonding, although such occurrences were rare. Yet now, he found it hard to believe. How could anyone bear to harm such a fragile and endearing creature? He wished nothing more than to cherish her above all else. The following morning, Luo Yuanyuan awoke feeling significantly better. Sochi, observing her awakening, could not suppress a smile. "You are finally awake. I have roasted meat for you." As she moved slightly, another warm rush escaped her. This was utterly unbearable. The cave was permeated with a metallic scent of blood. Attempting to redirect Sochi, Luo Yuanyuan tentatively suggested, "I would like to eat fruit." This marked the first time the petite female had actively requested food, filling Sochi with delight. "Very well, remain here. And I shall return shortly. Dolly, keep her safe. Do not leave the cave." Dolly nodded, and Sochi quickly departed. "Dolly, I feel quite cold. Could you fetch some more wood and stoke the fire a bit more?" Luo Yuanyuan lifted her small face, timidly smiling at the short-haired beast man while hugging her arms tightly. Dolly felt his face flush with warmth instantly. The little female actually smiled at him. She was so beautiful, so adorable, and so polite. Could he refuse her? Certainly not. Dolly quickly forgot the admonitions of the adults and, in a daze, ran off to gather twigs. Luo Yuanyuan hastily settled into a corner where she would not be easily seen, retrieving cotton, fabric, and scissors from her spatial pouch. There were no sanitary napkins available in the marketplace, so she had to make do with her own hands. She cut a clean piece of white cloth into squares, layered it thickly with cotton, and wrapped it up to place on her clean undergarments. She then changed into a matching outfit. The bloodied clothing was hastily stowed away in her spatial pouch. Having completed these tasks in a flurry, she felt a bead of sweat trickle down her forehead, anxiety and fear swirling within her. She longed for a sip of hot water, but managed to resist the urge. It was better to speak little and stir up no trouble. She would wait for Qingju and Baiyi to arrive before addressing anything. Dolly returned shortly, adding a considerable amount of firewood to the flames, making the fire blaze brightly. He then produced a water cup made from leaves from his spatial pouch. His face flushed as he offered it to Luo Yuanyuan, saying, You drink some water." Observing his demeanor, Luo Yuanyuan thought, could it be that this beast man is shy? Perhaps the wandering beasts are not as terrifying as the legends suggest? Reflecting on Qingju's kindness toward her, she felt a wave of relief. Moreover, to this point, Suochi had not truly harmed her. It seemed the males of this world were particularly tolerant of females. Gathering her courage, Luo Yuanyuan asked Dolly, "I heard that wandering beasts eat the females after mating. Is that true?"
What? No.
How could that be? That only happens with a very small number of the hairy scorpion beasts. It's likely that particular scorpion was in a transitional and frenzied state, unable to control itself. Besides, it's merely hearsay and not necessarily true. We wandering beasts are generally not favored by females. We would be elated just to mate with them. How could we possibly eat them? Dolly fervently waved his hands in explanation, stealing a furtive glance at Luo Yuanyuan. Ah, if only he could possess such a female. He would willingly face death at that moment. He cherished her far too much to ever think of harming her. Then why are the females so fearful? We wandering beasts have no choice. To propagate our kind, we must seize females from the tribes. We do not mistreat them. It's just that the harsh desert environment makes females particularly delicate, so. Dolly's voice trailed off, lowering as he glanced at the little female with a hint of guilt. Luo Yuanyuan began to understand. Perhaps the wandering beasts were not as fearsome as she had thought. As they conversed, Suochi returned with some fruit. The bright red fruits, glistening with droplets of water, appeared to have been washed. Luo Yuanyuan picked one up and took a bite, suddenly asking Suachi, "Will you eat me?" This question left Suachi momentarily bewildered, and he foolishly replied, "Why would I eat you? I'm not lacking food." Then, as if struck by a thought, he smirked wickedly, leaning close to Luo Yuanyuan's ear and whispering teasingly, "If you mean that kind of eating, I would be more than willing. I could eat you every day and never grow tired of it." Luo Yuanyuan understood his innuendo, feeling emboldened, and shot him a glare before distancing herself. Suachi burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming as he lazily tossed a piece of wood into the fire. Teasing the little female and watching her flustered expression was rather amusing. At that moment, Dolly leaned towards Suachi and whispered, "Everyone is ready. We can set off at any time." Suachi looked at Luo Yuanyuan, his lips curling into a smile. "No rush, let us wait a few more days. Yuanyuan isn't feeling well. We'll depart once she recovers. Go tell them to roast the hunted food before giving it to the females, lest they fall ill." Dolly obediently went to relay the orders at the main cave. Suachi stood up and approached Luo Yuanyuan, lifting her and placing her by the campfire. "Why are you hiding so far away? I can't eat you right now. You're so cold. Come closer to the fire." Luo Yuanyuan shot him an exasperated glance. Suachi squinted at her, smiling. How he adored this little creature. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days later, during midday, while Suachi was roasting meat for Luo Yuanyuan, Dolly rushed in, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "Sir, it's bad. Beastmen have come and killed the long-toothed rats. Our people who went hunting haven't returned." Upon hearing this, Suachi immediately picked up Luo Yuanyuan and told Dolly, "Let us go see." They hadn't ventured far from the cave when they encountered a group of beastmen. At the forefront was a massive blue python, accompanied by a striking white-haired beastman. Qing Ju and Bai Yi had been tirelessly traversing for several days, taking many detours. This morning, while passing through this forest, Bai Yi, having spent time with the little female, noticed a unique scent belonging to her. He immediately began to search. Before long, he found a small stone with a faint bloodstain on it. It was Yuanyuan's blood. Clearly, the little female had passed this way. They dared not be careless and carefully searched their surroundings. Soon, they discovered the cave where the females were. Qing Ju's eyes locked onto the 4 long-toothed rats, and his pupils transformed into bloodthirsty slits. It was those wretched rodents that had abducted Yuanyuan. Qing Ju's eyes blazed with fury, his massive serpent tail, infused with overwhelming pressure, coiled around the long-toothed rats, crushing them into a pulp before they could even struggle. The females in the cave screamed in terror. Bai Yi quickly searched for Luo Yuanyuan but only spotted a few females from their clan, with no sign of his beloved. Anxiously, he strode up to Aisha and Xiangxiang, asking, "Where is Yuanyuan? Wasn't she with you?" Upon seeing Bai Yi, Aisha clung to his robe as if he were a deity. Luo Yuanyuan was taken by a wandering beast. She is probably dead by now. "Bai Yi, you must take me away from here." Bai Yi frowned, pulling his robe free and instructing the tiger beast behind him, "You all come over and protect the females." He then followed Qing Ju out of the cave. Yuanyuan must be nearby. Indeed, they soon spotted a beastman clad in dark red robes hurrying toward them, cradling none other than Luo Yuanyuan. Qing Ju transformed into his human form and coldly addressed Suachi, "Return Yuanyuan to me. Spare your life." Suachi smirked, "Yuanyuan is my chosen mate. Why should I give her to you? Seeking death." Qing Ju, enraged, swung his serpent tail directly at Suachi's legs. Suachi swiftly shot out spider silk with one hand, engaging Qing Ju in combat. Though Qing Ju had reached the royal tier, far surpassing Suachi's king tier strength, he was cautious of Luo Yuanyuan and only unleashed a fraction of his beastly energy. The spider beast Suachi, cradling Luo Yuanyuan, dodged and weaved, struggling against the overwhelming power. Luo Yuanyuan, fearful of inciting Suachi's wrath, remained silent but felt a surge of joy. Qing Ju and the others had finally arrived. Before long, as Qing Ju's serpent tail approached with a swift rush, Suachi, fearing the wind blades would harm Luo Yuanyuan, turned to shield her with his back. Though the force of the tail was not extreme, Suachi still coughed up blood. In that instant, Bai Yi conjured a thin beam of light, striking Suachi's arm that was holding Luo Yuanyuan. With a muffled grunt, Suachi's arm trembled, causing Luo Yuanyuan to slip downward. Qing Ju immediately curled his tail, pulling Luo Yuanyuan out and into his embrace, holding her tightly. Qing Ju, Luo Yuanyuan tilted her small face upward, calling out sweetly. The serpent beast lowered his gaze, meticulously examining the little female he had not seen for quite some time, finding her even more exquisite. He couldn't help but tighten his embrace. Suochi turned around and, upon seeing Luo Yuanyuan nestled obediently in the serpent beast's arms, offered a wry smile. This serpent beast was remarkably powerful. It seemed he could not take the little female away this time. We shall meet again. Suochi gazed deeply at Luo Yuanyuan, whispering, "Let us go." He pulled the still-dazed Lily along, swiftly shooting out spider silk, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Bai Yi had initially intended to pursue Suochi, but upon hearing Luo Yuanyuan's tiny cry of pain, he hurried to the serpent beast's side. "Yuanyuan, what is wrong? Where does it hurt?" "My stomach hurts," Luo Yuanyuan replied with a pitiful expression, raising her little face. The spider beast had not truly harmed her. Perhaps it was best to let him go this time. Qingju and Bai Yi tensed up, carrying the little female to the cave where Suochi had been. "I want to drink hot water," Luo Yuanyuan continued to whine softly. Qingju's eyes were filled with tenderness as he kissed the little female's forehead, holding her close and briefly instructed Bai Yi, "Go boil some water." Bai Yi said nothing but swiftly retrieved a stone pot, stone bowl, and water from his space, setting them over the campfire to boil. Ever since Luo Yuanyuan had been by their side, he had always kept essential supplies ready in his space. Qingju had already caught the unusually sweet scent emanating from the little female in his arms and finally found the moment to ask, "Yuanyuan, are you in heat?" Bai Yi also turned his attention to her. Luo Yuanyuan felt embarrassed. She did not wish to answer that question and buried her face into Qingju's embrace. Qingju let out a rare chuckle, and Bai Yi joined in the laughter. Although they were not together with Luo Yuanyuan for the sake of offspring, in the beast world, having their own young would make vying for affection more advantageous. Qingju fervently hoped for a female offspring, knowing that female beasts favored fluffy young. Male serpent cubs were not as cherished, while female cubs would be born in human form, plump and adorable. Yuanyuan would surely adore them. Bai Yi had fewer concerns. As long as they were Yuanyuan's, they would all be his treasures. After a short while, the water boiled. Bai Yi filled a bowl, fanned it with a leaf to cool it slightly, and brought it to Luo Yuanyuan's lips.
Drink slowly.
Luo Yuanyuan obediently nodded, taking small sips from Bai Yi's hand. The warm water flowed down her esophagus and into her stomach, instantly warming her entire body. And her little face flushed with color. She sighed contentedly. It was indeed blissful to be beside Qingju and Bai Yi. Qingju noticed the droplets of water clinging to her lips and could not resist extending his serpent tongue to lick them away, savoring the sweetness. So sweet.
He squinted happily. Oh.
Luo Yuanyuan quickly covered her mouth, feeling flustered. Qingju was rather bold, especially with Bai Yi right there.
Bai Yi se gaze filkeret.
And seizing the opportunity as he stood, he placed a gentle kiss on Luo Yuanyuan's forehead. Qingju's expression darkened. Luo Yuanyuan. She felt she could already envision her future self, exhausted from appeasing her two pampered mates. Bai Yi retrieved some prey from his space, preparing to grill meat for Luo Yuanyuan. Just then, Emoshi entered the cave, asking Bai Yi, "When are we returning to the tribe?" The females wished to go back soon. Bai Yi continued grilling, not pausing his work. After lunch, "You all catch a few more prey. Once the females are well fed, we will depart."
All right.
Emoshi glanced at the little female nestled in the serpent beast's arms before exiting the cave. Meanwhile, in another cave, Aisha was proudly boasting, "See? Our fierce tiger tribe is indeed formidable. If Bai Yi and the others hadn't arrived, who knows if he would still be alive. Remember to repay me when we return. Bai Yi is my future mate." A timid female asked, "But isn't the Bai Yi speak of concern about that female named Luo Yuanyuan?"
Exactly.
That Luo Yuanyuan was even pushed out to the stray beast by you. Perhaps she has already been devoured by it. Another female trembled at the thought. Indeed, indeed. The other females nodded in agreement. What do you know? That Luo Yuanyuan appeared out of nowhere. She is merely an unknown wild female. How could Bai Yi possibly like her? Besides, if I hadn't pushed her out, it would have been you in trouble. Would you prefer to serve the stray beast and end up being eaten? Chapter 46. You're female? I wouldn't even look at her. Aisha glared fiercely at the guilty-looking females in the cave. She then coldly added, "No one is to mention the previous incident with Luo Yuanyuan otherwise. Don't blame me for being rude. My father is the chief of the fierce tiger tribe. For now, you all focus on eating. Returning to the tribe promptly is what matters most." An hour later, the beast men gathered, preparing to set off. Bai Yi smiled gently at Luo Yuanyuan. "Yuanyuan, Hop onto my back. I run steadily. Before Luo Yuanyuan could respond, Qingju wrapped her in a large piece of beast hide, covering her from head to toe. Then tightly held her in his arms, his tail sweeping as they glided several kilometers away. Luo Yuanyuan. There was no need to bundle her so tightly. The weather didn't seem that cold. Aisha was taken aback upon seeing Luo Yuanyuan. The wild female was still alive. How had she not been eaten by the stray beast? Bai Yi, noticing Luo Yuanyuan had gone far, hurriedly told Mo Shi, make sure to arrange things. I'll head out first, you all follow behind. And Mo Shi frowned, wanting to leave first as well. Aisha, in a fit of anger, hadn't even spoken when Bai Yi had already transformed into his beast form and chased after Luo Yuanyuan, leaving no trace behind. Mo Shi, carry me, Aisha huffed, shifting her target. My back has been hurting these past few days. Find another beast man for you. Mo Shi replied glumly as he allocated the females to the males. The males were large enough to carry 4 or 5 females without issue. You. Before Aisha could express her anger, Mo Shi transformed into his beast form and darted away. Aisha's expression darkened further, and Xiang approached to pull her along. Let us just return to the tribe first. Due to the presence of females on their backs, the males did not run quickly, stopping and starting, taking nearly 3 days to finally return to the fierce tiger tribe. Beastmen had already returned in advance to announce the news. Thus, when Qingju and Bai Yi arrived at the fierce tiger tribe, several nearby tribes that had lost females were already present. Feng Ji and Yunheng had also heard of Luo Yuanyuan's disappearance and had searched for her, but regrettably found no trace. Just as they were worried, they heard that the females were back and hurried to the fierce tiger tribe.
Yuanyuan.
Although Yunheng was now the chief of the Golden Lion tribe and had grown more composed, upon seeing Luo Yuanyuan, he could not help but rush over in excitement. Qingju's expression darkened as he swept his tail, sending Yunheng flying. Feng Ji, encountering the serpent beast for the first time, could not discern its rank but felt its imposing aura and knew it was not a match. So he turned to Bai Yi and asked, is Yuanyuan alright? Bai Yi simply replied, yes, fine. We're heading back to the cave now. Chief Ai Mu and a host of tiger beasts, along with beastmen from other tribes, fixed their gazes on Qingju. This serpent beast could not enter the fierce tiger tribe. Yes. He is a stray beast. Exactly. How can a stray beast reside in the tribe? What if he snatches the females? Hurry and drive him away. Qingju's expression turned even colder. I have no interest in your females. He turned away, preparing to carry Luo Yuanyuan away. Bai Yi hurriedly blocked his path and said to Ai Mu, Chief, Qingju already has a mate, and that is Yuanyuan. He will not seek other females. Moreover, it was thanks to Qingju's assistance that we were able to rescue the females this time. Otherwise, your daughter would already be lost in the desert. He then turned to the other beasts. I assure you, Qingju will not take any of the females here. Furthermore, his formidable strength will be beneficial to the tribe if he stays. Feng Ji and Yunheng, seeing Qingju intending to take Luo Yuanyuan, quickly chimed in. Yes. Since he has a mate, there is no need to worry. We all support him staying. The other beasts considered this and found it reasonable. Besides, they did not wish for the snake beast to take away the beautiful female, so they fell silent. Ai Mu, seeing this, could only nod in agreement. Very well. Qingju, I suppose you may reside in the tribe and treat it as your home. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. Qingju snorted coldly, not even lifting his eyelids, as he carried Luo Yuanyuan through the tribe. Bai Yi asked, do you know where to stay? He nodded to the other beasts and hurried after Qingju. The three soon arrived at Bai Yi's cave. Qingju surveyed the surroundings and found the living conditions quite satisfactory. It appeared that this white tiger treated Yuanyuan well. He laid Luo Yuanyuan on the bed and exited the cave. Before long, a series of loud thuds echoed nearby. Curious, Luo Yuanyuan stepped out of the cave only to find Qingju excavating a cave, violently cutting through large stones with his wind blades. Chunks of rock were being violently severed and tossed to the ground, debris flying everywhere, creating a scene of chaos and dust. Bai Yi pulled Luo Yuanyuan back into his cave and secured the animal skin curtain at the entrance. There's too much dust outside. We wouldn't want to get blinded. Indeed, Luo Yuanyuan simply lay on the bed and fell into a deep slumber. After days of being on the move, she had been unable to rest well, and it was time to catch up on beauty sleep. She slept from morning until afternoon. The cave was dark, and feeling her way to the entrance, she lifted the curtain, only to see Qingju and Bai Yi cleaning the ground at the cave's entrance. She walked over and peeked into Qingju's cave. It had already been tidied up, equipped with stone benches, tables, and wooden beds. Even a vase on the table held fresh flowers. The efficiency of the beast men was indeed impressive. Her stomach growled, and Luo Yuanyuan licked her lips, smiling at the two. Shall we have hot pot for dinner? Good. Bai Yi replied with a gentle smile. Let's first bathe by the river and prepare the meat. Qingju had never had hot pot before, but he was not one to ask many questions, so he remained silent. Luo Yuanyuan exchanged for a clear broth base and prepared to slice bamboo shoots. By the time the two beast men returned from the river, she began cooking the hot pot. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting nearby beasts to sniff and peek out, only to be frightened back by Qingju's icy glare. This wandering beast was terrifying. Their lives were at stake. Unaware of the tension, Luo Yuanyuan was thoroughly enjoying her meal, her cheeks flushed and beads of sweat forming on her little nose. The two beast men gazed at the adorable female, their eyes deepening with longing. They wished to hold her in their arms at all times. Qingju would not deprive himself. He extended his long arm and pulled the little female onto his lap, lifting her chin to kiss her rosy lips. Luo Yuanyuan's face turned even redder as she hurriedly pushed him away. I still need to eat. Bai Yi moved his stool closer. I'll feed you. Luo Yuanyuan was exasperated. Eating was such an ordeal when they could have sat at the spacious table, but insisted on crowding together. Qingju wrapped his arm around the slender waist of the little female and glanced at Bai Yi. For the next 10 days, Yuanyuan will sleep with me. Thereafter, we will take turns. Bai Yi nodded. As long as the snake beast did not take away the little female, he was fine with anything. He had not yet found a mate, and without the bond of matehood, it would be difficult for him to locate Yuanyuan if Qingju decided to take her away. Ignoring the two, Luo Yuanyuan blinked her big eyes. Shouldn't you ask for my opinion first? Chapter 47. They had never seen a female act so spoiled. After dinner, with plenty of daylight remaining, Bai Yi tidied up the dishes while Qingju took Luo Yuanyuan out for a walk. Let's head to the foot of the mountain and see how the wheat and potatoes we planted are doing. Qingju, when the time comes, I will make dumplings for you. They are delicious, she continued, and fries made from potatoes dipped in ketchup. I can eat a whole plate of those.
Oh.
If only we could plant tomatoes too. Luo Yuanyuan chattered on, and Qingju couldn't help but smile as he bent down to pick her up. Then let us hurry. With such a formidable beast by her side, the tiger beasts in the tribe could only watch from a distance. There was simply no contest when it came to strength. The two quickly arrived at the fields at the foot of the mountain. The wheat had grown to about 2 feet tall, lush and green. The potato plants thrived as well, some even blooming with delicate white flowers. Luo Yuanyuan found her family's plot and planted a few tomato seeds she had exchanged from the marketplace next to the potatoes. She wondered if it was too late to plant, but decided to plant a few as a test. Next to the field was a forest. And Qingju picked up Luo Yuanyuan to check for bird eggs. Yuanyuan, wait here for a moment. I will be back shortly. Qingju laid out a piece of animal skin beneath a tree, placing the little female on it before leaping up the tree and disappearing from sight. Luo Yuanyuan stood up and wandered nearby, seeking out any interesting items. She wanted to find plants that could yield oil and sugar. Taking out her identification device, she began to assess the nearby trees and bushes one by one. Not far along, she heard a beep. Looking closely, the device displayed palm oil tree, non-toxic. Leaves, branches, and fruits can all be pressed for oil. Luo Yuanyuan was overjoyed. It seemed that whatever she wished for came true. Perhaps she possessed a special quality that allowed her to have her desires fulfilled in this beastly world? Hee. She looked up at the palm oil tree before her. Compared to other tree species, the palm oil tree was not particularly tall, with many thick branches and palm-sized, particularly lush leaves, hinting at a substantial amount of oil within. Though it had yet to bear fruit in the season. Once Qingju returned, she planned to break off a few branches to take back for testing. Just as Luo Yuanyuan was about to touch the tree bark to see if it was covered in oil, a sharp, mocking voice rang out behind her. Oh, who do we have here? It's you, the fickle female, enticing males everywhere. Where is Bai Yi? Why is that new wandering beast not accompanying you? Did you come here alone, hoping to attract someone else? Luo Yuanyuan turned around to see Xiang, frowning with her chin held high. Looking down her nose at her. You were with the chief just a few days ago, and now you have 1, 2, 3 followers behind you. Luo Yuanyuan pointed at the 3 males beside Xiang. You're talking nonsense. Xiang fumed. She had been with AI Mu in secret. He had forbidden her from mentioning it. Besides, she had always admired Bai Yi, and her dalliance with the chief was merely for personal gain. The males surrounding her were merely suitors. In the open, she was still an unmarried female. "I'll tear your mouth apart," Xiang declared, lunging at Luo Yuanyuan. Luo Yuanyuan sidestepped and swung out a vine. "Little Belle, it's your turn." The vine shot out, ensnaring Xiang's upper body. With a slight pull, Xiang fell to the ground, landing face first in the dirt. Xiang was momentarily stunned by the fall, utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events, before collapsing to the ground. As she struggled to rise, the vines had already coiled back around Luo Yuan's arm. "You worthless fools! Why are you not seizing her?" Xiang shouted angrily, her lips swollen and puffy. The three males stood frozen, their gazes fixated on Luo Yuan, unable to fathom harming such a resplendent female. Had they not been of lower rank, they would have eagerly pursued the beautiful female as well. Seeing their foolishness only fueled Xiang's ire, prompting her to grab a long branch and swing it at Luo Yuan. The three beastmen cried out in unison, "Be careful." Yet Luo Yuan remained unfazed. She brandished a small bell and prepared to leap to a nearby tree. Suddenly, a blue serpent's tail, accompanied by a rush of wind, struck Xiang with ferocity. With a resounding thud, Xiang fell again, this time landing hard enough to create a sizable dent in the earth. Qingjue descended from the tree, cradling Luo Yuan in his embrace, scanning her from head to toe. Yuan, are you all right?" Upon her slight shake of the head, Qingjue felt a wave of relief wash over him. He lifted his tail, ready to send Xiang to meet the beast god. This vile female dared to threaten his precious one. She truly deserved her fate. "Please, do not kill her," Luo Yuan quickly implored, wrapping her arms around Qingjue's neck. Noticing his still darkened expression, she leaned in and gently pecked his lips, softly adding, "Do not concern yourself with her. I have something important to attend to. Qingjue, could you help me break off a few branches from this tree?" The serpent beast, slightly appeased by the kiss, flicked his tail and pulled down a bundle of branches, tossing them into his spatial realm. He then swiftly vanished into the woods, holding the small female close. The three males, witnessing the scene, stood agape in astonishment. The once fearsome serpent beast was now so obedient to the petite female. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Yet, who could resist such a beautiful female? Just a gentle kiss had left them utterly captivated, and her soft, endearing demeanor was unlike anything they had ever witnessed in their lifetime. Females in the beast realm were typically proud and fierce. They had no notion of such tenderness. "Are you all deaf? Help me up." Xiang's shrill voice jolted the mesmerized males back to reality. They wiped their mouths and pulled the battered Xiang from the pit. "Ouf, my legs, my arms. That wretched female will pay for this," she cursed, vowing to make her suffer. "Be gentle, it hurts so much." Qingjue directly transported Luo Yuan back to his newly claimed cave. He retrieved some branches from his spatial realm and tossed them at the cave entrance, then produced a bird's egg, offering it to the small female. "This one has a delightful flavor. Eat it." Luo Yuan examined the egg in her hands. Its pale blue hue was comparable in size to that of an ostrich egg. She smiled and placed it on the table. "Qingjue, have you forgotten? I usually eat cooked food. Tomorrow morning, I will fry some eggs for you." Upon hearing this, Qingjue fetched several more eggs from his spatial realm. "Then let us fry them all together." He knew the small female was skilled in many culinary arts, and he was certain her fried eggs would be delectable. As Qingjue busied himself preparing the bedding, Luo Yuan stepped outside the cave, dragging branches to seek out Bei. The two caves were merely a short distance apart. Bei was tidying up his cave, gathering animal hides and cleaning up. Spotting the small female's return, he discarded the makeshift broom he had fashioned from branches, washed his hands, and casually picked a fruit from the table, approaching her with a smile. Yuan, you're back.
Here, take this."
"Eat it later," she replied. "Bei, do you see that type of tree? Are they abundant in this area?" Luo Yuan pointed to the palm oil branches discarded at the cave entrance. "There are plenty of those trees in the beast realm." "What use do they serve?" he inquired. "They can be pressed for oil. We usually consume animal fats, but this yields plant oil, which is more suitable for frying vegetables and making fries." As Luo Yuan glanced at the sky, dusk had already settled, the moon hanging high. The distant objects began to blur into obscurity. "We have time today. I'll draw a design tomorrow, and we can craft some stone mills to try it out. In a few months, once it bears fruit, the oil yield will be even greater. Also, you need to cook tomorrow. I'll fry eggs for you." Before Luo Yuan could finish, something suddenly coiled around her waist. Chapter 48. Is that so? Then let me take over. With a swift motion of his tail, Qingjue pulled Luo Yuan into his embrace. This Yuan, he only turned his back for a moment, and she had vanished. Did she truly have such an infatuation with Baihu? He couldn't wait to see how he would punish her tonight. Casting a glance at Bei, Qingjue noted his attire, a white robe, concealing his abdominal muscles. Humph. At least he knew his place. Peeking out from Qingjue's embrace, Luo Yuan said, Bei, this egg can also be boiled. I'll prepare it for you tomorrow morning. All right. Bei replied with a smile, watching as the two entered Qingjue's cave. A pang of discomfort washed over him. For over a month, aside from unexpected events, he had grown accustomed to sleeping with a small female in his arms. The thought of not being able to share a bed with her for the next 10 days left him feeling hollow. Lying on his bed, Bei tossed and turned, unable to find sleep as the intermittent sounds emanating from Qingjue's cave kept him awake. How wonderful it would be if the small female were solely his. In Qingjue's cave, he called out, Yuan, come here. His tone was cold. Why are you still in those clothes? Why not change and lie down? At that moment, Luo Yuan had cocooned herself in the bedding, huddled in the corner. Unlike her interactions with Bei, she still harbored a lingering fear of Qingjue. What if this colossal serpent beast succumbed to his primal instincts? She was not yet prepared for such a confrontation. The small female was clearly evading him. Qingjue's expression darkened. A month had passed without touching Yuan, and he was nearly driven to madness. Just a few days prior, they had all traveled together, leaving no opportunity for intimate moments with her. Finally, with a quiet night ahead, the small female chose to hide from him. He approached and gently lifted her cocooned form. Sweetheart, where is your nightgown? Let me help you change. Saying this, he forcefully pulled aside the bedding, preparing to undress her. Luo Yuan quickly pressed his hand down. I can do it myself. The cave was dark, and she felt like a blind person, turning her back to Qingjue as she awkwardly knelt to remove her clothing. Before she could don her nightgown, the man encircled her waist from behind. Qingjue turned Luo Yuan to face him, taking her small hand and placing it on his chiseled abdomen. Doesn't Yuan like this? Feel free to touch wherever you wish. With her upper body nearly pressed against Qingjue, her lips brushed against his chest. His usually cool skin now radiated warmth. Before Luo Yuan could finish her thought, Qingjue toppled her over, pinning her beneath him. Is that so? Then let me take over. In the dark cave, Qingjue's azure eyes flickered with a crimson glint. Yuan, do not fear. I shall only kiss you. The night obscured all. Yet Qingjue's gaze remained fixed on the small female below him. Her skin glistened, even smoother than egg whites, with alluring curves that sparked imagination. Her lightly flushed cheeks were exquisitely enchanting, and the fragrance emanating from her left him spellbound. He could not resist pressing his lips against her rosy mouth.
So sweet.
Reason had fled, and the serpent's eyes blazed crimson as his breathing grew heavier. After a long moment, he murmured, Yuan, in a few days, we shall become mates. All right? With only a modicum of satisfaction, Qingjue continued to shower kisses upon the small female. Noticing her lack of response, he glanced down to find Luo Yuan had already succumbed to slumber. The little slumbering Qingjue wore a tender expression on his icy face at this moment. He gently pressed his lips against those of the little female once more, pulled the blanket over them, embraced her tightly, and closed his eyes. The next morning, Luo Yuanyuan awoke in a daze, realizing she had moved and was intending to stealthily crawl out to dress. Just as her upper body slipped out, Qingjue opened his sleepy eyes. What are you doing? The serpent beast affectionately kissed her slender waist and pulled her back into his embrace. Let's lie here a little longer. It was evident what the two of them could do while awake. Luo Yuanyuan was showered with kisses from Qingjue once again. Unlike the previous night, when the darkness had shielded her from embarrassment, the morning sun streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating everything clearly. Her face turned as red as a tomato. After the kisses, Qingjue mercifully released her, helping her into her clothes so she could join Bai Yi for breakfast. After a night apart, the scent of the serpent beast lingered more strongly on the little female, causing Bai Yi's gaze to darken for a moment. Yet he maintained a composed smile, drawing Luo Yuanyuan closer to wipe her hands and face. The fried eggs were simple yet delicious. To prepare them, one merely heated the oil, cracked the eggshells, and poured the entire egg mixture into the pan.
Oh,
this eggshell is rather hard. Why can't I break it? Bai Yi chuckled, taking the bird egg from the little female's hand, squeezing it gently and splitting it in half, allowing the egg liquid to glide into the pan.
wow.
You're impressive. Luo Yuanyuan shot Bai Yi a flirtatious glance. Perhaps Bai Yi hadn't slept well last night, but she dared not kiss him in front of Qingjue. A playful wink would suffice for now. Upon receiving her gaze, Bai Yi felt a bit more cheerful. After adding a pinch more salt, flipping the eggs, and sprinkling more salt, they turned golden on both sides and were ready to be served. The aroma of the fried eggs wafted through the air, prompting Qingjue to twitch his nose. It smells delightful. He lazily stood up and approached the pot outside the cave. The little female was busy scooping a large golden fried egg into a bowl. Seeing him approach, she directly handed it to him. Here.
Try it and see how it tastes.
Luo Yuanyuan wished to continue frying eggs, but Bai Yi insisted she not lift a finger. Let me handle it. You go rest. With Qingjue turned away, engrossed in his egg preparation, Luo Yuanyuan leaned closer to Bai Yi, standing on her toes to peck him on the lips. All right then. Bai Yi's spirits lifted instantly. It seemed the little female still cared for him. He had never witnessed her taking the initiative to kiss that serpent beast. Consequently, he excelled himself, not only preparing fragrant fried eggs but also intuitively adding chopped greens into the egg mixture to create soft omelets, and eventually even concocted a pot of egg soup. Luo Yuanyuan gazed at the delicious spread before her, then at the strikingly handsome Bai Yi. Oh my! She truly felt she had struck gold. Bai Yi gazed back at her with a smile in his eyes. Seeing Luo Yuanyuan gazing dreamily at that white tiger, Qingjue felt like an outsider, and his mood plummeted in an instant. He pulled the little female onto his lap, firmly turning her head to face him. I can cook too. I'll make you fried eggs tomorrow. Luo Yuanyuan snapped back to reality, realizing she had upset Qingjue. She quickly soothed him. Qingjue, you and Bai Yi have different roles. I truly adore the clothes you made for me. Upon hearing this, the clouds of gloom in Qingjue's heart dissipated. Indeed, the little female still needed him. Was there to compete with that white tiger? He gently stroked Luo Yuanyuan's hair. Yes, as the weather warms, I'll make you a few more dresses. Luo Yuanyuan obediently nodded. Let us eat. I'm starving. Bai Yi picked up a piece of omelette and held it to Luo Yuanyuan's mouth, while Qingjue also offered her a piece of fried egg. Both exquisite men gazed at her with deep affection. Luo Yuanyuan felt overwhelmed by the pressure. After breakfast, Luo Yuanyuan retrieved a charred stick from the fire and began to draw circles on a smooth stone. Look, this is a stone mill. I've drawn 3 different designs. One is a large stone grinder suitable for milling wheat and rice. Another has a deep groove, ideal for extracting oil and refining sugar. And the smallest one is for making sesame paste and soy milk in the future. If we create them today and store them in our space, it'll be much more convenient later on. Qingjue nodded expressionlessly and said to Bai Yi, Go ahead. Luo Yuanyuan realized that for the past 10 days, Qingjue had been inseparable from her, never allowing even a moment apart. Bai Yi said nothing, as carving a stone was not difficult. He transformed into his beast form and quickly dashed off. Luo Yuanyuan continued to add details to her drawings. Leaning lazily against the stone cave, Qingjue's eyes remained fixed on the little female. Bathed in the morning light, Luo Yuanyuan appeared even more beautiful, the soft sunlight casting a delicate golden halo around her porcelain white face, making her look both enchanting and ethereal. It made one want to disrupt that serene beauty. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he was interrupted by a timid voice. Yuanyuan, are you busy? Luo Yuanyuan looked up to find Arno peeking out from behind Shijin, waving at her. What was with Arno today? Usually so boisterous and full of energy. Noticing Arno's furtive glances towards Qingjue, Luo Yuanyuan understood. It seemed she was afraid of Qingjue. How refreshing to see this side of Arno. When Arno realized Luo Yuanyuan had noticed her, and seeing that the serpent beast showed no reaction, her courage grew slightly. She stepped out from behind Shijin, took Luo Yuanyuan's hand, and whispered, Yuanyuan, were you scared when those stray beasts captured you? She had wanted to visit Luo Yuanyuan yesterday but was too frightened of the stray serpent beasts. It took her until this morning to muster the courage to come. I'm fine. Qingjue and Bai Yi found me quickly. Luo Yuanyuan smiled reassuringly. Though Qingjue is a serpent beast, he is very kind. You needn't be afraid. Really? Arno remained skeptical, as she was most afraid of serpent and insect beasts.
Yes.
By the way, Arno, may I ask you something? Luo Yuanyuan glanced at Qingjue at the cave entrance and led Arno a little further away, whispering, How do females manage their relationships with so many males? I know this one. Arno puffed out her chest proudly. You must be fierce.
What?
Luo Yuanyuan's eyes widened. I tell you, Yuanyuan, you're too gentle. You can't treat males that way. As the head of the family, you must exude authority. If they misbehave, scold them harshly. If they still don't listen, threaten to dissolve the partnership. That will ensure they all fall in line immediately. Arno clenched her fists and waved them around as if imagining her disobedient partners in the air. This was troubling, Luo Yuanyuan thought. The males had done nothing wrong. Why should she be harsh with them? She didn't dare to scold Qingjue, nor could she bear to reprimand Bai Yi. To be honest, aside from the somewhat challenging living conditions, this place was practically a paradise for women. The males were handsome and capable, pampering them beyond measure. What was she even trying to accomplish? Fortunately, she currently has only 2 partners. However, the thought of her 10 million love points sent a shiver down her spine. She wondered how easy it would be to appease those beastly husbands she had never met. With this in mind, Luo Yuanyuan suddenly realized that she had unconsciously accepted the fact that she would have 7 partners. There was no other choice. Her life was at stake. She might as well embrace the customs of the land. With that thought, Luo Yuanyuan timidly glanced at the distant Qingjue, who happened to be looking back at her. His icy, smoke-colored eyes seemed to pierce through everything. Luo Yuanyuan shivered again. My goodness, it's so cold. Yuanyuan, I'm back, Bai Hu announced, rushing to the little female and transforming into human form. Luo Yuanyuan shook her head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts, and smiled at Bai Yi. You're so quick. Let's head to the cave entrance and assemble everything. The trio returned to the cave entrance. Bai Yi produced a large assortment of pre-cut stones of various shapes, along with several bundles of palm oil branches from his spatial storage. How thoughtful of Bai Yi. Luo Yuanyuan mused. How could she possibly bring herself to be harsh with such a partner? She was more than willing to coddle them. Qingjue approached, joined by Shijin, and the 3 began to fuss over the blueprints. Luo Yuanyuan occasionally contributed her thoughts. They were so engrossed that they hardly noticed the time passing. By 2 or 3 in the afternoon, they had successfully crafted 3 types of stone mills, all polished to a smooth finish. They cleaned the branches and placed them into the deep grooves of the stone mills, grinding them back and forth. Indeed, quite a bit of oil began to flow out. Let's wait for it to settle overnight, allowing the oil and water to separate, then we can filter it for cooking, Luo Yuanyuan exclaimed with delight. However, the stone mill was too labor-intensive. If only they could catch a few wild beasts to pull it. Today was merely a small experiment. As long as the stone mill worked, it would suffice. When the palm oil fruits matured and the yield increased, they could catch the wild beasts then. If we plant some peanuts, we could press peanut oil and make peanut butter. Everyone must be hungry. How about we go eat grilled fish? Luo Yuanyuan proposed, glancing at Qingjue, Bai Yi, and then at Arno. Sounds great. Arno responded eagerly. Though she had no idea what grilled fish was, it did not deter her enthusiasm. After all, every dish Luo Yuanyuan prepared was absolutely delicious. Bai Yi nodded with a smile. All right. Qingjue simply picked her up and waded toward the river. They soon arrived at the riverside, where many people were already gathered, some cleaning their catches, others washing clothes, and a few males bathing. Upon hearing that the lovely little female was going to grill fish, the beast men curiously gathered around, though they discreetly kept their distance from Qingjue, whispering amongst themselves. Is this fish tasty? I don't know. It always smelled too fishy to me. I've never tried it. I've eaten it before. One winter, I was so hungry that I broke the ice and fished one out. Guess what? It was both fishy and bitter. I'd rather gnaw on tree bark than eat fish again. But the little female is roasting it, not eating it raw. Grilled fish. I've tried that too. But it was still terrible with the skin getting stuck in my teeth, and it took forever to get it out. Let us not rush. Let us see how the little female does it. She might actually make it delicious. The beastmen had always known there were fish in the water, but they rarely ate them. One reason was the numerous bones that could easily get stuck in their throats. Another was the overpowering fishy smell that they simply couldn't get used to. Luo Yuanyuan found their banter amusing. The fish skin likely got stuck in their teeth because they hadn't scaled the fish, and they probably hadn't cleaned out the entrails either. Shijin started the fire while Bai Yi entered the water to catch fish. Qingjue felt the crowd was too noisy, so he climbed a nearby giant tree to rest. As soon as Qingjue left, the beastmen relaxed. They either sat or stood, watching the little female prepare the fish. Before long, Bai Yi tossed 7 or 8 different kinds of fish, varying in size, onto the shore.
Oh!
Luo Yuanyuan's eyes lit up when she spotted a fish over a meter long, adorned with spots, slightly flattened in the belly and with a short tail, resembling a modern-day bass. She drew out her bone knife, deciding to tackle this particular fish first. Seeing this, Bai Yi, fearing she might injure herself, quickly asked, How do you want to do it? Just tell me and I'll handle it. First, use the back of the knife to scrape off the scales. Then cut open the belly to remove the entrails, take out the gills on both sides, and wash it thoroughly. Luo Yuanyuan instructed, gesturing as she spoke. Bai Yi deftly followed her directions, cleaning the fish and moving on to the next one. Luo Yuanyuan rubbed a thin layer of salt over both the inside and outside of the fish, stuffing the belly with scallions, ginger, garlic, bay leaves, and small red chili peppers. Once Bai Yi finished cleaning the last fish, Luo Yuanyuan instructed him to skewer the marinated first fish with a branch and place it over the fire to roast slowly. Bai Yi's skills were impressive. Before long, the fish was grilled to a golden crisp and a rich aroma wafted through the air. It smells so good. The beastmen inhaled deeply, swallowing their saliva in anticipation. Bai Yi tore off a small piece to taste. The little beastmen's eyes widened in eager anticipation as they stared at Bai Yi's mouth. It's done. It tastes wonderful. The outside is crispy, while the inside is tender and flavorful. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction, then broke off a large piece for the little female, while directing Shijin to share the rest with the other females and little beast men. Luo Yuanyuan took a bite from Bai Yi's hand.
Wow.
This fish is even tastier than bass. The flesh is firm, fragrant, and fresh, and it has only one main bone, making it so easy to eat. Yuanyuan, this fish is so aromatic. It's not fishy at all when grilled. It's absolutely delicious. Arno exclaimed, not caring about the heat as she clutched a large piece of fish, alternating between eating and blowing on it to cool it down. This fish is delightful. We were so foolish before not knowing how to enjoy it this way.
Exactly.
Thank goodness for Luo Yuanyuan, otherwise, we would have missed out on such a delicious treat. The females who were eating the grilled fish praised her enthusiastically. Luo Yuanyuan smiled. I learned this from others. We can try grilling every type of fish to see which has fewer bones and tastes better. The riverside quickly became lively, with people gathering around the fire, catching fish, and grilling them, discovering a new and delightful food that brought joy to everyone. Hidden beneath a nearby large tree, a few females watched the bustling scene, unable to resist taunting remarks. I thought they were up to something serious. Turns out they're just grilling fish. A female with a dark purple face sneered at Luo Yuanyuan by the river and rolled her eyes. What's so special about grilled fish? It's fishy and has so many bones. Let us see if she doesn't choke on it. Another female chimed in with a sharp voice. Don't underestimate her. She's winning the hearts of the beast men. They speak of her with admiration now, a middle-aged female rationally analyzed. Aisha and Xiangxiang glanced at the shaman Lina. We need to come up with a plan. We can't let her enjoy herself like this. Of course, Lina began, but before she could finish her sentence, a long green rope suddenly swung toward them. In the next instant, they were sent flying far away. The three hadn't even realized what happened before they found themselves sprawled in a pit. Aisha fumed. What was that? Something just hit me. This is so unlucky. Xiangxiang wondered aloud. This scene feels oddly familiar. Lina, feeling guilty, thought to herself, I need to be more careful with my words. There are ears everywhere. Qingju was originally lying on a tree, eyes closed in repose, when a raucous group of females descended beneath him, chattering incessantly and causing a cacophony that left him exasperated. Unlike those insatiable males, he had no intention of indulging them, so he deftly flicked his tail, sending them flying. Once the females had departed, Qingju felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. He nonchalantly cast a glance toward Luo Yuanyuan, intending to resume his rest. However, that one glance revealed something astonishing. Yuanyuan had actually torn off a piece of grilled fish and was personally offering it to the white tiger. What was even more outrageous was that the white tiger not only accepted the fish, but also held on to her fingertip, gazing at her with a lascivious expression. How could he tolerate this? In plain sight, Yuanyuan was feeding him food, and they were behaving affectionately. Qingju sat up abruptly. He sprang down from the tree and, with a flick of his tail, darted to Luo Yuanyuan's side, wrapping his tail around her in a tight embrace. Just in time, Qingju. Here, I saved you some grilled fish. It's delicious, Luo Yuanyuan said, breaking off a piece of the fish and extending it to Qingju's lips. His previously frosty demeanor brightened instantly. He devoured the piece she offered. Indeed, the flavor is splendid. He then extended his serpent-like tongue to caress the little female's lips. This taste is even better. Are you full? Qingju's breath became slightly unsteady. I'm full. Without uttering another word, Qingju cradled Luo Yuanyuan and turned towards the cave. With only 9 days remaining, every moment must be cherished. Wait a moment, Qingju, I still want to prepare some spicy crayfish. Why return so early? That can wait. We must first address the pressing matters in the cave. What pressing matters? Why am I unaware? You will soon find out. Bai Yi observed the pair as they departed, offering a wry smile before continuing to grill fish. He needed to prepare a few more to take back, as Yuanyuan's space could keep food fresh, allowing her to eat whenever she felt hungry. As days passed, Bai Yi finally anticipated the arrival of his long-awaited day. After dinner on that particular evening, Qingju did not escort Luo Yuanyuan back to his cave. Instead, he sat in Bai Yi's cave with an unusually sullen expression, refusing to leave. Bai Yi chuckled, lifting the little female into his arms. Let us take a stroll and digest.
All right.
Luo Yuanyuan dared not glance at Qingju's cold visage, burying her small head in Bai Yi's embrace as they exited the cave. Qingju let out a cold huff, and only when their figures were no longer visible did he reluctantly rise and slowly return to his own cave. Today, he found the white tiger particularly irksome. He longed to sweep him away with a flick of his tail. Bai Yi carried Luo Yuanyuan to the edge of a dense forest. It was the end of the new moon season, the weather warming, and the wildflowers and grasses blossoming more profusely, their scents growing more potent. Leaning against Bai Yi's sturdy chest, Luo Yuanyuan admired the starry night sky. She recalled her initial days in the fierce tiger tribe when she had come here with Bai Yi to gaze at the stars. Though they had not been as familiar then, lacking the ease they shared now, resting against Bai Yi, even in silence, felt comfortable and familial, providing an extraordinary sense of safety. Arriving in this beastly world, she was grateful for having met Qingju and Bai Yi. Her days were spent like a queen, free from hardship. With this thought, she turned to look at Bai Yi with gratitude, only to find him already gazing back. In the night, the little female appeared almost unreal in her beauty, her bright eyes seemingly filled with sparkling stars, her delicate form soft and fragile, as if it could drift away with the wind at any moment. Perhaps due to the absence of a mate bond, Bai Yi often felt a gnawing fear of losing her. As she looked at him, Bai Yi could no longer resist leaning down to kiss her. His kiss, initially tender, gradually grew more fervent, his lips and tongue exploring every corner of her mouth, his embrace tightening as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Luo Yuanyuan felt herself weaken under the kiss, her hands wrapping around Bai Yi's neck, her head growing hazy. His body temperature rose, and his breaths became increasingly rapid. Suddenly, familiar voices emerged from the nearby thicket. Chapter 51. All thoughts of her Aimu. When will you publicly announce our relationship? A middle-aged female voice rang out. Lena, why are you in such a hurry? Isn't this fine? It's almost like being mates, Aimu replied. You say that every time. The female's tone dripped with dissatisfaction. I have only you as my female. What is there to be dissatisfied about? All right, let us not discuss that now. Just let me have a kiss. Then came a series of strange noises, intermittent and curious. Luo Yuanyuan and Bai Yi exchanged glances. What a coincidence. To encounter the tribe leader and a female in the wild again. Last time it was with Xiang and now with Lena. Furthermore, Aimu had claimed she was the only female. Why would he lie? Luo Yuanyuan found it perplexing and signaled to Bai Yi. And the two stealthily returned to the cave. A few days later, in the cave of the shaman Lena. Father, you must think of a solution. If this drags on, what will happen if that wild female becomes mates with Bai Yi? Aisha exclaimed, shaking Aimu's arm in frustration. Exactly. That vile female will bring unrest to our tribe as long as she stays. The males are all being seduced away by her. Xiang gritted her teeth in agreement. Lena stepped outside the cave to ensure no one was around before returning, reassured. She had already heard from Xiang that the day of the pit incident was indeed caused by that stray beast. Thus, she said to Aimu, yes, if we can remove that female, the snake beast will surely leave. He poses too much danger to our tribe and has no regard for you. Aimu furrowed his brow. I too wish to drive her away, but that snake beast has been following her closely. We have no opportunity. That's easy to resolve, Xiang interjected. I've observed that the stray beast has indeed been with her all this time. However, in recent days, they sometimes part ways. I've noticed that every other day, the snake beast goes hunting. Is that so? Aimu narrowed his eyes, pondering for a long while before declaring. Let us take advantage of the day the snake beast goes hunting to lure Bai Yi away, and then we will deal with her. To prevent eavesdroppers. He deliberately lowered his voice. Aisha and the others quickly leaned in, chattering excitedly. After a moment, they all sighed in relief, their faces finally lighting up with triumphant smiles. This time, that wild female would surely be in for a rude awakening. Finally, they would no longer have to endure the presence of that wretched female. On that day, Qingju went hunting. Luo Yuanyuan was teaching Bai Yi to recognize words with a fire stick. Look, this is your name. This is my name. Luo Yuanyuan wrote carefully. Bai Yi was a quick learner, mastering it in mere minutes. He wrote his name, Bai Yi, multiple times in a heart shape, encircling Luo Yuanyuan's name in the center. The heart shape was something Luo Yuanyuan had just taught him a few days ago. At the time, Bai Yi had only smiled, not realizing it would come into use. Luo Yuanyuan felt a bit shy. Bai Yi pulled her close, kissing her slightly chubby cheeks, his eyes sparkling with joy. Yuanyuan will forever reside in my heart. Oh dear, that cheesy line sounds so mushy. Luo Yuanyuan blushed, playfully glancing at Bai Yi.
바이에 라펫 하필에.
Just as the two were immersed in their sweet exchange, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted outside, growing increasingly louder. An out-of-breath beast man rushed in, exclaiming, Bai Yi, you must come quickly. A fight has broken out. Bai Yi inquired, who has engaged in combat. Is the clan leader present? The clan leader is here as well. Allow me to summon you. Our tribe has clashed with the bear beasts. The bear beasts? Luo Yuanyuan immediately recalled the harrowing day she first arrived in the beast realm, where she nearly fell victim to a bear beast's assault. A wave of nausea washing over her. Fortunately, she had since acquired some means of self-defense. What transpired? Please elucidate.
Well,
It seems the bear beasts arrived at our tribe bearing prey, seeking to exchange it for several females. The beast men vehemently opposed this. As you know, the bear beasts are notoriously temperamental. Thus, a skirmish ensued. Bai Yi furrowed his brow. Aside from the vagrant beasts, the females harbored a particular aversion towards the bear beasts. This aversion stemmed from their generally slow-witted nature and their propensity for reckless behavior, akin to that of a rampaging bull. Furthermore, their inherent brutality and lack of restraint regarding certain matters rendered them inconsiderate of the females' desires, often failing to provide adequate care. Given the scarcity of females within the bear tribe, they would occasionally venture to other tribes to barter for them, typically targeting those that lacked sufficient prey. It was perplexing why they would choose to come here today. How many have arrived? Bai Yi asked. I didn't count, but there are quite a few, perhaps several hundred. Bai Yi, we must leave quickly. The bear beasts are ruthless, and many of our tribe's beast men have gone hunting. We lack sufficient manpower. Bai Yi regarded Luo Yuanyuan with hesitation. He was reluctant to part from the young female. Do not concern yourself with me. Go and assess the situation. I shall be fine. Luo Yuanyuan smiled at Bai Yi, playfully shaking the vine wind chime adorning her arm. Very well, should any trouble arise. Remember to seek refuge first. Your safety is paramount. I understand, now hurry along. With a cheerful demeanor, Luo Yuanyuan gently pushed Bai Hu out of the cave. As Bai Yi transformed into his beast form and sprinted into the distance, she returned to the cave, leaned back against her bed, closed her eyes, and began to peruse the alchemical tome. She had been exceedingly busy lately and had yet to devote time to studying it. Completely engrossed in her reading, she remained oblivious to the furtive silhouette of a female slipping into the cave. In the Songlong tribe at the training grounds, Feng Ji leaned against a stone wall, casually observing the training of his fellow tribesmen, his thoughts drifting. What could Yuanyuan be occupied with? Ever since that serpent beast appeared, he hadn't visited the tiger tribe in over 10 days. The serpent beast's strength was formidable, and its possessiveness over the young female was terrifying. He was acutely aware that the serpent beast would not tolerate any other beastmen sharing her company. During these days, he had been tirelessly striving to enhance his own strength, yearning to ascend to the royal tier and gain the confidence to compete with the serpent beast. Yet, without sight of the young female, he found himself yearning for her, her visage haunting his dreams. No, he must find an excuse to visit the tiger tribe, even if only to catch a distant glimpse of her. Had she forgotten him after so many days apart? As Feng Ji indulged in these musings, his mind consumed by thoughts of Luo Yuanyuan, a wolf beast approached and spoke. Young clan leader, a female from the tiger tribe seeks you. What? Feng Ji sprang to his feet. The tiger tribe, was that not where Yuanyuan resided? Aside from Yuanyuan, he was unfamiliar with any other females from that tribe. Could it truly be Yuanyuan who sought him out? Did she perhaps require his assistance? Feng Ji's eyes brightened, his heart racing with anticipation as he urged, quickly. Bring her to me. No, where is she? Lead me to her. Just at the entrance of the tribe, the wolf beast responded. He cast a puzzled glance at Feng Ji, wondering what had caused the young clan leader to appear so flustered, his words tumbling over one another. Feng Ji hurriedly followed the wolf beast to the mountainside entrance, where, indeed, he spotted a female accompanied by a bear beast, the latter carrying a large hide. This female was not Yuanyuan. Feng Ji's heart sank. His eagerness instantly replaced by indifference. Did you seek me out? Feng Ji scrutinized Xiang with annoyance. Were it not for her affiliation with the Tiger tribe, he would scarcely have bothered to engage her in conversation. Indeed, I wish to propose a transaction that I believe will pique your interest.
Speak.
Let us retreat to your tribe, away from prying eyes, Xiang replied. Feng Ji, growing impatient, found her verbose manner irritating. He contemplated simply turning away. Noticing his annoyance, Xiang hastily added, it pertains to Luo Yuanyuan. Feng Ji finally cast a glance back at Xiang. Then let us proceed. Having said that, he swiftly made his way towards his cave, with Xiang and the bear beast trailing behind. Upon reaching the cave, Feng Ji fixed his gaze upon Xiang, his eyes sharp. Now, reveal what is amiss with Yuanyuan. I wish to strike a deal. Assist me in securing Bai Yi, and I shall deliver Luo Yuanyuan to you, Xiang said, narrowing her eyes with a calm demeanor. Clarify your terms. Without responding, Xiang beckoned to the bear beast behind her, instructing it to set down the roll of hide it had been carrying. She then commanded the bear beast, wait outside for me. The bear beast complied, leaving the cave, indifferent to the specifics of the arrangement, as the clan leader had merely instructed it to ensure Xiang reached the bear tribe in the end. Only Xiang and Feng Ji remained within the cave. What is this? Xiang crouched down and unveiled a section of the hide roll, revealing Luo Yuanyuan's delicate face, her eyes closed as if in slumber. After a moment of stunned silence, Feng Ji rushed forward, intending to lift Luo Yuanyuan into his arms.
Halt.
Xiang suddenly brandished a sharp bone knife, pressing it against Luo Yuanyuan's neck. Take another step, and I shall slay her. You have yet to agree to my terms. How can I assist you? Feng Ji, suppressing the rage bubbling within, fixed his gaze on the bone knife, his voice low and tense. It is quite simple. By sunset this evening, bring Bai Yi to the grove by the river in our tribe, and sprinkle this flower powder upon him, Xiang said, raising the pouch of powder in her right hand. Additionally, you must eliminate the bear beast outside. I agree. You must keep your word, and swear to the beast god. This matter must remain confidential. I, Feng Ji of the Songlong tribe, swear to the beast god that I shall fulfill my promise to you. Or else may I be forsaken by both man and beast, and never know companionship in this life. Feng Ji raised his right arm, clenching his fist as he spoke each word deliberately. Xiang as heart settled, beastmen held promises in the highest regard, especially when sworn to the beast god. She sheathed the bone knife and stepped aside. Seeing this, Feng Ji hurriedly unwrapped the hide roll, cradling Luo Yuanyuan in his arms. He examined her thoroughly, relieved to find no visible injuries. What has happened to her? Do not worry. She has merely been sedated. Moreover, it appears she is beginning to awaken. Luo Yuanyuan felt dizzy, her eyes fluttering open in a daze, yet she did not see Qingju or Bai Yi. Where am I? She blinked rapidly. Feng Ji's voice softened as he gazed intently at her. Yuanyuan, how do you feel? Before Luo Yuanyuan could finish her sentence, Xiang suddenly dashed forward, sprinkling powder in front of her. Cough cough. Luo Yuanyuan began to cough violently. Feng Ji swiftly wrapped one arm around her, while his other hand seized Xiang by the throat, shouting, what is that substance? What have you done to her? It is the pollen of the fay grass. Fay grass? Is that not the herb that incites lust in beastmen? What does this fragrant one intend to do? I merely wish to assist you in obtaining her sooner. Here is the powder. Remember your words and administer it to Bai Yi. The fragrant one gazed at Feng Ji, who had released his grip on her neck, and smiled triumphantly. She was immensely pleased with her performance today. This was the best strategy she had devised after much contemplation and had rehearsed it several times in solitude. Originally, their plan was to negotiate terms with the bear beasts, enlisting them to stage a performance that would create chaos, allowing them to abduct Luo Yuanyuan with the help of a sedative. Promising to later compensate the bear tribe with a female, they intended to hand Luo Yuanyuan directly to the bear beasts, conveniently providing them with a pack of flying fairy flower pollen. Given Luo Yuanyuan's petite frame, she would likely be ravaged by the robust bear beasts, who had consumed the aphrodisiac powder. The snake beasts, upon discovering this, would only seek vengeance against the bear tribe. However, upon returning to her cave, the fragrant one conceived a new idea. She had long noticed that Feng Ji, the young leader of the Tsong Wolf tribe, had an interest in Luo Yuanyuan. Why not utilize Feng Ji to help herself acquire Bai Yi? When the time came, She could inform AI Mu that it was the wolf tribe's Fengji who had slain the bear beast and abducted Luo Yuanyuan. After all, the wolf tribe was the only route for the tiger tribe to reach the bear tribe, so Fengji's appearance would not be surprising. Whether the snake beast sought vengeance against Fengji or someone else was of no concern to her. Hurry and mate, the fragrant one kindly reminded Fengji, observing her own impatience with amusement. Fengji clenched his fists. Get lost. Humph. Remember to bring Bai Yi to me. And first kill that bear beast. The fragrant one raised her bubble-like eyes and left the cave. Fengji summoned 2 wolf beasts, whispering a few words, and they nodded before swiftly departing. When the fragrant one scattered the powder earlier, Fengji had timely held his breath, but still inhaled a bit. He now felt his body growing increasingly heated. Meanwhile, the soft body of the little female in his arms became scorching, her small face flushed, her eyes glistening with a dreamy allure, and the intoxicating fragrance enveloping him nearly rendered him senseless. Luo Yuanyuan felt even dizzier, her vision blurring, a strange itch creeping across her body, prompting her to squirm involuntarily. When she opened her mouth, a sound escaped that drove all beasts into a frenzy. Fengji's heart raced like a drum, his wild visage now flushed. He gasped as he placed Luo Yuanyuan on the animal skin mat, his burning palm caressing her cheek. Yuanyuan, forgive me. He did not wish to possess the little female under such circumstances, yet if he did not help her relieve this sensation, her body would not withstand it. Once Yuanyuan regained consciousness, no matter how she treated him, he would accept it willingly. From that moment on, his life would belong to her. Trembling, Fengji's hand brushed aside Luo Yuanyuan's garment, and he kissed her. In the tiger tribe, after a fierce melee, the tiger and bear beasts lay exhausted on the ground. Panting heavily, AI Mu feigned collapse on the ground, pondering that the fragrant one's scheme should have succeeded by now. She and Luo Yuanyuan must be in the bear tribe currently. As for the 2 females he promised to the bear tribe, one was Luo Yuanyuan, and the other was the fragrant one. Initially, he had told the bear tribe leader he would provide only Luo Yuanyuan, but they insisted on an additional one, leaving AI Mu no choice but to push the fragrant one forward. Recently, he had set his sights on another female in the tribe, and now he found the fragrant one exceedingly displeasing, ugly, and troublesome. Moreover, she had no relatives in the tribe, so he was untroubled by potential repercussions. Thus, he emphasized to the fragrant one that she must personally oversee Luo Yuanyuan's transfer to the bear tribe. The fragrant one readily agreed. He also instructed her to bring aphrodisiac powder for the bear beasts. It was likely that Luo Yuanyuan would soon meet her demise at their hands. When the snake beasts sought to confront the bear beasts, they would end up mutually annihilating each other, allowing him to reap the benefits while simultaneously eliminating the wandering snake beasts and enhancing his reputation. With this thought, AI Mu could not help but smirk. He was quite satisfied with this multifaceted plan. Bai Yi defeated the last bear beast and, disregarding the blood covering him, hurried back to the cave in search of his mate. However, upon his arrival, Luo Yuanyuan had vanished without a trace. A roar echoed throughout the tribe, the furious cry of the white tiger.
No.
Luo Yuanyuan barely opened her hazy eyes to glimpse an unfamiliar figure before her.
No.
She was growing increasingly uncomfortable. The bone-deep itch surged more fiercely with each wave, eroding the last remnants of her sanity. Yuanyuan, do not be afraid. It is I, Fengji. The young leader of the wolf tribe caressed the soft, delicate face of the little female, his eyes now a deep crimson, filled with affection and desire. His breath growing heavier. Rest assured, I will not harm you. Chapter 53. Yuanyuan, do not be afraid. Luo Yuanyuan felt utterly powerless. She reached out to push the figure away, but her hand was seized and drawn to his lips for a kiss. Fengji, feeling a bit dazed, stood up to lower the animal skin curtain at the cave's entrance. The beauty of the little female must not be seen by other beasts. However, before he could steady himself, a thick, green serpent tail suddenly struck, forcefully flinging him out of the cave and crashing him against the nearby stone wall. Qingju swam into the cave, approached, and scooped up Luo Yuanyuan. Seeing her flushed face and burning body, he immediately grasped the situation. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. He had been hunting near the tiger tribe but sensed his mate drifting further away, her presence sporadic. Feeling inexplicably anxious, he followed the sensation here, only to discover the little female in the wolf tribe.
Dear.
Qingju's eyes flashed with cold light, his expression dark and fearsome. He carried Luo Yuanyuan out of the cave, raising his tail to deliver a fatal blow to Fengji.
Wait.
A middle-aged male voice called out. Feng Sun, accompanied by a pack of wolf beasts, rushed forward to shield Fengji. casually tossing a female beast toward them. This is all the scheme of that female from the tiger tribe. I just confirmed that she administered the flying fairy flower medicine to Luo Yuanyuan, intending to harm both her and my offspring. This is all her doing. Fengji is innocent. Moreover, it is imperative to help Luo Yuanyuan alleviate the effects of the medicine. Delaying could harm her health. Qingju glanced at the little female in his arms, whose small face had grown even redder, burrowing closer to him. Humph. For now, I shall spare you. Qingju cast a sidelong glance at the fragrant one lying on the ground. It is this malicious female who constantly plots against my precious one.
Today,
I shall send her to meet the beast god. The snake beast suddenly opened its mouth, its teeth elongating, its tongue transforming into a slender serpent's fork. And in the next moment, it spewed a stream of greenish poison, not missing a single drop as it struck the fragrant one's face.
Ah!
The fragrant one screamed, clutching her eyes as searing pain coursed from her face throughout her entire body. Within moments, she lay motionless, her face appearing as if corroded. A ghastly sight. Qingju disdainfully glanced at the now stiff female, then swept his gaze to Feng Sun, before tightly cradling the little female and swiftly swimming away.
Ha!
Feng Sun exhaled a sigh of relief. This snake beast is indeed formidable. It managed to drive him off at last.
Go.
Find a remote place away from the tribe to bury this female, and be careful not to touch the poison. As Feng Sun spoke, he hoisted his offspring onto his back and headed toward the riverbank. Given Feng Ji's condition, it seemed he needed to soak in cold water for a while. Qingju hastily swam away, holding Luo Yuanyuan tightly. He discovered a secluded cave, laying down several layers of animal skins on the ground before placing the little female upon the makeshift mat. At that moment, Luo Yuanyuan's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, her petite mouth slightly agape, occasionally emitting sounds that left him utterly entranced. Her small hands wrapped around his robust waist. Her body pressed closely against him, seeking warmth. Qingju, struggling to suppress his burning desire, leaned down to kiss the little female gently. Behave. Do you know who I am? Luo Yuanyuan squinted through her misty eyes, gazing pitiably at the figure before her. The familiar scent of coldness offered her solace. Qingju. So good. In the next instant, Qingju flicked his tail, sealing the cave entrance with a large stone. He then leaned over her, whispering, Yuanyuan, do not fear. I shall handle everything. A day and a night later, Luo Yuanyuan awoke to find the stone at the cave's entrance shifted slightly, allowing a sliver of light to seep in. She moved, feeling a soreness throughout her body, but the gnawing itch had dissipated, and her mind felt considerably clearer. Perhaps the poison had been purged. At that moment, she lay nestled in Qingju's embrace, the man gazing at her with a smile. Upon seeing Luo Yuanyuan awaken, Qingju could not help but smile widely, finding her dazed expression utterly adorable, and he gently pecked her petal-like pink lips once more. The little female was now entirely his, and he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and security. Yuanyuan, how do you feel? Are you tired? The serpent beast inquired with an unprecedented tenderness towards his beloved. Luo Yuanyuan's small face flushed anew. Although her thoughts had been muddled at first, clarity gradually returned, and she became aware of the intimate activities shared with Qingju. I am fine, she mumbled, burying her face in Qingju's embrace, feeling shy. Really? Then eat something. We can continue later. Luo Yuanyuan lifted her face, pouting playfully. Let us return to the tribe first. I wonder how anxious Bai Yi must be. Qingju seemed to perceive her thoughts and reassured her that white tiger has already come by. Luo Yuanyuan felt relieved, albeit slightly incredulous. Qingju seemed unusually accommodating today. By the time Luo Yuanyuan and Qingju returned to the tribe, it was already the afternoon of the following day. Bai Yi, having anxiously awaited their return, finally spotted their figures from afar and hurried over, glancing at the little female nestled in the serpent beast's arms. Is Yuanyuan all right? Bai Yi, I'm perfectly fine. Don't worry, Luo Yuanyuan said, feeling a touch embarrassed in his presence. Yuanyuan must be starving. Dinner is ready. Let us hurry home. The trio had an early dinner, and Qingju remembered something. He then removed his robe, revealing a slender, yet not fragile torso. Look. Qingju pointed to his left chest. Luo Yuanyuan and Bai Yi turned to gaze. To their astonishment, a six-petaled crimson translucent flower had blossomed on the serpent beast's chest, the size of a palm, shimmering like a precious crystal. The three petals at the bottom drooped at varying lengths, while the upper three petals stretched diagonally upward in different directions. Silken yellow filaments extended from the flower, dancing in the breeze. The crimson crystal petals displayed a breathtaking beauty against Qingju's pale skin. Luo Yuanyuan observed the flower, noting its resemblance to an iris, albeit in a deep crimson hue, far more vibrant and noble than modern irises. This appeared after bonding with Yuanyuan, Qingju explained softly. Typically, after a bond, the female's beast form manifests on the male's heart. Is this flower Yuanyuan's beast form? Bai looked perplexedly between the crimson flower and Luo Yuanyuan. I've never heard of plants transforming into humanoid forms in the beast world. It seems Yuanyuan indeed has an extraordinary origin. I truly do not understand how this happened. How did I become a flower? Luo Yuanyuan was equally bewildered. After forming a bond, Qingju grows a flower. If the male's body showcases the female's beast form, shouldn't he be an adorable little beauty instead of a flower? Chapter 54. You still have me. Qingju exchanged glances with Bai. Seeing the little female's expression did not seem feigned. Could it be that she was unaware of her true form as a flower? No wonder Yuanyuan appeared so fragile, beautiful, and delicate. It turned out she was a little flower spirit, though her origins remained a mystery. Qingju was quite fond of the new flower adorning his heart, and, after donning his robe, would occasionally reach in to touch it. Luo Yuanyuan felt speechless. Was this truly the same cold serpent beast she knew? Bai Yi, filled with envy, gazed at the little female with hopeful eyes. Yuanyuan, when shall we bond? Luo Yuanyuan felt the serpent beast's sharp gaze upon her. Her face flushed. What about in half a month? At this moment, Qingju was particularly clingy, wishing to keep her in bed every day. A shorter time frame would undoubtedly upset him. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of half a month, the tension in Qingju's handsome face visibly eased. Bai Yi, elated, pulled the little female into an embrace, joyfully inquiring, really? Yuanyuan, can it truly be in half a month? Luo Yuanyuan nodded, her cheeks aflame. Qingju pushed Bai Yi aside, lifting Luo Yuanyuan into his arms. Then you shall sleep with me these days. The next day, after lunch, Luo Yuanyuan prepared to take a nap. Having spent the last few days with Qingju, she found the man insatiable in his desires. Though she possessed healing abilities, it was challenging to recuperate swiftly. As she lay on the bed, Bai Yi assisted in massaging her slender waist while Qingju fashioned a skirt for her. In a daze, the sound of beast roars echoed from the tribe, and the previous beast man rushed in, exclaiming, Bai Yi, it's bad. They've started fighting again. Bai Yi covered Luo Yuanyuan with animal skins, remaining seated as he asked, who are they fighting with now? It's the bear beasts again. This time they seem genuinely enraged, mobilizing their entire clan. They outnumber us, and are attacking with lethal intent. The tribe leader sent me to summon you for assistance, the beast man said, wiping sweat from his brow, panting heavily. He too found it puzzling why the bear beasts had recently targeted the tiger clan so vehemently. Did the bear beasts say anything? Bai Yi inquired calmly. They didn't say much, just that they want females. This time, their aggression is far more intense than before.
I see.
You may go. I will follow shortly. Bai Yi dismissed the messenger. Turning thoughtfully to Qingju, he remarked, this situation might not be so simple. Why do the bear beasts persistently come to our tribe demanding females? Such occurrences have never happened before. It's undoubtedly linked to your tribe leader. Qingju scoffed coldly. Bai Yi pondered for a moment before adding, on the afternoon Yuanyuan went missing, I specifically sought out Feng Ji. He mentioned that Xiang had brought a bear beast to trade with him. If this is the case, the bear beasts and Xiang are likely in cahoots. The bear beasts' recent uproar may stem from an unmet transaction between them. I have no desire to meddle in their affairs, as long as Yuanyuan is safe. That is all that matters, Qingju stated firmly. If you wish to go, then go. I still need to make clothes. Luo Yuanyuan sat up, grasping Bai Yi's robe, saying, we must continue living in the tribe for a while. It's best to make an appearance. But do ensure your safety. In the following days, the three of them deliberated on their remaining issues. Qingju was indifferent, unconcerned about leaving. Bai Yi contemplated the beast tide and the rainy season, aiming to maximize Luo Yuanyuan's safety and comfort. Luo Yuanyuan, however, was preoccupied with her growing wheat and potatoes, intending to harvest before making further plans. Certainly, the thoughts of the young female are of utmost importance, and both Qingju and Bai Yi have expressed their willingness to heed her. In truth, Luo Yuanyuan is acutely aware of the subtle strife within the tribe. Aisha and her companions harbor disdain for her, and Aimu is undoubtedly no exception. However, conflict is an inevitable facet of existence wherever there are people. The only escape would be to retreat into seclusion. But that is a matter to be addressed only after fulfilling her system tasks. Yet, Aimu's coercive demand that the females take on at least one mate each year is something Luo Yuanyuan cannot accept. She must find a way to leave before the next year dawns. I shall take a look and return shortly, Bai Yi declared as he transformed into his beast form and swiftly vanished from the cave entrance. In Aimu's cavern, the chief pondered. Why do the bear beasts incessantly demand our females? It is quite perplexing. Our tribe's females are already insufficient. We certainly cannot spare any. We cannot give them away. The females of the bear tribe do not survive long, and what female would willingly choose that fate? What shall we do, chief? Please speak. The bear beasts are upon us. Let us engage in battle first. We must subdue them before anything else. Aimu furrowed his brow, pacing restlessly within the cave, while several tiger beasts chattered animatedly, aggravating his headache further. The situation had escalated beyond his expectations, leaving him feeling utterly disoriented. All of this chaos stemmed from that fragrant troublemaker who dared to take matters into her own hands. Now, not only was her own position compromised, but his as well hung by a thread. Has Bai Yi and that serpentine beast come to assist? Aimu inquired. I have not seen the serpent. It seems Bai Yi has emerged, came the reply, deepening Aimu's concern. Without the serpent's intervention, driving away the bear beasts would undoubtedly prove challenging, and they would still demand females. What could he offer them? The sounds of battle outside grew increasingly intense, and the heavy scent of blood began to permeate the air above the tribe. She spotted Bai Yi and squeezed through to his side, whispering, This situation is rather strange. Although he had not succeeded in confessing his feelings to Luo Yuanyuan, he had been discreetly observing her, and he harbored an inkling about the unfolding events. Bai Yi nodded, effortlessly dispatching an oncoming bear beast, stating, Let us observe further. The two shared an unspoken understanding. Refraining from exerting their full strength, their bodies bore superficial wounds, yet they were otherwise unscathed. Gradually, it appeared as though the bear beasts were gaining the upper hand, their morale soaring, their roars eclipsing those of the tiger beasts. Luo Yuanyuan felt a twinge of worry for Bai Yi. She leaned over the cave entrance to gaze into the distance, but her poor eyesight allowed her only to discern a multitude of small dark figures. Qingju swam over and comforted her by stroking her hair, saying, Do not worry, that white tiger is not foolish, he will be fine. But even if he were to perish, it would matter not, for you still have me. Aimu listened to the roars of the bear beasts and thought to himself, This is the end. He longed to find a place to hide, yet as the chief, he could not evade his responsibilities. With no other option, Aimu steeled himself and stepped out of the cave, confronting the imposing figure of the bear beast leader striding toward him. He forced a smile. This is but a trivial matter. Fighting will only harm our relations. Let us sit and discuss this amicably. The bear beast leader snorted derisively and barked. How can I gauge your sincerity, Chief Aimu, without a fight? Aimu forced a smile as he invited the bear beast leader into his cave. The beastmen outside awaited the outcome, their expressions grave, particularly those of the tiger beasts. After a prolonged silence, the two leaders emerged. The bear beast leader wore a smug expression, while Aimu feigned a smile. In our recent discussions, we have agreed to a proposal, Aimu announced, standing atop a large stone before the tiger beasts. Our tiger tribe has always maintained a harmonious relationship with the bear tribe. The bear tribe leader has assured us that they will assist us promptly with any needs we may have. As a gesture of gratitude, we shall gift the bear tribe 3 unmarried females and 1,000 prey. Before Aimu could finish, the tiger beasts erupted in uproar. What? 3 females? Unmarried females? On what grounds? Indeed, while prey may be negotiable, females are a precious commodity. We cannot possibly give them away. Absolutely not. Let us continue to fight. Aimu's face turned a shade of deep distress. His tribe's blatant disregard for his authority left him humiliated. Arriving at this point had required all his cunning. Initially, the agreement had been for 2 females, but now the bear tribe's advantage had emboldened their leader to demand an increase to 5. He could only resort to a delaying tactic, promising 3 females and 1,000 prey for now, with the hope of discussing the remaining 2 next year. Moreover, he harbored a secret plan. He presented the offer of unmarried females to the beast men, and Luo Yuanyuan fit that criterion perfectly. Her beauty would surely catch the bear beast's eyes. However, the serpent beast would undoubtedly object, likely leading to further conflict with the bear beasts. Thus, perhaps his original plan could still materialize, albeit through a more convoluted path. Clearing his throat, Aimu coughed heavily, deciding to overlook the growing dissent, and continued. Our tribe currently has 8 unmarried females. I shall list their names, and their families should bring them forth. The bear tribe leader will select 3 to take with him. Ehua, Tuan Yuan, Shaoli Honghua, Defeng, and Luo Yuanyuan. Upon hearing this, Baiye's azure eyes narrowed dangerously, a murderous glint flashing within. Mo she instantly writhed, exclaimed, "No, I do not consent." The tiger beasts roared in protest, particularly the unmarried males. "We do not agree. We have only a few females. If we give them away, what will happen to us? We cannot possibly part with the young female." The notion of surrendering the beautiful young female was met with vehement opposition. Several males even discreetly rushed to Luo Yuanyuan's cave to warn her, planning to help her escape. "Wait, chief. Why is Aisha not on that list? She is also unmarried," one beastman queried. "Of course, the shaman Lena is unmarried as well. But she is a shaman and cannot be given to the bear beasts," came the response. "Exactly, chief. Why is my sister not included while Aisha is? The sky may fall, but I will never surrender my female cub." Silence. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Aimu attempted to maintain control over the situation. But the tiger beasts were too agitated to listen. "What are you all shouting about? My father is the chief. He has tirelessly worked for the tribe over the years. If you have the ability, go and negotiate with the bear tribe. This is the best outcome we could hope for." Aisha limped out of the cave to speak on Aimu's behalf. "Besides, I am the tribe's most beautiful female. How could I possibly go to another tribe?" The beastmen fell silent for a moment, taken aback by Aisha's dark purple skin. Aimu anxiously pushed Xiang, thinking, why is this foolish child appearing at such a time? The bear tribe leader smirked from the side, finding the scene amusing. "This is quite entertaining. It seems the tiger tribe may very well disband today. And I might be able to take back several females. Who dares to send my maid away?" A chilling voice echoed from nearby. And Qingju emerged before the beastmen, followed closely by the tiger beasts who had gone to deliver the warning. In that moment, Qingju no longer concealed his power. His smoky blue eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he unleashed his royal pressure. The beasts nearby felt an icy chill seep into their bones, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. What a fearsome serpent beast! It seems to be of royal rank. Indeed, across the entire beastman continent, there were only a few royal beasts. Upon catching sight of Aimu, it was as though he had encountered a savior, and he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "It's him, the bear beast. He desires your beloved Luo Yuan." Qingju had transferred the little female he was cradling into Bei's arms, casting a cold smirk toward Aimu. His frosty, smoke-blue eyes seemed capable of piercing through all veils. "Is that so? No one who wishes to harm my Luo Yuan shall escape." With that, he flicked his tail and, in a flash, ensnared the bear beast leader, lifting him high into the air. Then, as he tightened his grip, the onlookers heard the unmistakable, sickening crack of bones breaking. The bear beasts, witnessing this, became frantic, roaring and rushing forward, only to be intercepted by the tiger beasts. At that moment, Aimu's eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. Yes, this was it. If the bear beast leader were to be slain, no one could expose his scheme. "Wait a moment. I have questions for him," Bei interjected. The colossal python halted its actions, and the agitated bear beasts momentarily quieted. Blood trickled from the corner of the bear beast leader's mouth, and he was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Bei placed Luo Yuan beside Mashi, whispering a few instructions before advancing. "Why has your bear clan been persistently provoking the tiger tribe lately? Speak honestly, and it may save your life." "It's all him." The bear clan leader, recognizing the gravity of the situation, took a deep breath and pointed unhesitatingly at Aimu. "A few days ago, he approached me, requesting my cooperation for a certain scheme in exchange for 2 females from our clan. Our female population is dwindling, and I was eager to agree. However, that old wretch reneged on our deal. Naturally, we had to come to collect our debt." "Cooperate in what endeavor?" Bei keenly pressed, seizing upon the crux of the matter. "Merely feigning an exchange of prey for your females. You would not comply, and then we would have a mock fight. But why, I truly do not know." Upon hearing this, Bei instantly grasped the entire picture. A mocking smile crept across his lips. "I understand why. Many may not be aware. But on the very morning the bear beasts arrived, my clan and the bear beasts were engaged in fierce combat. Yet, that treacherous female, Xiang, colluded with the bear beasts to abduct Luo Yuan, intending to deliver her to their clan. Thankfully, Qingju intervened in time to rescue her." He then turned his steely gaze toward Aimu, his eyes cold and sharp. "I presume the clan leader is well acquainted with all of this?" The tiger beasts erupted in uproar. Has the clan leader lost his mind? Why would he do such a thing? Kidnapping the little female and luring the snake beasts to the bear clan. What is the intent behind this? Are you so dim-witted? It's as clear as day. He intends for the snake and bear beasts to annihilate each other. Indeed, that must be the case. What a pity they didn't engage in combat. And now the bear beasts have returned seeking females. The clan leader is indeed such a person. Is he incapable of tolerating even a beautiful little female? Have you not yet realized? Aisha has always harbored feelings for Bae. The clan leader undoubtedly wishes to drive away the little female, so that Bae can bond with his offspring. Besides Bae, our clan is home to numerous males. How could the clan leader heartlessly offer the little female to the bear beasts? How outrageous. If anyone were to be given, why not me? I have longed to bond with the little female. Even a mere glance from her would bring me unbounded joy. What are you dreaming of? If there is to be a gift, it should be bestowed upon me. I far surpass you in rank. Aimu's complexion turned ashen. Aisha, overhearing the tiger beast's discourse, was driven to fury and began to speak without restraint. Are you all fools? Have you lost your senses to that wild female? Ever since she arrived in our tribe, she has been seducing everyone. She is nothing but a vixen, shameless. My father wishes to expel her. What is wrong with that? Qingjue cast a glance at the frenzied Aisha, tossed aside the bear beast leader, and the next moment, his tail coiled around Aisha, hurling her directly into the midst of the bear beasts. You desire females, do you not? Here you go. Bae stepped forward, addressing the fallen bear beast leader. Since our two clans are on amicable terms, let us not dwell on past grievances. Today you shall receive a female, which makes your journey worthwhile, and we shall consider the previous matter settled. Now, we must attend to our clan affairs, and we will not detain you any longer. The bear clan leader, fully aware of Qingjue's formidable power, dared not protest, nodding and smiling. Yes, I was just reminded that I have matters to attend to. We shall take our leave now. With that, he let out a roar, scooped up Aisha, and swiftly vanished with his bearkin. The arena was instantly left half empty. Even the air fell silent. At this juncture, Qingjue slowly turned his head, his sinister gaze fixated on Aimu. Chapter 56. The Terrifying Female. Aimu raised his eyes only to find the snake beast's cold and terrifying vertical pupils locked onto him. A chill coursed through his body, and he forced a stiff smile. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Please, listen to me. Qingjue was disinterested in his ramblings, swiftly coiling his tail around Aimu and gradually tightening his grip. At that moment, the shaman Lina rushed forward, shouting, "No, please, spare him. This was all that Xiangxiang's idea. It has nothing to do with him." The snake beast remained unmoved, continuing to constrict its tail, the sickening sound of cracking bones echoing intermittently. Aimu realized the snake beast intended to suffocate him slowly. Despair enveloped him as he closed his eyes. At that moment, Bae approached Lina and spoke softly. "What? How could this be?" Upon hearing this, Lina's gaze shifted toward Aimu, her eyes gradually filling with hatred. Bae glanced at the snake beast and seemingly casually remarked, "Do not kill him in front of Luo Yuanyuan. Sometimes, death is not the most painful fate." Qingjue cast a glance at Aimu, who lay half-conscious, his pelvis shattered, and with a cold snort, he cast Aimu down before Lina. The snake beast glided over to Luo Yuanyuan, enveloping her in its embrace, and departed without uttering a single word. Luo Yuanyuan blinked, realization dawning. So today as protagonist is Qingjue. Aimu attempted to rise. He moved, but his legs felt as though they were devoid of bones, utterly powerless. He closed his eyes, despondent. Everything was over. Lina regarded Aimu, her emotions suddenly surging, and she raised her hand, delivering a resounding slap to his face. "You scoundrel! For you, I have refrained from bonding with anyone. You claimed I was your one and only female, yet behind my back, you were flirting with others, and you wouldn't even give me a title. I must have been blind to have known you." With a bitter laugh, she abruptly produced a small pouch of powdered herbs and hurled it at Aimu's face. "You're so fond of such activities, aren't you? Now, let it haunt your thoughts, yet remain forever unattainable. This final pinch of celestial herb powder shall be your fate." Aimu swiftly grasped the situation, his eyes turning crimson as he erupted in curses. "You venomous female. Just wait until I seize you." Yet, within mere moments, he could no longer endure the effects of the celestial herb, reaching out for Lina. "Lina, I can't take it anymore. Please, grant me just this once. I'll give you a title. It will suffice." Lina kicked Aimu's hand away. "Do not touch me. Just the sight of you makes me sick. From now on, I shall torment you every day until you perish." With that, she seized one of Aimu's feet and dragged him back to her cave. The tiger beasts trembled in unison. What a terrifying female. She's 100 times more fearsome than the snake beast. Seeing that the situation had been resolved, Bei prepared to return to his cave. Mashi halted him, proclaiming loudly to the tiger beasts, "Our tribe cannot exist without a leader. Bei is our foremost warrior, having attained the rank of king and is known for his benevolence, contributing greatly to our tribe. I propose that Bei become the leader of our tiger tribe.
What say you?
Those in agreement may remain, those opposed may depart." Bei hastily waved his hands. "There are many warriors in our tribe. All are qualified to be leaders." Before Bei could finish, the tiger beasts raised their fists in unison. Agreed. Agreed. We support Bei as our leader. Bai Yi quickly acquiesced, proclaiming, "You are the leader of our clan." "Indeed, I wholeheartedly support Bai Yi." Shi laughed heartily as he gazed at Bai Yi, exclaiming, "See. The position of the clan leader is unequivocally yours."
Ha ha ha.
Faced with no further opportunity to decline, Bai Yi smiled and remarked, "All right, since everyone places their trust in me, I shall temporarily assume the role of clan leader. In the future, let us unite and strive together to strengthen our fierce tiger tribe, ensuring that other tribes dare not provoke us." The tiger beasts erupted with excitement, transforming into their beast forms and roaring incessantly. Roar! Roar! Upon returning to the cave, Bai Yi found Luo Yuanyuan eagerly awaiting him at the entrance. As he stepped inside, she immediately stood up and inquired, "What did you discuss with Lena?" Observing the curious expression on the little female's face, Bai Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "That night, we saw Ai Mu and Xiang together, and I remembered to mention it to her today. And then, Lena was quite upset and dragged the incapacitated Ai Mu away. They want me to be the clan leader, and I have temporarily agreed. I hope you won't be angry, Yuanyuan." Bai Yi gazed at the little female with a hint of nervousness. Luo Yuanyuan felt somewhat perplexed. "Why would I be angry? You can certainly make your own decisions." Bai Yi embraced her, saying, "In our family, all matters are determined by you. You are the head of the household." Luo Yuanyuan felt a mix of emotions. In this beastly world, the males seemed to have lost their individuality, with everything revolving around the females, prioritizing them above all else. However, she had no desire to assume such a burdensome role as head of the household. That would be too exhausting. Thus, she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Bai Yi's waist, resting her head against his chest, gently stating, "In our home, everyone is free. There is no need to make me the center of everything. Personal matters can be decided by oneself, while communal affairs can be discussed together." Bai Yi was deeply moved and pressed a tender kiss onto Luo Yuanyuan's hair, holding her tightly. "Yuanyuan, you are truly wonderful. Meeting you must be a special blessing from the beast god. We shall remain together forever." Luo Yuanyuan replied, "Men in the beast world are so easy to please." Qingju, who had been listening intently from within the cave, flicked his tail in dissatisfaction. Luo Yuanyuan recognized that Qingju was feeling jealous and quickly added, "Yes. Yes, and there's also Qingju. The three of us will always be together." Qingju nodded to himself, feeling somewhat appeased. Noticing that the work at hand was nearly finished, he called out, "Yuanyuan, come, try on this skirt."
Luo Yuanyuan adored soft, pure cotton fabric.
She had previously purchased various colors of cotton cloth from the marketplace, some solid-colored and others adorned with floral patterns. Given the opportunity, she hoped to cultivate cotton and teach the inhabitants of the beast world how to weave. She had sketched numerous designs for skirts, and Qingju was quite clever, picking them up immediately upon seeing them. The freshly sewn skirt was pure white, embellished with a bright red tassel belt. Luo Yuanyuan instantly fell in love with it but hesitated to change during the day. "Can I try it on tonight? Or could you both step outside for a moment?" However, Qingju and Bai Yi seemed rooted to the spot, their eyes ablaze with intensity as they insisted, "No. Change now. Or shall we assist you?" Luo Yuanyuan regretted her earlier thoughts. Being the head of the household would indeed be preferable, as she could command others. Oh, dear. That evening, after dining in Bai Yi's cave, Qingju sat silently for a long time, his expression cold, before rising and departing without a word. Luo Yuanyuan rushed to the cave entrance, noticing that Qingju did not return to his own cave, but instead wandered further away until he disappeared from sight. She felt puzzled and asked Bai Yi, "What's wrong with Qingju today? He seems quite unhappy, and he's not in the cave at this late hour. I wonder where he has gone." Bai Yi approached her, smiling gently, without uttering a word. Luo Yuanyuan touched her face. "Is there something on my face? Why is everyone acting so strangely today?" Bai Yi scooped her up and carried her into the cave, saying, "Have you forgotten? Today marks the day we officially become mates. Luo Yuanyuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she suddenly remembered she had completely forgotten about this matter. Chapter 57. Have you also sprouted little flowers? Luo Yuanyuan suddenly recalled that during her time with Qingju, she had not taken any protective measures. With her precarious situation, she wondered if she could evade the impending punishment of thunder, so she temporarily did not wish to conceive. Resolving this in her mind, she addressed Bai Yi. Please wait a moment. I have something to attend to. All right, Bai Yi replied, setting her down and heading to the entrance to shower. To facilitate the use of water, Bai Yi had placed several large stone tubs at the cave entrance. The beast men were unbothered by the cold, typically opting for cold showers. Bai Yi and Qingju, concerned for Luo Yuanyuan's comfort, ensured she could bathe when the sun was warm. Once Bai Yi had stepped outside, Luo Yuanyuan quickly called out to the system, Xiaoyozi, come out quickly. The system yawned, responding, Host, what's the matter? What do you need? It had been connected for several nights and still hadn't had enough rest. Do we have contraceptive pills in the marketplace? Luo Yuanyuan asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Of course. You can find the contraceptive pills. Taking one will suffice for a month, with no side effects, and it even enhances beauty. Really? That's wonderful. Luo Yuanyuan exclaimed, her face lighting up. At crucial moments, Xiaoyozi was indeed reliable. She accessed the marketplace, exchanging for a bottle of contraceptive pills containing 10 tablets. After taking one, she stored the remainder in her spatial pouch and sat on the bed, awaiting Bai Yi. Fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, she felt anxious and found it difficult to breathe. After Bai Yi finished showering and entered, parting the curtain, he saw the little female sitting stiffly at the edge of the bed, her delicate hands twisting the fabric of her clothes, appearing quite flustered. He couldn't help but smile. He too was quite nervous, but seeing Yuanyuan's expression eased his tension, and he decided to engage her in conversation first. He sat beside her, a soft golden light emanating from his palm, while he extended a packet of powder to Luo Yuanyuan, saying, Yuanyuan, this afternoon, Lena gave me the remainder of her sleeping potion. Really? Let me see what ingredients are in it. Luo Yuanyuan replied eagerly, pulling out her identification device. Previously, she had focused solely on researching the antidote and had yet to understand the sleeping potion. Now, with the powder, she could easily identify the components, saving her considerable effort. Be careful. Don't get too close, Bai Yi cautioned.
Beep.
Discovered soul-confusing fragrance.
Beep.
Discovered sleep grass. Thankfully, there were only 5 types of herbs, which was not particularly overwhelming. Luo Yuanyuan excitedly stored both the identification device and the powder in her spatial pouch. Bai Yi stood up, retracting the glowing light. Bai Yi? The sudden darkness caused Luo Yuanyuan to feel a bit disoriented. As she reached out, her hand inadvertently brushed against a warm, muscular chest, causing her to shudder and instinctively retract her hand. Don't go. Bai Yi's voice turned husky, his vertical pupils in the dark night gleaming with obsession and fervor. He grasped the little female's soft hand, preventing her escape, while his other hand cradled the back of her head, lowering his head to seek her tender lips.
Wait.
Luo Yuanyuan suddenly called out.
Bai Yi haltet, panting heavily.
Bai Yi, can you grow a tail? I want to touch it. Luo Yuanyuan's eyes widened with desire. Despite her inability to see anything, she felt somewhat nervous and intended to stall for a bit longer. A tail? Bai Yi's face flushed slightly. It was the most sensitive part of a beast man's body, one that Yuanyuan had never touched before.
All right.
He took Luo Yuanyuan's small hand and placed it on the tail he had manifested.
Wow.
This feels amazing. The fur of the tail, though not very long, was warm and smooth, more pleasant to the touch than high-quality minks. Luo Yuanyuan placed both hands on it, delighting in the sensation. This little creature was truly a tormentor. He abruptly raised his hand, scooping up the little female with whom he had been playing so delightfully, and fiercely pounced onto the bed, his breath completely losing its rhythm. Yuanyuan, my precious. The next day, the sun ascended to its zenith, and Bai Yi reluctantly released her. Luo Yuanyuan, unable to keep her eyes open from exhaustion, drifted back into a deep slumber. Bai Yi continued to kiss her tenderly for a long while before embracing her tightly, his eyes closing in contentment. Luo Yuanyuan slept from noon until morning before gradually opening her eyes. Thanks to the healing magic, she was not incapacitated, yet she felt immensely fatigued. Slowly, she sat up and beside her, Qingju immediately gathered both her and the blankets into his lap. Yuanyuan, how do you feel? I'm fine, she replied, leaning against Qingju. What about Bai Yi? Qingju's expression soured, You're looking for him right after waking up? Hearing the commotion outside, Bai Yi lifted the animal skin curtain and entered, holding a stone bowl. He sat beside the little female and picked up a spoon. Yuanyuan, you must be famished. Let me feed you some meat soup. Indeed, Luo Yuanyuan was hungry. Bai Yi's culinary skills were exceptional, and the soup was neither greasy nor heavy, but rather exquisite. She drank a generous bowl. Then she noticed that Bai Yi's robe hung loosely, nearly exposing his chest, where a small crimson flower peeked through.
Bai Yi?
You've grown a little flower too? Luo Yuanyuan teased, a smile dancing on her lips. She suspected he was deliberately showing off to Qingju. Yes, look. Upon hearing the little female's inquiry, Bai Yi eagerly pulled down his robe, revealing his muscular upper body. The flower blooming on his chest was unmistakably the same as the one on Qingju, though its petals were oriented slightly differently, presenting a unique yet stunning beauty. Bai Yi was equally enamored, constantly stroking it, occasionally tugging at his clothing to sneak a glance, as if fearing it might vanish. Qingju scoffed and turned away. This white tiger was increasingly displeased with Bai Yi, wishing fervently to poison him. Luo Yuanyuan discerned Qingju's discontent from his demeanor. So she hurriedly kissed the cold-faced serpent beast, grasping one of Qingju's hands in one, and Bai Yi's in the other. We three shall forever be a family. Loving and cherishing one another, let there be no quarrels among us. Qingju glanced at her but remained silent. Bai Yi nodded with a smile. Luo Yuanyuan then looked at her left ankle. 2 anklets emerged on her slender bone, one a misty jade hue, and the other a milky white with flowing cerulean patterns. She realized that the previously thick smoky blue anklet had seemingly shrunk. It appeared to have halved in width from about 1 centimeter. What is happening? Bai Yi explained. Regardless of how many anklets there are, their total width will always remain that of the first anklet. The more anklets one has, the thinner each becomes. Oh, I see. It made sense. If the anklets did not thin, each would measure a full centimeter. If a female were to have hundreds of beast husbands, there wouldn't be enough space on her leg to accommodate them all. Bai Yi gazed at Luo Yuanyuan with gentle eyes, continuing, I visited the fields this morning. The wheat grains have plumped up, and the potatoes are this big. He produced a few potatoes the size of eggs. Luo Yuanyuan gasped in delight, examining the potatoes closely. Oh my, they've truly grown. It's only been a little over a month. At this rate, perhaps in less than 2 months, we'll be able to harvest. These few potatoes must not go to waste. She decided to make spicy sour potato shreds for dinner. Just a few days prior, she had discovered a kind of green fruit that was tart and could serve as a vinegar substitute. She had also found several vegetables, one reminiscent of celery and another akin to daylilies, both significantly larger than those in modern times. She had gathered a substantial amount to store in her space. Dinner would consist of rice paired with spicy sour potato shreds, stir-fried celery with shredded meat, and stir-fried daylily with eggs. As Luo Yuanyuan gazed at the colorful dishes on the table, her eyes sparkled with joy. Oh my, this spread would be quite impressive even in modern times. I never expected to have such delicious meals after just over 3 months in the beast world. She felt immensely satisfied. While Luo Yuanyuan thrived in happiness, another female was not so fortunate. After Aisha arrived at the bear tribe, she was immediately coerced into a mating arrangement and now lay in a filthy cave, her body aching and unable to rise. The thought of the bear's rough and barbaric nature made her retch. Aisha's eyes brimmed with resentment. It was all that wild female's fault. Ever since that wretched Luo Yuanyuan had entered the tribe, her suffering had begun. She had lost Bai Yi, lost her father, lost her tribe, and now even her dignity was stripped away. Once the prideful leader of her kind, being the tribe's most beautiful female, her life had been so radiant. In the past, she had been so haughty, dismissing ordinary males entirely, let alone those brutish bears.
Yet now,
she had become a mere tool for the base desires of the very beasts she once looked down upon. She yearned to flay that detestable female alive.
No.
She could not die in this filthy cave. She sought vengeance, wanting to witness that shameless female suffer and perish in agony. She had to escape. Chapter 58. Revelry Before Death. As for how to leave, the first thought that crossed her mind was that of the White Eagle. That simpleton had recently gone back to Beast City to visit his mother. Calculating the time, he should be returning soon. The fool had no other merit but to be obedient and loyal to her. Aisha glanced at the feathered shawl, its colors nearly unrecognizable now. It was made from the feathers he had given her when they first arrived at the tiger tribe. She removed the feathered shawl, gritting her teeth against the pain, and staggered to her feet. After just 2 steps, she recalled something and tilted her head towards the corner, where a few fat field mice were squabbling for food. 3/4 of an hour later, Aisha gazed at the shawl hanging from the cave's ceiling and the field mice tied with grass ropes, scurrying in circles and squeaking. She let out a long sigh of relief. The bear territory between Beast City and the tiger tribe was a necessary passage. Surely the white eagle would discover her. Recently, the beastmen of the tiger tribe had been quite busy. On one hand, they needed to hunt, while on the other, the wheat and potatoes at the foot of the mountain were maturing one after the other. Almost all the beastmen had mobilized to work in the fields at the mountain's base. For those who hadn't farmed initially, it was no problem. They could exchange their catches instead. First, they harvested the wheat, drying it in large open areas before threshing it and grinding it into flour using stone mills. These steps were somewhat tedious, so Luo Yuanyuan had Bai Yi and the others catch a few wild beasts, blindfold them, and set them to work at the mill. The beastmen, strong and unafraid of toil, found the sight of wild beasts milling quite novel. Once all the wheat was ground into flour, they turned to dig up the potatoes. This task was much simpler. The tiger beasts unleashed their claws and swiftly unearthed a large pile. Watching the industrious beastmen, Luo Yuanyuan was reminded of Fengji and Yunheng. Some of the crops had indeed been planted by them. However, after the incident with the Yunwing and Song Wolf tribes, she was unsure how to face the two of them now. Never mind. She would first help them store the harvest in her space and give it to them when they met again in the future. That morning, Arno came to find Luo Yuanyuan again. She had been eagerly awaiting the chance to taste delicious food, and the day had finally arrived. She could hardly contain her excitement. Yuanyuan, didn't we say today we would teach everyone how to make dumplings and fry French fries? When are we starting? The large pot is set up in the clearing. We're just waiting for you. Arno began shouting even before reaching the cave entrance. Bai Yi was currently styling Luo Yuanyuan's hair into a flower bun, while Qingju had found the lace apron Luo Yuanyuan had asked him to make a few days ago. All right, we're coming right away. Luo Yuanyuan spoke as she lifted her bowl and hurriedly drank a few mouthfuls of rice porridge before making her way outside.
Wow.
Yuanyuan, your outfit today is absolutely stunning. Arno couldn't help but exclaim. I envy you for having so many beautiful clothes. That clumsy jean, despite crafting according to your design, I still look completely different in it. Arno glanced at the elegant long dress worn by Luo Yuanyuan, then looked at herself. Although they both donned animal skin skirts, hers lacked any sense of aesthetic charm. It must surely be Jean's lack of skill. Curiously, she tugged at the sky blue apron in Luo Yuanyuan's hand, asking, what is this for? To keep warm? It looks so adorable. This is a cooking apron, designed to prevent stains on clothes. It isn't worn all the time, Yuanyuan replied. You have such creative ideas, Yuanyuan. How do you come up with so many thoughts? I can never think of anything. Oh well, let us hurry along. Food is the priority. Arno cared more about indulging in delicious food than fashion, and she pulled Luo Yuanyuan outside. Qingju and Bei followed behind, heading slowly towards the square. The beast men, with their keen eyesight, spotted the beautiful little female approaching from afar, their eyes widening in astonishment. Today, Luo Yuanyuan wore a light yellow, waist-cinching long dress made of animal skin, crafted from a thin, breathable fabric. A pale blue wide belt tied in a bow hung at her side, accentuating her tiny waist that seemed delicate enough to break with a mere squeeze, evoking a sense of tenderness. With a slender waist and long legs, her figure was both charming and enchanting, complemented by a pair of ivory lace-up short boots. Between the hem of her dress and her boots, a slender ankle peeked out, soft and fair, provoking an irresistible urge to grasp and caress it. Suddenly, the bustling square fell silent. The eyes of the male beasts transformed into vertical slits, brimming with fascination and fervor, fixated on the little female, drool escaping their lips without them even realizing it, or perhaps they were aware but too entranced to care. While some beasts were even gushing blood from their noses, the females were equally captivated. They had never before encountered such beauty, far exceeding their imagination and understanding. Qingju felt anger rise within her at the lecherous gaze of the male beasts and instinctively lifted her tail to strike, only to be restrained by Bei in time. In the beast world, females typically wore strapless tops and short skirts during hot weather, leaving them quite exposed. Luo Yuanyuan's attire was already quite modest. They couldn't possibly expect the little female to be covered in cumbersome long garments all year round. Bei pointed to the contract mark on Luo Yuanyuan's ankle, prompting Qingju to reluctantly lower her tail. Fine, the little female is his partner, sharing the closest bond. Others could only gaze longingly, at most drooling over her. Humph. They were lucky. Bei stepped forward, bellowing to regain the attention of the distracted beasts. Everyone has been working hard these past few days, but the rewards have been plentiful. To reward you all, today we will learn to make dumplings, fry pastries, and prepare French fries and potato stew. Now, I will assign the tasks. Luo Yuanyuan donned her little apron, flitting about like a little butterfly, guiding the beasts in the culinary preparations. Dozens of large pots were set up in the square, with bright flames licking the bottoms as the beasts busily chopped meat, kneaded dough, and sliced potatoes, working in harmony with clear divisions of labor. Everyone was joyfully engaged in their tasks. The little beasts were the happiest, frolicking around the square. When the fries were ready, they couldn't care less about the heat, grabbing handfuls and running off to share with their friends. So delicious. It's even better than grilled meat. They also relished the dumplings and pastries, finding them much easier to chew than grilled meat, yet still incredibly flavorful, leaving them craving more. Simply addictive. Far away on a distant hillside, two figures lay in wait. Aisha, listening to the distant laughter of the beasts, sneered. Humph. Enjoy your revelry before your demise. Let you have this fleeting joy. Beside her, the bald eagle hesitated, asking, "Are you really not going to inform them?" "No need. I want them all to perish. The more tragic, the better." Aisha's eyes gleamed with malicious glee, for they had cast her to the bear beasts. This was their deserved retribution. Chapter 59. The arrival of the giant beasts. Aisha's heart burned with a raging hatred. If it weren't for her cleverness in luring the bald eagle with feathers and field mice, she would still be lying in that filthy den, a mere plaything for the bear beasts. How could she possibly repay this debt solely to that wretched female, Luo Yuanyuan? She wished for everyone to accompany her into the abyss. The previous morning, the bald eagle had flown over the bear territory and, indeed, been attracted by the chaotic squeaking of the field mice. He swooped down for a breakfast, only to spot his own feathers and faintly catch Aisha's scent. With the bear beasts all out hunting, the bald eagle successfully located Aisha in the filthy den. She promptly instructed him to take her away from the bear clan. Once they escaped, they rested on a small hilltop. "Aisha, we should hurry to warn the clan. The tide of giant beasts is about to arrive, likely within the next couple of days." The bald eagle offered Aisha a piece of charred meat. "What on earth is this?" Aisha grimaced at the sight of the overcooked meat, angrily swatting at the bald eagle's arm. The bald eagle felt exasperated. He was in a rush to deliver the message, but had misjudged the cooking time. Females were truly difficult to please. Moreover, Aisha at present was far from the beauty she once was, with a limp and darkened appearance. He regretted not heeding his mother's advice about following Aisha to a small tribe. Every day was filled with either being beaten by other beasts or berated by Aisha, making life quite unbearable. He had returned to the beast city just in time to catch the tail end of the giant beast tide, and the northern beast city had suffered considerable losses, unable to spare flying beasts to assist the smaller tribes. Though the bald eagle initially had no intention of returning to the tiger clan, after spending some time with Aisha, he ultimately decided to deliver the warning. "From my observations along the way, the beast tide will soon pass through here. Once you finish eating, let us quickly return to the clan to warn them." "Return to warn the clan? Humph. I wish for them all to perish," Aisha retorted. "You have no idea how wicked that wretched female is. She has taken everything from me. Thankfully, the beast god has favored me with this grand opportunity for revenge. How could I let it slip by? I want to witness that wretched female die before my eyes, along with that serpent beast, Bay and Mashi. They all deserve to die." The bald eagle stared blankly at Aisha, whose face twisted with malice and fury, pondering whether that Luo Yuanyuan female was truly as malevolent as she claimed. He had been in the clan for so long yet had never encountered her, though he had heard she was exceptionally beautiful. "Take me to the tiger clan. Let us find a secluded spot to hide first. I will wait for the beast tide to arrive, and from the sky, I will watch as the giant beasts trample them into a bloody pulp. Ha ha." Aisha imagined the thrill of revenge, laughing maniacally. Meanwhile, the beasts of the tiger clan were still joyously feasting. Qingjue, with a stern expression, watched the industrious Luo Yuanyuan, suddenly lifting his tail to wrap around her and pull her into his embrace.
"Oh, Yuanyuan,"
she protested, supporting herself against Qingjue's chest, pouting slightly. "I'm not finished yet."
"Just a moment."
Qingjue offered her a dumpling, urging, "Open your mouth." With no choice but to comply, Luo Yuanyuan obediently opened her mouth to eat. Qingjue's expression softened slightly as he picked up a second dumpling, but before he could offer it to the little female, he felt the ground tremble faintly beneath them. He immediately focused his senses, the tremors seemingly intensifying. This is bad. It's the beast tide. Qingju abruptly rose to his feet, swiftly wrapping the dumplings before him in animal skin, cradling Luo Yuanyuan, and swimming over to Bai Ye's side. The beast tide is upon us, the serpent beast succinctly declared. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's expression instantly turned grave. He bent down, placing his palms on the ground. Indeed, the earth trembled like rippling water. It was the sensation of a multitude of colossal beasts charging forth. Hurry, take Yuanyuan to the summit of the previous mountain. I will join the tiger beasts at the foot. Bai Yi spoke rapidly, casting a deep glance at Luo Yuanyuan before transforming into his beast form. Roar! The reveling beast men were momentarily stunned, falling silent, as if struck dumb. They understood Bai Yi's roar. It was the signal of the approaching beast tide. The entire tribe of beastmen had long practiced their response to such an onslaught. The beast tide occurred annually, albeit with varying scales, based on experience. The later the beast tide arrived, the greater its magnitude, and the more frenzied the colossal beasts. Given the vastness of this mountain, it was impractical for the beastmen to encircle it entirely. Thus Bai Yi and the others decided that, once the beast tide struck, all females and young beastmen would retreat to the highest and steepest peak. The males would split into 3 groups, stationed at the foot, mid-slope, and summit, to fend off the oncoming tide. Previously, they had dug a wide circle of traps at the mountain's base, lined with sharp spikes, hoping to slay a few beasts in advance. The beastmen promptly took their positions. Despite their extensive preparations, a sense of trepidation lingered in their hearts. They all held their breath, transforming into their beast forms, bracing for the impending chaos. Qingju, with Luo Yuanyuan in his arms along with a dozen males, ascended the mountain with the females and young beast men. Luo Yuanyuan observed Qingju's unusually cold countenance, refraining from speaking much, merely grasping his arm gently. Upon reaching the summit, the females were enveloped in anxiety and fear, the atmosphere thick with silence. Having never experienced a beast tide, Luo Yuanyuan felt somewhat at ease. Even regretting her earlier haste that had prevented her from bringing more dumplings and pastries with her, she had only managed to eat one. Fortunately, there remained ample flour and potatoes in her space. She could savor them later. The wind atop the mountain was brisk and nestled in Qingju's embrace. She listened intently to the rhythmic beating of the serpent beast's heart. Thump, thump, thump. Its powerful cadence oddly instilled a sense of safety, lulling her into drowsiness. Time passed unmeasured until the distant cries of the beastmen erupted from the foot of the mountain. They're coming. They're coming. They're here. The colossal beasts have truly arrived. Luo Yuanyuan jolted awake, sitting upright to gaze into the distance. She beheld a swirling cloud of dust on the horizon, a dark mass of beasts charging like a tempest, howling with fury, sweeping forth like a tidal wave. Wherever they passed, rivers ran dry, trees crashed down, and small creatures were trampled into a paste before they could flee. They resembled an endless maw, roaring as they devoured everything in their path. She was dumbstruck. These were indeed colossal beasts. The tiger beasts, towering 3 to 5 meters, appeared as diminutive kittens gazing up at elephants in comparison. These behemoths resembled enlarged versions of rhinoceroses, while some even bore resemblance to dinosaurs. Luo Yuanyuan, rendered speechless by shock, clutched Qingju's hand tightly, her body turning icy. Within mere breaths, the horde of colossal beasts had already reached the mountain's foot. Some charged forward directly, while others roared and raised their massive feet to stomp upon the tiger beasts.
Roar.
What? Moo! Ahawk!
Boom.
The entire mountain range was suddenly engulfed in dust and the thunderous roars of beasts. Chapter 60. A Clever Plan. Luo Yuanyuan felt her spirit fracturing, the other females and young beastmen equally distressed, each covering their ears, too afraid to witness the fierce battle below. Qingju raised his body temperature, clutching the small female tightly, his palm gently caressing her back. Don't be afraid. I am here. Luo Yuanyuan felt somewhat reassured. She longed to catch a glimpse of Bai Yi, yet her poor eyesight hindered her from seeing the ground from such an elevated position. She thus closed her eyes, silently praying within her heart. In the distance, Aisha, witnessing the emergence of the colossal beasts, broke into a wild, manic laugh. She climbed onto the back of the white-headed eagle, urging it to soar higher for a clearer view of the battle. A portion of the colossal beasts surged past the mountain's foot, charging towards the summit. Qingju, quickly, let me go. Focus on fighting the beasts. Luo Yuanyuan wriggled free from the serpent beast's embrace and ran to join the females, gathering with Arno and the others. Despite Qingju's desire to remain close to the small female, the madness and sheer number of the beasts demanded his full attention. Holding on to the small female could risk inadvertently harming her. Ultimately, Qingju transformed entirely into his beast form and joined the other males, dispersing around the female's perimeter, ready to hunt the incoming colossal beasts at any moment. Luo Yuanyuan sat on the ground, hugging her knees, nestled among Arno, the other females, and the young beastmen. The waiting felt interminable and excruciating. Arno cleared her throat, attempting to break the tense atmosphere. Yuanyuan, you've been busy for a while now. You must be hungry, right? I managed to grab a few pastries on my way up. Here, have some. Several young beastmen nearby immediately turned their gaze towards Arno, eyes gleaming hungrily at the fragrant pastries in her hands, licking their lips. Luo Yuanyuan, witnessing their eager expressions, smiled gently. Let the little ones have them. They're still growing and get hungry easily. Saying this, she opened the animal skin Qingju had given her earlier, revealing the fragrant dumplings within, sharing them with the young beastmen. The other females, seeing this, also took out their food to share. The oppressive atmosphere finally eased somewhat. However, mere moments later, colossal beasts began to break through the defenses at the mountain's foot and mid-slope, roaring as they rushed towards the summit. The slight relaxation in Luo Yuanyuan and the others' nerves instantly tightened again. Qingju and the others swiftly engaged with the colossal beasts, grappling with them. The beasts were overwhelmingly massive, resembling moving hills, exerting immense pressure. Their stomping shook the ground, and their roars surpassed the loudest of horns, threatening to shatter eardrums. Chaos erupted swiftly as colossal beasts began crashing down, the heavy scent of blood wafting through the air atop the mountain. The females trembled, clutching the young beastmen tightly, peeking cautiously through their fingers at the battle below. Fortunately, Qingju was immensely powerful, and with the assistance of other males, the females remained secure in their positions.
Suffering no substantial harm.
This fierce battle raged from noon until dawn. The colossal beasts sustained heavy casualties, while the beastmen also bore wounds. Qingju was drenched in a sticky mixture of blood, unable to discern whether it was his own or that of the beasts. As it became evident that no more colossal beasts were charging towards the summit, the beastmen collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, resting where they were. Luo Yuanyuan pulled Qingju aside. Are you injured? Let me tend to it. I'm fine, I'm unscathed. Nonsense, tell me quickly. Where are you hurt the most? Otherwise, I shall ignore you from now on. Luo Yuanyuan feigned a fierce glare, speaking with mock ferocity. Seeing the small female's insistence on treating his wounds, Qingju reluctantly took her small hand and placed it against his waist. The serpent beast was covered in blood, making it difficult for Luo Yuanyuan to locate the injury, so she gingerly explored, placing both hands at his waist and hips. This was the small female's first time tending to the serpent beast's wounds. Qingju felt a warm current flow from her hands into his veins. The pain from his wounds immediately alleviating, it felt incredibly soothing. Aisha was hidden in a large tree atop the mountain. She observed with growing dismay that the beasts were dwindling in number, and surprisingly, the orcs had not suffered significant losses, especially that wretched female, who was still quite intact, nestled against the serpentine beast. A surge of fury coursed through her, nearly inducing a heart attack. No, this could not be allowed to stand. If she missed this opportunity today, she feared there would be no chance to eradicate that detestable female in the future. Furrowing her brows tightly, she racked her brain until a brilliant plan finally emerged. As Luo Yuanyuan was tending to Qingju, she glanced down the mountainside and noticed a substantial reduction in the colossal creatures. Even the roars of the feral beasts had diminished. She exhaled a breath of relief, contemplating that the onslaught of titanic beasts had seemingly passed without dire consequences. Just as she was about to converse with Qingju, she felt the serpent beast beneath her tense up, its muscles coiling tightly. Suddenly, a wave of overwhelming bloodlust wafted through the air. She hastily turned, her breath catching in her throat as her narrowed pupils reflected the shadows of three enormous monstrosities. These titans bore a striking resemblance to Tyrannosaurus rexes. Towering over 20 meters high, their gaping maws lined with razor-sharp fangs extending a meter long, and their legs as thick as stone pillars. They charged towards her and Qingju with a fearsome roar. In that moment, Luo Yuanyuan felt minuscule. A mere toe of these giants could easily crush her. Anxiety flooded her mind, paralyzing her thoughts. Qingju's expression was colder than ever. It was evident that these colossal creatures would not be easily vanquished. Especially since he had already been fighting without sustenance for a considerable time, his stamina severely depleted. Most critically, he had to ensure the safety of the small female beside him. Qingju, quickly.
Set me atop that tree.
These beasts exhibit tremendous offensive capabilities. You must exercise utmost caution. Luo Yuanyuan urged, her concern palpable. Qingju assessed the looming giants and then glanced at the orcs thousands of meters away. He lifted the small female, leaping a few times to distance himself from the advancing giants before depositing Luo Yuanyuan onto a tree branch. It will only be a moment, he assured her. With that, he leapt down and confronted the three tyrants, drawing them away to engage in battle. Luo Yuanyuan, perched anxiously on the tree, clenched her fingers as she watched the distant struggle unfold. Indeed, the Tyrannosaurus rex proved its dominance as the apex predator of ancient times, its size far surpassing that of Qingju. Moreover, there were three of them. They attacked simultaneously from different angles, their sharp teeth and claws inflicting grievous wounds on the serpent beast. Qingju was soon covered in gashes, blood oozing from multiple wounds. Luo Yuanyuan felt a pang of sorrow, tears silently streaming down her face, yet she stifled her cries, fearful of distracting Qingju. In truth, Qingju was more formidable. He adeptly maneuvered his beastly form, unleashing wind blades that carved numerous gashes across the giants while surreptitiously injecting venom. The movements of the colossal beasts visibly slowed, their heavy breaths echoing like thunder. In the distance, the orcs began to rush over to assist. Luo Yuanyuan sensed that Qingju was nearing victory. Allowing her taut nerves to relax slightly, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a hand reached from behind her, firmly clasping over her mouth while another encircled her waist. In an instant, she was lifted into the air. Chapter 61. Such a fate awaits. Luo Yuanyuan struggled desperately. Yet, her feeble strength was no match for the powerful beast behind her. As she ascended higher, further from Qingju, the tears she had managed to suppress surged forth anew. The hand of the white-headed eagle felt the warmth of her body beneath him. The skin was smooth as silk, while her waist was slender and delicate, almost boneless. The scent of the female wafted into his nostrils, momentarily disorienting him, causing him to forget to flap his wings, nearly plummeting. Was this the venomous Luo Yuanyuan that Aisha spoke of? Such a beautiful form, and yet deemed wicked? Earlier, he and Aisha had concealed themselves behind a tree. As the tide of beasts began to recede and Luo Yuanyuan remained unharmed, Aisha's eyes nearly bulged with rage. After a lengthy contemplation, she concocted a sinister scheme. Do you see those gigantic beasts? Find a way to lure them towards the serpent beast. After such a prolonged fight, it must be weary. I suspect it will abandon that wretched female, seize the moment, and bring her to me. If the serpent beast resists, draw more giants over. It will tire and lower its guard eventually, and you must bring that loathsome female to me. This time, I shall personally slay her and witness her demise beneath my feet. Ha ha ha. Aisha cackled maniacally. The white-headed eagle was reluctant to comply, yet lacking any alternative. He ultimately acquiesced to Aisha's manipulation, luring the giants to confront Qingju while seizing the opportunity to abduct Luo Yuanyuan from the tree. At that moment, however, the warmth and softness of her body beneath his palm left him momentarily dazed. He gazed at the delicate, pale neck of the small female, then glanced down at Aisha, who wore a sinister scowl, glaring at them from a distance. For reasons unknown, he suddenly found himself reluctant to hand the small female over to Aisha. With that thought, his descent slowed. Quickly, come down. Aisha beckoned the white-headed eagle from the mountainside, her voice laced with impatience.
Get on with it.
Are you not a male beast? Hurry. The white-headed eagle hesitated, landing slowly and approaching Aisha. Aisha's expression turned triumphant. Look, that promiscuous female, who flirts with everyone, has ultimately fallen into my grasp. Her plan was already in motion. The first thing she intended to do was mar that beguiling face, then gouge out those entrancing eyes, sever the tongue that could produce enchanting sounds, and finally strip her bare, leaving her to rot in the wilderness. Aisha brandished a bone knife, taking several swift steps forward to seize Luo Yuanyuan's wrist. With a sinister smile, she raised the knife, lunging violently towards Luo Yuanyuan's face. The white-headed eagle gasped in shock, unable to believe Aisha could be so deranged. He instinctively recoiled with Luo Yuanyuan in his arms. Aisha's bloodshot eyes were filled with venomous rage. What are you doing? She thrust the knife again.
Wait.
Luo Yuanyuan shouted, staring at Aisha's contorted face. Did you send him to capture me? What do you intend to do? Ha ha ha, what do you think? How ridiculous of you to ask. Of course, I intend to kill you to vent my fury. Luo Yuanyuan recognized the madness in Aisha's demeanor and knew she would not spare her life. She had to fight for her survival. As long as the beast behind her did not assist Aisha, she stood a chance. She decided to take a gamble. With that thought, she raised her chin, feigning an air of arrogance. Aren't you merely relying on the assistance of a male beast? Do you dare to challenge me one-on-one? Aisha glanced at the bone knife in her grip, then scrutinized the frail, unarmed female before her, grinning menacingly. Why wouldn't I dare? I'll make you cry for your mother and slice your flesh piece by piece. To dispatch this loathsome female with a single blow would be too kind. I want you to experience the taste of fear. Besides, there's still the white-headed eagle. You can't escape. It's better to torment you thoroughly before I end your life. Luo Yuanyuan turned towards the white-headed eagle. Did you hear that? This is a matter between the two of us females. You must not interfere. Let me go. The white-headed eagle lowered his head, drawn by her voice. Upon seeing the small female's face turn towards him, he was suddenly taken aback. So beautiful. The delicate, soft female was utterly captivating. Her fair, exquisite face, with large, glistening eyes staring at him, seized his heart with a fierce grip, causing his cheeks to flush and his heart to race. Unconsciously, his grip on Luo Yuanyuan's waist loosened. Luo Yuanyuan turned around and flashed a smile at Aisha. Seizing the moment of her astonishment, she abruptly shook off Aisha's hand, her toes barely grazing the ground as she sprinted away with remarkable speed. Aisha, bewildered, thought to herself, how can this wretched female run so fast? I can't catch up. Regret washed over her. She shouted at the white-headed eagle, why aren't you going after her already? Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, and a colossal beast resembling a rhinoceros suddenly emerged from the mountain, appearing behind Aisha. Oh dear, what a little toy. The beast's long horn pierced through Aisha's back, lifting her off the ground. Ah! Aisha's piercing scream echoed. The giant horned rhinoceros shook its head a few times before violently tossing Aisha to the ground, its four hooves trampling down upon her. The sound of crunching bones and splattering flesh echoed as it seemed to revel in the noise, circling and stomping until the unfortunate female beneath it was reduced to a bloody pulp. Only then did it disdainfully lift its head to survey its surroundings. Oh, there's another little toy over there. The giant horned rhinoceros galloped toward Luo Yuanyuan, who was not far off. The white-headed eagle, soaring above, widened its pupils and flapped its wings vigorously, swooping down to grasp Luo Yuanyuan's arm, swiftly ascending into the sky. Alas, the little toy is gone. The giant horned rhinoceros, arriving too late, let out a frustrated roar and shook its massive head before changing direction and disappearing from sight. Luo Yuanyuan had nearly collapsed in fear when the rhinoceros charged at her. Fortunately, the eagle had come to her rescue. She looked up at the magnificent bird that had seized her arm and said, "Thank you for saving me just now. But you were the one who brought me here in the first place. So I suppose we are even now.
Please let me down."
The white-headed eagle gazed down at the petite female in his grasp, and suddenly a bold thought crossed his mind. He would take her to the northern beast city. Since he had already made the reckless decision to capture her, why not take it a step further and bring her to his home? They could spend their days together. And if the little female grew fond of him, perhaps they could become mates. This way, his mother would no longer have to fret over finding him a partner. He realized that he had been too weak in the past, always letting Aisha lead him around. Now, with such a beautiful female before him, why not make an effort to hold on to her? Resolute, the white-headed eagle tightened his grip on the petite female, wrapping his wing around her slender waist, and took flight toward the northern beast city.
Hey, where are you taking me?
Let me go, Luo Yuanyuan exclaimed, her voice nearly choked by the rushing wind at such heights, making it difficult for her to breathe, let alone speak. She dared not struggle too fiercely, fearing that if the eagle released her, her life would be in jeopardy. Be obedient. I am taking you to the northern beast city, my home. I do not wish to go. I want to find Qingju. That is not for you to decide. You must comply. The white-headed eagle's demeanor shifted, becoming unexpectedly stern. But I can hardly breathe. The white-headed eagle glanced down, noticing the little female's pale complexion, and quickly descended, cradling Luo Yuanyuan in his arms. Is the wind less harsh now? Is it more bearable? Luo Yuanyuan contemplated her situation, reasoning that since Qingju and Bai Yi shared a bond, they would surely come to search for her. For now, she decided to placate the eagle. However, she truly did not wish to be held by a stranger. How about you transform into your full beast form? I can ride on your back. Seeing that the little female had ceased her protests, the white-headed eagle's spirit soared, and he smiled broadly. He carefully placed Luo Yuanyuan onto his back, then shifted into his full eagle form, trying to maintain a lower altitude as he soared northward. Meanwhile, Qingju had slain 3 giant beasts and turned to search for his mate, only to discover that Luo Yuanyuan was missing from the tree. A faint scent of avian beasts lingered in the air nearby. Among the recent tribes, only the white-headed eagle, who frequently accompanied Aisha, was a flying beast. Qingju clenched his fists, his anger palpable, his hair standing on end. That cursed bird beast. How dare it seize my female? He was determined to exact revenge. In a furious rush, he descended the mountain and encountered Bai Yi, who was ascending to retrieve the little female. Luo Yuanyuan has been taken by that wretched white-headed eagle. I sense she has likely gone to the northern beast city. Qingju's expression turned icy enough to freeze the moisture in the air. Then let us hurry. Bai Ye's heart raced with anxiety. Together, they dashed down the mountain, summoning Moshi along the way to handle matters in the tribe. Subsequently, the two raced toward the northern beast city. Though Qingju and Bai Yi exerted their utmost efforts, being land beasts, they faced delays due to mountains and forests along the way. Thus, the white-headed eagle, flying in a straight line, arrived at the gates of the northern beast city 3 days later in the afternoon. The city walls, constructed from massive stone blocks standing over 10 meters high, conveyed an air of grandeur, covering an extensive area, likely spanning several dozen miles. The gate itself towered at a height of 20 meters. The entire beast city appeared primitive, ancient and solemn. However, remnants of the recent beast tide's assault marred the walls and gates, with faint traces of blood staining the ground. 2 mid-tier male beasts guarded the gate. The white-headed eagle landed with Luo Yuanyuan in tow. Why don't we just fly directly in? Luo Yuanyuan inquired, puzzled. The white-headed eagle, delighted that the little female finally addressed him, replied, entry into the beast city is restricted. Only beast men of star rank may enter, as some beasts may never awaken to that rank. Of course, females are highly coveted and can enter at any time to settle. The prohibition against flying in is to verify if one possesses star rank. At that moment, the gatekeepers approached. To avoid complications, Luo Yuanyuan had already concealed her face with a veil. Even so, her large eyes, delicate waist, and the intoxicating fragrance she exuded still captivated the 2 male beasts. Clumsy eagle, didn't you chase after that little female from the small tribe? Are you back to visit your mother today? Who is this little female? Let us be introduced. The white-headed eagle chuckled. I'll introduce her to you later. For now, we must return home to see my mother. With that, he grasped Luo Yuanyuan's sleeve and led her into the city. The 2 male beasts watched reluctantly as the little female departed, wishing they could pursue her. That clumsy eagle is truly fortunate to have found such an enchanting little female. As Luo Yuanyuan surveyed her surroundings, she noted that the streets within the city were wide, albeit somewhat disorganized. The beastmen's homes were constructed from large stone blocks and even featured courtyards, though these courtyards lacked gates, only having walls about 2 meters high. The white-headed eagle's home was situated close to the city gates. Overwhelmed with excitement at having brought such a beautiful little female back, he was about to step into the courtyard when a female voice called out from behind, "Clumsy eagle." Both the white-headed eagle and Luo Yuanyuan turned to see a female standing 50 meters away, flanked by 5 robust beastmen. It is indeed you. Did you not return to the tiger tribe a few days ago? How have you come back so soon? Is my father and Sasha doing well? As the female spoke, she approached Luo Yuanyuan. Sasha? Luo Yuanyuan regarded the newcomer with caution. As Luo Yuanyuan drew nearer, she discovered that the adorned female bore a striking resemblance to Aisha, and an ominous premonition surged within her. Who was this female? Ava halted, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Yuanyuan. Not long ago, Sasha had sent her a message, stating that Bai Yi had become infatuated with a beguiling wild female. Judging by her description, this diminutive female before her seemed to match the profile. Observing Bai Tuing's dazed demeanor, Ava impatiently inquired once more, is my father and Sasha all right? This beast tide hasn't affected the tribe, has it? What is this female's name? Bai Tuing replied, Luo Yuanyuan. With a sigh, Luo Yuanyuan thought to herself, indeed, a foolish eagle. A cold smirk escaped Ava's slightly protruding teeth, confirming that this was indeed the wild female. Is my father and Sasha doing well? Did you have any message for me? While Ava questioned Bai Tuing, her eyes remained fixed on Luo Yuanyuan, brimming with disdain. Aisha, she is dead, crushed by a giant beast. Uncle, I haven't seen her. She should be fine. Bai Tuing responded hesitantly in a hushed tone. What? What did you say? Ava's eyes widened in disbelief as she stepped closer, nearly colliding with Bai Tuing. Bai Tuing, feeling guilty, retreated. Aisha was crushed by a giant beast. It has nothing to do with us. Luo Yuanyuan thought to herself. This is bad. It seems I am about to fall into the hands of Aisha's sister, and my fate will likely be dire. She furtively glanced around, assessing her chances of escape. Indeed, in the next moment, Ava's eyes reddened, her body trembling with fury. A venomous glare fixated on Luo Yuanyuan and Bai Tuing. Shasha is dead? How could she die? Did several people die in the tribe? Why did it have to be Shasha? Why didn't you die? With a quivering voice, she shouted to the 5 beast men behind her. Attack. Beat these shameless two to death. Shasha is dead, yet they are both alive and have even gotten together. Kill them. 4 beast men immediately surged forward, pinning Bai Tuing to the ground and delivering a severe beating. The remaining beast man hesitated before attempting to seize Luo Yuanyuan. His large hand brushed against Luo Yuanyuan's delicate face, causing her veil to flutter down, revealing her exquisite visage. The beast man was momentarily entranced. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yuanyuan unleashed her vine wind chime, employing her light body technique to leap onto the rooftop. Are you dead? Hurry up and chase her down. You must catch her. And you lot, go after her. Ava, incensed by the beastman's enchanted state, shouted frantically, if you can't catch her, don't come home tonight. The 5 beastmen abandoned the severely injured Bai Tuing and, accompanied by Ava,
pursued Luo Yuanyuan.
Chapter 63. You are framing me. Luo Yuanyuan agilely leaped between the buildings. Her petite stature was well suited for concealment amidst the towering and closely knit structures of Beast City. She also discreetly sprayed a scent-masking concoction around her. For a moment, Ava and her 6 companions could not catch up to her. Ava was on the verge of exploding. Are you all useless? Can't even catch a female.
They.
Are your wings merely for show? Fly up and keep an eye on her. See where she's hiding. Dahe soared into the sky, his keen eagle eyes scanning the ground. Realizing that she was nearby, Luo Yuanyuan thought to herself that this was bad. Now she was truly exposed. She glanced at a large stone house nearby, steeling herself, and quietly slipped inside. Dahe's sharp gaze caught a fleeting shadow of her. He landed on the rooftop, approached Ava, and whispered a few words, causing a sinister smirk to curve Ava's lips. The group quietly leaped from the rooftop into the courtyard. Luo Yuanyuan stealthily entered the stone house, cautiously taking a few steps inside while frequently glancing back at the entrance. Suddenly, her shoulder collided with something solid. She immediately covered her mouth to stifle any sound.
You.
Luo Yuanyuan turned around, placing her finger to her lips. Sho. The tall beast man before her was momentarily stunned. This couldn't be a dream, could it? How could such a beautiful little female suddenly appear before him, and willingly at that? He excitedly pinched the flesh of his arm, feeling pain. This was no dream. The beastman's dark eyes were fixed on the slender waist of the little female, unable to resist the urge to pull her into his embrace. Yet before he could reach her, the little female silently tiptoed to the door, pressing herself against the stone wall, as if listening for something. Observing her cautious demeanor, he too became wary, slowly approaching and softly asking, "What is wrong? Is something happening?" He heard the little female's soft, delicate lips move, producing a faint, melodious sound. Someone wants to kill me. I must hide. What? Someone wants to kill such a beautiful little female? Is that person insane? The beast man seethed with anger, lowering his voice. Don't be afraid. I'll chase them away, even if I have to kill them. Luo Yuanyuan hastily grasped his arm, whispering urgently, there are 5 males. I'm afraid you might get hurt. Once they leave, I'll quietly slip away.
Please don't go out now.
The beastman's gaze fell on the arm that the little female was clutching.
Ah.
Her small hand was so soft and tender, and she smelled so fragrant. He felt a rush of blood, and his breath quickened. However, what had the little female just said? She intended to leave quietly? No way. If he let such a beautiful little female leave, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Rest assured, I know what to do. Stay here, and don't wander off. The beast man whispered in Luo Yuanyuan's ear. Then, he lifted the curtain and stepped outside. Luo Yuanyuan quickly pressed her ear against the stone wall again. She was extremely anxious. Recklessly revealing her predicament to the beast man was quite a risky endeavor. Yet she had no better option at the moment. If worst came to worst, she would continue to flee for her life. Oh, Yuanyuan, you're home. Dahe greeted first. I didn't go out this afternoon. Why are you gathered here? Is there something going on? The dark-eyed beast man Yuanyuan asked nonchalantly. Well. Dahe hesitated, knowing he couldn't directly say they were here to capture a female. After all, females were precious in the beast world, and he could not bear the consequences of casually harming one. He had seen that petite shadow slip into Yuanyuan's house, but he couldn't directly state that he wanted to enter his house to catch a female. It was well known that beastmen held great reverence for their territory. Moreover, this Yuanyuan was the offspring of the commander of the beast city's defenses, with numerous brothers, a total of 18. All high-ranking beastmen, he was not someone Dahe could provoke. Dahe glanced at Ava, seeking her silent approval. Ava was momentarily taken aback, then plastered a smile on her face. Yuanyuan, just now a wild female sneaked in and stole my coral bracelet, which is a treasured gift from my mother. We traced her here, and it seems she entered your house. Could you check for me? If she is there, just bring her out to me. Seems like. Did you see clearly? Yuanyuan crossed his arms over his chest, leaning casually against the stone wall by the door, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Let us not even discuss whether this female is in my house. You just opened your mouth and claimed she stole your bracelet. Where's the evidence? What? You want evidence? Ava's eyes widened, stammering in disbelief. She felt a bit flustered. Of course. If I claimed you stole my top-quality blue crystal, would you just accept it as true? A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Yuanyuan's mouth. How could that be? Why would I ever steal your crystal? Do refrain from making baseless accusations. Ava exclaimed, her agitation palpable. You see, you can casually slander others with mere words. Thus, before you accuse someone of theft, ensure you have evidence. If you cannot produce it, it is nothing but defamation. In the beast world, every female is immensely precious and should not be subjected to unwarranted bullying. Yuanyuan's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. You stand on my territory, attempting to intrude upon my abode to capture someone. Is this a provocation directed at me?
Dahe.
Feeling the tension rise, quickly interjected, No. Yuanyuan, what are you saying? We are all friends here. Let us take our leave for now. We shall invite you to hunt together another day. With that, he signaled to several beast men, hoisting the reluctant Ava away and swiftly fleeing the scene. Yuanyuan scoffed. Watching them disappear before lifting the curtain and stepping inside, his disdainful expression instantly transforming into one of warmth. His fervent gaze fixed upon the delicate features of the female before him. Rest assured, they have departed. Do not fear. I shall protect you. My name is Yuanyuan, a Black Panther beastman. What is yours? Yuanyuan stood close to the petite female, his bare torso showcasing a powerful, sun-kissed physique. He inclined his head slightly, the heavy scent of masculine pheromones enveloping the small female before him. Luo Yuanyuan instinctively took a step back, widening the gap between them. I am Luo Yuanyuan. I truly appreciate your help just now. However, I am sorry, but I have nothing to offer you in return at present. If the opportunity arises, I will repay your kindness. My family is still searching for me, so I must take my leave. As she spoke, she lifted the curtain and prepared to step outside. In the next moment, her slender waist was ensnared by a powerful arm, forcing her against the beastman's chest. Yuanyuan, are you tearing down the bridge after crossing it? I just aided you, and you are so eager to leave? Yuanyuan leaned closer, his breath warm against the female's ear, stirring a few strands of her hair. Luo Yuanyuan sensed something odd in the beastman's demeanor. Did he not wish to let her go? Then, what do you want? She stammered. Yuanyuan, you misunderstand. It is not about what I desire. It is about the fact that I have helped you, and thus you should stay. Is it not a tad impolite to rush off so hastily? I am quite disheartened. Yuanyuan continued to whisper in Luo Yuanyuan's ear, his voice growing increasingly husky. But I have matters to attend to. May I repay you later? She replied. Who can predict the future? Let us not speak of later. Did you not mention your family was looking for you? Remain here with me until they arrive. It is perilous for a delicate female like you to venture out alone. What if you encounter ill-intentioned individuals? Did I not save you for a reason? Luo Yuanyuan felt her mind swirling. The beastman's argument bore a semblance of wisdom. Should she stay and await Qingju and Bai Yi? Then, shall I remain with you? She queried uncertainly. Good, that is the spirit. Yuanyuan released his hold on Luo Yuanyuan's arm, stepping to face her. Look, the sky is darkening. You must be hungry. Allow me to prepare some roasted meat for you. Luo Yuanyuan touched her small abdomen, realizing she had scarcely eaten during her recent travels. Oh, thank you. I owe you yet another favor. I am unsure how I can repay you. Yuan, you are being too formal. In the beast world, females are inherently cherished. I do this willingly. You need not constantly feel the need to repay me. If you truly wish to repay me, how about becoming mine? Yuan leaned closer, his black vertical pupils locking onto Luo Yuanyuan, his voice rich with temptation. Be my mate, and I will treat you exceptionally well. Luo Yuanyuan was taken aback. This Yuan is becoming increasingly peculiar. This feeling seems oddly familiar. But I already have 2 mates. I apologize, but you should seek another female. 2? That is far too few. The dangers of the beast world lurk everywhere. Just as earlier, where were your 2 mates? Clearly, they could not adequately protect you. Luo Yuanyuan wished to divert the conversation away from this topic. She lifted her glistening eyes, gazing plaintively at him. Did you not say you would prepare roasted meat for me? I am rather hungry. Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This little female was undeniably enticing. Very well. Let us go now. He led Luo Yuanyuan to the courtyard, settling her upon a beast hide. Just as he prepared to kindle the fire for roasting meat, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance of the yard. Moments later, a large group of imposing beastmen burst into the courtyard. Brother, I have an astonishing piece of news. The secret realm that opens once every 20 years is about to commence. Indeed, brother, let us hasten. If we delay, all the good things will be snatched away by others. Oh, is that a little female? My goodness, she is stunning. I have never encountered such a beautiful female before. I thought I was hallucinating. She truly is a little female. She is so beautiful that I feel my blood surging uncontrollably. Brother, when did you hide such a beautiful little female? Yes. Why did you not tell us sooner? Brother, you have long asserted that for the purity of our Black Panther lineage, all brothers should seek the same female. Right. I was quite reluctant about your earlier suggestion.
Now.
I am in complete agreement. I can hardly wait. Little female, what is your name? Have you mated with brother? When do we get our turn? The beast men, upon spotting Luo Yuanyuan perched on the beast hide, were utterly captivated, rushing into the courtyard and encircling her and Yuanyuan. Luo Yuanyuan looked up at the throng of beast men, astonished to discover they bore an uncanny resemblance to Yuanyuan. They all had black eyes and hair, sun-kissed, handsome faces, robust, tanned physiques and well-defined abs, each exuding an overwhelming aura of masculinity. The temperature in their vicinity seemed to rise several degrees. She quietly counted, and along with Yuanyuan, there were a total of 18.
Goodness.
Were they 18 siblings? Luo Yuanyuan was taken aback. She stood and smiled at the beast men, which incited a new wave of exclamations.
Ah, ah, ah.
She smiled at me. Does she like me? She is clearly smiling at me. Are your eyes deceiving you? The little female is clearly looking at me. Luo Yuanyuan felt a bit dizzy. Thankfully, during her time in the tiger tribe, she had often been surrounded by handsome men. So now, seeing so many attractive males, she did not blush easily. However, this group of beast men resembled Yuanyuan's doppelgangers, and with them all talking at once, she was at a loss as to whom to focus on. Yuanyuan's expression darkened slightly. His chance to be alone with the little female was being thwarted by his younger brothers. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile as he introduced Luo Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan. These 17 are my younger brothers. This is Wenfeng, this is Wenshan, and this is Wenhai. The beast men named beamed brightly, almost eager to press themselves against the little female, hoping to be the sole focus of her attention. As Luo Yuanyuan turned around in a full circle at Yuanyuan's introduction, her head grew even more muddled. She had not remembered a single name, and craning her neck had left her feeling sore. Observing the little female in such a state, Yuanyuan addressed his brothers. You are all encircling her so closely that the air has been drained. Step back and find a place to sit. Yuanyuan is hungry, and we shall roast meat together. The orcs reluctantly dispersed, each rummaging for food in their respective spaces. As Wenfeng turned the roasted meat, he inquired of his brothers. Did you just mention that the secret realm is about to open? Who told you this? When will it be accessible? Luo Yuanyuan instantly perked up her ears. Is there truly a secret realm in this beastly world? What treasures might it hold? It's the old shaman of our beast city, who has deduced it based on past experiences. Furthermore, messages from other beast cities corroborate this, so it is likely to be true. Brother, it is said that the secret realm will open in a month. We should set off in a few days to arrive early.
Indeed.
I have heard that the secret realm is teeming with high-level giant beasts and demon beasts, and consuming their cores can rapidly enhance one's strength. There are also high-grade crystals without impurities, which are most suitable for orcs to absorb. Not to mention, the secret realm is rich in rare, medicinal herbs. If it weren't for the old shaman's advanced age, he would surely wish to go himself. Is there truly such a wealth of treasures within the secret realm? Luo Yuanyuan asked, unable to restrain her curiosity, turning to the nearest orc. Where is this secret realm you speak of? Is it easy to find? The orc, taken aback, widened his eyes in excitement, his face flushing with exhilaration. The beautiful female had initiated conversation with him. He stammered, easy to find, easy to find. It's located to the northwest of our North Beast city. Just keep walking and you'll arrive. He was so dazed, his thoughts and gaze glued to Luo Yuanyuan's face, that he didn't even realize what he was saying. Another orc slapped him on the back of the head, exclaiming, the old shaman clearly said southwest, southwest. Has your brain been kicked by a wild donkey? When Foam scratched his head, perplexed, huh? Didn't I say southwest? The other orcs erupted in laughter. Wen Feng's face turned even redder as he sneaked a glance at the little female, seeing her smile at him with pursed lips, causing his cheeks to burn as his heart raced. When Yuan timely intervened, let us prepare over the next few days, gather more prey, and ensure we are well fed. We shall depart in 3 days. He glanced at the little female and continued, Yuanyuan is delicate. We shall take our time on the journey, as long as we arrive in a month. In these 3 days, each of you should gather more fruits, water, and animal skins in your spaces for Yuanyuan to use on the road. Rest assured, brother, even if we have to go without food and water, we will take good care of Yuanyuan. We would do so even without your prompting, brother. The little female will be our mate in the future. How could we bear to let her suffer? Luo Yuanyuan thought to herself, what is going on? I never said I wanted to be your mate. When Yuan nodded in satisfaction before gazing thoughtfully at Luo Yuanyuan, his brow slightly furrowed as he said, there is one thing that concerns me. I do not sense a mate connection with Yuanyuan. The journey is long, and should any danger arise, we would be unable to locate her in time to rescue her. What? Brother, you haven't formed a bond with the little female yet. No wonder Yuanyuan lacks your scent. One orc exclaimed. With such a beautiful female on the road, many orcs will certainly try to take her. Though we are numerous and strong, we fear unforeseen circumstances. Indeed. Just recently, a long-toothed rat dug tunnels and abducted several females. Yes, I heard about that too. Although the long-toothed rat was ultimately killed, what if there are more of them? It seems we cannot afford to let our guard down while sleeping. At least one of us should hold the little female while we rest. One person is too few. We should construct a large stone dwelling so that we can all sleep together at night. Yes, that sounds like a splendid idea. How about we all bond with the little female before we set off? Upon uttering this, every orc fell silent, all 17 pairs of eyes burning with intensity as they turned to Luo Yuanyuan and Wen Yuan. Luo Yuanyuan thought, we were discussing the secret realm. How did the conversation suddenly shift to bonding? She certainly did not wish to find herself with so many identical brothers. Given her small stature, she could not endure it. For her own survival, 7 was already her limit. She couldn't take on any more. Luo Yuanyuan lowered her head, biting her lip as she said, well, ahem. I already have 2 mates. They treat me well, and I like them very much. At present, I do not wish to seek any more mates. Once they arrive here, I will leave. Thank you for your hospitality. What? The little female wants to leave? How can that be? Encountering such a beautiful little female is a tremendous blessing from the beast god. They would dream of waking up with joy. How could they possibly let her go? The orcs stood up excitedly, encircling her once more, anxiously clamoring, little female, please don't go. We swear we will treat you well from now on. Rest assured. We won't harm your 2 mates. We will coexist harmoniously. In our beastly world, every female has dozens or even hundreds of mates. 2 is far too few. Indeed. It's a rare occurrence for us brothers to simultaneously like a female. If you leave, what will we do? We will be single for the rest of our lives. We cannot bear to see you go. Please stay. They pleaded, you can ask us to do anything. Luo Yuanyuan felt a surge of crisis within her. Remaining here could jeopardize her safety. It was evident that these orcs would not easily let her leave. If she waited for Qingju and Bai Yi to come to her rescue, it would surely lead to another conflict. And she did not want them to fight over her. She needed to quickly devise a way to extricate herself. With so many gathered, it was best to disperse them first. With that in mind, Luo Yuanyuan feigned weakness, leaning closer to Wen Yuan.
Yuanyuan.
I suddenly feel a bit dizzy and so tired. The faint fragrance wafted towards him, causing Yuanyuan to feel weak in the knees. He drew even closer to the little female, his lips nearly brushing against her ear. All right, I will send them away now so we can rest properly. He stood up, gesturing to his brothers. Look, you've frightened Yuanyuan. She is so delicate. How could she bond with all of you at once? What if something goes wrong? Listen to me. All of you should head back for now. Take your roasted meat with you to eat later. Yuanyuan has been startled today. She needs to rest early. The orcs seized upon the last part of his statement, murmuring in confusion. What startled the little female? Who frightened her? Was it some wild beast? Yuanyuan. What beast scared you? Tell us and we will avenge you. Yes, tell us, and we will kill it. When Yuan briefly recounted the events of the afternoon, the orcs were furious. What? How dare they bully such a beautiful and adorable little female? And even slander Yuanyuan? Who would want that worthless bracelet? Tomorrow, I'll bring 10 bracelets to adorn Yuanyuan's arms. Exactly. I have several crystal necklaces. I will bring them all for Yuanyuan to wear. Since Yuanyuan has been frightened and tired, let her rest with brother early. We shall return tomorrow.
Now.
Let us pay that big black family a visit and give them a good beating, so they will think twice before wronging Yuanyuan again. Yes. Let us go right now. Brother, you comfort Yuanyuan well tonight. We will take our leave. A group of tall and handsome orcs stole one last glance at the little female before bustling out of the courtyard, their voices gradually fading away. Luo Yuanyuan exhaled, relieved that they had finally left. Their ruckus had given her a headache. She truly did not understand how a female with hundreds of mates managed to live. When Yuan sliced off a piece of roasted meat and handed it to the little female, gazing at her with deep affection. Yuanyuan, you must be starving, please eat. Fear not, my younger brothers can be a bit raucous, but they are genuinely good-hearted. If you don't wish to become their mate at this moment, that's perfectly acceptable. Perhaps you could first consider me. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuanyuan immediately discerned his intent and hastily interrupted. Yuanyuan, are you and your brothers all born from the same womb? You all look strikingly alike. Don't you ever mistake one for another? Yuanyuan chuckled helplessly. It appeared the little female was reluctant to delve into this topic. We were born in 4 litters. My mother is quite robust, and over the years, she bore 18 of us brothers. This is rather uncommon across the entire orc continent. Although we bear a resemblance, each of us possesses a distinct scent, ensuring we cannot be mistaken for one another. Moreover, look here, Yuanyuan, I have a distinct beauty mark, easily recognizable, unlike my brothers. Luo Yuanyuan followed his finger to the area beneath his lips, where indeed, there was a beauty mark slightly larger than a grain of rice, adding a touch of allure to his handsome visage. As her gaze inadvertently rose, Luo Yuanyuan found herself ensnared by the depths of his dark, expressive eyes, swirling with unnameable emotions that seemed to draw her in. Startled, she quickly lowered her head, focusing intently on the roasted meat in her hand. Yuanyuan sighed softly, withdrawing his gaze. Once the little female had finished her piece of meat, he extinguished the campfire in the yard and led Luo Yuanyuan into the stone house, laying down several thick animal skins for her comfort. After days of travel, Luo Yuanyuan was utterly fatigued, both physically and mentally. She reclined, closed her eyes, and sought to alleviate the tension in her shoulders and lower back, planning to quietly slip away once Yuanyuan had fallen into a deep slumber. Yuanyuan lay beside her, propping his head on one arm, unable to tear his gaze from the little female. He fixated on her slender, delicate waist, his throat constricting slightly as he murmured, Yuanyuan, I do not wish to pressure you. However, I must confess my deep affection for you. May I embrace you? Luo Yuanyuan opened her eyes, silently pulling the animal skin tightly around her. Yuanyuan pressed on Yuanyuan. She clenched her teeth, forcing herself to remain alert. After a prolonged silence, she cautiously opened her eyes a fraction, stealthily glancing at the orc beside her. To her astonishment, Yuanyuan's dark eyes sparkled with intensity, unwaveringly fixed upon her. Alarmed, she realized that he seemed remarkably alert. Was he not fatigued? This would not do. If she waited for him to fall asleep, she might succumb to slumber herself. She needed to devise a plan swiftly. Chapter 66. How to torment her. Luo Yuanyuan sprang upright, turning to the orc with his gleaming eyes. Yuanyuan, I suddenly feel quite parched. All right, I shall fetch you some water. Yuanyuan replied, a smile gracing his lips as he stood and stepped outside. He had anticipated that the little female was merely feigning sleep. That glance she cast while peeking at him was utterly adorable. He was determined to outlast her. Once she succumbed to slumber, he could hold her close without delay. Yuanyuan quickly returned with water, pouring it into a stone bowl before handing it to Luo Yuanyuan. He then retrieved another animal skin from his face and draped it over her legs, saying, "It is raining outside. Be cautious not to catch a chill." Luo Yuanyuan felt a warmth in her heart as she stood, cradling the bowl of water, and slowly approached the door. Lifting the curtain, she leaned against the doorframe to gaze at the sky. Indeed, rain was falling, fine, dense droplets that felt cool against her skin. She returned with the bowl. Approaching the orc with shimmering eyes, Yuanyuan, "This water is so sweet. Where did you procure it? It tastes delightful." Yuanyuan pondered, "Sweet water?" He drank it daily and had never perceived it to be sweet. Luo Yuanyuan brought the bowl closer to his lips. "It truly is sweet. Do you taste it?" Yuanyuan's eyes brightened at this revelation, realizing it was the very bowl Yuanyuan had sipped from. He took the bowl, rotated it 180 degrees, pressed his lips to the stone rim, and gazed intently at Luo Yuanyuan as he slowly took a sip. "Indeed, today's fruit is exceptionally sweet." Luo Yuanyuan smiled faintly. "Isn't it? I was just full. So please finish it. We mustn't waste it." Warmth surged within Yuanyuan's heart as he gulped it down eagerly. Luo Yuanyuan yawned. Pulling him down beside her, "Let us sleep. Rainy days are perfect for slumber, and I am already feeling drowsy." Yuanyuan's heart raced as he nestled closely to the little female. Indeed, rainy days were conducive to sleep, and he felt himself growing drowsy. Sensing the steady rhythm of the orc's breathing beside her, Luo Yuanyuan quietly rose. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. The sedative she had used was quite effective. Earlier, she had feigned an interest in watching the rain while secretly emptying the entire contents of the sedative pouch given to her by Bai Yi into the bowl, successfully drugging Yuanyuan. However, to be cautious, Luo Yuanyuan retrieved the gauze she had dipped in the sedative and pressed it over the orc's nose. Yuanyuan let out a subconscious hum. Luo Yuanyuan was startled. Was the sedative ineffective? Was he merely pretending to be asleep? Fear gripped her as her hand trembled, and she stumbled toward the door, plunging into the rain. The night was somewhat dark, and she cautiously advanced along the wall, planning to find a secluded spot within the orc city to hide until Qingju and Bai Yi came to her aid. After all, the wilderness was rife with dangers. The city was far safer. Besides, her space was stocked with food and drink, so she wouldn't go hungry for a while. The rain-soaked night was eerily quiet as Luo Yuanyuan stealthily moved forward. After a considerable time, she spotted a vast area of ruins ahead, strewn with scattered stones. Joy surged within her. This was perfect. It appeared to be an abandoned collapsed building. Luo Yuanyuan quickened her pace, but suddenly, a voice rang out beside her. "Hey, you there." Female. Luo Yuanyuan was jolted into a cold sweat.
Who could it be?
Who was wandering about in this downpour? She stiffly turned to face the source of the voice. "I said, on a rainy day, who's sneaking around?" "So it's you, you wretched female." Ava stood atop a large stone slab, looking down at her with disdain. Beside her, her mate, Dahe, spread his wings to shield her from the rain, while a throng of male orcs gathered behind her. Upon spotting Luo Yuanyuan, Ava's fury ignited instantly. It was all because of this wretched female that her day had turned disastrous. Shortly after they returned from Yuanyuan's home, his brothers had stormed over, mercilessly beating Ava's mates and even demolishing their home. To make matters worse, it began to rain, leaving them without a place to sleep. Ava, fuming atop the pile of ruins, shouted, "What use are you all? A bunch of useless cowards. Over 40 of you, and you can't even best a mere dozen of them. Tomorrow, you better bring me some high-ranking males, or I will terminate our partnership." The male orcs hung their heads in frustration. They had indeed been trying their best, but alas, they lacked the innate talent of the leopard orcs. What could they do? Moreover, they dared not voice that this turmoil had been brought upon by Ava herself. In the orc world, females held absolute authority, their words law. Even when faced with unreasonable mates, the males could only devise ways to placate them. Dahe lifted Ava from the stone slab, and the group advanced towards Luo Yuanyuan. Ava raised her chin, narrowing her eyes with a cold smirk. "Why are you alone? Where are those Black Panthers? Have they abandoned you?" Luo Yuanyuan slowly stepped back, her heart racing with anxiety. The darkness obscured her vision to mere outlines, and with the rain pouring down, it was far from ideal for her escape. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Ava laughed triumphantly, a surge of vengeful delight flooding her heart. After all, at this hour, it was unlikely that anyone would come to rescue this wild female. She was firmly within Ava's grasp, and Ava intended to torment her slowly, forcing her to grovel on the ground in tears, rendering her unable to live or die. Ava's companions silently gazed at the pitiful female before them. Though she was astonishingly beautiful, they were already Ava's partners and could not assist her. They could only watch helplessly as Ava vented her frustrations on the unfortunate girl. How should she torment her? Should she break her limbs? Slash her face? Or perhaps throw her to the beasts outside the city? An idea struck Ava as her eyes glinted. She recalled the high-priced aphrodisiac powder she had purchased, of which she had given some to Sasha and Lena previously, leaving just a bit for herself. She had initially intended to keep it for her own amusement, but now, why not let this wild female have it? With this seductive powder, the wild female would soon lose her sanity, unable to find relief, tearing off her own clothes in a public display of humiliation. Moreover, with the rain falling, by the end of the night, she would be either dead or barely clinging to life. Even if the leopard beasts came, they would not be able to save her. With this thought, Ava turned to Dahe, extending her hand. Where's the aphrodisiac powder I entrusted to you? Hand it over. Dahe stiffened, suddenly comprehending his partner's intention. Isn't this a bit problematic? What if the others catch wind of it? Enough with the nonsense. Do you want me to bear your offspring or not? Dahe lowered his head, falling silent, obediently retrieving the powder from his space and handing it to his partner. Ava, clutching the powder, approached Luo Yuanyuan step by step, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Wild female, kneel and beg me. I might make your death a tad more merciful. Luo Yuanyuan eyed her warily, continuing to retreat slowly, discreetly scanning her surroundings for the best escape route. Ava sneered, closing the distance, her voice dripping with malice. What do you think this is? Today, you cannot escape. With that, she flung the powder towards Luo Yuanyuan. Chapter 67. Departure. Journey to the Secret Realm. Having suffered several setbacks, Luo Yuanyuan felt a surge of anxiety upon seeing the pouch of powder. The moment Ava raised her hand, she wasted no time in unleashing her vines, ensnaring a large stone several meters away, and leaping to escape. Ava was taken aback as a shadow darted past her. The wild female took flight, and a gust of wind followed, sending the powder back into Ava's face. Coughing and spluttering, Ava was momentarily dazed, but the next moment, she screamed, "Quick! What are you all standing around for? Catch her! Soon!" Her face flushed crimson as an unbearable itch spread throughout her body. She involuntarily writhed, gasping, "You useless fools! Come over, I can't take it anymore." Ava's companions hurriedly gathered around, some darting off in pursuit of the fleeing female. Luo Yuanyuan weaved swiftly between the buildings. The night had fully descended, and her vision was obscured. She occasionally collided with corners, quickly bruising her skin. However, pain was the least of her concerns as the males behind her drew ever closer. She could almost hear the wind they stirred as they ran, as if they were about to seize her in the next heartbeat. Luo Yuanyuan focused on regulating her breathing, striving to keep her racing heart at bay. As she rounded another corner, she couldn't help but glance back. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from the side, seizing her arm. Yuanyuan. In the next instant, just as she was about to scream, Luo Yuanyuan tumbled into a familiar embrace, warmth enveloping her instantly.
Bye.
Luo Yuanyuan asked uncertainly. "It's me, Yuanyuan. Don't be afraid. We have arrived." Bai Yi gazed at his disheveled mate, his heart aching. He quickly produced a piece of beast hide to drape over her and scooped her up in his arms. "Let's find a place to shelter from the rain." "Yes, hurry. Someone is chasing me." Luo Yuanyuan nestled against Bai Yi, inhaling his familiar scent, completely relaxing as her body softened like a bundle of cotton. Bai Yi carried the small female, navigating swiftly and deftly, soon shaking off their pursuers and finding a secluded, abandoned stone house to slip into. Yuanyuan. "Change your clothes first, you're soaked," Bai Yi said, his palm glowing with a warm, yellow light. Luo Yuanyuan nodded, retrieving a dress from her space to change out of her wet garments, casually asking, "Where's Qingju? Aren't you two together? Once we entered the city, we split up to look for you. He should be here soon," Bai Yi replied. Suddenly, he noticed the myriad of bruises on the delicate female's skin. A red bump swelling on her forehead, his gentle gaze turned icy. "Did those who chased you do this?" Luo Yuanyuan hurriedly donned her dress, leaning against Bai Yi's arm, whispering, "I couldn't see in the dark. I bumped into things myself. We'll settle the score with those ruffians later." Bai Yi. "Please don't tell Qingju. I don't want to fight right now. I just want to leave the city quickly." "I heard." Before she could finish, a shadow burst through the door. Qingju stepped in, his gaze landing on the large bump on Luo Yuanyuan's forehead. His cold eyes instantly brimmed with murderous intent. Who did this? Luo Yuanyuan released by Yi and hurriedly approached the serpent beast, soothingly saying, "It's nothing. I bumped into things myself. It doesn't hurt much now. I'll be fine by tomorrow. I was just about to discuss with you. I heard there's a secret realm opening in the southwest of Beast City. Shall we go take a look?" Qingju forced down his rage, leaning closer to Luo Yuanyuan, stroking her hair. "I've heard of that secret realm too. It's a great place to enhance our strength." Bai Yi looked affectionately at the small female, then turned to Qingju, hesitating. "But I've also heard that the secret realm is extremely perilous, with formidable beasts and monsters. It would be fine for us to go alone, but Yuanyuan is so delicate. What if something happens?" Luo Yuanyuan quickly interjected, "If it's truly dangerous, I'll hide. I promise to take care of myself. Plus, I've heard many others are going too. I really want to see it." She tugged at Bai Ye's arm, playfully shaking it, pleading softly, "Please, Bai Yi, let's go, shall we? I promise to listen to both of you." Bai Yi sighed in exasperation, yet affectionately tapped her little nose. "You truly are a handful." Qingju pulled Luo Yuanyuan into his embrace, wrapping her in beast hide. Lifting her up, "Let's go." The rain continued to fall softly from the sky, and two male beasts at the city gate dozed beneath a large stone slab. Two figures, one black and one white, dashed past them. One of the males blinked and remarked, "It seems two beast men have left the city." The other male, still half asleep, waved his hand dismissively. In the middle of the night, with the rain pouring, who would be out and about? "You're seeing things." "Indeed, in such rain. Who wouldn't be at home with their partners? How pitiful that we don't even have a female. Once my shift ends, I'll go visit that silly eagle's home to see that petite female again. I think I've fallen for her at first sight." "You didn't even see her face. What kind of love is that?"
Ha!
"What do you know? It's a matter of instinct." As the night passed, dawn broke, and the light rain continued to patter down. When Yuan's younger brothers could hardly contain their excitement, eagerly gathering to see the lovely female. "Big brother, Yuanyuan, are you awake? We brought delicious fruits for you, little female." They called out in the courtyard, bustling into the stone house, only to be astonished to find the little female was missing, while their older brother sat on a beast hide mat, staring blankly at a piece of fabric in his hands. "Brother, why are you alone? Where is the little female? I brought her so many bracelets. Brother, speak up. Why are you in a daze?" Yuanyuan finally snapped out of his reverie. He clutched the scarf in his hand tightly, his dark eyes devoid of luster. She deceived me and escaped. Heaven knows how painful it was to wake up this morning to that truth."
What?
"She escaped? Where did she go? She's so frail. Won't she encounter danger on her own?" "Exactly. Let's hurry and find her." "Brother, did the little female say anything to you? Do you know where she ran off to?" When Yuan exhaled, closed his eyes to suppress the overwhelming sense of loss swelling in his heart, meticulously folded the scarf, and placed it in his space. He then stood up and declared, "Let us inquire at the city gate. If she hasn't left the city, she must still be within. Even if we have to scour the entire beast city, we will find her." The leopard beasts nodded in agreement, then dashed out of the house, transforming into their beast forms, roaring as they sped towards the city gate. At the city gate, a male beast was relieving himself, while another was sheltering from the rain under a large stone slab, suddenly lifted off the ground. "Did anyone leave the city last night?" The male beast shivered, instantly alert. "What is wrong with Yuanyuan today? His tone is colder than the rain." He glanced at the circle of black panthers fixated on him, momentarily puzzled, then scratched his head. "I think there were two, one blue and one white. Did they carry anything? Which direction did they head?" I didn't catch a clear look. They were moving quite fast. They seemed to have dashed off in that direction." The male beast pointed towards the southwest. Yuanyuan released his grip, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. As expected, her companions have come for her. "Last night, I inadvertently caught sight of Yuanyuan's anklet. It was indeed blue and white. Brother, do you think they returned to their tribe? We must pursue them at once. If we delay, we may never see the little female again." Yes. "They won't be able to run fast while carrying the little female. We should be able to catch up soon. Brother, shall we chase after them?"
Please speak.
Chapter 68. Qianyu City. When Yuan raised his hand to silence his brother's clamor, Yuanyuan must have gone to the secret realm. I noticed her keen interest in it yesterday. Even if we were to catch up now, she wouldn't return with us. We shall stick to our original plan and depart 2 days hence. We will assess the situation upon arriving at the secret realm. When Yuan took out the scarf, gently stroking it, "We will meet again. that cunning little female. Qingju and Bai Yi carried Luo Yuanyuan as they journeyed southwest. As dawn broke, they passed through a mountain forest, and Bai Yi turned to Qingju and suggested, "Let us find a cave to rest. Yuanyuan must be hungry." Qingju nodded, and the two slowed their pace, searching for a concealed cave within the woods. Just as they parted the thicket and approached the cave entrance, a sharp female scream echoed from within. Qingju frowned, turning to leave in search of another cave. But at that moment, Luo Yuanyuan stirred awake in his arms, peering out from the fur with sleepy eyes and asking what happened. "I think I heard someone calling." Bai Yi gently caressed her flushed cheek and replied softly, "I'll go take a look." "Let us go together. We're already at the cave entrance." As Luo Yuanyuan spoke, she straightened up from Qingju's embrace, peering into the cave. The cave was not very large and, perhaps due to the rain, felt somewhat damp. In the deepest part of the cave, a young female curled up, tightly clutching her arms, her eyes wide with fear as she stared at them. Luo Yuanyuan jumped down and softly asked, "Who are you? Why are you here alone?" Seeing the female still on guard and silent, she continued, "Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm. We wish to rest in this cave for a while. May we?" The female nodded and shrank further inside. "Yuanyuan, are you hungry? I will catch a wild beast to roast for you," Bai Yi said, stepping outside. Luo Yuanyuan quickly grabbed his arm. Glancing back at the female who remained oblivious to her, she reached into her space and pulled out several large pieces of fragrant roasted meat. Winking at Bai Yi, "I have food." Bai Yi smiled, seating the little female on the fur. The aroma of the roasted meat soon wafted through the cave. Gurgle, gurgle. The curled-up female felt embarrassed, quickly covering her growling stomach and stealing glances at the three by the entrance, licking her lips and lowering her head. "Are you hungry? Here, have some. This roasted meat is delicious." A soft voice rang out, and the young female lifted her head to see the exceptionally beautiful little female squatting down, offering her a piece of roasted meat wrapped in a leaf. Having not eaten for a day and night, she was ravenous and could not resist the temptation of the roasted meat, taking it in her hands and devouring it eagerly.
Wow.
This roasted meat is both fragrant and tender, even better than any she's had before. After devouring the roasted meat, the female finally regained some strength and looked at Luo Yuanyuan, clearing her throat to speak. "Thank you, little female. My name is Jasmine, and I hail from Qinyu City." "Where are you headed?" "Qinyu City?" Luo Yuanyuan bit her lip, wondering where that was. Seeing her confusion, Bai Yi explained, "Qinyu City is the habitat of the bird tribe, home to large avian beasts situated atop a high mountain, about half a day's journey from here." "I see." Luo Yuanyuan moved closer to Jasmine, squatting down beside her. "Hello. I am Luo Yuanyuan. We wish to go to the secret realm and happen to pass through here, not expecting to meet you. Why are you here alone?" Noticing Jasmine's wary glances at Qingju, she smiled reassuringly. "Do not fear. They are both my companions and do not covet other females." Jasmine relaxed slightly, but then furrowed her brow, hesitating before saying, "That secret realm is perilous. I've heard there are formidable beasts within, and the stray beasts from Devil City are headed there as well. Just a day ago, I was out playing with one of my companions when we encountered that group of strays nearby. There were so many of them. It seemed they were also heading for the secret realm. To save me, my companion charged out to draw them away. I have no idea what has become of him. However, our bond remains, so he should still be alive, just waiting for me to return." As Jasmine spoke, she suddenly looked at Luo Yuanyuan with anticipation. "Yuanyuan, could you take me home? I can give you crystal stones." Luo Yuanyuan glanced at Qingju and Bai Yi, who both looked back at her with expressions that said, "You decide. All right, once the rain stops, we will take you back." Luo Yuanyuan smiled at Jasmine. She was not motivated by the crystal stones. This was an act of kindness. "Really? Thank you so much." Jasmine's eyes sparkled with joy as she hugged Luo Yuanyuan's arm and shook it, her demeanor instantly becoming lively. "Yuanyuan, we have activities in the city over the next few nights. They are quite interesting. You should stay and I will accompany you."
Okay.
The two young females quickly struck up a harmonious conversation. By midday, the rain began to let up. As they prepared to set off, who would carry Jasmine? Luo Yuanyuan glanced at the cold expression of the snake beast and then at the white tiger whose eyes were solely on her. She could guarantee that if she suggested Bai Yi carry Jasmine, he would gently refuse but would also give her a look filled with longing until she felt guilty enough to relent. Moreover, she did not wish for her partner to carry other females. "Bai Yi, how about capturing a wild beast to carry Emily?" It would be best to find one that is more docile. Upon hearing the little female's suggestion, Bai Yi felt a surge of joy. The fact that she did not want him to carry other females signified that Yuanyuan held him dear in her heart, showcasing a possessiveness towards him.
All right.
I shall return shortly. Approximately an hour later, Luo Yuanyuan heard Bai Yi's beastly roar, seemingly accompanied by the calls of other beasts. She approached the cave entrance to peer outside. To her astonishment, a massive white-furred tiger, towering over 3 meters, was charging towards the cave. Closely followed by a 2-meter-tall yellow and black striped tiger, its body marred with bruises. Luo Yuanyuan instinctively hid behind Xingju. Was this wild tiger safe? Could one ride it? Although she was no longer afraid of Bai Yi, it did not mean she harbored no fear of wild beasts. Bai Yi transformed into his human form, smiling reassuringly. Do not worry, it can understand me and will be obedient. Very well. The wild tiger lay down and Emily, trembling with trepidation, climbed onto its back, gripping its fur tightly. Qingju lifted the little female, and the 4 of them, along with the tiger, dashed towards Qianyu City. Throughout their journey, the large tiger indeed behaved docilely. Before dusk, they arrived at the foot of Qianyu City. Luo Yuanyuan gazed around. The mountain range was exceptionally grand, with undulating peaks cloaked in lush greenery, soaring heights that far surpassed those of the tiger tribe. Looking up, the mountain summit seemed nearly unreachable, and large birds occasionally soared overhead, their calls resonating through the air. What towering mountains! Luo Yuanyuan felt a wave of lethargy wash over her. She was not inclined to ascend just yet. At that moment, a vast shadow loomed overhead, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, as a flock of large birds descended. Brother! Emily exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards a young man with brown hair.
Montakli.
What brings you here? Weren't you out playing with a gray-haired one? It's a long story. Emily briefly recounted her adventure to the brown-haired youth before introducing Yuanyuan. This is my brother, Changyu. Brother, this is Luo Yuanyuan, and these 2 are her partners who brought me back. We must express our heartfelt gratitude to them. The brown-haired youth's gaze shifted to Luo Yuanyuan and her companions. His breath caught in his throat, his eyes brimming with awe. Just as he was about to speak, another flock of bird people swooped down. City Lord! City Lord! The descending bird people were led by a middle-aged man resembling a bird beast. Robust in stature with a closely cropped head, his wings shimmering in golden light. He beamed widely. I heard what the female Emily said from the sky. These individuals are not only Emily's saviors, but also esteemed guests of our entire Feiyu city. You must stay in the city for a while, and allow us to extend our hospitality. City Lord Jinyu's sharp gaze eagerly fell upon the little female beside the snake beast. Bird beasts generally possess keen eyesight, and he had already locked onto her while in the air. This little female was breathtakingly beautiful, an absolute vision. More importantly, she exuded a warmth that would perfectly complement his rather lackluster offspring. He was determined to keep them around. Noticing Luo Yuanyuan's hesitation, Emily promptly took her arm. Yuanyuan, see how enthusiastic our city lord is. You must agree. I want to spend more time with you. With a crowd of hopeful eyes upon her, Luo Yuanyuan felt somewhat awkward and cleared her throat. Very well, I shall not impose further. Splendid. Indeed. The bird beasts erupted in excitement. Changyu stepped forward, his eyes sparkling. Luo Yuanyuan, the terrain here is quite elevated. Allow me to escort you up. Emily commented. Her brother has certainly switched allegiances rather swiftly. Qingju shot him a glance and straightforwardly picked up Luo Yuanyuan, ascending the mountain. Bai Yi approached with a grin and patted his shoulder. Changyu's face flushed slightly as he rubbed his nose, feeling a tad embarrassed, but it was of little consequence. There would be future opportunities. The bird beasts spread their wings and took flight. Luo Yuanyuan observed that the wings of these birds were impressively large, spanning 7 to 8 meters when fully extended, creating a dark canopy that obscured the sun. Qingju's speed was remarkable. Within a quarter of an hour, Luo Yuanyuan spotted the city gates of Qianyu City. The gates and walls of the bird tribe were somewhat shorter than those of the North Beast City, yet appeared more vibrant. Surrounding the walls were layers of towering greenery and flowering trees, with various kinds of bird beasts flitting in and out, creating a scene alive with melodious chirps and fragrant blossoms. With her veil on, Luo Yuanyuan gazed up, thoroughly captivated. Jinyu observed this with delight, noting that the little female seemed quite intrigued by the surroundings. He smiled pleasantly. Yuanyuan, there are many enjoyable places in Qianyu City. We have a market during the day. However, The sun is nearly set now, so let Emily show you around tomorrow.
For now.
Let us dine at the city lord's castle. Luo Yuanyuan was not particularly inclined to go. She had not rested well for some time and was feeling a bit lightheaded. Bai Yi, noticing the little female's expression, chuckled softly and politely replied to Jinyu. We have already imposed upon you for quite a while. The city lord must have many matters to attend to. From here on, we shall manage on our own. Jinyu laughed heartily, waving his hand generously. Very well, let Changyu and Emily accompany you, and find a clean room for you. I will have someone deliver dinner to your stone house shortly, so you can eat and rest early. I shall take my leave now. With that, he turned and soared into the sky, flapping his golden wings. Luo Yuanyuan watched the silhouette of Jinyu, murmuring, the city lord's wings are so dazzling. Like gold. Emily chuckled. The city lord is an exceedingly rare golden eagle, with feathers that are entirely golden. Yuanyuan, you have yet to see the young city lord. The offspring of the city lord, his feathers are even more splendid and radiant, surpassing those of the city lord. Luo Yuanyuan paid little mind, engaging in light-hearted banter with Emily as they entered the city. Emily's family had an additional stone house available, and after some tidying up, the city lord's attendants arrived with roasted meat and fruits. Yuanyuan, you should eat and rest early. I will come to call you for the market tomorrow morning. Luo Yuanyuan nodded, and Emily exited. After the three finished dinner, Bai Yi tidied up the dishes, lowered the curtain, and a warm, golden glow enveloped them. In this secure environment, with Qingju and Bai Yi by her side, Luo Yuanyuan felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. The relentless journey had left her utterly fatigued. She wrapped her arms around Qingju's neck, leaning against him, drowsy. Qingju's lips curled into a smile as he affectionately stroked her hair and pressed a gentle kiss to her soft lips, retrieving 3 green crystals from his face. Yuanyuan, consume these. After you eat, you can sleep. Luo Yuanyuan, half asleep, lifted her eyelids. Her voice, slightly hoarse from fatigue, sounded somewhat sultry, almost like a pout as she languidly inquired, what are these? Qingju's voice was exceptionally gentle. Do you not remember? When we were at the summit of the tiger tribe, 3 colossal beasts attacked us. These are the cores we extracted after vanquishing them. Males can consume them to enhance their strength, while females can use them for beauty and skincare, and most importantly, they can extend one's lifespan. In the future, he would hunt more of these colossal beasts, hoping to provide them for Yuanyuan to consume regularly so that when he ascended to the divine tier, Yuanyuan could remain with him for eternity. Bai Yi, sitting nearby, added apologetically, regrettably, I only have 2 green crystals to offer you, Yuanyuan. As soon as Luo Yuanyuan heard the mention of longevity, her spirit soared. She propped herself up in Qingju's embrace, inquiring, is it true that only those colossal behemoths possess such crystal cores? Indeed, Bai Yi replied, ordinary giants lack crystal cores, yet consuming their flesh can enhance one's strength. Luo Yuanyuan felt a surge of excitement. She picked up a green crystal from Qingju's palm, squeezing it gently. It felt somewhat akin to gummy candy, elastic and delightful. Bringing it to her nose, she detected no remarkable scent. She then held it up to the light. It gleamed with purity, devoid of any impurities. Why not taste one? She pondered aloud, parting her lips in anticipation. Host, consuming this green crystal is of little benefit. It would be far more advantageous to use it to expand your space, chimed in Little Six with its usual exuberance. But they claim it grants longevity. I am utterly captivated. The prospect of immortality was irresistibly enticing. Host, as long as you successfully complete your tasks, you will earn the reward of longevity. If you fail, the entire beast realm will face annihilation, and you, too, shall forfeit your chance at eternity. But didn't you say that accumulating enough affection points and prestige points would suffice? Why then the threat of annihilation? Alarm bells rang in Luo Yuanyuan's mind. It seemed the system had kept secrets from her. Well, that's a topic for another time. It's really not that difficult. For now, let us focus on the present, hehe. Host, I must inform you that this green crystal can expand the periphery of your space. Think of it this way. The space you exchanged with affection points is akin to a small house, while the area expanded by this green crystal is like a yard. However, this yard has a different flow of time, yet it can be utilized for farming. Luo Yuanyuan's mind sparked with a thought. If I'm in danger, can I retreat to the yard in my space? Previously, the system had stated she could not enter the space, but since this yard required labor for farming, was it possible for her to enter? You cannot go in, host. Our store offers puppets that can be purchased for farming. However, if you have offspring in the future, they may enter. That's unfair. Why can they enter, but I cannot? Luo Yuanyuan huffed, feeling discriminated against. There's nothing to be done. The little ones can enter before they turn 10, but once grown, they cannot. What an astonishing stipulation. This was nothing short of coercive. Luo Yuanyuan scoffed at little six. Yet she closed her eyes and curiously tossed a green crystal into her space. Sure enough, after a burst of green light, a small yard, approximately 100 square meters, slowly unfurled outside her space, complete with walls. She seized another green crystal from Bai Ye's hand and tossed it into the space. Moments later, a spring appeared in the yard. Oh my goodness! This meant she wouldn't need to store water ever again. How delightful. Luo Yuanyuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Upon regaining her composure and opening her eyes, she found both handsome men staring at her in a daze, their expressions akin to that of observing a whimsical teenage girl. Clearing her throat, Luo Yuanyuan quickly reined in her overly broad smile, attempting to salvage her previously elegant demeanor. Well, since we are all partners now, there's nothing left to conceal. Thus, she shared her origins, her space, and the system with the two of them. In conclusion, she emphasized, although it may sound unbelievable, everything I've said is true. Qingju and Bai Yi exchanged glances, taking a moment to absorb the information. Then, in unison, they asked, "Will you return in the future?" Their expressions were serious, their eyes brimming with concern, each gripping one of Luo Yuanyuan's hands, as if fearing she might disappear at any moment. Especially Qingju, who recalled the night they first met, when she had been sleep-talking, crying out to return home. Luo Yuanyuan glanced at the hands that held her tightly. Bai Ye's palm was slightly sweaty, while Qingju's was colder than usual, the pale skin taut over the visible veins. She hurried to reassure them, "I want to go back. There's no need to be anxious. I have you two now, we're bonded for life. How could I possibly return?" "Really?" Qingju released her, pulling her into his embrace with such intensity that it felt as though he wished to merge her with himself. His voice was husky yet filled with a palpable sense of sorrow. Yuan, it's a promise. Don't you dare leave me." Bai Yi also wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his head atop her hair. "Me too. Yuan, please do not abandon us. We cannot fathom what we might do." Feeling somewhat awkward in their embrace, Luo Yuanyuan quickly said, "All right, I swear I will never leave you. But you're holding me too tightly. I can hardly breathe." Bai Yi managed a strained smile and was the first to let her go. "Qingju, darling, you too? Please release me. I'll fetch some spring water from the space to see how it tastes." The first time being called darling, Qingju obediently released her. "By the way, I only need those 2 green crystals. You should absorb the remaining ones." Bai Yi placed the green crystals into her hand, stating, "That one to do. Our treasures must be prioritized for you." Qingju nodded in agreement. "All right then, we can expand the space later. We're heading to the secret realm soon, and it's imperative that your strengths are enhanced for our safety." As she spoke, Luo Yuanyuan decisively took the remaining green crystals and popped them into their mouths. The two men considered her reasoning and ceased their objections, swallowing the crystals and closing their eyes. The green crystals transformed into a wave of liquid, coursing down their throats. Pure and powerful energy gradually flowing through their bodies, nourishing and fortifying their veins. After a few moments, they opened their eyes. Luo Yuanyuan tilted her head, glancing at Qingju, then at Bai Yi, and curiously inquired, "How do you feel?"
Have you leveled up?
Qingju nearly laughed. "Silly girl, it's not that instantaneous. I am already at the royal tier, so leveling up is a slow process." Bai Yi chuckled as well. "I was at the threshold before, now. After consuming the green crystal, I've indeed leveled up by a star."
Oh,
"That is splendid, as long as there are benefits." Luo Yuanyuan scratched her head, beaming with joy. Bai Yi retrieved 2 stone bowls. "We need 3, 1 for each of us." He planted a kiss on her lips. "We'll drink what remains." "All right then," she replied, procuring 2 bowls of water from her space. Under the watchful gazes of Qingju and Bai Yi, she took a sip from each bowl. Oh my, it's surprisingly delicious. Sweet and soothing, it felt like cleansing her insides thoroughly. Luo Yuanyuan was overjoyed. She opened the marketplace and, to her delight, found puppets available for purchase. She bought 2, 1 male and 1 female, thinking it would keep the little ones from feeling lonely. What a thoughtful master she was. She then purchased seeds for tomatoes, cucumbers, cauliflower, eggplants, and farming tools like buckets, shovels, and pickaxes. The two little puppets immediately set to work in the fields with their tools and seeds. Oh, dear. They are simply adorable. Luo Yuanyuan was overwhelmed with happiness. When she opened her eyes again, she found Qingju and Bai Yi had spread thick layers of beast skins in two corners of the space. They lay side by side, propped on their arms, half-clad, gazing at her with affectionate eyes. Their slightly parted, sensuous lips seemed to beckon her with an unmistakable invitation. Luo Yuanyuan felt a pervasive heat enveloping her. She was somewhat dazzled by the allure of beauty. Is this the joy of being a sea king? She could not bear to see any handsome man disheartened. Yet, with only one room available, it seemed inappropriate to share it with anyone. Ahem, shall we sleep together? Luo Yuanyuan suggested haphazardly. Bai Yi was taken aback for a moment, but quickly nodded in agreement. Qingju, after a few seconds of hesitation, surprisingly also murmured an assent. Luo Yuanyuan. 2 minutes later, the furs were stitched together. Luo Yuanyuan secretly wept. How cramped. Even breathing felt like a luxury. Would she be able to fall asleep? To her astonishment, perhaps due to 5 or 6 days of exhaustion, she swiftly drifted off into a deep slumber. Without even a dream, Luo Yuanyuan slept soundly until dawn. Slowly, she rose, freshened up, and joined Qingju and Bai Yi for breakfast. Qingju glanced at Bai Yi and said, I will go hunting in the morning. You accompany Yuanyuan to the market. Bai Yi nodded and, in passing, served a bowl of meat soup to the little female. Since discovering that the little female hailed from another world, the two men had become more vigilant. They would never allow Luo Yuanyuan to venture out alone, ensuring that one of them was always by her side. With a bite of the egg pancake in her mouth, Luo Yuanyuan mumbled, Don't worry. We are in the city, it will be fine. I will wear my veil, and not wander off. Qingju pinched her puffed cheeks. If only my space could hold living things. Bai Yi chuckled, for he harbored the same thought.
Hee.
Luo Yuanyuan stuck out her little tongue, pulling at her cheeks and making a face at Qingju. Thankfully, it cannot hold anything. With that serpent beast's terrifying possessiveness, if it could, she feared she would hardly get a chance to see the sun apart from within that space. The two men could not help but chuckle. The trio finished breakfast amidst laughter. Qingju set off for hunting. Luo Yuanyuan changed into a long dress and sat on a mat while Bai Yi styled her hair. The little female had an abundance of hair.
Bai Yi marvelet.
Despite being slightly curled, it was smooth, lustrous, and fluffy, resembling a delicate black veil cascading gracefully over her slender shoulders. Bai Yi worked with gentle precision, braiding the hair on either side of her head into 2 plaits while gathering the remaining hair into a princess-like style, allowing the lower strands to fall casually, exuding a relaxed charm. He stepped back, tilting his head as if sensing something was amiss. Chapter 71. That one I want. Bai Yi's gaze fell upon the tendrils entwined around the little female's arm. Aha! He took a wind chime and wrapped it around her braid twice, letting the excess dangle freely. A smile curved at the corners of Bai Yi's mouth. Perfect. Given the low temperature in the mountains, Bai Yi draped a creamy short fur coat over Luo Yuanyuan. A voice from beyond the curtain called, Yuanyuan, are you ready? Let us go. Coming. Luo Yuanyuan climbed up from the mat, grasping Bai Yi's arm as they stepped outside. Jasmine's eyes widened in awe. Yuanyuan, you are truly beautiful. What fabric is your dress made of? The color is stunning. Luo Yuanyuan glanced down at her pure cotton, rose-red long dress, smiling as she replied. It is made from a special plant from my former tribe. I will teach you how to make it, if we have the chance. As she spoke, Lord Jinyu and Changyu, along with several bird beasts, descended. Bai Yi and Luo Yuanyuan greeted the Lord warmly. Hello, Lord. The group chorused in unison. I have come to invite Bai Yi to the Lord's castle. I heard you wish to venture into the secret realm, and coincidentally, our warriors from Qianyu City are also heading there. Let's discuss this today. It would be wise to look out for one another. Furthermore, I have been to the secret realm once before, and can share my experiences. Let Jasmine accompany you to explore the market. Our Qianyu City is quite safe, and my guards can protect her. I've already informed Changyu. Feel free to buy whatever you fancy, as the Lord's castle will cover the expenses. As Jinyu spoke, he did not wait for Bai Yi's response, casually draping an arm over his shoulder and leading him away. Let me tell you about this secret realm. Bai Yi, being forcibly led away, thought, is this lord so familiar with everyone? He had no desire to visit the lord's castle. He wished to accompany the lovely little female to the market. Luo Yuanyuan, however, found the lord quite amusing, generous, and unpretentious. She called out to Bai Yi, who kept glancing back, Don't worry, I will be back soon after exploring for a bit. Chang Yu and several bird beasts were left dumbfounded, captivated by the stunning little female, momentarily forgetting to greet her. Jasmine nudged Chang Yu with her elbow. Brother, what are you staring at? Let us go. With that, she took Luo Yuanyuan's hand and led her toward the market. Yuanyuan, starting today. There will be activities every night for the next 3 days, all for us young folks. There will be delicious food and dancing. It will be quite lively. Chang Yu and the 4 guards hurriedly followed in their wake. The market was not far. They arrived after about 15 minutes. Luo Yuanyuan curiously surveyed her surroundings. This was her first encounter with a market since arriving in the beast world. It bore some resemblance to modern commercial streets, albeit less bustling. The main thoroughfare of the market was broad, measuring over 20 meters, flanked by towering stone buildings serving as shops. Some vendors had set up large stone slabs in front of their shops to display their wares and attract customers. As they walked, Jasmine provided an overview. Our market is primarily divided into several sections, selling food, clothing, and daily necessities. Transactions can be made with crystal stones or through barter. Entirely at the party's discretion. Chang Yu approached Luo Yuanyuan, opening the beast skin bag in his hand. Little female Yuanyuan, buy whatever you like. Look. The Lord has provided plenty of crystal stones, and he specifically instructed me to let you spend freely. Hearing this, Luo Yuanyuan leaned in to peek at the crystals in the bag, her breath catching in surprise. This Lord Jinyu was exceedingly generous. The sparkling crystal stones numbered at least 40 or 50, each the size of a thumb and of superior quality. Earlier, she had casually inquired about the price of roasted meat at a stall, and a large wild boar only required a fragment of a yellow soybean-sized diamond. She felt somewhat overwhelmed. This lord was too kind to her, and she felt a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps it would be best to spend her own money. That would feel more secure. However, gazing at the abundance of crystal stones, she couldn't help but feel a hint of temptation. When she returned in the evening, she would ask Qingju how to earn crystal stones. Relying solely on selling prey seemed rather slow. Though Luo Yuanyuan wore a veil, her petite and delicate figure attracted the attention of several handsome birdmen who approached her. Chang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly dispersed his 4 guards to surround the 2 females, using his tall stature and wings to shield them from the birdmen's gaze. Yuanyuan, wait for me a moment. I will be right out. Jasmine called as she dashed into a fruit stall, returning with 2 large, red-skinned fruits, each the size of a small coconut. Here to quench your thirst, she said, handing one to Luo Yuanyuan. Luo Yuanyuan examined the fruit in her hand. It resembled an oversized peach, with a tough outer skin akin to that of a coconut, albeit much lighter, suggesting a thin peel. The top was cut with a small opening, likely revealing a juicy
Liquid interior.
This is a sweet and succulent water honey fruit, specially brought back by the valiant warriors of Qinyu City from the distant southern beast city. Just like this, said Mei Li, tilting her chin and demonstrating as she sipped from a small opening. Luo Yuanyuan lifted her veil to one side and took a sip, and indeed, it was sweet and refreshing, with a flavor reminiscent of a blend between peaches and apples. It would be even better if there were a straw, she thought to herself. This is delicious. Luo Yuanyuan smiled at Mei Li, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Isn't it? Hurry up and drink. It must be fresh, otherwise the taste becomes rather peculiar over time. Hey, Yuanyuan, look. There's a mask shop ahead. Let us choose a few. Later tonight, everyone will wear masks and dance. Our avian and beastkin are the most adept dancers on the entire Beastman continent, and one's dancing skill is a crucial criterion for selecting a mate. Yuanyuan, can you dance? If not, I can teach you. I'm quite eager to see you dance. Okay. Luo Yuanyuan nodded with a smile at Mei Li, realizing it was indeed a masquerade ball. She had studied dance for several years in her modern life and considered herself somewhat proficient, though she was curious about the style of dance in this beast realm. The group arrived at a mask shop located at a corner. The establishment, like others, was adorned with a large stone slab displaying an array of masks. Additionally, several long wooden sticks were inserted into the slab, adorned with numerous masks suspended by vines. The vendor was an elderly beast man with a long beard, seated upon a large stone behind the stall, observing the comings and goings of the beast folk with a serene gaze. Luo Yuanyuan glanced around and saw primarily various animal masks, some covering the entire face while others merely obscured the eyes. She wished to buy a snake-shaped mask for Qingju, ideally something cute. However, to her disappointment, there were none available, likely due to people's fear of stray beasts. Just as she felt disheartened, her gaze caught a half-mask in black, only covering the eyes. Adorned with intricate golden patterns that added an air of understated mystery and luxury to the otherwise simple piece. Luo Yuanyuan brightened up instantly. She extended her arm, pointing at the mask, and addressed the old beast man. "Hello, could you please fetch that one for me?" At that moment, a fair and slender hand suddenly reached out beside her, pointing at the same black mask, accompanied by a vibrant, clear youthful voice exclaiming, "I want that one." Chapter 72. The dazzling young man Luo Yuanyuan turned her head in surprise, her eyes widening in astonishment. Oh my! She had never encountered anyone like him. The boy before her radiated brilliance, akin to a piece of gold shimmering under sunlight. He stood approximately 1.9 meters tall, with a pair of resplendent golden wings that, when folded, reached a height of 1.5 meters. His short hair, also golden, had a few strands cascading down, tied with crystal stones, floating behind him. Beneath long, thick eyelashes were a pair of emerald green eyes, pure and rich like the finest imperial emerald. His left ear was adorned with an earring of green gemstones, complemented by a small golden feather dangling beneath. A thick golden collar encircled his neck. If he had been wearing a sleeveless, low-cut green robe, Luo Yuanyuan felt she might be blinded by his brilliance. Due to the overwhelming radiance of this youth, Luo Yuanyuan failed to fully discern his features at first. Her attention captivated by his attire and aura, which seemed excessively opulent for the beast realm. In that moment, she felt a wave of dullness wash over her. At the same time, Jean E was observing the petite female before him. Surely, she was the exquisite young female his father had mentioned the previous night. With Chang Yu and Mei Li by her side, it had to be her. Though veiled, her eyes and brows appeared as if meticulously crafted by the beast god himself. Radiating beauty, her curled lashes and glistening eyes were as endearing as a lost fawn. The soft fabric of her attire accentuated her slender waist, and her faint fragrance was simply delightful. Any ordinary beast man would undoubtedly fall for her at first sight. However, he was no ordinary beast man. He detested others meddling in his life. Though his father urged him to perform well, he was resolute in his defiance. Why should he endure the inconvenience of a troublesome female when he was perfectly content alone? As he contemplated this, he raised his chin, casually producing a crystal stone, preparing to toss it to the vendor before elegantly departing with the mask. Yet, before he could act, he heard the soft, melodious voice of the young female asking, "Is there only one of this mask? Are there any duplicates?" The old beastman glanced between Luo Yuanyuan and Genie, thinking how well-matched these two were. Considering their ages and appearances, he felt an overwhelming urge to push them together and urge them to bond right there. "Little female, unfortunately, there is only one of this mask, young city lord," the old beastman said with a knowing wink at Genie, urging him to purchase the mask for the lovely young female. Genie furrowed his brow slightly, wondering if the old beastman had lost his senses, his eyelids nearly fluttering off. Chang Yu, standing nearby, mused to himself that the young city lord had a rather peculiar temperament. He often rebelled against anything his father forbade him from doing. Though he had just come of age, he still acted immaturely at times. Now, both he and the young female desired the same mask. If he were to use the authority of the city lord to compel the matter, it could backfire. It would be better to feign disinterest. Perhaps the young lord would yield to the young female. With this in mind, Chang Yu approached Genie, greeting him, "Young lord." Then he turned to Luo Yuanyuan with a gentle tone. "Yuanyuan, there are several other mask shops ahead. Shall we take a look? Perhaps there are even better options." As he spoke, his eyes frequently darted towards Genie. Mei Li, feeling discontent, interjected, "Brother, you..." Though she too was enamored with the young lord, she did not wish for her friend to be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing Chang Yu refer to Jean E as the young lord, Luo Yuanyuan realized he was the son of the city lord. Given the city lord's warm demeanor towards her, she felt it inappropriate to contest. "All right, let us check ahead," she replied, biting her lip. Casting a lingering glance back at the mask before grasping an irked Mei Li's hand and moving forward, Jean E stood momentarily stunned. The petite female had not even cast him another glance, simply passing by him and walking away. He remained rooted in place, perplexed. Weren't beast females typically proud? Why didn't she contest him? If she had, he would have felt justified in claiming the mask. Yet, she had relinquished it so easily, leaving him feeling somewhat guilty. After all, she was merely a delicate young female. As Chang Yu passed by him, he patted Jean Yi's shoulder, letting out a soft sigh before pursuing the young female. Jin Yi watched the two retreating figures, his brow unconsciously knitting together. He couldn't quite comprehend why he found Chang Yu's attentiveness to the young female so irksome. Ahem. The old beast man cleared his throat, pulling Jin Yi's attention back. Young lord, do you still want this mask? Jin Yi snapped back to reality, tossing a crystal stone into the vendor's hand. Is this sufficient? The old orc nodded in acknowledgement, and before he could utter another word, the young lad removed his black mask, unfurled his wings, and soared into the sky. The old orc gazed at the distant silhouette of the bird, gently shaking his head. Youth is truly a splendid thing. Luo Yuanyuan and her companions meandered through several shops, selecting various items, ultimately leading Luo Yuanyuan to choose a full-face mask adorned with a charming little rabbit, the long whiskers of which she found irresistibly endearing. She picked a slightly adorable big tiger mask for Baiyi. As for Qingju, she decided to purchase a strikingly vibrant half-face peacock mask. Luo Yuanyuan was eager to witness Qingju's reaction upon seeing the mask, which she anticipated would be quite amusing. In adherence to her frugality, Luo Yuanyuan merely browsed without purchasing anything, spending nearly 2 hours exploring until her feet grew weary. Jasmine, it's almost noon. Shall we head back?
All right.
As the 7 of them were about to turn back, a massive golden bird shadow swooped down. Chang Yu quickly positioned himself in front of the young female. Jin Yi landed, irritably pushing Chang Yu aside, and awkwardly thrust the black gold mask he had been kneading in his hands toward Luo Yuanyuan, avoiding her gaze as he mumbled, I found another design that suits me better. Here, you can have this black one. No need to thank me. Without waiting for Luo Yuanyuan to respond, he spread his magnificent wings and ascended into the sky once more. Hey, I haven't even paid you yet. Luo Yuanyuan called after the receding figure, taking out a crystal stone, but realizing the young lad probably couldn't hear her. She decided to hand the crystal to Chang Yu. You know that boy, right? Could you pass this on to him for me? I'd appreciate it. Chang Yu had initially hesitated, but seeing Luo Yuanyuan's resolute expression, he smiled and replied, Very well, I'll ensure he receives it. Having finally dispatched the mask, Jin Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Was it really necessary for him, a male, to quibble with a young female over such a trivial item? It was merely a mask after all. More importantly, the glittering mask was the one that truly complimented him. He glanced at the radiant bird-shaped mask in his possession, tucked his wings away, and danced his way into the lord's castle. Upon entering, he nearly collided with his father and a striking silver-haired orc. What kind of path are you taking? Almost bumping into someone. Jin Yu frowned, casting a disapproving glance at the young lad before turning around and heartily laughing as he sent Baiyi on his way. The young lad pouted. Father is so warm to everyone, except for me. After a short while, Jin Yu returned, seizing the young lad who was about to retreat to his room. You little rascal, how was your morning? Did you encounter any young females? Did any take a fancy to you at first sight? Come on, tell your father. Chapter 73. A handsome man looks good even in a burlap sack. The young lad shrugged off his father's grip, nonchalantly saying, That young female was nothing special. I have no interest in her. Please stop worrying unnecessarily. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Jin Yu exclaimed, his patience wearing thin. Previously, he had lamented the unattractiveness of the females in Qinyu City, claiming they were not suited for him. But now, with a beauty surpassing his own having arrived, he questioned his son's lack of interest. What exactly was he searching for? What would pique his interest? Jin Yu's frustration was palpable as the veins in his forehead throbbed. Ever since the departure of the boy's mother a decade ago, he had become increasingly unruly, and managing him was more taxing than overseeing all of Qinyu City combined, leaving him exasperated daily. This morning, he had deliberately separated the young female from her partner, going to great lengths to create an opportunity for his son, only to witness this outcome. It was infuriating. His beloved young cub had once again slipped away. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Jin Yu glared, raising his hand. The young lad, sensing his father's genuine ire, quickly darted out, tossing over his shoulder. I want to be back for dinner. Don't get too upset. If you were to inadvertently die of anger, I would be left without a father. Jin Yu. Baiyi emerged from the lord's castle, hastening towards the stone house where he was temporarily residing. Upon discovering that the young female had not yet returned, he promptly set off towards the market. However, he had not traveled far before he spotted Luo Yuanyuan and her companions returning, chatting and laughing, transforming into his human form. He greeted them before swiftly approaching the young female, wrapping her in his embrace and gently inquiring, Yuanyuan, are you tired? As he spoke, He intended to lift her off the ground. He had initially thought that a brief visit to the Lord's castle would suffice, but he had not anticipated that the Lord, Jinyu, would be so loquacious, discussing the secret realm, then transitioning to topics about Qianyu City, North Beast City, South Beast City, and eventually covering the entirety of the Beastman continent. He had been eager to find the young female, attempting several times to interject during the Lord's monologue, but had been unable to find an opening. "No need, I'm fine," Luo Yuanyuan quickly interjected. Jasmine was still walking, and she felt it would be improper to be carried. Moreover, she was not so fragile, and they were nearing the stone house. In her previous world, she could spend an entire day shopping with her classmates, only breaking for lunch. Yet, after being pampered by Qingju and by Yi in the beast realm, she found herself becoming increasingly delicate. "Very well."
Bay Ye similet gente.
Leaning down to plant a soft kiss on Luo Yuanyuan's forehead as he took her small hand in his. Observing the sweet interaction between the two, Changyu felt a pang of envy. It seemed the young female was rather indifferent towards the young lord. By all accounts, aside from his peculiar temperament, the young lord was exceptionally outstanding, particularly in appearance. Furthermore, he possessed formidable strength, having attained king rank shortly after reaching adulthood. He was the dream companion of all the females in Qianyu City. The young female seemed disinterested in him. Perhaps she preferred a more mature and composed type. Like Bai Yi? Lost in his thoughts, Changyu looked up just in time to see the young female and her partner entering the courtyard, where Jasmine was watching him with a teasing expression. "Brother, why have you been so distracted these past few days? Honestly, do you have a crush on Yuanyuan? Should I send her a message for you?" Changyu playfully swatted Jasmine. "Focus on yourself first. Has Gray returned yet?" Mentioning Gray caused Jasmine to wilt. "Not yet. The bond is still intact, so there shouldn't be any danger to his life. I just don't understand why I haven't seen him yet." With no other options at present, Changyu could only offer words of comfort. "Let us wait a bit longer, as long as the bond remains unbroken. Everything will be fine. Now that you have just one partner in the mountains, try not to wander too far. Alright, I'll head home now." Jasmine waved goodbye to Changyu as she departed. Meanwhile, Luo Yuanyuan, upon entering the house, flopped onto the mat, stretching her limbs and rolling around a couple of times, letting out a few contented sounds. "Ah, it feels so good to lie down." Bai Yi chuckled as he sat beside her, gently massaging her little feet. He glanced at the assortment of masks strewn across the mat. "Yuanyuan, did you enjoy the market?" "It was quite nice. There was a particularly sweet fruit."
Oh.
"I bought a mask. Jasmine mentioned we should all wear them for dancing tonight." She picked up the rabbit mask and placed it on her head, clenching her fists beside her cheeks, swaying rhythmically as she mimicked the sound of a rabbit, squeezing her voice to produce a series of ah ah ah, ah ah,
Ah, ah, ah.
Bai Yi was thoroughly amused, donning the tiger mask and growling menacingly as he pounced toward the young female. "The big tiger is going to eat the little rabbit." Luo Yuanyuan burst into giggles, and the two of them tumbled onto the mat, rolling together in delight. "What are you two up to? So merry." Qingju, who had heard their laughter from outside, swiftly lifted the curtain and entered, even though he had long since accepted Bai Yi as the young female's partner. Witnessing their close and harmonious bond stirred feelings of discontent within him. He quickly stepped forward, separating the two, and wrapped Luo Yuanyuan in his embrace. Caressing her mask, "It's quite adorable." "Hee Qingju, this one is for you." Luo Yuanyuan presented the resplendent peacock mask before the serpent beast. Qingju glanced at the masks of the little female and Bai Yi, then at his own, his brow slightly furrowing. "What kind of bird is this? So gaudy. Adorned with feathers, it is utterly unappealing." He was reluctant to wear it. However, upon witnessing the little female's eager gaze, he acquiesced, reasoning that it was a gift specifically chosen for him. He reluctantly donned the mask and, with an impassive expression, regarded Luo Yuanyuan. Luo Yuanyuan appeared somewhat astonished. She had anticipated that Qingju would look exceedingly comical in the colorful peacock mask and was prepared to laugh heartily. Unexpectedly, the serpent beast's cool demeanor harmonized with the mask's flamboyance, lending him an unexpectedly fashionable and regal aura. "Oh my! A handsome man is still a handsome man. Even a burlap sack would look good on him." Regrettably, without a phone, she lamented that she could not capture this moment to cherish later. Yet, observing Qingju's stiff posture, Luo Yuanyuan quickly chuckled and removed the mask. "Hey, I was just kidding, the peacock mask is mine. Look, this one suits your temperament much better." As she spoke, she picked up the black and gold mask and placed it on Qingju's face. She then shifted back slightly, tilting her head to admire him properly.
Ah,
This mask is also incredibly fitting for Qingjue. The combination of black and gold accentuated the serpent beast's enigmatic allure, his crimson lips contrasting sharply, enveloping him in an atmosphere that was both eerie and dangerous, yet undeniably mysterious. Even though she was already familiar with Qingjue, witnessing him in this guise made her heart race anew. She felt herself falling in love with him all over again. Chapter 74. Qingjue is a treasure trove. Observing the little female lost in thought, Qingjue removed the mask and inquired mildly, "Is it not to your liking?" No, it suits you perfectly. It looks magnificent." A smile flickered in Qingjue's eyes. He carefully placed the mask into his storage, casually retrieving a handful of egg-sized bird eggs and handing them to Bai Yi. "Fry these for Yuanyuan later." Bai Yi nodded, accepting the bird eggs and rising to prepare lunch. Just then, the enthusiastic city lord sent someone with roasted meat, which Bai Yi received, simultaneously frying a few egg pancakes and preparing egg drop soup, bringing it back into the room. "By the way, Bai Yi, what did the city lord discuss with you this morning? What exactly is in the secret realm?" Luo Yuanyuan took a piece of roasted meat and nibbled on it. He said the secret realm is indeed extremely perilous. One misstep could lead to death. The outermost layer is inhabited by beasts of the lowest level, yet they possess strength equivalent to mid-tier beastmen. The deeper one ventures, the higher the level and the more formidable the foes, typically appearing in groups, which is why beastmen often travel in teams. Of course, danger and opportunity coexist. The secret realm is rich in high-purity crystals, and there is said to be a supreme amethyst known as Zisha, a true treasure among crystals, containing unfathomable energy. Many beastmen have sought it in vain before. As Luo Yuanyuan listened, she was suddenly interrupted by the serious voice of the system, Xiao Lu, resonating in her mind. "Host, main quest triggered. Search for the supreme amethyst in the secret realm, and it is imperative that you find it. This quest is crucial to the success or failure of your final task." "Is it that significant?" Luo Yuanyuan felt the urgency seep into her, instinctively straightening her back. "But how will I know which crystal is Zisha?" "It is quite distinguishable, host. It is roughly the size of an adult male's palm, with a texture resembling light gauze and a deep purple hue. When you are near enough, I will provide a prompt. Good luck, host." Having successfully assigned the task, Xiao Lu promptly vanished. Luo Yuanyuan, who had intended to ask more, turned to Bai Yi. "If the beast men can absorb the crystals in the secret realm to enhance their strength, can you too absorb the crystals we possess?" If so, she would gladly allow them to absorb all the crystals she had, as every little advantage would count. Bai Yi smiled. The crystals in the secret realm are actually condensed from the secretions of sentient plants, so they can indeed be absorbed. The crystals we have are merely beautiful stones excavated from the ground. They are too hard to consume and are only suitable for trade. Oh, I see. Thus, it follows that for beast men to level up, aside from regular training, there are two avenues. One is to slay colossal beasts and monsters, consuming their flesh and cores. The other is to seek crystalline plants in the secret realm. Yet, the secret realm is fraught with peril, and with Qingjue and Bai Yi accompanying her, along with the system urging her to seek treasures, it seemed daunting. Luo Yuanyuan's desire to grow stronger surged within her. She gazed longingly at the spellcasting manual in the shop, salivating over it, but her meager reputation points left her sighing in despair. Bai Yi lifted a stone bowl and offered it to the little female. "Here, have some soup. No need to hurry. The secret realm will be open for 3 months, so we can take our time." Qingjue also broke off a piece of egg pancake for her. "Hurry and eat. It's getting cold." Indeed, Luo Yuanyuan had another question, yet she felt somewhat hesitant to voice it. Observing the little female's reticence, Bai Yi gently inquired, "What is it?" "Yuanyuan, feel free to speak your mind. We are all in this together. No need for reservations." Luo Yuanyuan glanced at the two handsome men, then lowered her head, stammering, "If I want to earn a lot of crystals, what should I do?" She knew her greed was excessive. It felt akin to a modern wife urging her husband to earn money, an awkward sentiment. Nevertheless, she had no other options. Even if she mastered spellcasting, she would still need to purchase a copious amount of talisman paper, all of which required crystals. Sooner or later, she would need to ask them.
What's so difficult about that?
Qingjue maintained his usual calm demeanor. "Let the little snakes search underground for any mines. We can go and excavate directly." "What? Is it really that simple? We can just go and dig." The prospect of such simplicity caught Luo Yuanyuan off guard. She abruptly looked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement, nearly bouncing in glee. "Oh my, She had truly struck gold. With Qingjue by her side, it was tantamount to possessing a hidden treasure trove. Luo Yuanyuan's heart soared with joy. She approached and cupped the serpent beast's face, planting a kiss on him. Naturally, to maintain balance, she turned and bestowed a kiss on Bai Yi as well. She looked at one then the other, utterly satisfied. These two handsome fellows were precisely to her liking, and her affection for them only deepened. Bai Yi, observing the little female's ecstatic demeanor, resolved, since the serpent beast could provide her with wealth, he would strive to afford her status, ensuring she could enjoy a blissful life with them in the beast world. Qingjue, sensing the little female's fervor, allowed a smile to grace his lips, gently patting her head. Whatever Yuanyuan desires, I shall procure for you. As the evening descended, the sun gradually sank, casting a soft, multicolored glow across the sky. Yuanyuan, let us be off, Jasmine's voice called from beyond the curtain.
Coming.
Luo Yuanyuan donned her mask while responding to her companions, leading Qingjue and Bai Yi outside. The hour was still early, and they leisurely strolled along. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at an expansive venue, roughly the size of 2 football fields, encircled by towering trees. The center was entirely vacant. Around the periphery, roaring bonfires blazed, with large stone slabs positioned beside each fire, awaiting the roasting of raw meat. On the slabs were placed water, freshly washed fruits, and a sizable bouquet of 7 or 8 blossoms, each with stems over a foot long, featuring delicate pink and white petals resembling peonies. Luo Yuanyuan mused to herself about the romantic nature of these avian people. Scattered among the vivid flames were 7 or 8 sets of large drums and stone chimes. Intrigued, Luo Yuanyuan approached. The large drums before her were as thick as 4 men could embrace and stood over a meter tall. Their drum heads appeared to be crafted from bison skin, while the body was made of an unknown wood, painted a deep crimson adorned with black bird patterns, exuding a primitive and substantial aura in the flickering firelight. Beside them, the stone chimes, similar in height, measured over 2 meters long and were fashioned in the shape of soaring birds, intricately engraved with exquisite designs. It was evident that this beast city was indeed far more advanced than the tribe. The number of orcs at the square increased, and everyone found their respective bonfires to sit by, with males who had partners beginning to roast meat for the females. Just as Luo Yuanyuan, having chosen a spot with Qingjue and Bai Yi, settled down, the resonant and powerful drumbeats erupted around them, accompanied by an ancient and mysterious chant that instantly shattered the night's tranquility, enveloping her in an atmosphere of primal wildness. Chapter 75. The Rising Tides of the Masquerade Ball. Luo Yuanyuan glanced around. She noticed that beside each large drum, there were orcs with bare torsos, clad only in animal skin skirts, wielding wooden mallets and striking the drums with great force. The resounding thud, thud, thud reverberated like rolling thunder, booming through the air. Meanwhile, the orcs beside the stone chimes struck different sections, producing a variety of tones and rhythms. The robust and exhilarating drumbeats harmonized splendidly with the crisp and distant tones of the chimes, creating an unexpectedly melodious symphony. Simultaneously, more than 20 masked male orcs surged into the central space, stepping in time with the drums as they mimicked the postures of various animals, emitting sounds akin to beastly roars. They, too, wore only short animal skin skirts, their muscular torsos painted in vibrant hues. Among them, one male stood out prominently. Adorned with long feathers, he spread his arms wide and began to sing ancient notes in a powerful voice. His vocal range so expansive that even the thunderous drumbeats became mere accompaniment. Luo Yuanyuan found his singing even more enchanting than the chants of ancient India. Just a few simple syllables possessed a soul-piercing power, primal, wild, and mysteriously enchanting. This was likely the opening dance. Deeply shaken, Luo Yuanyuan became entranced, lost in the moment. Nearby, Jasmine approached from the bonfire and poked her arm. How do you like it? Beautiful, right? Haha. Eat something first. Everyone will be dancing soon. Bai Yi wrapped the roasted meat in clean leaves and handed it to the little female. Yuanyuan, here. Fill your stomach first. Qingjue also brought a bowl of water to her lips. Luo Yuanyuan supported herself on the serpent beast's wrist to take a sip, softly asking, Qingjue, will you dance with me later? Qingjue paused for a moment before extending his serpent tongue to lick the drops of water from her lips. Be good. Let him accompany you. After speaking, he cast a knowing glance at Bai Yi. Bai Yi nodded cheerfully. He was eager to dance with the little female. Luo Yuanyuan looked at the serpent beast in confusion, wondering if perhaps Qingjue couldn't dance. She was quite curious to see the usually aloof serpent beast in motion. Alas. As Luo Yuanyuan nibbled on the roasted meat, she twisted her little head and glanced around. Before long, many orcs by the bonfire surged into the central area, beginning to dance to the rhythm. The atmosphere of the venue grew increasingly lively and joyous. Although the orcs wore masks, they were still easily distinguishable. The males were generally taller and more robust, typically over 185 meters. Today, they had shed their wings, exposing their muscular and sturdy torsos. Clad only in animal skin skirts, the female aviants, in contrast, were relatively shorter, about 7 meters tall, perhaps due to their love for dance. They appeared more slender than the females of other tribes. With the onset of the rainy season and the warming weather, coupled with the bonfires nearby, the females wore simple wraps and animal skin skirts. After observing for a while, Luo Yuanyuan noted that the males primarily imitated the wild movements of land beasts, while the females exhibited more grace, mimicking peacocks and white cranes. Jasmine danced for a while before coming over to beckon Luo Yuanyuan. Come, let us dance together. Qingju gently stroked the little female's cheek, saying, "Don't wander too far." Luo Yuanyuan nodded and donned a half-face peacock mask. She stood up, shedding her short, fur-lined cream coat to reveal a sleeveless, form-fitting, water-red gown with a wide hem, perfect for dancing. Qingju watched, his brow furrowing. The dress was far too fitted. Luo Yuanyuan's curves were fully on display. How had he never noticed this before? Her slender waist and ample bosom appeared exceedingly alluring. He felt an impulse to drape her in her coat once more. With that thought, Qingju unconsciously stood up, pulling the little female tightly into his embrace. His breath becoming heavy. Luo Yuanyuan nestled obediently in the serpent beast's arms for a moment, patting his lower back. "All right, I'll be back shortly." Qingju, with a stern expression, reluctantly released her. Luo Yuanyuan took Bai Ye's hand and walked toward the dancing area. Jasmine hurriedly picked up a flower from the stone slab and called out to Luo Yuanyuan, "Here, take this love flower. If you encounter a male you fancy, give him the blossom." The music surrounding them was too loud for Luo Yuanyuan to catch Jasmine's words clearly. She glanced at the flower Jasmine offered, then at similar bouquets in the hands of other females, and extended her hand to accept it. She thought to herself that the flower could serve as a prop, else her hands would feel too empty. Although Luo Yuanyuan missed Jasmine's instructions, Qingju and Bai Yi caught every word. "What male do you fancy? Give what flower?" Their expressions darkened simultaneously, their sharp gazes directed at the bouquet in the little female's hands, wishing they could shred it to pieces. Qingju looked at Bai Yi, conveying a silent message.
Bai Yi understood implicitly.
He would certainly safeguard the little female, resolutely preventing any other males from getting close. The serpent beast directed his attention back to the little female. Seeing her obediently listening and dancing with Bai Yi less than 50 meters away, his expression softened slightly. Jin Yi, adorned with a resplendent golden mask, lounged lazily against a nearby tree, crossing his legs. Initially, he had little desire to attend, but curiosity about how the little female looked in the black and gold mask piqued his interest. Besides, there was little else to occupy his time, and his father had been persistently urging him to go. Reluctantly, he decided to attend, if only to appease his father and avoid further nagging. He casually scanned the area but did not spot the familiar masked figure.
Huh?
She's not here? He wondered. He glanced again at the bonfire. Wait a moment. That mask was on a male's face. He sat up straight in shock. He had given his beloved mask to her, only for her to pass it on to someone else. How infuriating! The young lad was exceedingly displeased. With a swift leap, he descended from the tree and strode towards the male figure, reaching out to grasp his mask. Qingju, arms crossed, leaned against the grand tree by the campfire, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the little female as she danced. Her movements were utterly captivating, her supple waist contorting into an array of graceful shapes, complemented by her perfectly rounded derriere and elongated legs, igniting a fervent desire within him to seize her at that very moment and indulge in his favorite pastime. The serpent beast's throat convulsed with difficulty. Suddenly, a cold gust swept through, and a shadow lunged towards his face. The serpent beast deftly evaded it, promptly seizing the shadow's wrist. Jin Yi, astonished that the male had managed to evade him, found his right wrist ensnared and immobilized, igniting a competitive spirit within him. He harnessed his beast energy, channeling the power of gold and stone with his left hand. Rise. A large stone slab hurtled towards the male. Qingju countered with a gust of wind, slicing the hefty slab into fragments that clattered to the ground. Jin Yi's excitement surged. after much effort. He had finally encountered a worthy opponent and was determined to engage further. Alas, before he could make another move, his other wrist was firmly grasped. Chapter 76, The Undercurrent of the Masquerade Ball, Part 2. Chang Yu had set up the venue with his guards, and as he watched his kin reveling in the festivities, he quietly exhaled in relief. He cast a casual glance around, intending to join in the dance himself, for he believed his skills were commendable. Tonight, he aimed to impress the lovely Yuanyuan female. If he could obtain a love blossom from her, that would be splendid. Just as he was lost in his delightful thoughts, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a certain spot, startling him to his core. Good heavens! That rascal was fighting again. And it appeared to be one of the little female's companions. Chang Yu's heart raced. Prior to the ball, the city lord had repeatedly cautioned him to keep a close watch on that lad and avoid any trouble. Yet now, the event had scarcely begun, and he was already embroiled in a brawl. Feeling overwhelmed, he hurriedly summoned several guards and dashed towards the young man. Upon reaching him, Chang Yu grasped the lad's wrist. "Young lord, what is the meaning of this?" Jin Yi shrugged off his hand, sullenly retorting, "Look at his mask." Chang Yu quickly approached Qingju, smiling as he removed the serpent beast's hand. "We are all friends here. There must be some misunderstanding." Qingju let out a cold huff, choosing to ignore them. Were it not for his preoccupation with watching his beloved little female dance, he would have given that brat a few swipes. Chang Yu whispered in the young man's ear, "Young lord, have I not already given you the crystal from the Yuanyuan female? Thus, this black mask effectively belongs to her. It is her personal possession, and she may bestow it upon whomever she wishes. Why must you resort to violence? Moreover, this is a rare mating ball, a significant occasion. How can the festivities proceed with you fighting?" Jin Yi remained silent, fuming. Chang Yu tugged at him. "Come now, young lord, let us dance together." The boy remained still. Suddenly struck by an idea, he brushed off Chang Yu and strode purposefully to Qingju, lifting his delicate chin. "Hey, I challenge you to a dance-off. If you lose, you must relinquish your mask." Qingju disregarded him, his eyes still fixed on Luo Yuanyuan. "What is your problem? I am speaking to you. Do you dare to compete with me?" The serpent beast's crimson lips moved. Childish. Jin Yi's irritation escalated, and just as he was about to issue another challenge, a sudden epiphany struck him, causing him to clutch his stomach in laughter. "You can't possibly know how to dance, can you? No wonder you shy away from a contest. Ha ha ha." Qingju's expression darkened, and he swiftly manifested his tail, swiping at the young man. "Get lost."
Vinyin bidotget.
Chang Yu promptly signaled to several guards to restrain the young man. "Young lord, let us go and enjoy some roasted meat." As he spoke, he forcibly led the boy away. "Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet." Qingju cast a glance at the departing figures, huffed in annoyance, retracted his tail, and settled down, redirecting his focus to the little female not far away. What was this? The serpent beast's eyes widened in astonishment as he stood up. There, the white tiger was kneeling on one knee, gazing deeply into the little female's eyes. Meanwhile, she executed an exquisite pose, one leg extended backward, her upper body tilted forward. One arm outstretched with fingers delicately poised, while the other hand held a bouquet, slowly enticing the white tiger's chin. Their gazes were almost entwined. Qingju felt a surge of heat coursing through his mind. Just as he was about to interrupt their intimate exchange, he noticed the little female retracting her bouquet, transitioning into a new movement, spinning gracefully while lifting the hem of her skirt, her entire form curving in a way that made his nose feel warm. Perhaps it was best to let her enjoy this rare dance, as her happiness mattered most. Qingju settled back down, taking a sip from Luo Yuanyuan's water bowl, his attention firmly affixed on her. Bai Yi was utterly captivated by Luo Yuanyuan's dance. How could his little female be so breathtaking? Watching her head tilt back as she swirled gracefully, her supple waist moving in harmony, he felt an overwhelming urge to pull her into his embrace and savor her essence. Moreover, when she lifted his chin with the bouquet, her sparkling eyes seemed to hook his very soul. In that moment, he felt utterly entranced, nearly breathless. He longed to take action, yet the presence of the beast folk made it inconvenient. Bai Yi suppressed the heat within him and synchronized his movements with the little female as she transitioned into another pose. Luo Yuanyuan was reveling in her dance. This was her first performance since arriving in the beast realm. She blended elements of peacock and classical dance, improvising beautifully. As the drums beat fervently, she infused a hint of belly dancing into her routine. Her performance was so enchanting that the crowd around her swelled, with males blushing and even females drooling in admiration. Genie, seated by the campfire with Chang Yu and the others, was still fuming, contemplating his black gold mask. He glared at the scene unfolding before him. There was a little female surrounded by an extraordinary number of admirers. She wore a stunning half-peacock mask and a sleeveless, form-fitting, rosy gown that accentuated her alluring figure. As she twirled, she resembled a floating flower, utterly captivating. The young man found himself holding his breath, transfixed by the little female. The more he gazed, the more familiar she appeared. Wasn't she the same little female to whom he had given the black gold mask just the previous morning? What was her name again? He turned to Chang Yu. What is that little female's name? Only to find Chang Yu staring, wide-eyed, at her, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Genie felt the agitation in his stomach intensify. He abruptly stood and, with a rhythmic step, danced toward the little female. When it came to dancing, he would not be outdone by anyone. He refused to believe that the little female could continue to ignore him. Chang Yu, catching a glimpse of the young man striding towards Luo Yuanyuan, hastily leaped to follow. May the beast god protect us. Please, dear little ancestor, do not stir up any more trouble. Luo Yuanyuan tilted her head, spinning in place. As the crowd swelled, some females even began to mimic her dance moves. Suddenly, a female inadvertently stumbled, and in the next moment, she dashed a few steps forward, her palm inadvertently colliding with Luo Yuanyuan's chest. The spinning Luo Yuanyuan was unexpectedly pushed, losing her balance in an instant, her center of gravity shifting backward, and she couldn't help but gasp softly, releasing the bouquet from her grasp as her body began to topple. The suddenness of the incident left everyone momentarily agape, collectively exclaiming, "Ah!" Just then, a youthful arm swiftly wrapped around her waist. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yuanyuan found herself enveloped in the embrace of a vibrant young man. Chapter 77. Something yearns to break free. Genie was gracefully stepping through the dance, just arriving beside Luo Yuanyuan. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the female lunging toward her, but he was too late to catch Luo Yuanyuan. However, he anticipated the trajectory, extending his arm in advance, and as she was about to fall, he securely caught her. With his other hand, he effortlessly retrieved the bouquet that had been thrown aside. The delicate and supple waist of the young female pressed against the firm contours of the boy's abdomen through a thin layer of fabric. How slender, how soft, how fragrant. The boy's mind was momentarily clouded. The small female felt weightless, floating like a feather, brushing gently against his heart. Genie felt the point of contact heat up rapidly, and soon his entire body was aflame. His ears flushed crimson, and he found himself dazedly staring into the young female's eyes, completely forgetting to help her up. Bai Yi stepped forward, supporting Luo Yuanyuan's back. He then pried open the boy's arm, pulling the young female into his own embrace. Yuanyuan, you must have been startled, Bai Yi gently soothed, stroking her back. Not far away, Qingju also swished his tail to the front, forcefully snatching the young female away and drawing her into his own arms. I'm fine. Luo Yuanyuan blinked at Qingju and Bai Yi, offering them a reassuring smile. Remembering the countless times she had fallen while learning to spin, often adorned with bruises, she had never dared let her brother know otherwise. He would surely have stopped her from dancing, concerned for her well-being. Speaking of her brother, she missed him quite a bit, as he had always been there for her during those times when their adoptive parents were often absent, chatting with her, tutoring her, and escorting her to and from school. She wondered what her brother was doing now and if he missed her. Shaking off the bittersweet memories with a smile, Luo Yuanyuan extended her hand towards Genie. Thank you, young lord.
I owe you a meal another day.
The boy's face flushed slightly. And no problem. Noticing that Luo Yuanyuan was still reaching out to him, he froze for a moment before realizing that the young female was requesting the flowers. He promptly placed the bouquet into his spatial pocket and spread his hands. All gone. Luo Yuanyuan. The surrounding males burst into laughter. Luo Yuanyuan's expression soured. Why did you hide my flowers? Give them back. The boy tilted his head, refusing to meet her gaze.
No.
Luo Yuanyuan was at a loss for words. At the very least, give me one, or how am I supposed to dance? The boy pondered for a long time, reluctantly rummaging through his spatial pocket to retrieve the smallest stem, still reluctant to part with it, muttering, This was given to you. Why do you want it back? Luo Yuanyuan. What kind of thought process did this young lord have? When had she ever given him flowers? It was merely a case of her accidentally tossing it, and he had caught it. Without further ado, she snatched it from him, muttering to herself. A boy who loves flowers so much. Qingju's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with coldness as he remained silent, raising his tail to sweep menacingly at the boy. Genie nimbly leaped behind the crowd, removing his mask and making a face at the serpent beast. Oh ho ho! The temperature around Qingju plummeted, his pupils narrowing into slits. Why was this brat so detestable? Even more so than that white tiger. Luo Yuanyuan quickly pulled him back. Qingju, let's ignore him and continue dancing. Bai Yi clenched his fists, eager to teach that brat a lesson. However, he remained rational and managed to restrain himself. Chang Yu, accompanied by guards, squeezed through, attempting to change the subject. Yuan, many females wish to learn dancing from you. Could you teach them? Seeing Luo Yuanyuan nod, the females cheered, while the males looked on eagerly. Qingju flicked his tail, startling the females into retreat. He circled a space on the ground with his tail. Yuan dances within the circle. No one is allowed to wrap their arms around her waist. Everyone, Luo Yuanyuan felt somewhat speechless. What an odd maneuver. Nevertheless, as long as Qingju was happy, the music resumed, and Luo Yuanyuan gracefully shifted her steps, slowing down her movements so the females could observe more clearly. The females surged forward, pushing the males aside. They halted just beyond Qingju's tail and began to earnestly learn the leg kicks, bends, and spins alongside Luo Yuanyuan. Some males, unable to see from a distance, simply unfurled their wings and soared high into the sky. Qingju, Bai Yi, Genie, after a quarter of an hour. Qingju could no longer endure it. With a flick of his tail, he swept Luo Yuanyuan into his embrace, swiftly disappearing from the view of the onlookers.
Ah!
The stunning dance is gone. The onlookers dispersed, disgruntled. Bai Yi returned to the temporary stone dwelling, realizing that Qingju and Luo Yuanyuan had not yet returned. He immediately understood what had transpired, chuckling helplessly as he laid down on the mat, trying to suppress thoughts of the young female's exquisite form. Meanwhile, Jin Yi, feeling a sense of discomfort as he watched the serpent beast take away the young female, quietly followed after them. Qingju led Luo Yuanyuan to a secluded cave, laying down layers of animal skin on the ground. Qingju, this is Qianyu City. Luo Yuanyuan's breath was slightly uneven, but she still pushed against Qingju. So we should be quiet, Qingju said, lowering his head to capture the young female's lips. Not far from the cave, the boy listened to the intermittent sounds emanating from within, his body ablaze with heat. He clenched his fists tightly, wanting to leave. But his feet felt rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. He glanced around, relieved that no other males were present. The following night, Qingju, cradling the soundly sleeping young female, emerged from the cave and swiftly vanished. The boy, who had endured a sleepless night, entered the cave, his eyes bloodshot. The fragrance of the young female nearly drove him to the brink of madness. The once naive boy seemed to grasp something overnight. He burst out of the cave, spreading his golden wings and soaring into the sky. Luo Yuanyuan did not awaken until dusk. Qingju gently caressed her small face. Yuanyuan, you've worked hard. Luo Yuanyuan, how awkward. Bai Yi brought over a bowl of water. Here, Yuanyuan, drink some water first. We'll eat in a bit. Luo Yuanyuan sat up, holding onto Bai Yi's wrist. Perhaps she had risen too abruptly, as she felt a bit dizzy, and closed her eyes momentarily.
Oh my!
She gasped, her mouth agape, suddenly exclaiming, startling both Qingju and Bai Yi. They anxiously watched the young female with her eyes closed, holding their breath. After her exclamation, Luo Yuanyuan's lips began to curl into a broad smile as she burst into laughter. Qingju and Bai Yi exchanged glances. Luo Yuanyuan opened her eyes, excitedly grasping their hands. I have gained some prestige points, allowing me to purchase talismans, which means that this burdensome weight I carry can finally lighten a bit. Chapter 78. The explosive talisman truly exploded. Luo Yuanyuan closed her eyes, her consciousness perusing the newly acquired tome of talismans. Oh, dear. There are so many spells. The sound transmission talisman, the explosive talisman, the sweet rain talisman, the illusion talisman, and the teleportation talisman. Her excitement grew with each page she turned. With these talismans in her possession, this little weakling could finally rise to prominence. Even if she could not engage in combat, her escape speed would be considerably enhanced, especially with the teleportation talisman. It was simply perfect. Moreover, these talismans included both basic and advanced versions. Luo Yuanyuan eagerly prodded the most life-saving teleportation talisman.
Ha!
What is this? Why is there no response? She quickly flipped back to the first page and discovered a line of minuscule text at the bottom. The acquisition of knowledge is a gradual process. And so are the spells. All who wish to learn talismans must begin with the first spell. Only after mastering it can the next be unlocked. The opportunistic Luo Yuanyuan thought to herself, "Ah, it seems my greed has gotten the better of me. I am indeed at fault." She purchased a talisman brush and a stack of talisman paper from the marketplace. "Bai Yi, if Emily comes looking for me later, tell her I have matters to attend to and will not be going out for the next couple of days. I plan to work through the night drawing talismans." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to embark on her task. Observing the little female's relentless determination, Qingju and Bai Yi felt a twinge of concern and suggested gently, "Why not wait until tomorrow to draw? It's too dark at night. It's not good for your eyes. Tomorrow? That one to do. I'm not the slightest bit tired. I can hardly contain my eagerness." With the little female's resolute attitude, Bai Yi had no choice but to gather an abundance of firewood, igniting a bonfire to provide her with light. Luo Yuanyuan soon discovered that drawing talismans was not as simple as she had imagined. In addition to replicating the original design precisely, she had to execute the drawing in one continuous motion without lifting her brush. This required her to memorize the entire shape of the talisman. A seamless stroke was imperative. To conserve resources, Luo Yuanyuan first used a slender fire stick to practice repeatedly on a stone slab until her rendition matched the original down to the last detail. This should suffice, right? Filled with excitement, Luo Yuanyuan picked up the talisman brush and calmly began to draw a sound transmission talisman on the precious talisman paper. "Bai Yi, could you step outside a bit farther and see if you can hear me?" "All right." After a moment of waiting, assuming Bai Yi had walked far enough away, she spoke towards the talisman paper. "Bai Yi, can you hear me? I do like to have some plain porridge and stuffed pancakes for breakfast tomorrow. Then gather herbs in the morning and take a long nap in the afternoon." Upon finishing her words, she tugged at the talisman paper with both hands, exerting a slight force, and it tore in two.
Huh?
Why isn't there any smoke? The book stated that once the talisman is drawn, tearing it should produce a wisp of light smoke as proof of success. Luo Yuanyuan wore a puzzled expression and quickly called out to the system, "Shaoli, come forth. What is the matter with this talisman? Is it a counterfeit? Host, what are you saying? How could there be fakes in the marketplace? If the materials are incomplete, it simply will not work. You need to purchase a spirit energy pack and infuse it into the talisman brush. Only then will it be effective."
Fine.
I suppose I have grown accustomed to all the pitfalls around here. Luo Yuanyuan opened the marketplace and bought several spirit energy packs to feed to the talisman brush. Bai Yi, having waited a considerable time without any noise, returned to find the little female redrawing the talisman. "This time it will work, hee hee.
Bai Yi.
Could you step outside once more?" Bai Yi stepped outside again. Luo Yuanyuan tore open the newly drawn talisman paper, and indeed, it transformed into a faint wisp of smoke. However, upon Bai Yi's return, he informed her, "I can hear something, but it's intermittent. As long as there's sound, that's enough." Luo Yuanyuan's spirit soared. Perhaps her uneven application of force with the talisman brush caused the fluctuations in the spirit energy, resulting in the diminished effect. After resting her eyes for a moment, Luo Yuanyuan refocused her mind and proceeded to draw another talisman. As dawn broke, a night had passed. Bai Yi, throughout the night, had taken countless laps. Luo Yuanyuan lifted her head and stretched her back, exclaiming, "Finally, this sound transmission talisman looks quite decent. Its effect is remarkable, though I wonder how far it can transmit. Bai Yi, here are a few sheets of talisman paper for you. This time, run farther away, call my name first, then speak, and once done, tear it apart. It will transform into smoke. I want to hear what it sounds like." 5 minutes later, Luo Yuanyuan heard Bai Yi's gentle voice near her ear. "Yuan, I have liked you since the first moment I saw you. I never expected to truly have you. I feel so fortunate." Luo Yuanyuan's face flushed crimson. How can the men of this beast world be so sweet-tongued? Qingju, who had been feigning sleep on a mat, opened his eyes upon seeing the little female's flushed cheeks and approached to caress her small face. "Why is your face so red? Is the room too warm?" As he spoke, he pulled out a few sticks of wood, causing the flames to diminish. Yuan, it's been a night. You should rest a bit." Qingju cradled the little female in his arms and kissed her smooth forehead. He had never seen such a hardworking female. His Yuan was truly putting in an extraordinary effort, and he felt a pang of concern for her. If Luo Yuanyuan knew the thoughts of the snake beast, she would surely widen her eyes and vigorously shake her head. No. What is this? It was merely one night. Back in the day, didn't we have to pull all-nighters before every exam? Everyone would study from dawn till dusk. Our rears and the stools were the best of companions. This current learning process is far too easy. With unyielding determination, Luo Yuanyuan pressed on, investing another half a day to complete the explosive talisman. After a quick lunch, she took a brief nap, reminding Qingju and the others to wake her early and not let her oversleep, as she needed to experiment with the explosive talisman. 2 hours later, Qingju and Bai Yi brought the yawning Luo Yuanyuan to a secluded cliff's edge. Luo Yuanyuan jumped down. You two stay back. I'll throw the talisman and then run. Qingju and Bai Yi chorused, no. We're here to try it. Unable to resist their insistence, Luo Yuanyuan reluctantly handed Qingju an explosive talisman. Wrap some dirt or stones inside the talisman paper and throw it as far as you can. Qingju nodded and moved 10 meters away, raising his hand to launch the talisman wrapped with earth. He then quickly retreated a few steps. Luo Yuanyuan covered her ears, her eyes shining with anticipation as she gazed towards the direction of the talisman paper. She wondered how powerful this talisman would be. Would it turn the entire area to cinders? 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, huh? Why hasn't it exploded? Could it be that there is something wrong with my drawing? Unable to contain herself, Luo Yuanyuan rushed to the talisman paper to examine it closely. Qingju and Bai Yi hurriedly followed. At that moment, a corner of the talisman paper on the ground began to vanish, transforming into wisps of smoke, while the remaining portion instantaneously dissipated into mist. Luo Yuanyuan was taken aback. Did this explosive talisman have a delay? A shiver ran down her spine, and cold sweat broke out. Good heavens! What am I waiting for? I need to run. However, before she could stand up, she heard a resounding boom. The explosive talisman had indeed detonated. Chapter 79. The Treasures in the Secret Realm. Here we come.
Boom.
The explosive talisman erupted beside her, sending soil and stones flying into the air within a 2-meter radius. Luo Yuanyuan's head buzzed. It's over. Instinctively, she shut her eyes, curled into a ball, and shielded her head. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, a heavy weight pressed down upon her, making it difficult for her to breathe. Luo Yuanyuan opened her eyes to find Qingju sprawled over her, enveloping her completely. Above Qingju lay Bai Yi, similarly positioned. As the swirling dust gradually settled, Qingju and Bai Yi slowly sat up. Yuanyuan, are you alright? Qingju asked, pulling her into his embrace and inspecting her from head to toe, inside and out. I'm fine, just a bit startled. But you too. Luo Yuanyuan observed the two men, particularly Bai Yi, whose attire was tattered from the explosion. Dirt and stones embedded in his skin, oozing blood, and his hair in disarray. I'm so sorry, Luo Yuanyuan said, feeling guilty. But her immediate concern was to tend to Bai Yi's wounds. Silly Yuanyuan, I'm tough. This is nothing. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Bai Yi wiped away her tears. However, all three of them were covered in dirt, leaving streaks of black across Luo Yuanyuan's delicate face. I'll take care of your injuries first. Luo Yuanyuan retrieved spring water from her space and cleaned her hands. Bai Yi removed his clothing, temporarily wrapping himself in a beast hide skirt. After a quarter of an hour, Bai Yi's wounds rapidly healed, scabbing over, leaving only faint pink marks. Qingju, it's your turn now. Hurry, take off your clothes. No need. I'm fine. No way. Let me see. Luo Yuanyuan forcibly pulled off Qingju's clothing and treated him. Once she saw both handsome men were nearly healed, she sighed in relief, leaning against the serpent beast for a moment of respite. Looking at their robes, she furrowed her delicate brows. What shall we do about your clothes? They're in such tatters. Bai Yi chuckled. No worries. I can patch them up using beast energy. As he spoke, a sphere of light emanated from his hand, enveloping the ragged robes. Minutes later, the holes indeed vanished, though they still bore a bit of dirt. Bai Yi donned his robe once more. I'll wash it in the river shortly, and it will be pristine. Luo Yuanyuan mused. This attire is truly wonderful. It's convenient and can last a lifetime. Fortunately, she had plenty of clothes. Otherwise, she might have envied the beastman's robes. She glanced at the location of the explosion, where the ground had formed a shallow crater about a centimeter deep, its color unchanged. Unlike modern artillery, which leaves a charred aftermath, this talisman was rather environmentally friendly. At that moment, from the gaps in the leaves of a distant tree, a pair of emerald green eyes emerged. The recent explosion had startled Jean E as well. causing his heart to momentarily halt. He closed his eyes, daring not to gaze upon the petite female. After a while, when silence prevailed, he cautiously opened his eyes and beheld the two beast men leaning over the small female. He exhaled a long sigh of relief. Yesterday, he had heard Chanyu mention that the two beast men were companions of the small female. It seemed they treated her quite well. After a while, he observed the two beast men shedding their robes, while the small female placed her hands upon them, caressing their bodies. The youth's eyes widened in confusion, his body instinctively leaning forward. Then, he witnessed a miraculous sight. The bleeding wounds on the beastmen's bodies were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Could it be that the small female was aiding them in their recovery? To heal wounds in such a short span of time was beyond even the most skilled shaman in the beast realm. How did the small female accomplish this? The youth's sharp eyes glimmered with intrigue. It appeared that this small female harbored secrets, capable of causing explosions, healing injuries, and possessing a graceful dance. His keen gaze swept over the beast men, suddenly noticing a breathtaking flower blooming on their chests. This flower was unlike any he had seen in the beast realm. Could it be that this flower was the beast form of the small female? A smile crept across the youth's lips. So, she was a little flower spirit. No wonder she could rival his beauty. He took out the love language flower from his face, inhaling its scent, which seemed to carry the faint fragrance of the little flower spirit. This flower had been gifted to him by her. In Chanyu City, females only presented love language flowers to males they favored. Though the flower had been accidentally tossed to him, it mattered not. The outcome remained that it had come into his possession. It seemed destiny had decreed that the little flower spirit was meant to be his companion. With these thoughts, the youth felt a surge of joy. The disappointment of not encountering the small female at the ball vanished completely. He now yearned to soar through the skies. Quietly, he departed from the cliffside, unfurling his golden wings and letting out a sharp cry as he ascended into the heavens. Meanwhile, Luo Yuanyuan remained blissfully unaware of Jeannie's thoughts as she was engrossed in experimenting with the explosion talisman. She produced a stack of talisman paper and conducted numerous tests with Qingju and Bai Yi, discovering that the explosion talisman was rather unstable. At times it would be delayed, while at others it would not, with explosion times varying between 0 to 1 minute. She couldn't quite fathom the reason behind this just yet. Nevertheless, possessing this talisman was already a boon. It could buy them precious time in critical moments. She distributed the 2 types of talisman paper to Qingju and Bai Yi, noticing it was getting late, and the 3 returned to their temporary stone dwelling. During dinner, the city lord routinely sent roasted meat and fruits. Bai Yi picked up a water honey fruit, carving a small opening at the top and presenting it to Luo Yuanyuan. Yuan, have you considered when we might depart? Luo Yuanyuan took a sip from the water honey fruit and licked her lips. Actually, I'd like to leave tomorrow. It's not right for us to keep imposing on others. However, the city lord had mentioned wanting us to accompany the bird beasts. Qingju peeled a bird egg for the little female. Tomorrow, we shall depart on our own.
Oh.
Luo Yuanyuan took a bite of the bird egg, obediently nodding. She too did not wish to accompany the bird beasts, as the land beasts and bird beasts followed different paths. Forcing them together would only be uncomfortable. She preferred to be alone with Qingju and Bai Yi. That night, Luo Yuanyuan and the others enjoyed a good night's sleep. The next morning, they went to bid farewell to the city lord, Jinyu. What? You're leaving today? This is so sudden. Jinyu furrowed his brow, surveying the trio before him. It seemed his son had not made much progress yet. The small female was set to depart. He was reluctant to let them go but lacked any valid reason. The secret realm was perilous, and the more people there were, the safer it would be. How about this? I'll notify the warriors of Chanyu City to accompany you on your journey. Bai Yi smiled and gently declined. We appreciate your kindness. We've caused you quite a bit of trouble these past few days. The routes of the beastmen differ. It would be more convenient for everyone to go their separate ways. Moreover, the secret realm is not that vast. I believe we will have opportunities to meet again inside. Luo Yuanyuan hastily added, Yes. Thank you, Chief, for your hospitality these past few days. We truly enjoyed our time in Chanyu City. Perhaps we might even return to play after our journey through the secret realm. Jinyu's eyes lit up. Really? Yuan, it's a promise. When you return from the secret realm, you must come back to visit us. I will be waiting for you. Luo Yuanyuan thought to herself. She had merely spoken casually. Why was the chief taking it so seriously? Looking at the chief's eager gaze, she could only obediently nod. All right, it's a promise. Jinyu burst into hearty laughter, escorting them down the mountain along with his guards, waving them goodbye. Qingju lifted Luo Yuanyuan into his arms, while Bai Yi transformed into his beast form. And the three of them sped southwest. More than half a month later, Luo Yuanyuan straightened up in Qingju's embrace. Gazing at the endless expanse of verdant mountains before her, a surge of excitement coursing through her. We have arrived at the treasure of the secret realm. Chapter 80. Not allowed to see, but can touch. Luo Yuanyuan tilted her head back, staring at the boundless green mountains before her. Is this truly the legendary secret realm? From a distance, the entire mountain range lay shrouded in mist, ethereal and elusive, resembling a realm of enchantment. Taking a deep breath, the air felt more invigorating than anywhere else. No wonder the flora and fauna here exuded a certain vitality. Their birthplace is indeed splendid and uniquely endowed. Moments later, a multitude of beastmen swept past Luo Yuanyuan, racing like a tempest toward the secret realm. Luo Yuanyuan, filled with excitement, urged Qingju and Bai Yi, "Let us hasten. I am eager to discover what lies within." With smiles, Qingju and Bai Yi quickened their pace. An hour later, the trio traversed a barrier resembling a film of water, entering the secret realm. Turning back, Luo Yuanyuan noticed that everything outside had become hazy, seeming a great distance away. Suddenly, a thought struck her. How do we exit when the time is up? Qingju replied, "In 3 months, we will automatically be ejected from the realm." But what if we accidentally perish inside? Luo Yuanyuan queried. Qingju and Bai Yi exchanged puzzled looks. Perish? Oh, you mean die? Qingju's expression was indifferent. If one dies, it is simply death. Luo Yuanyuan gasped, realizing it was prudent to be cautious. In the cultivation novels she had read, dying in a secret realm often resulted in a full resurrection upon exit. Why was this different from the norm? Not far along, they discovered a small river, surrounded by open space. Bai Yi smiled at Luo Yuanyuan, saying, "We've been rushing too much. Let us take a break. I will roast some meat." As Qingju and Bai Yi busied themselves by the campfire, Luo Yuanyuan wandered nearby. Suddenly, she noticed what appeared to be several towering trees about 50 meters away, adorned with bright red fruits. Instantly invigorated, she dashed over, preparing to climb and pluck the fruits. Just then, she heard a faint rustling sound at her feet. Looking down, she gasped. A small, fluffy creature resembling a lamb was nibbling on the fallen red fruit. Luo Yuanyuan chuckled and picked it up for a closer look. This little one, with a head like a camel and a body akin to a sheep, must be an alpaca. So adorable. She intended to bring it back to show Qingju and Bai Yi. Before she could take a step, a cacophony of chirping erupted behind her, starting with a few calls but quickly crescendoing into a chorus that made her ears tingle. Turning around, she was met with a terrifying sight. A massive herd of creatures resembling alpacas charged toward her. No matter how cute they were, these beasts towered 4 to 5 meters high, capable of crushing her to bits with a single step. The sheer force of their stampede was akin to a tornado, striking fear into her heart. Luo Yuanyuan dropped the little alpaca and bolted back to Qingju and Bai Yi, grabbing one of them by the arm. Run. Confused, Qingju and Bai Yi sprang to their feet and followed her frantic flight. What is happening, Yuanyuan? Bai Yi inquired as they ran. There are giant beasts. She gasped, panting heavily. Qingju halted, and Bai Yi, bemused, clutched Luo Yuanyuan's arm. But we came here to hunt giant beasts. How can we run away? Luo Yuanyuan panted, but there are so many. I can't even see the end of them. Qingju furrowed his brow and glanced back. Is it that group in the distance? In his memory, these creatures were known as bighorn sheep, tender and delicious, with little offensive capability. Yes. Luo Yuanyuan nodded eagerly. Qingju gently patted her back to soothe her. Do not worry. These sheep are not ferocious. As they spoke, the creatures closed in, encircling them.
See?
They generally do not attack humans, Qingju remarked nonchalantly. However, in the next moment, his expression morphed into horror. What is that? How disgusting. The herd of sheep beasts opened their mouths and, after a moment of preparation, unleashed a torrent of yellow-green, foul-smelling saliva. The alpacas at the back, seemingly fearful of missing their target, clambered over their peers, spewing from above. Tui. Qingju and Bai Yi were at a loss for words, while Luo Yuanyuan exclaimed, "They truly are alpacas. Even their spitting posture is the same. But what a stench. This is far worse than modern alpaca saliva. I might faint from the smell." In a fit of desperation, Qingju scooped up Luo Yuanyuan, brandishing his tail to strike at the monstrous beasts. Bai Yi transformed into his beast form, roaring as he leapt to bite through one of the creature's necks. After a quarter of an hour, a chaotic array of giant beast corpses lay on the ground, and the remaining beasts, sensing danger, fled with the little alpaca in tow. Luo Yuanyuan let out a sigh of relief. She hadn't even bullied their young. Why did they insist on pursuing her? Look, now they've lost their lives. Bai Yi crouched down, extracting a green crystal from the heart of one of the beasts. It resembled the previous ones, but was much smaller, about the size of a peanut. Luo Yuanyuan's eyes lit up. So, every giant beast in this secret realm possesses a green crystal? How wonderful! Her fear quickly dissipated as she brandished her bone knife, aiming to stab one of the giant beast's hearts. Why won't it penetrate? Is the bone knife too dull? She pressed down harder, but it felt akin to stabbing crocodile skin, impenetrable. Bai Yi chuckled. Yuanyuan, we can simply dig it out. This giant beast lacks offensive power, but has incredibly thick skin. You should take a break. All right, Luo Yuanyuan conceded, sitting off to the side. Watching as Qingju and Bai Yi skillfully extracted green crystals with their sharp claws. Noticing her boredom, Bai Yi offered her several green crystals. Yuanyuan, there are plenty of giant beasts here and many green crystals. Take these to play with. Considering her options, Luo Yuanyuan realized there were likely 50 to 60 alpacas around. She decided to expand her space today, saving the future green crystals for them. Tossing the green crystals into her space, it instantly expanded to 300 square meters. To her delight, a small pond of about 50 square meters appeared. Excited, she promptly purchased 2 puppets, one male and one female, and ordered them to plant some wheat, corn seeds, and lotus seeds she had acquired from the shop. Beaming with satisfaction at her newfound space, Luo Yuanyuan decided to collect all the alpacas into her realm. After all, time flowed differently in her space, and nothing would spoil, ensuring she had a plentiful supply for a long time. Let us go wash off in that little river. This smell is unbearable. Once they finished their tasks, Luo Yuanyuan shifted her focus back to herself.
Ugh.
How foul. The 2 men nodded in agreement, and the trio returned to the riverbank. Bai Yi, can you check if anyone is around? Sure, just a moment. Bai Yi sprinted around the vicinity, finding it quiet and devoid of beastmen. Returning with reassurance, he said, no one is here. You can wash, Yuanyuan. As he spoke, he gathered Luo Yuanyuan's hair into a bun. Qingju shed his clothes and stepped into the water, extending his arms toward Luo Yuanyuan. Come. She tested the water temperature with her hand. It was slightly cool, but bearable. With a bit of acclimatization, it would be fine. She removed her outer garments, revealing her teal-green undergarments, crafted by Qingju from his own snake shed, making them water-resistant and convenient for washing. The delicate skin of the little female shimmered like snow against the backdrop of the emerald fabric. As Luo Yuanyuan noticed the 2 men staring at her intently, a wave of shyness washed over her, prompting her to quickly leap into Qingju's embrace, exclaiming, close your eyes. You mustn't look. To which Qingju and Bai Yi replied in unison, very well. We shall not look, but we may touch. Chapter 81. Other beasts are mere trifles. Qingju and Bai Yi dutifully closed their eyes. The scent of saliva was overwhelming, and mere water would not suffice to cleanse it thoroughly. Thus, Luo Yuanyuan procured a bar of peach blossom-scented soap from the marketplace. After generating a frothy lather, she applied a generous layer of it to her skin. The serpent beast, with one eye slightly ajar, could not resist reaching out towards the fragrant and adorable little female. However, the soap rendered Luo Yuanyuan as slippery as a mermaid, evading his grasp entirely. From a distance, a towering tree concealed a pair of emerald eyes that fixated on the trio. Jin swallowed hard, a faint blush adorning his fair and youthful visage. Following Luo Yuanyuan's departure, the city lord intended to dispatch the beastmen of Qinyu City every other day. Yet, unable to wait for his kin, he hastily bid farewell to his father and stealthily trailed after Luo Yuanyuan and her companions that very day. Jin observed the figures in the water. Feeling a surge of discontent, the little flower spirit was to be his mate, yet she scarcely recognized him at present. He needed to seize an opportunity to whisk her away, ensuring she understood that he was her ideal partner, while all other beasts were insignificant. Surely, the little flower spirit would soon be entranced by his formidable charm. Luo Yuanyuan, rendered soft and pliable by the kiss, leaned languidly against the serpent beast's embrace. Suddenly, she felt something slick brush against her ankle, accompanied by a cool sensation that persistently grazed her toes. It was somewhat ticklish. Don't touch my feet. It tickles so much. Hee hee, it really tickles. Luo Yuanyuan couldn't help but giggle, flailing her little feet. Yet the cool sensation not only remained but also clasped her entire foot, continuing to caress it. Hey, stop touching my feet. It tickles. Qingju protested. I didn't touch them. Bai Yi echoed, bewildered, neither did I.
What?
Luo Yuanyuan felt a chill run down her spine, her body stiffening. The thing gripping her foot felt unmistakably like a hand. Her voice trembled. You must help me check if my feet are all right. Qingju released her, sinking into the water. His sharp gaze scanned the area, catching a fleeting shadow that vanished almost instantly. He swiftly swung his tail, sweeping aside a clump of water plants. So it was merely water plants? He examined Luo Yuanyuan's little feet, which were perfectly clean, devoid of anything. Extending his hands, he gently inspected both her tiny feet, confirming their emptiness. Qingju resurfaced. It may have been the water plants. Don't be afraid, Yuanyuan, he assured her, wrapping his serpent tail securely around her lower body. Now you are safe. Could it have been a mere illusion? Luo Yuanyuan pondered, but soon decided to dismiss it. With Qingju and Bai Yi around, there was little to fear. Qingju reveled in the soothing waters, particularly enjoying the company of his beloved little female. After days of travel, his scales had become somewhat dry. Now, seizing this opportunity, he entwined himself with Luo Yuanyuan in the cool river for an extended period. Yuanyuan, come up. The lamb is roasted. Bai Yi called from the shore. All right, coming. Luo Yuanyuan swatted away Qingju's still mischievous hand. Let us hurry up. I'm so hungry. The serpent beast reluctantly pressed his lips against her small mouth. Very well. Qingju lifted Luo Yuanyuan from the river, dried her off, dressed her, and carried her towards the fire. A breathtaking figure slowly emerged from the depths of the river. His resplendent ice-blue tail swayed gently, and his ice-blue eyes pierced through the water, fixated on the departing pair. The mermaid, Lan Ming, whose enchanting peach blossom eyes now brimmed with murderous intent, seethed at the sight of his precious one having found two companions in such a short span of time. What did they call her again? Yuanyuan, was it? Such familiarity was utterly intolerable. Overwhelming jealousy drove him to contemplate eliminating the two beast men on the spot. Yet he feared alarming his beloved. Moreover, the two beasts were not insignificant in strength, particularly the serpent beast, who, like him, possessed royal tier status. Just moments ago in the water, he had nearly been detected by the serpent beast. Thankfully, after ascending to the royal tier, he had awakened the skills of teleportation and invisibility, allowing him to evade the serpent's vigilance. It seemed he would have to find another opportunity to approach his precious one. Luo Yuanyuan devoured the lamb chop with gusto.
Wow.
This enormous alpaca is delicious. Despite its thick skin, the meat is tender and juicy, especially with Bai Yi's exquisite culinary skills. The aroma compelled her to consume 2 large portions. Qingju also brought her numerous red fruits, resembling dragon fruit in appearance, but tasting like mangoes. One bite dispelled all her fatigue. This is a chi mu fruit. It satiates hunger and enhances stamina, Qingju said, peeling another for her. Luo Yuanyuan offered it to the serpent beast. I'm truly full this time. I've eaten so much tonight, you eat. Bai Yi had carved a large hollow in the giant tree, laying down beast skins, calling out to the strolling duo, you may rest now. Qingju wrapped his tail around the little female's waist, lifting her into the tree hollow before climbing up himself. This was Luo Yuanyuan's first experience staying in a tree hollow. She found it incredibly novel, eagerly exploring her surroundings. The hollow had been polished by Bai Yi, so it was not overly rough. Yet Bai Yi still grasped her wandering hands, cautioning, Yuanyuan, be careful of the thorns. This hollow is temporary, just for one night. I only polished it a little. If you enjoy it, once we settle down, I will craft a better one for you. No need. I just find it quite refreshing. It's my first time seeing such a tree hollow. Luo Yuanyuan laughed. The hollow exuded a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of fresh wood, which she found delightful. That night, the three of them enjoyed a restful sleep. The following morning, Luo Yuanyuan's breakfast consisted of 2 chi mu fruits. After finishing her meal, Qingju lifted her and Bai Yi, venturing deeper into the secret realm. However, they had not traveled far when Luo Yuanyuan spotted several familiar figures rushing toward her.
Chapter 82, à spectacle à ouais.
Hey, that tree, stop right there. If you run, I'll break all your branches. Don't run. Halt immediately.
No.
I refuse to be eaten by you. Wah. Luo Yuanyuan lifted her head from Qingju's embrace, astonished to see a tree over 4 meters high bouncing towards them. laden with pink fruits. It ran while brushing its branches against its tears. I refuse to be eaten. You're too ugly and fierce, Wah. Its voice was high-pitched and infantile, akin to a little baby. Luo Yuanyuan was utterly dumbfounded. Had the trees in the secret realm come to life? They could run, cry, and speak? Before she could fully process the shocking revelation, that familiar voice rang out again. You there, the few in front. Yes, you. Quickly help me catch that tree. The voice belonged to Ava. Luo Yuanyuan frowned.
What?
She came to the secret realm too? Ugh, how annoying. I really don't want to see her. The frantic fruit tree, upon spotting Luo Yuanyuan and her companions, paused momentarily before charging towards her without hesitation. The three of them hopped and scurried behind their backs. Luo Yuanyuan queried, What is happening? Why is she running over here? Does this fruit not fear being devoured by her? Yet, this fruit truly exudes an enticing aroma. Just the scent alone makes one's mouth water. Luo Yuanyuan licked the corner of her lips. Host, quickly. Bite your finger and let a drop of blood fall onto this tree. Contract with it. The voice of the system, Shao Yozi, erupted suddenly, urging her frantically. Luo Yuanyuan remained bewildered, not quite grasping the situation. Hurry, host. This is a tremendous treasure. If you don't contract with it, what if it runs away? Quickly. The buzz in her head was drowned out by Xiao Lu's loud insistence, but she caught the words tremendous treasure. Fine. I'll trust you just this once. With her mind still in a fog, she resolutely bit her fingertip, grasping a branch of the tree. A drop of blood merged into the trunk, and the tree began to blur and shrink until it transformed into a delicate pink flower, fluttering down to rest upon her shoulder. Master. A soft voice chimed from her shoulder.
Wow.
This little flower is so adorable, and its voice is so pleasant. Luo Yuanyuan couldn't help but touch the flower's petals with her fingertip. The little flower trembled, morphing into a bud that enveloped her finger. Xiao Yozi was ecstatic. Host, our luck is truly extraordinary. This is the only gene foam Yu Lu peach tree within the secret realm. It has thrived here for over 1,000 years and has long since developed sentience. Look how fond it is of you. No one else could possibly catch it. The petals of this Yu Lu peach bloom eternally, and consuming them not only enhances beauty, but also prolongs life. The fruit is exceedingly rare. Bearing only once every 300 years, consuming it can restore youth and cure all ailments. Host, remember to share some of that peach with me to taste. Luo Yuanyuan wore a skeptical expression. Is this peach truly as remarkable as you claim? Restoring youth? Wouldn't that be akin to a divine elixir? Moreover, aren't you, a system, supposed to be fueled by machine oil? How is it that you're now interested in celestial peaches? Nevertheless, Xiaoyozi was known for its unreliable chatter, so Luo Yuanyuan brushed it off. But Xiaoyozi, it has turned into a flower now. You won't be able to eat the fruit. Host, it can change its form at will, besides becoming a tree and a flower. It can also transform into a weapon and shoot flying daggers. Really? Luo Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with delight. This ability was indeed most appealing. As a means of self-defense was just what she lacked. Of course, host. However, it cannot do so just yet. You must purchase a specially crafted spiritual energy pack from our shop to nourish it. Perhaps in a year or so, it will be able to protect you. You sly one. Luo Yuanyuan couldn't help but think of a few more retorts, but before she could voice them, Ava and her entourage rushed forward. It's you. Upon seeing Luo Yuanyuan, Ava's anger flared up immediately. Every time she encountered this wretched female, misfortune seemed to follow. She shot a fierce glare at Luo Yuanyuan, then began scanning the area. Where is my fruit tree? Where have you hidden it? Ava glanced suspiciously between Qingju and Bai Yi. Bai Yi, did you hide my tree in your space? Bai Yi smirked. Ava, is that tree truly yours? How could it belong to you? Indeed, you've hidden it. Ava shouted, her fury mounting. Bai Yi, I haven't settled the score with you yet. My sister Aisha died in the beast tide, and yet you all remain alive and well. And that wretched female. She managed to escape last time. Now that you've delivered yourselves to me, I shall kill you all and avenge my sister. A glint of malice flickered in Ava's eyes. If she killed them, wouldn't her fruit tree be hers for the taking? She had long heard tales of this fruit tree, known to grant several hundred extra years of life. She was determined to possess it. Besides, they were merely 2 males, while she had a full 46 companions, including over 10 flying beasts. Go kill them. Upon receiving the command, Ava's 2 lion companions lunged forward. Qingju held Luo Yuanyuan firmly, not even flinching. These beast men were either low-level or mid-level. Bai Yi could easily handle them without needing to intervene. Bai Yi looked at the little female. Yuanyuan. Were they the ones from that night? Seeing Luo Yuanyuan nod, Bai Yi narrowed his eyes and let out a cold chuckle. Indeed, they have delivered themselves right to us. With that, he darted forward in a flash, transforming his hand into a tiger claw that grasped their necks, exerting just enough pressure. Crack.
Crack.
Ava shrieked. Bai Yi, you're really killing people? Bai Yi's icy blue eyes revealed a sinister glint. Feel free to join in. Ava, fuming, was about to rally her companions to charge when she suddenly noticed a multitude of dark figures racing toward them from the distance. Ava's lips curled into a sinister smile. The show was about to begin. Chapter 83. It's unsafe. You should come with me. The swarm of dark figures approached with astonishing speed, arriving before them in mere breaths. Ava grinned smugly. Yuanyuan, you've come just in time. Don't your brothers have a fondness for this female? For her sake, they injured my companion and destroyed my home. And now she's right in front of you. Why not seize her? Luo Yuanyuan's heart skipped a beat. Yuanyuan? What a coincidence. She had encountered them again. The thought of their 18 brothers made her head spin. Although Yuanyuan and his companions treated her well, she truly did not wish for so many brothers. Moreover, that night, she had used medicine to incapacitate Yuanyuan to escape. Surely, he wouldn't hold a grudge against her, would he?
What if he inquired about that night?
How would she respond? Luo Yuanyuan felt her thoughts spiral into chaos. She couldn't help but shrink back, burying her little head into Qingju's embrace. Yuanyuan swiftly shifted into human form, gazing at the timid little female hiding in the serpent's embrace, and smiled. Yuanyuan, it's been a while. We've missed you dearly. Luo Yuanyuan continued to hide her face, mumbling, No, you've mistaken me. Hurry and go fight the giant beasts. Don't waste time. Yuanyuan's smile widened. Yuanyuan, after you drugged me and ran off that night, we were all terribly worried. You weren't hurt, were you? Lift your head so I can see. Luo Yuanyuan remained unmoved. I'm fine. You all should leave. Yuanyuan's brothers transformed into human form as well, clamoring, Yuanyuan, come down and show us. We've missed you so much. We searched for you all the way. Why are you with a stray beast? We can take better care of you than the serpent. Hurry and come with us. Luo Yuanyuan thought, I wish I could just disappear. Qingju and Bai Yi's expressions darkened, especially Qingju, whose entire being radiated coldness. Luo Yuanyuan felt a chill run down her spine. With a grim countenance, Qingju tightened his hold on the little female and coldly inquired, Who are you?
We?
Yuanyuan answered nonchalantly, We are Yuanyuan's future companions.
What?
What is this Yuanyuan saying? She hasn't agreed to anything. Luo Yuanyuan shot up, gazing at the leopard beast. Don't say such things. I haven't agreed. I had already mentioned that I have 2 partners and our relationship is quite harmonious. At long last, you are willing to acknowledge my presence, Yuanyuan. I have stated that we harbor no objections to your 2 companions. We can coexist peacefully. Yuanyuan's dark, penetrating gaze was fixed on the delicate visage of the female, and after a period of absence, she appeared even more enchanting. He yearned to whisk her away immediately. However, I do mind. The serpent beast flicked its long tail with a sharp crack, its tone growing increasingly frigid. Yuanyuan's expression darkened, and the other leopard beasts regarded Qingju and Bai Yi with hostile eyes. The atmosphere was ominously tense. Ha ha ha, Yuanyuan, aren't your brothers quite formidable in North B City? Are you now intimidated by this serpent beast? Ava seized the opportunity to stir the pot. Isn't our beast realm governed by the strong? Why not just settle it with a fight? Fight? If there is to be a clash, it should commence with you. Luo Yuanyuan's ire flared at Ava's arrogant demeanor, pointing her finger accusingly. It's her. After I fled that night, she and her partner nearly caused my demise. She even attempted to drug me.
What?
Such a thing occurred. Qingju and Bai Yi, along with the leopard beasts, turned their terrifying gazes towards Ava, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. Ava shuddered. Why am I being implicated? Let's resolve your issues first. She awkwardly chuckled while scrambling onto the back of Dahe. Fly, quickly. As the leopard beasts lunged forward, Ava's partners frantically clambered onto the flying beast's back, escaping in a disheveled haste. The remaining 4 or 5 who failed to take off met their grim fate beneath the claws of the leopard beasts. Luo Yuanyuan felt a chill run down her spine. Though the leopard beasts had yet to reach the royal tier, they were brothers, fighting in perfect harmony with swift and ruthless strikes, and their numbers far exceeded theirs. In a true confrontation, Qingju and Bai Yi would surely sustain injuries. A plan was needed, especially as Ava vanished without a trace. When Yuan shifted his focus back to Luo Yuanyuan, even if you cannot accept us for the time being, it matters not. As long as we can remain by your side and behold your presence each day, we shall be content. This secret realm is perilous. We can protect you. Allow us to accompany you. Qingju's crimson lips moved slightly, no. When Yuan clenched his fists, the leopard beast stirred restlessly, then let us engage in battle. If we win, Yuanyuan will accompany us. Yes, come, let us fight. The Black Panthers transformed into towering beast forms, encircling Qingju and Bai Yi. Their movements slow and deliberate as they focused on the trio, poised to exploit any weaknesses. Qingju's serpent tail lashed against the ground, while Bai Yi transformed into beast form and let out a fierce howl, positioning himself behind Qingju, ready to strike at any moment. The atmosphere was charged with the impending clash of life and death. Luo Yuanyuan felt a cold sweat break out, her heart racing, threatening to overwhelm her. Just then, several leopard beasts leaped simultaneously towards Bai Yi.
Ah!
Luo Yuanyuan clutched her abdomen and let out a pained cry. The surrounding beastmen halted abruptly, their gazes converging on her. Yuanyuan, what is the matter? The leopard beasts also moved closer, their expressions tense as they scrutinized the female. My stomach. It hurts suddenly. Luo Yuanyuan's brow furrowed slightly, her complexion pale, as she pressed her hands tightly against her abdomen and weakly glanced at the leopard beasts. When Yuan transformed back into human form and stepped forward, concern etched on his face. Yuanyuan, I have studied medicine with the shaman. Let me examine you. Although she had deceived him in the past, and it was possible she was feigning this time as well, seeing her in such distress made his heart ache. I always experience stomach pain when I am anxious or frightened. It's an old ailment. Luo Yuanyuan cast a pitiful glance at the beastmen. Watching you fight makes me so scared. What if you all get hurt? What if a giant beast appears? We all understand the secret realm is fraught with danger, and accidents can happen at any moment. Please do not fight. When Yuan, you have saved me, and I am truly grateful. I will repay you in other ways. Yuanyuan. When Yuan's words were abruptly cut off as he became alert, glancing into the distance. Concurrently, Qingju, Bai Yi, and the other leopard beasts also turned their attention to the same direction. The sound grew closer, resonating like a wolf's howl. Luo Yuanyuan covered her mouth. How could it come so quickly? She glanced into the distance and saw a massive horde resembling gigantic Tibetan mastiffs charging towards them, their long, sharp fangs glinting menacingly in the sunlight. The ground trembled beneath them as the beasts approached. Luo Yuanyuan's heart raced again. This scene reminded her of the beast tide at the tiger tribe. How could there be so many beasts gathered together? Qingju also felt a shift in his demeanor. He recognized these as curly-haired, sharp-toothed wolves, known for their formidable combat strength and typically appearing in large packs. While a typical group consisted of dozens, this one seemed to number in the hundreds for some unknown reason. Qingju scanned the surroundings, noting a colossal tree nearby, and coiled his tail around the female's waist. Yuanyuan, you should rest in the tree for now. I will stay below. Do not be afraid. It will be over soon. Luo Yuanyuan nodded quickly. Bai Yi and the leopard beasts also gathered around the giant tree, ready for battle. The sharp-toothed wolves charged in like a whirlwind, engaging the beastmen in a frenzied skirmish. These beastmen were utterly despicable, leveraging their wings to steal several of the wolves' young, even causing some to perish. They had tracked the scent, and now sought to vent their fury on this unfortunate group. Luo Yuanyuan watched from the tree, her heart pounding. This pack of wolves seemed to be in a frenzy, behaving as if under the influence of a stimulant. Just as she was gripped with anxiety, a pair of youthful, strong arms enveloped her waist. Little flower fairy, this place is unsafe. You should come with me. Chapter 84. If you kiss me, I won't tell anyone. Luo Yuanyuan jumped in surprise and turned to face a pair of emerald eyes. It's you. Jean E grinned triumphantly, his youthful features radiating charm. Did you not expect this? Seeing you so solitary and pitiful in this tree, I feared you might be devoured by the wolves. As the young lord of the city, I am showing mercy today. Let me take you away from this perilous situation. With that, he tightened his grip around Luo Yuanyuan's slender waist and spread his wings to soar into the air. Hey, I was fine up in the tree. I don't want to go. Luo Yuanyuan protested, swatting at the boy's arm.
Put me down. All right.
Jean E complied, releasing his hold. Luo Yuanyuan began to plummet. Fear coursed through her as her face turned pale. This boy is truly despicable. He simply let go. This was in the air, and she had no wings. The boy's eyes sparkled with joy as he laughed. See, I told you it was dangerous. Now do you understand? However, he soon noticed that the little flower fairy had tightly shut her eyes in terror, her face ashen. A pang of compassion struck him. Was she really that timid? He adjusted his position and accelerated downwards, then used one of his wings to gently catch the small female, cradling her in his arms. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Do not be afraid. Feeling the warmth of his skin, Luo Yuanyuan cautiously opened one eye, realizing she had been safely rescued, and quickly clung to the boy's neck. She gasped for breath, tears streaming down her face. Wah. Hey, don't cry. I was just trying to tease you. I would never let you fall. Jin-yi fumbled to wipe away the tears of the little female in his arms. The more he wiped, the more tears flowed. Observing her red-rimmed eyes and nose, with tears cascading down in streams, the boy felt a pang of panic. He had never encountered such a situation and was at a loss for what to do. In his flustered state, he impulsively pressed his lips against Luo Yuanyuan's small mouth. Surely, this would stop her from crying. Yet, the sensation was peculiar. The little flower fairy's lips were soft and fragrant. Unable to resist, Jin-yi found himself enveloping those rosy petals with his mouth, gently sucking and even daring to extend his tongue to taste. For reasons unknown, he suddenly yearned to devour those tender lips. He instinctively tightened his embrace around the little flower fairy and began to suckle without guidance. It was only when Luo Yuanyuan regained her senses that she realized what Jin-yi was doing. Fearful of letting go of his neck, lest she fall again, she desperately twisted her little head. Jin-yi, invigorated by her struggle, found the little flower fairy's body light and soft, and her delicate fragrance slowly enveloped him. He felt a surge of heat throughout his being, his mind becoming hazy. Acting on instinct, his hand slipped beneath the little female's clothing. At that moment, Luo Yuanyuan could no longer endure it. She released one hand to push his face away and fiercely pinched his arm. Pervert. Stop it. The sudden pain made Jin-yi's wandering hand freeze. His dazed eyes slowly focused on Luo Yuanyuan's furious face. Who told you to smell so good? This is my first kiss with a female. Are you saying I'm not doing it right? How about we try again? Luo Yuanyuan quickly covered her mouth, glaring at him with wide, angry eyes. Jin-yi burst into laughter. Look at that silly expression. It's quite adorable. Come on, hold me tight. We need to accelerate. With that, Jin-yi flapped his wings vigorously, satisfied to see the little flower fairy clutching him even tighter. He chuckled softly, speeding off into the distance. Meanwhile, Qingju and Bai Yi, embroiled in a fierce battle with the sharp-toothed wolves, suddenly sensed a shadow pass overhead. Looking up, they saw a pair of golden wings carrying a little female away. That damn birdman. He actually took our partner amidst the chaos. Just because he grew some wings? Just wait until he lands. We'll make sure he pays for this. However, their immediate concern was to deal with the frenzied sharp-toothed wolves. There were simply too many of them, and they couldn't break free just yet. After all, aside from their partner bond, Yuanyuan had left them talismans. They would surely locate her soon. Jin-yi carried Luo Yuanyuan to a vast forest, landing on a large tree. He hesitated to release the little female. Luo Yuanyuan, unceremoniously, pried his arms apart and turned her back to him. Humph. The boy lazily reclined on a branch, propping his head on one arm, a twig dangling from his mouth. Hey, little flower fairy. How can you be so ungrateful? Those beasts we just encountered can climb trees. If I hadn't taken you away, you'd be in a wolf's belly by now. Is that true? Doubt flickered in her eyes. This guy can't be speaking nonsense, right? I've never heard of wolves climbing trees. Regardless, she thought, they were already here, and once Qingju and the others finished with the sharp-toothed wolves, they would surely send her a message. Luo Yuanyuan turned back. What did you just call me? Little flower fairy? Yes, aren't you the flower type? Your beast form is a flower, after all, Jin-yi replied, narrowing his emerald eyes. Luo Yuanyuan widened her eyes. How do you know? When did you see that? That day, by the cliff, you detonated something and created a massive crater. Luo Yuanyuan felt a wave of anxiety. You saw it yourself? You didn't tell anyone.
Did you?
That's my secret. If too many people find out, it could lead to trouble. What? You want to silence me?
Come on.
Jin-yi straightened up. removing the twig from his mouth, leaning closer to Luo Yuanyuan with a mischievous grin. If I kiss you, I won't tell anyone. Luo Yuanyuan's face flushed with indignation. Why are you like this? You big pervert. A big pervert? What's that? With that angry little face. It can't be a compliment. You're not cursing me, are you? Jean E moved even closer. I can't just take the blame, without something in return. I need to kiss you. Without waiting for Luo Yuanyuan to respond, he swiftly pecked her on the lips. If you're worried about losing out, you could just kiss me back a few times. Fuming, Luo Yuanyuan raised her arm. Huh. You can't reach me. Jean E smirked, quickly retreating, unfurling his wings, and soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Luo Yuanyuan, that annoying brat won't really leave me behind, will he? Ah, I'm so mad. This Birdman is utterly unreliable. If he truly flies away, what am I supposed to do? This secret realm is teeming with beasts. I might not even see tomorrow, son. Frustrated and frightened, she snapped a twig, tearing off its leaves one by one as if they were genie. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.